hadn't used any weapons, just his hands. A chill crawled down Daggett's spine. He couldn't help but wonder if the boy is already such a menace as a mana vortex magus. What would happen if he advanced to the next rank? Is that why the Lord wants him so badly? It makes sense. He is the perfect vessel. He cast concealment spells on himself, silently prowling through the sea of corpses as he approached Adam from behind. This looked like it was going to be easier than he had expected. The Dark King seemed to be completely exhausted in both body and mind. As Daggett approached his target, his mind drifted towards his lord and his actions in Europa. He has been actively looking for vessels for hundreds of years. Almost all the great young prodigies of this world have, in one way or another, been taken to the cult. As for what happens to them, only the Lord and the 5 elders know. But the fact that every year the supply of prodigies never ceases means that the Lord hasn't found the perfect vessel. Yet, thinking of what Adam's existence could possibly mean for the future, Daggett's eyes flashed with a look of reverence. But the next moment, they turned cold. He was already behind the Dark King. His spell was prepared. Now all that was needed was perfect execution. Despite confronting a magus 1 entire rank weaker than him, Daggett still chose to be utterly cautious. This spoke volumes about Adam's strength and prowess. Many had tried to capture him, including a mana core magus, but all of them had failed. Daggett wasn't going to fail. This was the perfect moment to capture the Dark King, for he was utterly exhausted both physically and mentally. Moreover, his state of mind wasn't at an optimal level, and that is why the Dark King never saw Daggett coming. Daggett moved like a ghost as he appeared behind the raven-haired youth. With a swift motion, he grabbed Adam's head, then brutally slammed him into the ground. The ground beneath them trembled from the impact, and the sound of bones cracking echoed around them. However, the cultist wasn't finished. In the next moment, he completed the physical component of another spell, and a thick band of darkness materialized in the air, snapping around Adam's wrists and binding them behind his back. A second band coiled around his legs, pinning them just as tightly. The cultist rose to his feet and kicked Adam, rolling him onto his back. He then weaved yet another spell, planning to seal the youth's mana pathways. Throughout it all, Adam did not resist. He was tired, so tired. Half a dozen strips of dark mists, each as big as an adult human's forearms, materialized in the air, then shot towards specific points on Adam's torso. As the dark strips effortlessly pierced Adam's body, they blocked his mana channels, effectively preventing him from casting spells. All of that took less than 2 seconds. A satisfied smile appeared on Daggett's face, and he murmured, "Captured at last." When he glanced at Adam's face, he was startled. His face was bruised and bloodied. His nose and right cheekbone had been fractured just now, but worst of them all was his pair of eyes. They were bloodshot and looked murky and unfocused, like that of a dead man. Even Daggett, a mana core magus, had to admit that he felt quite unsettled looking into those eyes. Moreover, seeing that the youth had an indifferent expression on his face also irked him. It was as if the fact that he had just been restrained by a mana core magus didn't bother him at all. HMPH, Daggett harumphed. "What's with those eyes, boy? Did you lose your eyesight?" "A little bit," Adam answered in a flat tone. The cultist's expression turned grim at that response. A new pair of ice-purple eyes could always be transplanted. That wasn't the problem. But the casual manner in which Adam had answered caused him to feel a faint foreboding. It was as if Adam didn't care that his mana channels had been sealed, or that he was restrained by a mana core magus. Adam suddenly asked a strange question. "So you're the 7th one. Where have you been all this time?" Daggett's eyes narrowed. It was as if Adam was speaking to a long-lost friend. He was calm and collected. Nothing could faze him, and that really annoyed Daggett. Veins on his forehead pulsed in fury as he leaned over and spoke with a vicious smile. "I paid a visit to Saratoga Castle. Would you like to know what happened?" For the first time since Daggett encountered Adam, the latter displayed a hint of emotion. Noticing that, Daggett's smile turned even more vicious. Oh, the wails of the children. They were magnificent. The ancient castle, burning to the ground, was a sight to behold. The oldest pillar of the empire crumbled into ashes, all because of me. Adam scoffed, interrupting him. "You're lying," he said with certainty. "For a moment I really believed you, though. But it turns out you're just a pathetic loser who fled with his tail tucked behind his legs. Saratoga burning to the ground. Fool, you dare say that after encountering that terror of Marion Lake, you think you would allow such a thing to happen? Heh, you damned failure." Daggett's expression turned cold as ice. A murderous light gleamed in his dark, lifeless eyes. He bent over and silently picked up Adam by his collar. Then he augmented his fist with mana and delivered a solid strike to the youth's stomach. Adam's eyes widened. Before a scream of agony could escape his lips, a gush of blood and pieces of innards spilled out instead. "Looks like you don't understand the situation you're in, boy." Daggett withdrew his hand and then delivered another solid punch, this time to the liver. Adam was in a world of pain, drowning in it. He felt his entire body become paralyzed by that last blow. He continued to vomit mouthfuls of blood as he struggled to breathe. And that was when Daggett said something that flipped a switch inside his mind. The cultist leaned closer and whispered with a malicious grin, "Yes, that is exactly the face that decrepit witch Mathelda made when my undead knight drove a sword through her heart. Tell me, boy, do you think I'm lying now?" Adam's eyes gradually widened. In that moment, something inside of him snapped, and laughing God whispered, mocking him. Edward had long since noticed what was happening to Adam. He witnessed with his own eyes his friend being attacked by the Monocore cultist, then immediately restrained. However, there was nothing he could do about it, not for the lack of trying, of course. It was because of the simple fact that he was too far away from Adam. When the raven-haired youth put away his staff and donned his gauntlets, he went on a diabolical killing spree, creating a macabre death zone around him. Even his own allies were scared to get near him, and so they stayed away from him. Only the cultists dared to enter the death zone, and then they became part of that death zone. Due to that reason, there was a large stretch of land around Adam, strewn with nothing but corpses. So when Daggett appeared behind him, none of his allies were able to make it in time. "Adam!" Edward roared, his blue eyes flickering with fear. He mowed through the crowd of cultists, killing them as he desperately rushed towards his friend. But there were too many enemies, and the distance between them was too much. "Adam!" he screamed in desperation. This time, however, he was interrupted by a swarm of cultists who pounced upon him. Soon, Edward could no longer afford to worry about his friend because he was surrounded by enemies from all sides. Damn it, he rolled across the blood-stained ground, dodging a hail of spells, only to be met by a fresh barrage of attacks from another group of cultists lying in wait to ambush him. He wasn't the only one desperate to free Adam, though. Several magi of Acadia had witnessed the raven-haired youth being caught and restrained by the powerful enemy. They all moved towards the sprawling death zone the youth had created. But strangely enough, the cultists moved like they were one single organism. All of them abandoned what they were doing and staunchly prevented the Magi from appearing anywhere near Adam. After they learned that there was now a Monocore-level cultist on the battlefield, fighting by their side, the army of the cult had found a second windfall. They all erupted with newfound strength, and their eyes blazed with murderous fury. In but a few moments, they had created a large wall around the death zone, preventing anyone from crossing through. A bizarre situation had suddenly occurred on the battlefield. Daggett stood over Adam, who was bound by magic, in a space utterly devoid of life for over 100 meters in every direction. Nothing remained within that radius but heaps of corpses. Beyond them, the cultists had formed a wide perimeter, holding the Acadian Magi at bay and preventing any breakthrough. Even Daggett was slightly surprised by the sudden change in battle tactics. No orders were given by the Acadian higher-ups. They all seemed to subconsciously shift their attention towards freeing Adam. "Ho!" the cultists exclaimed. "Would you look at that? It would appear that these people truly care about your life. Tusk, what a pity, though." He turned his gaze towards Adam, then grinned maliciously. "I will slaughter them all just like I did that witch." But Adam paid no heed to those threats. His mind was a mess, and tumultuous waves were churning in his heart. It was beating so rapidly that he thought it might explode. This fear, this anxiety, everything threatened to consume him whole. The laughing god continued to whisper, and the wondrous white lotus continued to suppress those ravings. Amidst it all, Adam found it difficult to form coherent thoughts. He couldn't believe what he'd just heard, and no matter how much he wanted to refuse to believe it, he knew for a fact. Daggett wasn't lying. Professor Whitaker had truly perished. No. He repeated the same words in his mind. His expression was frozen, and tears continued to trickle down his bloody face. It can't be. No, she cannot die. No, she cannot. No, I just met her. Professor, I'm sorry. Soon the fear, the desperation, the anxiety, all of it twisted into something dark, something sinister, something otherworldly. The laughing god whispered, but the eternal soul lotus suppressed the flaw. Yet the mask's insidious intentions somehow still seeped through Adam's mind. A faint glint of madness appeared in the depths of his dark, murky eyes. Kill. Kill, he muttered in a daze, gnashing his teeth. Kill. Then he started to thrash around like a wild beast, trying to free himself from the magical bindings. However, it was a result of a rank 4 spell and not so easily countered. Daggett took great delight in seeing Adam break down before his very eyes. "The mighty Dark King reduced to a pitiful dog," he said, his tone laced with mockery. "Give up. I have sealed your mana channels. You will not be able to cast any." His words got stuck in his throat when he saw something very bizarre. Adam's bloodshot eyes glowed with an otherworldly divine light. Soon his body started to phase in and out of reality. All the while, Adam continued to thrash on the ground like a madman, trying his best to free himself from the magic binding him. His eyes blazed with hatred and fury, and he spat through gritted teeth. "Mark my words, Magus. I will fucking end you. I will murder you. I will slaughter everything you hold dear. I will wipe you off this planet. You hear me? I'll fucking kill you." His words echoed across the battlefield, causing people to shudder in fear. Those words cut deep, deeper than even the sharpest of blades. Others could feel Adam's fear, his rage, his agony through those words. Meanwhile, Daggett, who was the target of those threats, couldn't help but frown. What drew his reaction was the white patterns glowing in Adam's eyes and the way he flickered in and out of reality. As if he was trapped midway through a teleportation, he was stunned, to say the least. How could a magus try to initiate teleportation when their mana channels were sealed? It was supposed to be impossible. Is he trying to forcefully remove the seals from his mana channels? Daggett thought in shock. This lunatic. Is he trying to cripple his own arcane path? He immediately stepped forward to deliver a blow to Adam and knock him out. But no, Adam wasn't trying to cripple himself like Daggett assumed. He was not trying to use mana at all. Instead, he was using spiritual energy. Driven by rage, hatred, and frustration, Adam was tapping into the power that remained latent within himself. So what if his mana was sealed? There was another source of arcane energy inside his body. And so, Adam was trying to achieve a precise act of teleportation, one that would teleport his body away while leaving the magical seals behind. As he saw Daggett's fist enlarge in his vision, he roared in anguish, "I will kill you. Mark my words, Magus. I will kill you even if it's the last thing I do." While he kept hurling threats, he was secretly working to free himself. He had to before Daggett knocked him out cold. And then, Adam succeeded. Just as he was about to flicker out of the material world, freeing himself in the process, and fight Daggett, his eyes gradually widened in sheer disbelief. He heard someone's voice directly inside his head. It was sweet, it was wonderful, it was oh so familiar. Adam's eyes glistened with intense emotions. Then he quickly changed his battle plan. In the next moment, several things happened all at once. First, Adam disappeared from his spot, leaving Daggett's fist to smash into nothing but empty ground. Second, serpents burst from the cracks on the ground underneath Daggett's feet, shooting towards him and coiling tightly around his legs, arms, and torso, momentarily pinning him to the earth. And finally, the dark skies above Ravenfell were suddenly lit by a blinding light. The clouds scattered instantly under an unnatural shockwave, revealing a lone figure hovering high above the northern quarter. The source of the incandescent light was the mana gathered in his fist, and then the figure spoke, his voice thundering across the entire city of Ravenfell. "You damned cultist. How dare you lay a hand on my disciple?" Everyone below froze, unable to believe their eyes. Even time seemed to stand still, as if the very world were holding its breath. Berger's eyes blazed with murderous fury as he gazed at Daggett. And then, he flew straight towards the Mana Corps rank cultist like a blazing star of destruction, unleashing his punch with the full, unrestrained fury of his power. Hand of Doom, Divine Mightier. Berger's figure descended from the black skies like an omen of destruction. The amount of mana gathered in his fist had caused the very space around it to visibly distort. A blinding light swept out from it, radiating heat and fury. The gnome's face had twisted into a dark scowl, and he looked no different than a vengeful, wrathful deity of war. Beneath him, his target, Daggett, instantly grew pale. The mana gathered around Berger's fist was enough to decimate large swathes of land, let alone him. He had to act, and he had to do it quickly. But the serpents Adam had summoned before teleporting away held him back. These serpents were weaker than him, far weaker than him, but they proved to be a massive hindrance at this critical juncture. Too late. It was too late to evade. Daggett's expression turned ruthless. He conjured a skull etched with mysterious runes all over it, an artifact given by the cult leader himself, then poured his mana into it. This was his final trump card, and by then, the tyrant had already descended. Boo! The moment Berger struck with all his might, the world itself seemed to detonate. Stones erupted, steel twisted, and the very ground caved in to form a massive crater. It was a fortunate thing that the Magi of Acadia were standing far away from the point of impact. Otherwise, nothing would have remained of them. After the thundering impact came the violent shockwaves. Buildings along the shockwave's path crumbled to dust, their remains swept away by the force of the devastating strike. The air itself had become a weapon, turning into a roaring tempest that swept the nearby Magi off their feet. The force of the shockwave hurled men and debris alike high into the sky before scattering them like fragile leaves in a hurricane. In an instant, a large section of the northern quarter was obliterated by a single man's punch. Total and complete annihilation. Even the mighty Mana Corps Magi fighting in the vicinity of Ravenfell paused their battle for a moment, turning in the direction of the massive cloud of dust and light that had erupted from deep within the city. Just a quick, simple glance was enough to tell them that the battle was going to shift drastically. Now that a new Mana Corps Magus had emerged, back inside the city as the dust began to settle, a vast blackened crater came into view, swallowing most of the northern quarter. Roads, buildings, every structure in its reach had been reduced to rubble. From beneath the debris, battered Magi slowly crawled their way out, dazed and broken. The cultists had faced the brunt of the powerful shockwaves. After all, before the divine meteor had landed, they had been the ones forming a perimeter around the death zone Adam had created. In a cruel twist of fate, most of these cultists had now become part of the new death zone, whereas, at the center of the crater, a macabre scene unfolded. The colossal torso of Behemoth from the underworld became visible. The once terrifying creature was now reduced to ruin. Great section of its ribcage had shattered, its charred muscles were hanging in tatters, and much of its flesh had been scorched away entirely. Within its hollowed chest cavity, Daggett knelt amidst the wreckage, bloodied and bruised and barely clinging to consciousness. Needless to say, Berger's attack had dealt great damage to him despite his precautions. It was unknown whether the colossal creature he was inside was a summons or a defensive artifact. Whatever it was, it had been annihilated by Berger's wrathful strike. Inside the abomination, Daggett slowly rose to his feet and wiped the blood off his mouth. If he hadn't activated the artifact earlier, he would have surely died. He was already quite weakened from the battle with Mathelda than the Kraken earlier, and now he was a step closer to death. He had never expected another expert to suddenly arrive. Whoever this person was, he had hidden his presence very meticulously. Daggett wasn't able to sense him until the enemy had spoken. And by the time he could react, it was already too late. The cultist gnashed his teeth and looked upwards. Through the jagged gaps in the titanic ribcage, his gaze locked onto a gnome in dark gray robes. The figure's head was shaven, but a thick, imposing beard framed his face. He floated above the shattered remains of the underworld creature, arms crossed, his white cape fluttering in the wind behind him like the banner of a tyrannical conqueror. The gnome coldly stared at Daggett, then muttered in a tone that was dripping with dark hostility, "Why do you want to capture the boy?" Daggett spat a mouthful of blood to the side. Then he stood straight and arrogantly replied, "And why should I tell you?" "Then you can die for laying a hand on him," Berger muttered coldly. Then, just as he was about to attack the cultist, his eyes narrowed. He quickly turned to his left, facing the mountain ranges towards the north of the city. Right at that moment, two figures donned in black armor tore through the sky. An instant later, they landed beside Daggett with a thunderous impact. Two rank 4 undead knights. It would appear that the monocore level cultists fighting in the north had grasped the gravity of Berger's sudden arrival and the effect it would have in this battle. In response, they had sent reinforcements to aid Daggett, who had lost his own rank 4 undead knights back in Saratoga. The cultist swapped his hand, causing the carcass of the underworld creature to dissipate into motes of black light and return to the land of the dead. His lips then curled into a confident smirk as he said, "Don't get too cocky, gnome. You thought you alone could defeat me, eh? How about now?" Berger remained silent, scanning the newcomers. These rank 4 knights lacked the overwhelming power of monocore magi, but in exchange they were far more difficult to kill than their masters. It was a fact that made them no less dangerous. "Heh," Berger scoffed, his eyes gleaming with a cold light. "Who said I'm alone?" As if answering his question, a giant black wolf emerged from the darkness, his tenebrous eyes flashing with murderous intent. He silently circled the 3 enemies, his lips curling back to reveal sharp fangs that promised nothing but death and pain. His sudden arrival caused Daggett to become extremely tense. For some reason, the giant beast gave off a much more dangerous aura than the gnome before him did. "Berger," said the wolf as he shifted his predatory gaze to the 2 knights, "I shall hold down these foul creatures." "Very well." Berger flexed his shoulders as he prepared for battle. But before their battle could even begin, once again, something unexpected happened, something no one had expected. Another presence had appeared within the vast crater. Fueled by boundless fury and hatred, Adam suddenly teleported inside the vast crater. Moreover, his position was very precarious, for he had appeared right in front of Daggett. At once, all the participants inside the crater were stunned by this sudden development. Berger's heart sank and he roared in apprehension, "Boy, get out of there." At the same time, Blackie eyes widened in astonishment as well. He had never expected Adam to act so recklessly. In the next instance, his figure turned into a black flash, and he rushed towards the cultist and the undead knights. Meanwhile, Daggett was the most surprised out of everyone present. He had never expected Adam to deliver himself to him. According to him, the youth had just made things far easier for him. The news about Mathelda Whitaker's death had caused a furious storm in the Dark King's heart, turning him reckless and irrational. That was what Daggett thought. Adam's eyes were glowing with a divine, holy light, even as streams of blood poured steadily from them, painting a grim contrast between sanctity and suffering. Moreover, clenched tightly between his teeth was a thin black stick, invisible to all: anger, pain, sorrow, hatred, and hints of madness. Adam's being was filled with these intense emotions. A large amount of mana was gathered in his hands, one palm facing Daggett while the other facing upward, and then he unleashed a devastating attack of the Hand of Doom. But before he could even do that, the 2 rank 4 knights standing on either side of Daggett had already rushed towards him, their swords coming down on his torso. At the same time, the cultist, too, struck with his right hand. No matter how one looked at it, Adam's actions were a recipe for total disaster. Everyone thought that he had allowed his emotions to take control and attacked the enemy out of lapse of judgment. However, just when the 2 undead knights' blades were upon him, Adam's eyes gleamed with a dangerous light, and he whispered in Snackatung, "Expand." He spat the thin black stick from his mouth, and in the very next instant, it shot out to an immense length, its golden-capped ends smashing into both undead knights with bone-crushing force. In a single motion, the undead creatures were hurled away, the Staff of Calamity's golden-capped ends smashing them to the crater's ring with devastating force. Almost simultaneously, Adam intercepted Daggett's vicious blow. The cultist's fist ended up colliding with the shaft of the magical staff in a deafening impact, resulting in a thundering sound that echoed throughout the crater. Daggett could feel the bones in his right fist fracture slightly after coming in contact with the shaft. He didn't know what the weapon was made of, but whatever it was far stronger and valuable than anything he could ever imagine. As for Adam, he was hidden from Daggett's sight because of the sudden increase in the staff's size. It was like a giant black pillar that separated the two, but not for long. The raven-haired youth's eyes blazed with a divine light, and he vanished from this world, only to reappear behind Daggett an instant later, his attack flowing seamlessly as if teleportation had not interrupted it one bit. Adam poured every ounce of rage, grief, pain, and hatred into his next strike. His roar tore through the air, a primal cry that seemed to shake the very heavens themselves, and then he twisted both his hands in a savage, unrelenting spin, Hand of Doom billowing strike. The muffled hiss of air slicing against itself was heard, followed by an unseen shockwave rippling outward, and then a single, almost gentle thud broke the silence. Berger, who was mid-air, found his eyes slowly widening in astonishment. Even Blackie's movement slowed down, his dark eyes flashing with shock. Daggett, too, felt a level of disbelief he had never felt before. Only Adam was the one grinning from ear to ear like a madman. After all, that soft thud from earlier was the sound of Daggett's severed arm falling to the ground. Adam knew that the billowing strike, which would have turned ordinary targets to mere bloodstains, wouldn't have the same effect on a monocore magus, and thus he focused all that violent force into a single point, the target's shoulder. However, Adam wasn't done yet. Daggett was still recovering from the shock of having his arm severed. It was only a brief moment, but that was all Adam needed. Standing mere inches from the cultist, the youth spoke in a low, bewitching voice, his words dripping with irresistible command. "Look into my eyes." Daggett turned his head in a daze, gazing into the beautiful lotus patterns blooming in the youth's dark and murky eyes. While he was in a momentary state of confusion, Adam made his move. Rank 3 spell, Drowse. In an instant, Daggett's eyelids felt heavy. Exhaustion washed over him, threatening to overwhelm him. Moreover, the blood gushing out from his shoulder stump was making him feel extremely dizzy. He couldn't help but stagger on his feet, wanting nothing more than to take a nap. And it was at that moment the Berger had finished weaving a series of hand seals and finally attacked. Rank 4 spell, Terror of Imagination. In that moment, Daggett's eyes became blurry. Berger's spell had tapped into his nightmares and created an illusory manifestation of his deepest fears. And very soon, Daggett's face distorted into a hideous expression filled with abject horror. And now Daggett stood completely unguarded, fighting against the horrors of his imagination, rather than the real enemies that stood before him. Adam's eyes gleamed with a cold light as he immediately made his next move. Several tiny serpents burst from the ground and sank their fangs into Daggett's legs, their venom paralyzing him momentarily. Shrink. The Staff of Calamity then turned into the size of a toothpick again, allowing Berger enough space to make his move as well. And then, both master and disciple moved at the same time. Berger pressed 4 fingers on Daggett's back, aligning them in a precise vertical line. Mirroring the motion, Adam placed the 4 fingers firmly against the cultist's chest. Then both of them delivered a devastating 1-inch punch, while at the same time rotating their arm and fist. Hand of Doom, 1 hit. A deafening boom tore through the battlefield as the 2 practitioners of the Astral Tyrant Manual unleashed their identical, devastating strike. The technique's sheer penetrative force was absolute, unyielding, and unstoppable. And so, when their attacks met at the center of Daggett's body, his upper half was simply erased from existence. Flesh and bones were obliterated, and the soul was devoured. All that remained was the cultist's lower body, swaying for a brief, eerie moment before collapsing. Above the carnage, Berger hovered in the air, his fist locked in a solid bump with Adam's, who stood unflinching on the ground, bloody tears still trickling from his eyes. And just like that, Daggett, a monocore magus of the Cult of Bones, met the fate he deserved. Adam slowly lowered his hand, then gazed at Daggett's corpse, or whatever remained of it anyway. His eyesight had worsened significantly, so he was using the sphere of resonance to look. In front of him, hovering in the air, Berger remained quiet. He didn't even spare a glance at the corpse. No, his gaze was locked on Adam, who looked to be in a very dire shape, and when the gnome looked into his eyes, his expression grew even more solemn. After several moments passed in silence, Adam spoke at last. "Old man, he killed someone very dear to me, and now that he's dead, I feel empty." His lips quivered as blood continued to trickle down his face. All those intense emotions that he felt a moment ago were no more. He felt utterly hollow. The youth stood there in a daze then. He turned his head ever so slightly as if trying to listen to someone. The laughing god whispered, but the eternal soul lotus suppressed the flaw. Berger deeply looked at the raven-haired youth. He glided forward, then gently patted his shoulder. His lips curled into a faint smile and he said, "You did well, Adam." Adam smiled faintly too. He nodded ever so slightly. His lips parted and he muttered in a hoarse voice, "Took you long enough, old man." The very next moment, a gray light flashed between them, and then suddenly a furry gray cat appeared out of thin air, lunging at the elderly gnome. Valerian leapt at Berger with unrestrained joy, wrapping his furry arms tightly around the gnome's neck. He then nuzzled closer, licking his cheeks with affection. "I missed you, old man, I missed you so much." The young dragon seemed to be very happy. HMPH, Berger looked away. "I may or may not have thought of you from time to time." "Val, get back. It's too dangerous," Adam muttered hoarsely. Valerian gave him an angry look. He was about to retort when the grumpy old gnome suddenly spoke. "He's right, Valerian. You must remain inside his spirit sea and not come out until it's safe outside." "Understood." The young dragon frowned with dissatisfaction, but in the end he reluctantly agreed. "Fine." With that said, he turned into a gray flash of light, then dove inside the raven-haired youth's spirit sea. Then Adam stretched out a hand and muttered in Snackatongue, "Expand." Berger's eyes gleamed with fascination as he looked at the mysterious runes carved on the surface of the black staff. "Nice weapon," he praised. "Yeah, even I don't know its true grade. Apparently it's made from the spine of an ancient serpent." Adam nodded. Then he changed the subject. "So what's the plan now?" Berger turned to the side, staring at the far edges of the crater where Blackie was battling the two undead knights. From how things were looking, the mysterious black wolf didn't look like he was having any trouble dealing with them at all. "I'll help Blackie deal with those undead creatures first," he said, fishing out a long wooden pipe, then lighting it casually. "Then I'll go give the old man up north a hand." Adam's lips curled into a smile. "Who would have thought that your old man was in truth the Emperor Emeritus himself? You're full of secrets, old man." The grumpy old gnome's hand turned into a blur and then, pow, he smacked the youth on the head with his smoking pipe. "Full of secrets. You're one to talk, boy," Berger grumbled. "All those scriptures and manuals you sent me back then." His voice trailed off. Then he waved his hand and continued, "Forget it. We will talk more about this once this battle is over." He then turned towards the mountain ranges up north and added, "There are 5 more Monocore level cultists remaining. 4 are up north, being held up by the old man and the others. The last one is down south, fighting against the headmaster of Saratoga. For now, no one can interfere with the battle in the south. Blackwood's magic is a double-edged sword. Anyone who approaches will be injured, whether they are friend or foe. So for now, he would have to fight alone, and the one he's fighting, he's the strongest of them all." Adam's expression grew tense and he involuntarily clenched his fists. "It's the master," he said, "one of the elders of the inner council. The headmaster is fighting that man." Berger too turned his head south. After a moment, he assured the youth, "Your headmaster is a powerful individual, maybe. He's even as strong as the old man. Don't worry about him. In fact, you should be worried about yourself." The gnome was right. Adam was in an extremely bad condition at the moment. He had been fighting constantly since the start of the war, and received only a brief respite after his battle with Felix and the formless fog in the spirit world. Worse than his physical condition was his mental condition. And the faceless mask, constantly whispering into his mind, made it all the more frustrating and difficult to deal with. "Take some time to recuperate," the gnome added. "This area should be relatively clear, so stay here while I join the battle up north." Adam knew he was going to be of no help in a battle between Monocore Magi. He did not let his victories over Felix, the formless fog, and now Daggett get to his head. He knew what he was capable of and what he wasn't. So in the end, he nodded. However, he did offer a suggestion, one that would help tip the scales of war in their favor. "Old man," he called out softly, "there are 4 Monocore level cultists out there. Each of them is limited to only 2 undead summons of the same rank as them. 2 are currently being taken care of by Blackie. As for the other 6, I have a plan." Berger frowned. "This better not involve you in getting in any sort of danger." Adam's heart was warmed. He offered a faint smile and said with a slight shake of his head, "There is some danger, of course, but it's nothing I can't handle, so you have to trust me on this." The grumpy old gnome's frown deepened, but after he was done listening to Adam's plan, he was completely stunned. You're capable of that?" he asked in astonishment. Adam shrugged slightly. "Yes, it is the innate ability I received from Val, so it's very much possible. How else did you think I took care of the other Monocore Magus?" Berger looked at the youth for a long time, then ultimately nodded. "Very well. If you're that confident, then I don't see why not." He paused for a moment, then deeply looked into the youth's eyes. "And whatever it is you're doing," he said while gesturing to his bloodshot eyes, "stop it." Adam was slightly taken aback. He let out a nervous chuckle. "Ah, of course. Yes, I'll stop." Berger interrupted him, his tone hardening. "I mean it, Adam. If you continue down that path, those eyes will suffer irreparable damage. Something tells me they already have." Adam remained silent for a few moments, then smiled. I understand, I won't. Then there was nothing else left to say. Berger flew towards Blackie and assisted him in taking down the two undead knights. Meanwhile, Adam remained standing silently at the center of the crater. Suddenly, he turned south. A moment later, his bloodied face was shadowed by a frown and he murmured, "I feel like I've forgotten something." And in his mind, the laughing god whispered, mocking his ignorance. Harbor Quarter, a large crowd of magi had gathered on the docks, waiting with bated breath as they gazed upon the naval battle taking place in the near distance. In the beginning, the cult's fleet had taken the city's naval forces by surprise. Things were about to turn very bad very quickly, but just in the nick of time, an unknown fleet had emerged from the depths of the sea, intercepting the cult's forces. With their help, Ravenfell's forces were able to swiftly deal with the cult. However, as the battle progressed, the cult's reinforcements also started to arrive by sea. Slowly, the scales started to tip in their favor, but just when all hope seemed lost, the Dark King had summoned the Serpents of War. While the vast majority of them provided assistance to the Magi within the city, a few of them slipped into the ocean, and these few were powerful creatures. Now, after a battle that lasted almost the entire night, the city's naval forces were finally on the cusp of achieving victory. A young Mana Foundation magus stood at one of the broken piers and looked toward the naval battle in awe. He witnessed a powerful mana vortex-level serpent burst forth from the water and coil around an enemy ship. Then he saw brave warriors jump into the enemy vessel and slaughter the cultists. "Amazing," he murmured in awe. His gaze shifted to the galleons with white sails, ones that were emblazoned with the symbol of the rising sun. Seeing that mysterious banner, he couldn't help but ask in puzzlement, "That symbol? I don't think I've seen it anywhere before." An elderly magus standing beside him, bloodied and battered from the battle, followed his gaze and nodded. This is the first time I'm seeing it as well. I don't know who they are, but if not for them, we wouldn't have come out on top. Who do you think they are?" Another magus joined in their conversation, and many more gathered around them. "I have no clue. Maybe the Emperor sent them." "The Emperor? Goodness arcana. Heh, why are you so surprised?" The elderly magus smirked. "Isn't the Emperor Emeritus present here with us? Who knows? Maybe the current Emperor might show himself as well." "That's preposterous," argued the young magus. "If he comes here, then who is going to protect Akrian?" Who you little ones do not know the strength of Acadia," the elderly man chuckled. Then he posed a question of his own. "Who says there's only one monocore magus in the capital?" Just as he finished saying those words, the last of the cult's ships sank into the depths of the Galestein, and its cultists along with it. A few moments of tense silence ensued on the harbor. Most of the Magi's eyes teared up from witnessing the scene before them. And then, like a dam that had burst open, the people of Ravenfell erupted in cheers and applause. With that, all the districts of Ravenfell except for the northern quarter had been secured. The Magi standing at the docks cried tears of joy. Some screamed in delight, while others hugged one another. After a brutal battle that lasted almost the entire night, they had finally emerged victorious. Their celebration, however, was short-lived. Just a minute after the city's naval fleet had clutched the victory, the ground suddenly rumbled. It was slow at first, but then the very earth started to quake. Many people lost their balance and tumbled off the pier, falling into the ocean. It was as if an earthquake had struck out of nowhere, and then they heard it. Boom! At that moment, Berger's divine meteor struck the ground like a celestial hammer, obliterating a large section of the northern quarter in an instant. The resulting shockwave and crushing pressure were so immense, so catastrophic, that their force rippled all the way to the harbor quarter. What is happening? Are we being attacked again? Is it the cult? The people on the pier, as well as the ones on the ships at sea, immediately panicked, their faces shadowed by fear and nervousness. And then, all of a sudden, the night sky was illuminated by a blinding light. Everyone subconsciously turned their heads in the direction of the light, and what they saw took their breath away. A colossal mushroom cloud of light and dust erupted from the earth, almost piercing the sky. For a brief few seconds, it was almost as though the sun itself had descended upon Ravenfell. And then, the light completely vanished, as if it had never existed at all. Yet its passing left a wound that would never heal, a scar etched onto the bones of the city and the hearts of its people. That direction. It's the northern quarter. What the hell is going on? The elderly magus spoke once again, his eyes flashing with fear and reverence. Such destructive power. Only a monocore magus is capable of such a feat. Elsewhere in the southern part of the city, Daniel Ransenberg, who was leading 24 magi at the peak of the mana liquefaction rank, suddenly commanded his horse to stop. Everyone then turned around and gazed at the gigantic mushroom cloud of light and dust slowly dissipating. Radon, riding beside the counselor, felt his eyes widen in sheer disbelief. What is happening to our city?" he muttered with bloodshot eyes, his tone laced with anger and indignation. The city he loved, the city he grew up in, now lay in utter ruins. Buildings had collapsed, the streets were strewn with corpses, and blood flowed like rivers. Fire from the aftermath of spells ravaged most parts of the city, and now, something literally earth-shattering just happened in the northern quarter. Daniel's eyes narrowed and he subconsciously gritted his teeth. Magi. It seems they fought within the city. His men followed behind without hesitation, whereas Radon and the dozen men from the Black Legion could only reluctantly follow. The burly captain of the Black Legion rode beside the counselor, then asked the question that had been in everyone's mind. Counselor Ranzenberg, why are we moving away from the battlefield? Shouldn't we be helping our brothers? Just what are you planning? Please tell us. Daniel remained silent for a long time, his face stoic as ever. At last he spoke in a calm and steady voice. Radon, tell me, how many districts make up Ravenfell? Radon frowned. He exchanged glances with his men and noticed that all of them had the same expressions. Just what kind of stupid question was this? As someone who grew up in Ravenfell, how could he not know? 6, he answered matter-of-factly, suppressing the impatience in his tone. Name them, said the counselor. Radon's frown deepened as he intently glanced at the man. In the end, he answered nonetheless. Northern Quarter, Uptown Quarter, Downtown Quarter, Market Quarter, Harbor Quarter, and gradually Radon's face twisted into a dark frown as he murmured Northern, Uptown, Downtown, Market, Harbor, and why, what is? A drop of sweat trickled down the side of his forehead, and he felt his blood turning cold. The same was true for the men following behind him. Fear gripped their hearts. Something very insidious was at play. A few moments later, Daniel's words rang like thunder in their ears. Forgotten the 6th district, have you? Over 24 magi on horseback rode through the ravaged streets of Ravenfell, heading south. At their head rode Counselor Ranzenberg, and the men behind continued to ride without stopping. From time to time, they cut down scattered cultists who dared to cross their path. Behind them, the vestiges of the final clash between the cult and the city's forces were slowly fading into silence. Crumbling buildings, bloody corpses, and devastating fires passed them by as they rode their horses. From time to time, they would receive updates on the battle happening in the Northern Quarter, as well as the force's status in the other districts. These men learned that the Uptown, Downtown, and Market Quarter had been secured by the city's forces, and that all the enemies in these districts had been dealt with. The naval battle had just recently concluded, and the city's forces had clutched a great victory. The biggest piece of news they heard was regarding the Dark King taking down an enemy magus. They had heard reports of the young magus taking the enemy with him to the spirit world, and then ruining alone and victorious. Furthermore, they also learned about the second enemy, magus, being killed in the Northern Quarter. Once again, the Dark King was involved in this victory. Meanwhile, the remaining forces of the cult were also being swiftly dealt with in that district. 2 enemy magi had been slain, and the cult's forces had been all but annihilated. Victory for Ravenfell was inevitable, yet it came at a ruinous price: a city left in shambles, and countless civilians dead. War was an ugly business. Given the hand Ravenfell had been dealt, its achievement was nothing short of impossible, yet the city and its people had seized it all the same. Now, the final judgment hinged on the outcome of the battle between the magi. With 2 of the enemy already slain, it seemed like the Akkadian experts would seize the victory. But these were necromancers they faced. For now, the scales tipped toward the Akkadian magi, unless death itself had other plans. Despite receiving a string of good news from the battlefield up north, Daniel, Radon, and the others did not look all too happy. In fact, their faces were extremely ghastly. They had just learned about something truly sinister at play, after all. They continued to ride south, galloping past the corpses of friends and foes alike. Radon, who was riding beside the counselor, glanced at him and asked, his tone laced with apprehension, "My lord, just what kind of magic are we dealing with?" Everyone's expression grew tense as they waited for the counselor to answer. They had never come across such a devious type of magic before. They were all born in Ravenfell. They all grew up within these city walls. They all knew there were 6 districts in the city, yet they couldn't recall the name of the 6th district. Daniel remained silent for a long time. After turning a corner and guiding his horse over a wide stretch of rubble, he finally spoke. "I believe it's from the School of Enchantment." Enchantment? Radon was taken aback. He had some general knowledge about this school of magic, of course. He knew that it focused on manipulating minds, influencing thoughts and actions. A practitioner of this school of magic was highly adept at reading the body language and emotions of others. These magi weren't known for their raw, destructive power, however. Radon, as well as the others in the group, were having difficulty understanding how a spell from this school could have such an effect on their minds. Such a large-scale spell was simply unbelievable. Suddenly, he thought of something and said in a trembling voice, "This, could it be a rank 4 spell?" Daniel silently nodded his head, his brows furrowing into a tight knot. He couldn't help but think to himself, just what are these cultists planning? Why would they go so far as to warp our minds and alter our perception? What has the cult been hiding in Ravenfell's forgotten 6th district? And how did they get away with concealing it for so long? His hand subconsciously reached for the inner pocket of his robes, where he had secured a very crucial item. Daniel's thoughts drifted to Sabrina's lifeless face, which still haunted his mind. He found himself involuntarily gnashing his teeth in fury and grief. My lord," Radon called out. Daniel snapped out of his thoughts, his eyes narrowing. Then he looked at the burly captain of the Black Legion, gesturing for him to continue. Radon thought for a few moments, then finally said, "If everyone in the city has forgotten about the 6th district, then how did you come to know about it?" This was a question that not just him, but every person in the group was curious about. If this phenomenon were a result of a rank 4 spell, then how did Daniel, a mana vortex magus, remain immune to its effects? Daniel remained silent for a few moments, then succinctly said, "Because of Sabrina." His answer caused Radon and the rest to be even more confused. If the whole city was oblivious to the happenings in the 6th district, how did the late Lord Marshal of the city come to know about it? More importantly, how was she able to convey the message to Councillor Ranzenberg? After all, by the time the latter had met her, she had already passed away. Despite his curiosity, Radon refrained from asking any further questions. They had all seen how deeply the councillor had reacted to Sabrina's death earlier. Thus he chose to keep to himself and silently follow behind Daniel. If there was truly an even greater threat emerging in the 6th district, then he and the others would do their best to deal with it. It was their duty. And so the riders steeled their resolve and continued to ride southward. Daniel, on the other hand, felt countless emotions swirl in his heart, yet his expression remained stoic as ever. He thought back to the scene that greeted him in the Benton Manor. When he hugged Sabrina's cold body and mourned her death, he had found something clasped tightly in her hand. It was a small, circular disc with complex runes carved on it. Additionally, there was a small note attached to it. Daniel knew the purpose of the disc and knew what he had to do. It was also because of Sabrina's note that Daniel was made aware of the forgotten 6th district. The note consisted of just a few simple words, but those few words changed everything. The note read, "Corvid quarter the true threat. Sabrina." Daniel thought with overwhelming sadness. "Even in death, you continue to protect our home." After nearly an hour of riding, the Magi reached the Del River, the waterway that split Corvid from the rest of the city. All that remained was to cross the bridge and pass through the walls that sealed the quarter, and what awaited them on the other side was nothing short of pure madness. Northern Quarter. After Berger's earth-shattering attack and the subsequent fight with Daggett, the situation in this district had turned chaotic for a while. The Magi present scrambled to get to safety. The fight between the two Monocore Magi had changed the entire landscape of the district. Fortunately, the cultists bore the brunt of the divine meteor since they'd been the ones to form a perimeter around the previous death zone the Dark King had created, preventing the Magi of the city from going anywhere near Adam or Daggett. But that was not to say that there hadn't been any casualties among the city's forces. But compared to the casualties among the cultists, it was but a drop in the bucket. It took the Ravenfell Magi a few moments to gather themselves and understand their current situation. And then, all hell broke loose. A chaotic melee ensued without any proper formation or order. If they saw a cultist, they killed a cultist. As the saying goes, a beast is most dangerous when it is cornered. Many cultists put their lives on the line and switched to suicidal tactics. As a result, the city forces suffered some more casualties. But in the end, the Magi of Acadia prevailed. When the cultists noticed that the battle had already been lost by them, they did not hesitate to flee. For most, their lives were more important than duty and honor. At last, the city's forces finally had a chance to catch their breath and recuperate, or at least most did. Under the orders of Councillor MacLeod, elite Magi of the city were sent to apprehend eliminated cultists that had fled. And so, peace and silence finally descended upon the ravaged northern district. The Acadian Magi had clearly won, yet no one celebrated. No, they began to recover their strength and prepare for the worst. After all, though the battle between the cities and the cult's Mana Vortex Magi and those of lesser ranks had ended, the battle between the Mana Core Magi still raged in full swing. The explosive sounds of battle from the mountain ranges north of the city still continued to thunder in the ears of these surviving Magi. After all, they were quite close to their battlefield now. In the dark of the night, an ominous feeling settled in the heart of these Magi. The entire outcome of the Battle of Ravenfell would depend on which side's Mana Core Magi came out on top. But it did bring them some consolation that 2 enemy Mana Core Magi had been slain, and the Mana Core Magi from their side were still alive and fighting. And the person who had played a crucial role in taking down both these enemy Magi was currently lying down inside a temporary tent and being tended to by experts of the Herbalists Guild. A large crowd had gathered outside the tent, anxiously waiting for the hero of Ravenfell to come out. Meanwhile, inside the tent, the most proficient herbalists of the guild were surrounding Adam, who now lay on an operating bed. He lay bloodied and battered, his grievous wounds visible for all to see, making them wince. The one to lead these herbalists in treating Adam was none other than the guild leader, Halbert Dawson. "If you try anything funny, I will snap your neck. Better yet, I will command those serpents inside you to give you the most gruesome death." "Understood," Halbert, who was stitching the youth's torso wounds, suddenly found his hands trembling in fear. Then he immediately nodded his head like a hungry chicken pecking at grains. "Counselor Dawson, is everything all right? You're shaking." Edwin Turner, who was standing close to the man, couldn't help but notice the sudden change. Haha, of course, of course. Dawson wiped the sweat from his forehead as he let out a nervous laugh. "I'm just too tired from the whole ordeal. It's been a long night." Edwin didn't think much about it. He turned to Adam and asked, his tone laced with concern, "How are you feeling? How are your mana reserves holding up?" Adam turned toward the source of the voice, his gaze unfocused. His lips curled into a faint smile. "I'll live, don't worry." He paused for a moment, then continued, "I still have some mana left, after canceling the summoning, so there's nothing to worry about." "You say there's nothing to worry about, but..." Edwin's gaze shifted towards the youth's eyes. The whites were dyed crimson, and the pupils were murky and unfocused. The elderly magus from the tower then turned to Dawson and asked, "How bad is it, counselor? His eyes, I mean. Can they still be cured?" Halbert stopped what he was doing and shifted his gaze to Adam's face, suppressing the fear from appearing in his own eyes. The elderly herbalist gazed at the youth's cloudy eyes and said after a moment of deliberation, "It's hard to say, but as long as the optic nerves remain intact, a transplant is still possible." Although it would take many years for the new eyes to attune themselves, nourished by his mana until they truly become his own. Edwin nodded, relieved. "Good, good, that is good to hear." Edward, who was standing beside his grandfather, also heaved a sigh of relief. He turned to Adam and offered a brilliant smile. "You hear that, you drunk bastard. At least you won't go permanently blind." Adam nodded, "I suppose so." But inwardly he scoffed at Dawson's remark. "Can't transplant if optic nerves are damaged." "HMPH, that just means you're not good enough, you rat. I have plenty of ways I can think of." He then thought of something and asked, "Fatty, where's the old man? And Blackie, are any of you aware? They were last seen heading west of the city. As far as I could tell, one of the two undead knights had already been taken care of. Now only one should remain," said the blue-eyed youth. Adam silently nodded. "Now only one final battle remained, battle between the mana core magi." He had a vital role to play in that. This brief respite was his only chance to recover what strength he could, and then he would set out for the mountain range north of the city. And while he made plans for the future battle, the laughing god continued to whisper. South of the city, across the sprawling farmlands, a vast cloud of tenebrous mist continued to shift from one location to another. However, as if having a mind of its own, the dark cloud steered clear of the city. Wherever it passed, the land slowly corroded away. Inside the darkness, flashes of light continued to appear from time to time. One moment they would appear at the edge of darkness, the next, they would reappear all the way on the other side, over 100 meters away. In a second, light would flash close to a dozen times. It looked like a dozen lighthouses had appeared in the middle of a stormy, dark sea, only to disappear the next moment like a fleeting mirage. Finally, after what seemed like forever, the flashes of light stopped. All that remained was the ever-shifting tenebrous mist. Headmaster Marcus Blackwood and Elder Marden Benton stood a few dozen meters apart from each other. The former was clad in dark robes, a cape that seemed to be woven from countless raven feathers billowed behind him. His face was cold as ice, and his dark eyes showed hints of fatigue. In his hands he grasped a silver longsword that was stained red with blood. On the other side, Marden wore pale robes. There were countless cuts all over his body, cutting through his clothes and flesh. Blood pooled beneath his feet, yet he remained standing as straight as an arrow. In his hand he grasped a black blade, its edges chipped from battle. Despite having his figure riddled with scars, Marden had a faint, confident smile on his face. "Headmaster," he said, "I'm quite surprised at your level of swordsmanship, to be honest." Blackwood's face was indifferent, but his dark eyes gleamed with a flicker of grim resolve. Although his opponent might have looked to be in a pretty sorry state, the truth was far from it, and Marden's following actions further proved that. With a simple one-handed seal, the blood that had pooled beneath the cultist's feet gradually slithered back into his wounds. Then the wounds healed themselves at a startling pace, the flesh knitting back together until Marden was whole again. Only the shredded fabric of his robes betrayed the ordeal he had endured. The man was no different than an undead creature, except he was very much alive. "And I did not expect you to be a practitioner of blood magic," said the headmaster. "Tell me, traitor, why not practice necromancy like the rest of you vermin?" Marden displayed a hurtful expression. "A traitor, eh?" He smiled bitterly. "I suppose that's what I am to you." His words got stuck in his throat when the headmaster suddenly disappeared from his spot. In a flash of black light, the elderly magus arrived right behind Marden, his silver long sword raised high. And then, he delivered a vicious downward slash. Blackwood felt the blade slice through flesh, muscles, bones, the lung, and then it passed through empty air and settled on the ground. Immediately after, a long wedge was formed through the farmlands, running deep for more than a mile like a ghastly scar etched on the earth. The ground trembled violently as the shockwaves of the sword slash rolled across the lands. Blackwood couldn't help but frown deeply. He flicked his blade, wiping the blood off it, then turned around. In the distance, Marden stood with the same faint smile on his face, the wound on his shoulder and chest regenerating at an alarming rate, just a little more. And Blackwood would have sliced through the traitor's heart. Alas, Marden was too fast, too skilled, and too good a combat master. After all, he was able to last an entire night of battle against an old monster such as Marcus Blackwoodone of the most powerful magi of Ulier. Moreover, his proficiency in blood magic made him all the more dangerous. The traitor of the Benton family ignored the headmaster's underhanded tactic. He even ignored the rapidly healing wound on his chest that had been dangerously close to killing him. Instead, he continued where he left off. You see, headmaster, being a necromancer in the cult, is a dangerous bargain. To take that path is to hand the Lord direct dominion over your soul. Of course, someone like me, who prefers freedom above all else, could never accept such chains. So instead, I chose the study of blood magic. But do not mistake me, the Lord's grasp still lingers, though far weaker than the necromancers suffer. And truthfully, I could never stomach the stench of corpses. No, necromancy was never my fate. From the beginning, I was destined for something else, destined to be free. Towards the end, his voice trailed off, and he turned his head towards the blurry silhouette standing behind him. His eyes flickered with hints of madness then. They suddenly narrowed. Blackwood's sword came hacking down at him, ready to sever his head. But at the last moment, Marden was able to perfectly parry the attack and escape with some minor injuries once again. In the next second, the two exchanged almost a dozen blows. But every time, Marden was able to somehow slip out of mortal danger, and the wounds he received were healed in no time. The same was true for the damage that the tenebrous cloud dealt to his body. This dark mist was supposed to slowly corrode his flesh and leave him for dead, but from the beginning of this battle, Marden had been constantly healing himself, rendering the black mist useless. One could even argue that Marden's magic was the perfect counter to Blackwood's. Still, the headmaster did not get impatient. He continued to fight, trying to understand the traitor's weakness. It wouldn't take long for him to deal with him. At the very least, if he couldn't kill Marden, he was certain of driving him away. He looked at the cultist, who was whispering something under his breath as if talking to someone, and said, "And so your lord ordered you to slaughter your family to prove your loyalty. Is that it?" Marden's brown eyes gleamed with madness. "I told you, their death served a glorious purpose. But yes, you're right, that was part of the reason, I suppose. And how does that feel?" Blackwood's lips curled into a cold smile, his eyes flashing with fury. "Knowing that the spirits of your family will haunt you forever. Something tells me they already do." "Shut up," Marden muttered coldly, readying his blade for another clash. And just before they were about to attack one another, boom, Burgers. Divine meteor obliterated a large section of the northern quarter. The two magi were momentarily startled. Marden couldn't help but turn toward the city with a stunned look on his face, and it was right at that moment. Blackwood appeared before him like a specter and swung his silver long sword. Slash! With a dull thud, Marden's severed head fell to the ground. Burger's sudden arrival and the calamitous strike he unleashed upon both Daggett and the Northern District brought a momentary halt to the battlefield where the other Mana Corps magi clashed. In the mountain range north of the city, silence reigned for a few moments, broken only by the crackle of flames and the sickening hiss of burning flesh. The entire expanse of land north of Ravenfell was engulfed in a sea of black flames, and within that inferno. Tens of thousands of undead creatures writhed and perished in unending agony. Towards the beginning of the battle, the four Mana Corps magi of the cult had unleashed a terrifying horde of undead, not to battle their enemies, but to envelope the city in death and rot. Needless to say, their plans were quite nefarious for the city of Ravenfell. But unfortunately for them, Balthazar's magic was the very bane of their wretched, undead existence. So when the cultists summoned their horde, Balthazar was there to greet them with fire, his flames so fierce and unyielding that they instilled fear in the hearts of these cultists. His fire burned hotter, darker, and more mercilessly than ordinary fire. That was how he came to be known as Blackfire Balthazar. Flying high above the snowy peaks, the burly figure of an elderly man turned around and looked at the giant cloud of light and dust with visible surprise. Such a powerful mana combat technique. The elderly magus exclaimed. He was none other than Balthazar. He turned to another elderly person, levitating in the near distance. This person, however, seemed ancient. To call him an elderly person would be an understatement. "Old man Acadia," Balthazar called out. "You wouldn't happen to know anything about that, would you?" Gerald Acadia, the former emperor too, turned toward the source of the major disturbance, his eyes narrowing. Although he couldn't identify that ruinous technique, he was, however, able to discern the mana signature. He turned back around, focusing on his opponents. His lips parted and he flatly muttered, "Yes, it's my disciple, Burger." Balthazar whistled in surprise. "Goodness arcana. If you had something like that in your arsenal, why didn't you use it? We would have long since been done with these cultists." Gerald's lips twitched. That is not a technique I taught him. Balthazar was at a loss for words. What? Wait, then how did your disciple learn of it? A legacy left behind by those ancient magi from Mabai. But surely you would have known. Yes, Gerald's face darkened. No, I do not know. He paused for a moment, then spoke with slight indignation in his voice. It probably has something to do with my grand disciple. That boy, he's full of secrets. Balthazar was momentarily stunned, then his lips curled into a wide smile. The Dark King, say, you think you could get the boy to sign on a piece of parchment. You see, my great-granddaughter is a big admirer and today is her birthday, so I was thinking. Gerald growled, interrupting him. We'll talk about that once the battle is over. Be serious, Balthazar. Ah, it's a promise then. Blackfair laughed out loud. Slowly his grin disappeared, replaced by a cold, predatory expression. 4 cultists stood before him, floating in mid-air. They were supported by 8 undead knights. But suddenly, 2 of the 8 undead transformed into a deathly blur as they flew towards the city. Almost instantaneously, Balthazar prepared to give chase, but right at that moment the Emperor Emeritus outstretched a hand. Stay. Then he scanned the vast expanse of the mountain region and spoke in a solemn voice, Silent King, take care of them. Balthazar frowned. Although the Silent King hadn't taken any action yet, just his presence here rather, the lack of it struck fear in the hearts of the cultists, making them wonder when the infamous assassin would stab them in the back. So he couldn't understand why Gerald would send the expert assassin back to the city and relieve pressure off their enemy. What is he thinking? Balthazar wondered, but he didn't say anything. And the next moment an eerie voice that was neither male nor female echoed all around them, as you command, your majesty. And then, there were 2 against 10. Balthazar muttered in a solemn voice, Old man Acadia. What are you planning? The Emperor Emeritus spoke to him through. Mind whisper, how long can you contain those 6 undead knights? Balthazar's brows furrowed ever so slightly, then he truthfully answered, a minute. Maybe 2. Why, good, said Gerald. You do that. Leave the cultists to me. Then there were no more words left to be said. Balthazar trusted Gerald's judgment, so in the next moment they both disappeared. Since Balthazar's magic was very effective against undead creatures, he was tasked with dealing with the knights. Moreover, he was a very powerful monocore magus in his own right, so it was possible for him to hold the enemies down for a small period of time. Blackfur coiled around his fists like it had a will of its own. In the blink of an eye, Balthazar appeared right before the undead knights. The black flames flared into brilliance and formed dozens of writhing tendrils. They lashed out, ensnaring the knights in a crushing grip, and with a thunderous roar, Balthazar hurled them against the distant snowy peak. He then flew in that direction a heartbeat later. In an instant, the roar of flames and the bone-crushing impact of fists smashing against cold flesh thundered across the mountain range. Several peaks crumbled under the devastation, yet Balthazar relentlessly drove the undead monsters down, violently pinning them beneath his might. On the other side, high up in the air, the cultists had no time to worry about their summons, because the Emperor Emeritus was already upon them. His choice of weapon was a pair of thick chains etched with magical runes. With every swing of his hands, the chains multiplied. 2 became 4, 4 became 8, until the cultists found themselves surrounded by a world woven entirely of deathly chains. Every spell hurled by the cultists was effortlessly intercepted by the countless chains. At the same time, Gerald sealed their movements within this sphere of chains. He was a master of sealing magic, after all, and sealing magic reigned supreme over the domain of space itself. Gerald poured a considerable amount of mana, his expression turning vicious. The next moment, the movements of the cultists inside the sphere slowed down considerably, as though they were struggling through thick, suffocating quicksand. The Emperor Emeritus's hands blurred, and the next moment he vanished. He teleported behind a cultist, delivering a crushing punch to the spine, sending the man hurling into the sea of black flames below. Then 2 massive portals tore open in the sky, and from them a pair of colossal ancient chains violently lashed out, striking 2 more cultists. Both of them were sent hurling away into the far distance, blood spraying through the air. Now only 1 cultist remained. Gerald poured even more mana into his spell, teleporting in and out of the material world. By the time his figure stabilized, his face had grown deathly pale. However, the last cultist was already bound by chains, his movement utterly frozen for a brief second. Seizing the chance, Gerald grasped the other end of the chain tied to the cultist and swung with all his might. With a thunderous boom that rolled across the land, the cultist's body slammed into a distant mountain wall, carving a crater into the stone. And then a cold gust of wind swept across the battlefield. Out of the haze, a figure emerged, long ash-blonde hair flowing behind pointed ears. A single flash of sword light split the air. Slash! In that instant, the entire mountain, along with the cultist, was cleaved clean in 2. The sharp ring of the blade sliding back into the scabbard echoed across the range. When the dust finally settled, the figure of an elf could be seen standing upon the freshly cut peak. Nylian of the Red Wind had arrived. The wind brushed past Nylian's hair, making it gently flutter. With the backdrop of the starlit sky, he looked less like a man and more like a celestial being who had descended from the heavens to strike down the abominations of the underworld. Yet, despite slaying the Monocore Magus, Electo, of the Cult of Bones with a swift sword strike, the elf's face appeared slightly pale. His breathing was also a little labored. It would appear that one strike had consumed a lot of his mana. The elf glanced at the pale and exhausted figure of an elderly man descending on the freshly cut peak, then landing gently beside him. He immediately placed a hand on his chest and respectfully bowed. "Your Majesty, it is an honor to meet you." Gerald waved a hand. He looked even paler than the elf, and there were beads of sweat constantly trickling down from his forehead. His chest was heaving up and down, and he seemed to be straining to even breathe. Seeing this, Nalian couldn't help but feel greatly concerned. Not only had the Emperor Emeritus been fighting for the entire night, but he had also just now swiftly taken care of the cultists in order to provide a chance for Nalian to finish off one of them. To the untrained eye, it might seem like Gerald had effortlessly fought the cultists and separated them, but in truth, he had expended vast amounts of his mana reserves to make such an incredible feat possible. Furthermore, he was an old man with one foot already in the grave. Suffice to say, stamina was not his strongest suit, and yet, he had taken care of those 4 cultists so smoothly. That only went on to show his terrifying battle prowess despite his old age. The elderly ruler coughed violently, his palm stained by his blood, but he thought nothing of it at all. He turned to the elf and nodded with approval. "Good strike." Then, without bothering about Nalian's reply, he scanned the battlefield. The 3 cultists were recovering from his last attack. It would take only a few seconds for them to rejoin their battle. Balthazar, on the other hand, was struggling to further contain the 6 undead knights. Gerald's expression twisted into a dark scowl. "Those wretched creatures are a constant hindrance. I doubt we'll get another chance to kill the cultists like we did just now. So long as those knights remain, the situation will turn dire. Even Balthazar's flames can only hold them back for so long." Then he turned south, facing Ravenfell. "Berger, Blackie, and Kieran will take some time to deal with the 2 knights over there, and then we'll have." He turned back to their current battlefield, snow-laden peaks touching the sky, and a sea of black flames engulfing the ground. 6 of us against 9 of them," Nalian said in a grim voice. He'd never imagined his first battle as a Monocore Magus to be so intense. There's also their leader to account for, but I'm confident in Marcus's skills. In a one-on-one battle against him, very few in this world can achieve victory. Even I may not be able to defeat him, Gerald muttered, his gaze locked onto the 3 cultists slowly flying towards them. Nalian was slightly surprised by hearing such praise about his mentor. The one to give said praise was none other than the 2nd Emperor of Acadia, after all, and all the emperors in the Empire's history have been known to be the strongest magi in Ulier. Suddenly, the air around them shifted. Both of them instantly turned alert, thinking it was a surprise attack, but much to their relief and surprise, a small rift in the space appeared out of nowhere, and from it, a wisp of smoke emerged, floating towards the elderly man. Gerald frowned. He recognized this smoke. It was Berger's method of sending messages to him through the spirit world. The smoke levitated before his eyes, then turned into a string of words that only he could see. "Your Majesty, what is it?" asked Nalian as he got ready to battle. The cultists were already upon them. Meanwhile, Balthazar was also flying towards them, unable to pin down the 6 undead knights any longer. It was going to be a very brutal battle ahead of them. Gerald Acadia muttered in a daze, "It's from my disciple." He stopped speaking those words aloud. Instead, he said, "Mind whisper to both Nalian and Balthazar. Adam has a way to permanently deal with the undead knights. We just need to gather all 6 of them in one place." Nalian and Balthazar were stunned. How is a mere mana vortex magus capable of taking care of 6 beings one entire rank above him? That was a ridiculous notion. Nalian remained silent, his brows furrowing into a tight knot. Balthazar, on the other hand, couldn't help but voice out his concern. "Are we truly going to leave such a big task in the hands of that boy?" He paused for a moment, then added, "Old man Acadia, do you trust him?" Gerald inhaled deeply, his eyes hardening with resolve. 2 thick chains burst from his sleeves as he sent a mental transmission to both magi. "Have faith in Adam. We must find a way to draw those undead knights together. Now, attack." And then another brutal clash erupted in the mountain range, this one far more terrifying, far more desperate than the previous clashes. The Battle of Ravenfell was at last beginning to draw to a close. In the farmlands south of the city, the tenebrous clouds slowly dissipated. Blackwood saw no meaning in needlessly expending mana and using it to attack his enemy any longer. He had tried to look for weak points, but Marden's blood magic was clearly very good at healing him. As the dark mist disappeared, Blackwood appeared standing in front of Marden's corpse. However, instead of feeling reassured or triumphant, he had a very cold look on his face. "You keep resorting to these petty tricks," he spat coldly. "What are you stalling for?" A few moments of eerie silence ensued, and then a carefree chuckle echoed on the battlefield. "Ah, headmaster, as expected of you. There's no fooling your senses." Marden slowly appeared like a mirage a few dozen meters away from the headmaster, his hands clasped behind his back. The black blade was already sheathed and out of sight. He glanced at Blackwood's cold face and said with a smile, "I wasn't trying to stall, by the way. I was making preparations. Can you believe it? It took me almost the entire night." Then his smile turned vicious and cruel. "I was only trying to poison you, headmaster, you see. I had to be very subtle about it. Tell me, do you feel it?" Blackwood's eyes narrowed. He was about to speak when suddenly, a single drop of blood slid from his nose and splattered onto the ground. One drop after another continued to trickle down his nose, dyeing his gray beard a dark crimson. Blackwood raised his hand and wiped the blood off his nose, his eyes flickering with slight alarm. How, he wondered to himself, replaying his entire battle with Marden inside his mind. Then he glanced at the traitor, watching the victorious smile on his face. The headmaster ignored it, instead looking for any discrepancies. Finally, he was able to notice it. His eyes narrowed even further as he muttered in a hoarse voice, "Your blade." Marden's grin turned even more sinister. His hands blurred as he weaved the physical component for a spell, his blood acting as the material component. At the same time, he answered, his tone condescending and filled with mockery, "As expected of you, headmaster. Your greatest strength is not your magical prowess, but your observational skill. Yes, you are correct, my blade indeed contained poison, a poison so potent that it could affect even a mighty mana core magus such as yourself." Two large star-shaped blades appeared in each of Marden's hands. Of course, they were made of his own blood. He then continued, "Every time our blades clashed, the poison was released into the air. Of course, at such close proximity, it was inhaled by both of us. But as you can see, I've consumed the antidote, and you haven't." With that said, Marden rushed towards the poisoned headmaster, turning into a crimson flash of light. Within a heartbeat, he was already upon the elderly magus, hacking his twin blood weapons at him with relentless fury. Blackwood's vision turned slightly blurry. This poison. It appeared that it didn't weaken his body, not directly at least. Instead, it targeted the nervous system, dulling his reactions and slowing his judgment and awareness. And that made him slow to react to Marden's attacks. That made him go on the back foot as he continued to defend against the enemy's ruthless attacks. Marden, on the other hand, grew even more ferocious as he increased the intensity of his strikes. Throughout the entire night, he had been subtly poisoning the headmaster. His black blade was forged from poison and ore. Every time the blade was chipped in a clash, the poison would be ejected into the air, inhaled by both. If not for Blackwood's tenebrous cloud that constantly engulfed the battlefield, the poison would have infiltrated his body even faster. Regardless, Marden had succeeded in his scheme, and all that remained was to kill the man before him and thoroughly cripple one of Acadia's limbs. But deep down, Marden knew that even with the poison, it was going to be difficult to slay Blackwood. He needed something more. However, right at that moment, something unexpected happened. Blackwood coughed a mouthful of blood, staggering on his feet. Shockingly enough, he was also no longer able to hold his sword properly. As his silver longsword clattered to the ground, Marden's eyes gleamed with a cold light, and he brought his star-shaped weapons together, transforming them into a great sword. Then, without hesitation, he flew towards Blackwood like an ominous crimson ray of light, aiming to stab the man's heart. His lips curled into a triumphant smirk as the tip of the blood sword was mere inches away from piercing through his enemy. But at the last possible moment, Blackwood sneered. The weakness he had shown just now seemingly vanished. He easily sidestepped the attack, then gathered a ridiculous amount of mana into his right arm. The apparition of an eerie raven's head appeared behind the headmaster briefly, and then the elderly magus gritted his teeth and swung his arm forward with brutal force and intensity, striking Marden's neck and delivering a crushing lariat. In that moment, Marden felt like his neck would be savagely severed from the rest of his body. He gritted his teeth and directed all his mana into augmenting his upper body so that it wasn't obliterated into meat paste. There was a limit to the healing capabilities through his blood magic, after all. If his vital organs were destroyed, then no matter how much he tried, he would never be able to regenerate. Blackwood's strike was so powerful, so devastating, that it ruptured the ground in a radius of tens of meters. The soil was upturned and a crater was immediately formed. The air was torn apart as visible shockwaves rippled outward. Then, like a cannonball, Marden was blasted away towards the city, easily smashing through the thick city wall and countless other buildings, carving a deep scar on the earth. His fate, unknown. Meanwhile, Blackwood stood tall and unyielding, his aura warping the air around him. He tilted his head a little, then blew blood from his nostrils. "Fool," his cold words echoed through the battlefield. "Did you really think poison alone could bring me down?" He stretched out his hand, and the following moment, his silver long sword flew back into his grasp. That moment of weakness earlier had been nothing more than a feint to lure Marden into his trap. Still, Blackwood had to admit that the poison was strong enough to dull his senses. However, something like that wouldn't hold him back from murdering the traitor. The following instant, the blade of his long sword was engulfed in black flames. No, those weren't flames. Instead, it was pure darkness that had enveloped the blade. Immediately, the temperature around the headmaster dropped by countless degrees. Blackwood shook his head slightly, forcing the dizziness aside. Then he disappeared from his spot, leaving Bang a small crater where he stood, and a heartbeat later. A thunderous of sonic boom split the air as he shot towards Marden. Clang! Not even a moment had passed, and the deafening sound of metal clashing against one another rang in the air. And in the next instant, a small section of Uptown Quarter was obliterated and reduced to rubble under the sheer force of that strike. When the dust settled, Blackwood and Marden appeared at the heart of a fresh crater carved into the Uptown Quarter by their clash. The buildings around them had been obliterated, and the corpses strewn nearby had been reduced to scraps of meat by the shockwave. Blackwood appeared, standing with a cold look on his face, forcing his sword down. Marden, on the other hand, knelt with a knee on the ground, blocking the silver blade covered in darkness. His upper body was completely bruised and bloodied from the lariat earlier, and now the bones on his forearms had shattered from Blackwood's sword attack. He was reluctantly forced to retrieve the black blade once again and defend with all his might. As his injuries continued to heal, Marden spoke with a forced smile. "Ah, headmaster, I must commend your strength. I nearly died back there." Blackwood's response was ruthless. Still gripping his sword, he swiftly wove a hand seal, and the next moment, the shadows around them surged to life, forming thick spear-like spikes that shot up from the ground. Hot blood sprayed through the air as Marden found himself impaled by half a dozen of these spikes. Blood continued to drip from Blackwood's nose, but his lips gradually curled into a wicked smirk. Out of tricks, traitor. Marden was in a dire situation. 2 spikes had pinned his legs, 2 had torn through his gut, 1 had punctured his lung, and the last one had driven clean through his neck. If it wasn't for him shifting his body at the last possible second, that final spike would have impaled his head instead. Blood flowed from his wound endlessly as he struggled to breathe. By now, a large pool of blood had formed underneath his feet. Despite that, he still managed to prevent Blackwood's sword from severing his neck and killing him. Coughing out a mouthful of blood, he looked the headmaster in the eyes and grinned. He was unable to speak because the spikes had pierced his neck, so he mouthed the following words instead. "Not bad, headmaster." Then Marden's brown eyes blazed with madness, his grin stretching unnaturally wide. The smile was so ominous, so unnerving that it twisted his face into something inhuman. While locking Blackwood's sword with his poisoned blade, he, too, wove a hand seal in response. Following that, the blood that had pooled underneath him surged to life. They rose as crimson spikes and shot towards Blackwood, just as Blackwood's shadows had pierced him a moment before. The headmaster's eyes narrowed, and he immediately retreated. However, because of the poison already in his system, and the extra toxin he had inhaled from his sword clashing with Marden's blade just now, he was a second too late. His senses were not at the optimal level, and so, one of the blood spikes had pierced right through the side of his stomach. After gaining some distance, Blackwood glanced at his wound with a cold look in his dark eyes. Despite the dizziness clouding his senses, he was able to grasp the severity of the injury to his stomach. It wasn't critical, but if left untreated, it could pose serious risks. So he immediately conjured a medicinal paste from his storage artifact and applied it to his wound, staunching the blood and hastening the healing. On the other side, Marden had no need for external medicines. He only needed to expend mana, and the wounds on his body would start to heal. And they did. He slowly rose to his feet, the blood underneath him already absorbed by him. However, he couldn't risk inhaling the toxin from his blade any longer. Despite having consumed the antidote, the poison posed a serious threat to him. That was why he was so reluctant to use the blade, but in order to defeat Blackwood, he had to. He glanced at his black blade, which had even more cracks than before, and smiled. His smile contained reckless savagery. This blade was quite literally a double-edged sword. With each strike, poison would be dispersed into the surroundings, so not only his enemy, but even he would get poisoned by it, but fortunately he could heal. And Blackwood could not. The silhouettes of his kin surrounded him, their eyes burning with fury at the evil he brought upon them. Yet Marden paid them no heed. His gaze turned bloodshot as he fixed it on his opponent. Then, with a deranged grin on his face, he said, "Come now, headmaster. Let's see which one of us is going to fall." But midway through his sentence, his expression turned cold. He turned his head ever so slightly, and for the first time scanned the battlefields other than his own. Earlier, his battle with Blackwood had been so intense that he couldn't afford to pay attention to others' situations. But now that his battle had been dragged within the city walls, he was able to sense much more. Seeing his stunned expression, Blackwood's lips curled into a cold smirk. "Cat got your tongue." Marden remained silent, his blood turning cold. He had brought 6 mana core magi from the cult with him. Furthermore, each of them had 2 rank 4 undead knights they could summon. Yet now when he scanned the battlefields, he was genuinely taken aback by the results. Out of the 6 mana core magi, only 3 remained. He was even more surprised when he realized that Felix, who had been tasked with capturing Adam, was no longer present. He couldn't even sense the man's corpse. Marden ruffled his hair in annoyance as he grumbled, Ah, so the boy even took care of a mana core magus. What a surprise. But what shocked him even more was the number of mana core magi on the enemy side, and the fact that none of them had perished, whereas he was already down by 3. Despite making several arrangements through the cult spies in the Twilight Brotherhood and ensuring that the clandestine organization did not send any powerful reinforcements to Ravenfell, he still fell short. Blackfair Balthazar was a good friend of the current Emperor of Acadia, so it wasn't a surprise that he would join this battle. As for the Silent King, the assassin would fight for whichever side paid him, but Marden never expected Berger, Blackie, and Nylian to also get involved. These were 3 mana core magi he hadn't accounted for, as well as Ink the Kraken, but he was still oblivious to the creature's existence. There was a reason why it was called a secret guardian of Saratoga. That was because its existence was a secret. The strength of Acadia runs deep, he muttered under his breath, sighing helplessly. At the same time, he couldn't help but foster feelings of disdain towards the mana core magi he had brought with him. With a dark scowl on his face, he thought to himself, it appears I'd have to resort to that after all. You incompetent wretches deserve it. He then pointed his black, poisoned blade at the headmaster of Saratoga, then muttered in a chilling voice, well, it's a good thing I always keep contingency plans. So then, I'll start by taking your life. You make a perfect undead puppet for my lord. Before his words had even left his mouth, Marden had already disappeared, transforming into a savage red blur as he closed in on Blackwood. The headmaster, on the other hand, augmented his entire body with mana. The darkness flared on the blade of his long sword, and he, too, rushed toward his opponent, turning into a black flash of light. Multiple deafening sounds of metal clashing against metal echoed in the uptown quarter as the 2 mana core magi went at each other like reckless beasts with cold, calculating minds. Wherever they went, they left a trail of ruin in their wake. Buildings were reduced to rubble, blood-soaked roads were torn apart, and corpses dissolved into mists. Yet their sword fight never ceased. Within mere moments, the uptown quarter was completely uprooted. With every clash of blades, Marden's sword released more poison into the air. Both magi inhaled the deadly toxin, but while Marden swiftly healed his injuries, Blackwood's condition worsened with every passing second, until finally, Marden delivered a feint, catching Blackwood in his trap, and then with a vicious thrust, his cracked black blade pierced straight through the headmaster's chest. Marden grinned wickedly as he proclaimed, I win, but in the very next instant, the grin on his face froze. Blackwood's body dissolved into a murder of ravens, and the next moment, they tore past Marden in a violent flurry of wings and shadows. The Battle of Ravenfell had raged since sunset. Countless magi on both sides had perished, and the once proud and bustling metropolis now lay in ruins. 4.5 million people had once called the city home. Out of that, only about 2 million of them had been fortunate enough to be safely evacuated by Cedric Acadia through the newly formed secret tunnel that ran underneath the city. Moreover, hundreds of thousands of visitors from all over the Empire had visited the city to witness the Grand Magus tournament. It was unknown how many of them had managed to survive the great battle, and how many of them had perished. The city of Ravenfell was shrouded in the cold embrace of death and consumed by unrelenting flames, just like Old Ani had prophesied. Fire, death, and only one thing remained before her prophecy was fulfilled. They say it's darkest just before dawn, and the worst was yet to come for the city of Ravenfell. Though the army of the Cult of Bones lay defeated, dangers still lurked. For one, the battle between the Mana Core Magi had yet to come to a conclusion, and more importantly, the threat of the Forgotten District had yet to be resolved. Daniel led over 24 men across the bridge spanning the Del River and scaled its walls. Since the founding of Ravenfell, Corvid Quarter had always been sealed off from the rest of the city by these towering walls. The aristocracy believed that it was to keep the dwellers of the slums apart from the rest of the city. Whether out of arrogance, fear, entitlement, or perhaps something else, Corvid Quarter had been walled off while none of the other districts had been. Over the generations, many activists had cried out for those walls to be torn down, demanding that the people within be treated as part of Ravenfell and not cast aside like shadows. Standing atop the towering dark wall, these men looked at the scene sprawling before them in abject terror. Never in their lives had they witnessed anything like this before. Even Daniel, who was known to be a stoic person, couldn't conceal the shock etched on his weathered face. Radon, who was standing beside him, couldn't stop his body from trembling. "And my lord," he called out, his tone laced with blatant apprehension. "Why have the, no, what happened to this district? Why have the people turned into?" He didn't dare finish his words. He still found it impossible to believe what he was seeing. While the rest of his men and the retainers of the Ransenberg family were completely speechless, their beings gripped by horror. From the beginning of the Battle of Ravenfell, the sixth and final district of the city had been quietly forgotten by its residents, or any person in the vicinity, as a matter of fact. Strangely enough, the cultists had attacked every district except for his one. Stranger still, none of the city's forces had even thought about sending help to Corvid Quarter. How could they? They had already forgotten about its existence. Everyone had forgotten. Everyone except Sabrina Benton. From the beginning, even before the Grand Magus tournament had started, she had always thought that something strange was going on inside the Corvid Quarter. This district, once notorious for its high crime rate and the dangers that lurked in every nook and cranny of it, had now suddenly fallen eerily quiet. Too quiet. And that's how Sabrina knew something was wrong. The fact that she was even remotely aware of such an insidious plot could be considered a miracle. Perhaps it was her fierce desire to protect her home, or perhaps it was something else entirely, but the fact of the matter remained. While all others had forgotten about the Corvid Quarter, only she remembered, and that is why she had made arrangements for it in advance. Even in death, she continued to protect her home. Daniel's grip around the small disc in his hand ever so slightly. His eyes glistened with boundless emotions as he gazed at the dark scenery before him. The Corvid Quarter was the cult's final card. It was the blade hidden in the dark, concealed from everyone's mind. Its people, forgotten and excluded, had been turned into the cult's last and greatest weapon, meant to drive a knife straight through the heart of Ravenfell. Over 1,000,000 souls, bound in chains of death, now stirred as the cult's undying puppets. Standing atop the towering dark walls, Daniel and the rest of the men beheld an ocean of zombies, standing in eerie silence, all facing north, seemingly awaiting someone's command. Daniel remained silent, unable to comprehend the gravity of the situation before him. He couldn't even begin to imagine just how long the cult must have planned for this. The army of zombies before him could lay waste to not just Ravenfell, but even the lands beyond. The counselor's eyes hardened with resolve. He knew what he had to do. He knew what Sabrina wanted to do. Right at that moment, one of the men from the Black Legion whispered in a trembling voice, "Zombies. The entire population of the Corvid Quarter has turned into zombies." Radon gritted his teeth, his eyes flickering with fear and indignation. But how could all of them turn into zombies in such a short time? How were they even turned, damn it all? It was at that moment Daniel finally spoke. Many years ago, a mysterious plague swept through this district. Tens of thousands fell ill, and countless more died. In that chaos, a small gang known as the Red Fists distributed medicine to the desperate. From that day on, the people of Corvid placed their faith in them, and the Red Fists rose to become the district's unquestioned overlords. Radon was thunderstruck. Red Fists. Of course, as a member of the city's elite force, he knew information about most things relating to Ravenfell's security. That was why he instantly identified this gang. Weren't the Red Fists and the Duskfall family executed for colluding with the Cult of Bones? Daniel nodded his head ever so slightly, a grim look shadowing his face. As you can see, the cult has been planning this for a long, long time. His fists clenched involuntarily, and he added, "And the medicine that the Red Fists had given to these people at the time. I believe that is what turned them into zombies." But didn't that happen nearly a decade ago? Daniel was utterly shocked. Surely they couldn't have given medicine to all of them. No, it wasn't medicine at all. He couldn't stop his body from trembling. He was utterly horrified. He couldn't even think straight. The population of Corvid Quarter was roughly 35% of the city's total population. So that meant around 1.5 million people had been turned into mindless zombies. They didn't have to poison the entire district, just a fraction, said Daniel. When the time was right, those few would turn, and then spread the infection until the entire district became zombies. 1.5 million zombies, Radian muttered in a hoarse voice. Are they planning to turn the rest of the surviving people of the city as well? Not just our city, Daniel muttered softly, his expression turning cold. He inhaled deeply, then said in a grave voice, "If these zombies are allowed outside of these walls, the plague won't just stop at Ravenfell. It will sweep across the entire northeastern section of Ulier continent." Daniel's expression turned ferocious, and he added, "And we must not allow that to happen." After a series of brutal clashes, Marden finally caught Blackwood in a trap after he delivered a feint attack. Then, with a wild grin on his face, the elder of the cult thrust his cracked black blade straight through the headmaster's chest. "I win." Marden's grin turned wider as he felt the blade pierce the flesh and muscles and come out of Blackwood's back. But then something changed. Marden's grin froze, and he instantly turned pale. Blackwood's body dissolved into a murder of ravens, and the next moment they tore past Marden in a violent frenzy. The swarm of ravens came to a halt over a dozen meters away, coalescing into the figure of Headmaster Blackwood again. Meanwhile, Marden was on his knees, bleeding profusely. There were 1,000 cuts all over his body, and if not for his magical healing, he would have bled out and died where he knelt. Blackwood staggered on his feet, his hand reaching towards his chest. He hadn't been completely unharmed from that last attack, yet he had still managed to turn the tables at the last moment. By now, he had inhaled too much of the poison. His vision was becoming unfocused, and his judgment was faltering. In such a brutal battle, where Victorian's survival hinged on split-second decisions, the slowing of one's mind was nothing short of lethal. He knew that he had to finish the battle quickly. The longer the battle dragged on, the more disadvantageous things would become for him. because unlike his opponent, Blackwood could not use healing magic. Ignoring the injury to his chest, the proud headmaster of Ravenfell looked around at the scenery around him. The city he knew lay in ruins. He could see corpses of the magi who once called this place home. He could also see the corpses of cultists and serpents. The Lord of Ravenfell stood silent under the pale glow of the twin moons. He heaved a long, tired sigh as he thought to himself, I have failed my predecessors. I have failed this city, and I have failed Saratoga. He was supposed to be the protector of this city, yet it was razed to the ground, engulfed in flames and littered with countless corpses. And Saratoga Castle, he did not even know how things fared back there. Were the students safe? Were the faculty members safe? Was the castle still standing? He did not know. They had planned extensively for this battle, yet how did things turn out this way? Where were the Monocore Magi from the Brotherhood that the Emperor Emeritus promised would be here? He did not know. Blackwood's heart churned with violent emotions. Anger surged through every inch of his being. His mana flared, visibly distorting the air around him as he slowly turned around, his gaze settling on the kneeling figure of the main perpetrator behind the Battle of Ravenfell, the traitorous Marden Benton. Darkness surged along the blade of his longsword, an artifact passed down from headmaster to headmasteran. He launched himself towards the enemy. He needed to kill this man. He had to. The longsword tore through the air and came hacking down on Marden's neck. But at the last possible moment, the blood around the cultist surged and formed a thick wall behind him. Clang! A thunderous boom echoed throughout the district, shattering what remained of the ruined buildings in the surroundings. The blood wall was cut clean in half, and a deep gash was formed on the ground beyond. Yet Marden was nowhere to be seen. A dark scowl appeared on Blackwood's face as he slowly turned around. Not far away, drenched in blood, Marden stood on top of a large boulder, his hands resting on his knees. He raised a hand, gesturing for the headmaster to pause. Marden weakly looked at him, his lips curling into a taunting smirk. Headmaster, please, he said, let me catch my breath, will you? In the next moment, both magi disappeared. Sword light flashed over a dozen more times until the world around them was reduced to dust. Marden and Blackwood reappeared in another part of the uptown quarter, standing several dozen meters away from each other. The cultist turned east, his eyes gleaming with madness. Would you look at that? All my men are dead. Ah, what a pity. Then his lips curled into an ominous grin. But some of your people are still alive, headmaster. Quite a lot of them, surprisingly. I truly underestimated them. Blackwood's eyes narrowed. He knew what the traitor was hinting at, and he didn't like it one bit. How about? Marden's grin stretched even further, twisting his face unnaturally. We take our battle to the northern quarter where your people are. Before his words had even faded, he shot towards the place where all the city's forces had gathered, with the headmaster chasing close behind at full speed. Marden's maniacal voice echoed through the shattered district as he closed in on the unsuspecting magi. Catch me if you can, headmaster, or watch your people die. Far west of the uptown quarter, miles beyond the city walls, yet another brutal battle was coming to a close. The rank 4 undead knight let out a guttural growl as it brought its sword, imbued with necrotic mana, down on Berger. A second later, the sword split apart the gnome, yet instead of blood gushing out, Berger's figure dissipated into a gray smoke. The gnome appeared behind the undead creature, silent as a specter. Then he delivered a claw strike to the back, his palm twisting at the point of contact. Hand of Doom, coiling palm strike. The flesh on the undead knight's back writhed in a grotesque manner, forming something akin to a bloody vortex. Its flesh was torn apart, and even the rib cage beneath became visible, full of cracks. And yet, the foul abomination refused to die. It was, however, hurled off its feet and launched into the distance like a cannonball. The abomination did not see anything in the direction it was hurled in the open ground, so it adjusted its body mid-air, turning around to face the gnome once more. But suddenly, right behind it, the space rippled and gray smoke dispersed, revealing a giant black wolf that had been waiting in silence, concealed all along by Berger's illusion magic. Blackie launched himself forward, his claws glowing with ominous dark energy. Then he ruthlessly slashed at the incoming undead knight, nearly ripping its body to shreds. And yet the abomination did not fall. Instead, it was hurled back in the direction it had come from, straight towards Berger, who had been waiting for this opportunity all along. A tremendous surge of mana gathered into his fist, and in the next moment he vanished. A blazing white streak of light flew across the ground, carving a trail of destruction in its path. Finally, when it struck the undead knight, it detonated with cataclysmic force. Hand of Doom, earthly meteor. It was only then that the undead knight was finally and utterly obliterated, reduced to nothing at last. Berger firmly planted his feet on the ground as he exhaled deeply. He glanced at the mana gathered around his fist, slowly dissipating, and couldn't help but silently marvel at its intricacies. Blackie appeared beside him, glancing at the gnome intently. At last, he said, that technique, it does not belong to this world. None of which he imparted to you is from this world. The gnome deeply sighed. I suspected as much. He turned towards the north, where a brutal battle still raged. He then climbed onto the giant wolf's back and gently brushed through his Stygian fur. "Come now," he murmured. "The battle is far from over. We'll have time to talk to him once everything is settled." Blackie gave a solemn nod, then turned into a flash of black light, soaring towards the mountain range. The Battle of Ravenfell would draw to a close with the coming dawn, and as the first light crept across the horizons, the land would weep as a black comet streaked through the heavens. Northern Quarter. Tens of thousands of magi who had survived the Battle of Ravenfell stood with bated breaths, most of their attention drawn towards the north, where a cataclysmic battle was taking place. There in the snowy mountain range, 3 Mana Core Magi from their side were battling 3 Mana Core Magi and 6 rank 4 undead knights from the cult's side. This was the most brutal and vicious battle of all, and the fate of Ravenfell, and perhaps even the Empire hinged on who emerged victorious. The battle in the far west had just come to a close. These people could no longer hear the deafening clashes and the thunderous explosions from there any longer. Anxiety gripped them as they were unable to tell who had won that battle. Naturally, Berger and Blackie had come out on top, but of course these people had no way to know. However, the battle between the Lord of Ravenfell and the Elder of the cult raged closest to them. It was taking place just in the neighboring district of the Uptown Quarter, and even from this distance, its shockwaves could be felt. The vast majority of the surviving magi were being treated by the herbalists from the guild, while the rest had formed a loose perimeter, alert for any unexpected scenarios that might occur. As the shattered ruins of the Uptown Quarter crumbled further under the battle of the two experts, one of the battered magi on watch, bruised and bloodied, couldn't help but whisper in sorrow, "What is happening to the city? How did things come to this?" Another magus, standing guard next to him, this one bandaged from head to toe and missing an arm, answered softly, his tone laced with slight optimism, "It's fine though, isn't it? It could have been much worse. So many of us have managed to survive. I hear that half of the mortal residents were also led to safety, and I'm sure of it. Our Mana Core Magi will emerge victorious. So have faith." The first person lowered his head, tears trickling down his face. "I wonder if my wife and son made it out safely. My son, he just turned a year old. Have faith, brother." The other person placed his one hand on the man's shoulder. He offered a little smile. "Have faith. Everything's going to be all right." The first person turned to him, teary-eyed. His gaze shifted to the man's missing armor, rather, the lack of it, then towards the smile on his face. He couldn't help but ask, "Brutus, how are you still in a good mood?" The monoliquefaction magus Brutus showed a toothy grin. "Why shouldn't I be? The Dark King is right here with us. As long as he's here, there's nothing to worry about. You really admire him, huh?" The first person couldn't help but smile a little. Brutus's optimism was contagious. Of course, Brutus spoke matter-of-factly. "I am his #1 admirer. I joined the Black Legion because of him, you know. I can proudly tell my descendants that I fought alongside the Dark King and his Serpents of War." Imagine the look in their eyes when the first person had to interrupt him. All right, calm down. Don't get too excited. The battle is far from over. We need to stay alert." Yes, you're right." Brutus chuckled awkwardly. "Sorry, I get carried away sometimes." The other magus turned towards the large tent at the center of their camp with hopeful eyes. That was where the Dark King was being treated by the herbalists. He then turned back around and sighed, "I wonder when this nightmare will end." His words, however, got abruptly caught in his throat. A sudden dizziness struck him as he suddenly felt the world around him spin, and then with a light thud he fell to the ground, his gaze locking onto his own headless body. The nightmare had ended for him, just not in the way he had hoped. Beside him, hot blood splattered across Brutus's face as he watched with wide eyes at what had just transpired. He only saw a red blur, and the next moment the person beside him was decapitated, and in the following moment, before he could even react, a sudden shockwave swept him off his feet. In a stunned daze, he saw the night sky before him violently glow in black and red flashes of sword light. Everything had happened far too quickly, and then a deafening voice tore through the chaos. It was the voice of the Lord of Ravenfell. "Everyone, fall back." It was only then that Brutus realized what had killed the person standing beside him. It was not an attack aimed at him, but merely the fading remnant of a sword clash between 2 mighty Mana Core Magi. Yet that fleeting aftershock was enough to claim his life. The shockwaves turned more and more violent as more people in the vicinity fell victim to them. In a state of utter panic, Brutus scrambled to his feet, then turned around and ran for his life. "Retreat, retreat," he kept screaming in fear. "Everyone retreat, hurry." Magi exited from the tent, gazing at the sky above them with sheer terror. At once they started retreating towards the docks. Meanwhile in the air, Martin had a wide, manic grin on his face as he fought Blackwood. Each strike of his blade wasn't aimed solely at his foe, but twisted to hurl their clashes remnant downwards. The redirected shockwaves tore through the ground below, and in an instant, hundreds of magi were reduced to lifeless husks. As the whispers of his deceased kin continued to gnaw on his mind, Martin's focus gradually drifted. Little by little, he cared less for the formidable foe before him, and more for the slaughter he could unleash upon the helpless magi below. Blackwood, slowed by the toxins raging inside his body, was a moment late in sensing Marden's shift. On the other hand, Marden, lost to bloodthirst and madness, failed to recognize his own reckless behavior as he reveled in reaping the lives of the weak magi below. That single lapse worked in Blackwood's favor, granting him the opening he had been waiting for. Darkness flared on the blade of his longsword as he unleashed a devastating vertical slash. Marden's instinct kicked in, forcing him to dodge to the side, exactly as Blackwood intended. His body, once again, dissolved into 1,000 ravens as they engulfed Marden in a storm of feathers and talons and dragged him through the skies. Then, with a deafening boom, the ravens slammed him into the earth far away from the northern quarter. And just like that, their battle continued once again. But this time, Blackwood did his absolute best to prevent the crazed cultist from harming the surviving magi. Things were becoming more and more disadvantageous for him, but he persevered nonetheless. Back on the ground in the northern quarter, the Mana Vortex Magi came together to lead the people towards the docks, where they would be safer from the clashes between the Mana Core Magi. Among the Magi guiding the people was Edward. He was at the forefront of the group, leading them with a solemn look on his face. And then there was Adam, who was going in the complete opposite direction. Staff in hand, he strode through the ruined streets of the city as he headed towards the mountain range north of the city. There was still something he had left to do. It was something very important, and while he made his way north, the laughing god continued to whisper inside his mind. In the mountain range north of Ravenfell, the battle that took place between the Mana Core Magi was so devastating that it permanently changed the topography of that region. Dozens of snowy peaks had been reduced to rubble, wrecked in the aftermath of countless rank 4 spells. As for the ground, they were engulfed in black flames. Balthazar's fire magic was extremely potent and dangerous. His flames were significantly more lethal than ordinary fire, and once unleashed, they would burn relentlessly for days, even months, unless he willed them to die down. As a result, the ground had turned into a fiery, never-ending inferno. The Magi and the undead knights of the cult, realizing the immense danger posed by those black flames, steered clear of them, ensuring their battle took place mostly in the skies above. It had to be reiterated. Balthazar truly was the bane of necromancers and their undead creatures. 3 Mana Core Magi and 2 rank 4 undead knights from the cult had already been slain, and yet the Akkadian Magi still found themselves on the back foot. In fact, if anything, the cultists now became even more ferocious after losing some of their men. Perhaps they, too, had realized just how dire the situation had become. Considering that Nylian had arrived out of nowhere, they couldn't help but wonder. Were there more coming? On the side of Acadia stood the Emperor Emeritus, Nylian Phino, and Blackfur Balthazar, whereas on the cult side stood Axar, Ramsey, Cassius, and 6 undead knights. They were outnumbered 3-1. Balthazar had an extremely solemn look on his face as he faced the enemies. He and Nylian were tasked with dealing damage to the enemies while Gerald contained them. However, the Emperor Emeritus was weakening with each passing second, and it was unknown how long he would truly last. The man was almost at the end of his lifespan, after all. He was at an age where it shouldn't even have been possible for him to move around all that much, yet here he was, fighting powerful necromancers and their undead knights. Balthazar weaved a complex set of hand seals, then swiped his hands down as if summoning something. The following moment, a waterfall of black fire descended from the skies, blocking the enemies who were about to attack. It formed a sort of curtain around the 3 Akkadian Magi, bringing a few moments of respite for them. Balthazar turned to Gerald, who looked extremely pale and weakened, and couldn't help but ask in a solemn voice, "Old man Acadia, how are you holding up?" Gerald turned his head and spat a mouthful of blood, his pale face drained of any color. "Stop worrying about me, brat," he said in a flat tone. "Have you found a way to separate these cultists from their undead?" Balthazar deeply looked at the elderly man, then turned towards the fiery waterfall, his gaze seemingly penetrating through the scorching element and settling on the enemies on the other side. "It's become even harder to separate them now. I think they've realized what we're trying to do," he muttered solemnly. "Of course they have," Gerald scoffed. He then turned to the elf with the ash-blonde hair that shimmered silver beneath the pale glow of the twin moons. Wearing black robes, he looked immaculate, like a celestial descending to the lower planes. "What about you, Nylian?" asked the elderly magus. He knew that the elf was Marcus's disciple, and as such he had great expectations from him. The Mana Core elf remained silent for a moment, his silver eyes gleaming with a peculiar light. Then he answered succinctly, "Yes." He then turned to Gerald and Balthazar and spoke matter-of-factly, "The only way for us to separate the two is by killing the necromancers. With the death of their summoners, the connection between them will be severed, and the undead will go into a period of confusion and restlessness. When that happens, the undead knights will become easy to deal with." Balthazar couldn't help but scoff at that statement. "You say it like it's so easy. Did killing one get to your head, elf?" Nylian's eyes narrowed. "This is the only way," he muttered coldly. "Or do you have another plan?" Before the two of them could get into an argument, at that moment, something changed drastically. All three of them suddenly received a startling message through Mind Whisper. Then, without even casting each other a glance, they made their moves. They all knew what they had to do. Help had arrived, and help was invisible, and with it came the perfect chance to kill the enemy, or at least one of them. Balthazar remained standing behind the flaming waterfall, weaving yet another elaborate and complex set of hand seals. At the same time, a drop of sweat trickled down the side of his forehead as he thought to himself, that gnome and his mutt already took care of 1 mana core magus and 2 rank 4 undead knights. Just what kind of monster has old man Acadia raised? And to think the gnome's disciple is an even bigger monster. Once this battle was over, Balthazar could very well see Adam being adopted by the Acadian royal family. If not, he would definitely be granted a very prestigious title by the Empire. After all, even letting his monstrous battle prowess aside, he was the grand disciple of the Emperor Emeritus. Pushing these thoughts aside, he finally completed the physical component of the spell. With the flaming waterfall serving as the material component, he weaved the model component. A brilliant magic circle flared to life in front of his palms, glowing with resplendent light. Following that, the flaming waterfall twisted and churned, then erupted forward in a massive horizontal pillar, instantly splitting the enemies on the other side into 2 groups. Axar, Ramsey, and 3 undead knights veered sharply to the right, fearfully avoiding the gigantic wall of black flames. Meanwhile, Cassius and the other 3 undead knights were forced to shift to the left. Balthazar's eyes blazed with a murderous light as he weaved another seal, ensuring the wall of black flames remained activated for a few more moments. As his mana reserve swiftly drained, he transformed into a streak of black fire and flew to the left. Meanwhile, Gerald and Nilian flew to the right of the flaming wall, engaging in brutal melee with Axar, Ramsey, and the 3 undead knights. Spells of darkness and poison streaked through the air, only to be met by a tempest of blades and ancient chains. Their battle was so fierce that the mountain beneath them collapsed in an instant. To the left of the flaming walls, Berger suddenly appeared in the middle of the enemy formation like a ghost, taking Cassius by surprise. With a simple yet very effective spectral palm strike, he managed to separate the cultist from the rest of the undead, hurling him to the ground. Immediately after, he trapped the 3 rank 4 undead knights inside an illusion, freezing them in place for a few precious seconds. But that was all the time that was needed. Blackie then dissolved into a tenebrous fog, materializing right beside the cultist as dozens of dark tendrils lashed out, viciously pinning Cassius to the ground. And right at that moment, Blackfire Balthazar finally arrived. On his hand floated a giant fireball blazing with black flames. Cassius felt blaring warning bells ring inside his mind. The 3 undead knights lay incapacitated by Berger, while Cassius's body was bound tightly by the mysterious dark tendrils. There was nothing he could do, except helplessly stare upwards as the colossal sphere of black fire descended upon him. And then, only 2 cultists remained. Corvid Quarter, standing atop the towering wall that separated this district from the rest of the city, Daniel glanced at the Magi with a solemn look on his face. His eyes flickered with resolve and determination. But the rest of the Magi, they all trembled in fear. There were 12 retainers from his own family, along with 12 more from the Black Legion led by Radon. In total, there were only 26 of them present on Mana Vortex Magus, and the rest at the Mana Liquefaction rank. These Magi couldn't stop their bodies from shuddering in fright. After all, Daniel had just told them what his plan was and what they had to do. Even someone as experienced as Radon found his resolve wavering. My lord, you seriously want us to?" A retainer from the Ransenberg family muttered in a trembling voice. But before he could finish his words, he dropped to his knees and emptied the contents of his stomach. The people gathered around him were not appalled by that. In fact, many of them struggled to even stand straight, knowing what was in front of them. Another Magus stepped forward, this one from the Black Legion, and said with tearful eyes, "You want us to die?" Daniel glanced at the man and said with a flat expression, "Yes." One of his retainers then took a step forward, his eyes gleaming with faint hope. My lord, there are over 1 million zombies out there, and there's just 26 of us. How do you expect us to?" "It must be done," Daniel answered with a stoic look on his face, interrupting the man. Sensing the finality of his words, a lot of Magi broke down in tears. Truth be told, they even wanted to turn around and flee rather than comply with Daniel's orders. If they were going to die anyway, then why obey his orders? However, none moved an inch. "Is there no other way?" Radon finally spoke, his voice shaky. Daniel looked the captain of the Black Legion in the eye and slowly shook his head. No, their plan was simple. Radon would lead all the men in charge headfirst into the sea of zombies, drawing their attention. Meanwhile, Daniel, who was a practitioner of shadow magic, would slip past the zombies unnoticed and reach the heart of Corvid Quarter. There lay his destination, a storage house. The chamber directly underneath that building led to the complex system of tunnels that ran beneath the city. There, Sabrina had left behind her secret arrangement to deal with the threat of this forgotten district. So while Radon and the rest rode to their deaths, Daniel was to enter the secret tunnel and insert the circular disc in the contraption left behind by Sabrina. In fact, one could argue that Daniel himself would be in the most danger, but as things stood. Just how many of these men were ready to face death? How many of them were brave enough to look the Grim Reaper in the eye and welcome death's cold embrace? Yet they had to do it anyway, for if they didn't, not just Ravenfell, perhaps the entire empire might be in grave danger. A tense, frightening silence settled on these magi. Finally, the expression on Daniel's face changed, and so did the air around him. His lips parted, and he began in a solemn voice, "Look around you. Look into the eyes of the men who stand beside you. This may be the last time you see them. The truth is bitter. We are not riding to victory. No, we are riding to our deaths. The enemy's strength is overwhelming, their numbers are endless, and they are undying. And yet here we stand on this wall in order to face them." Why, then the aura around Daniel changed drastically. His eyes blazed with emotions that even he didn't know he had. He recalled the lifeless face of Sabrina as he gritted his teeth. Then he swiftly raised a hand and roared, "Because our deaths will still have meaning. Every step we take, every second we endure, every heartbeat we fight for gives our people beyond these walls a chance to live, a chance to hope, a chance to endure." Hearing his words filled with passion, the Magi were taken aback. Some felt their hearts beat faster, while others felt their body covered in goosebumps. They had never expected the stoic person before them to erupt with such strong and powerful words. Daniel continued, "Do not fear the end. Death awaits us all, but here and now, we have the power to choose how we meet it. So raise your heads, steel your hearts. When I sound the horn, we will all move as one. When history remembers this day, it will not remember our fear. No, it will remember our courage. It will remember that when death came for us, we did not turn away. We did not cower. We met it head on. We must do this. For Ravenfell, for our loved ones." Took a deep breath, his mana flaring around him. Then he gave out his final order. "Now, my soldiers, ride with me. Let us ride into the jaws of death. This is where we make our final stand." For a moment, the men fell silent, stunned by what they heard. Then deep within their hearts an ember ignited, growing, burning, flaring, until it blazed into an unshakable fire. OOHHH. The Magi raised their fists to their sky, weapons drawn as they roared in unison. They were still afraid. The fear still festered in their heart, but they overcame it. That was courage. And now the time had finally come. This was the origin of the tale of 26 brave warriors of Ravenfell, who stood unshaken against an army 1.5 million strong. The tale of men fighting against an endless tide of the dead. The tale of brave men who stood undaunted in the face of death and conquered their fears. In the deathly stillness of Corvid Quarter, where 1.5 million zombies stood motionless, all facing north, a single horn suddenly echoed through the stench of death and rot. All the zombies stirred, their eyes gleaming with hunger and madness. They looked around, trying to find out where the sound was coming from. Strangely enough, the sound of the horn came from every direction all at once, weighing down on them, signaling their impending end. And then 25 brave warriors, mounted on armored horses, rode forth from the base of the towering wall. When the zombies caught sight of them, smelling flesh and blood, the horde went mad, surging into a tsunami of death as they stormed towards the Magi. Leading these brave warriors, Radon's eyes trembled when he saw the sheer scale of the horde before him. In moments it would crash down upon him and his men. His teeth clenched in apprehension and his body trembled in fear. And yet, he persevered. With a sword in hand, he raised it high towards the skies and roared, "My soldiers, ride with me, for Ravenfell." The Magi's hearts blazed with courage as they screamed in unison, "For Ravenfell." Shut up, Adam dragged his bloodied and battered body through the woods north of Ravenfell. His destination lay just past this stretch of land. He was to rendezvous with Berger and the rest beyond the woods. However, despite receiving physical treatment from the herbalists back in the city, his body was too exhausted. Depleted of strength and stamina, the only reason he could move his legs at the moment was because of his sheer will. In this great battle, he had been pushed to his limits, then pushed past them countless times. Now only one final hurdle remained, yet his body refused to listen to him. I said, "Shut up," he growled under his breath. He leaned against an ash tree, blood trickling down his mouth. There was no one around him who was talking to him. No, someone was trying to talk to him within his mind. The laughing god continued to whisper, mocking his predicament. "Just shut the fuck up." He clutched at his head, groaning in pain. For some reason, the flaw of the faceless mask was intensifying. He wondered what the reason could be, and then he arrived at one possible conclusion. Did I overuse the lotus? Too much. He glanced at his trembling hands. He couldn't see a clear picture through his eyesight. Everything was cloudy and stained crimson. Is that why the whispers are getting louder? Yeah, likely. He exhaled a deep breath, standing straight. He looked northward. A brutal and vicious battle was raging between powerful monocore magi. That was his destination. Will I even make it? He had confidently told Berger about his plan, telling him he had it all under control. But did he? His lips quivered, and he found his resolve waver ever so slightly. But the next moment his murky eyes gleamed with a cold light. No, I must do it. If I don't, many people will die. Old man might die. I can't let that happen. He looked at the ash tree he was leaning on, his lips curling into a faint smile. Great Mother, please give me strength. The leaves of the ash tree fluttered gently as a gust of wind blew by, seemingly encouraging the young magi upon whose shoulders so much rested. Then he continued his slow, excruciating march towards the battlefield up north. And while he did, he slowly and methodically started to weave an extremely complex set of hand seals. At the same time, in the depths of his clouded eyes, a divine light slowly flared to life. Soon, his dark pupils gleamed with the radiant pattern of the white lotus. He was using illusion magic to conceal himself. Additionally, he was using yet another type of magic, one that he hadn't used before. It came from the Devil of Secrets. As Adam slowly made his way towards his destination, his footsteps ceased to produce any sound. Soon the smell of his blood, the stench of his sweat, both faded from this world. His figure then gradually dissolved into gray smoke, which itself soon vanished into nothingness. At last, even his mana signature and spiritual energy waves were completely concealed. His presence had become a secret. After Cassius was killed, the Magi of Acadia did not have even a moment to celebrate that short victory, because the other two mana core cultists and the 6-rank 4 undead knights were already upon them. Axar and Ramsey had turned into wrathful fiends as they led the undead knights into battle with their enemy. But now, the Acadian Magi had gained a slight advantage in their numbers. With Berger and Blackie joining the fray, the battle now stood at 5 against 8. Furthermore, there was also the latent threat of the Silent King, who was surely lurking somewhere in the vicinity, waiting for the perfect moment to drive his knife into the unsuspecting Magus's back. One could even argue that the unseen threat of the Silent King was a greater danger to the Magi than the foes they faced openly. The visible enemy was easy to defend against, but an invisible one. Now, that was a very tricky and dangerous problem to deal with. Moreover, with Cassius dead, his connection to his 2 undead knights was severed, and now these 2 foul creatures were getting sluggish and restless. They were becoming easier to fight against. Only the other undead knights posed a little bit of trouble. Slowly but surely, the Magi of Acadia were able to gradually separate the 2 remaining cultists from the undead knights. The battlefield was now divided into 2. On one side, Nilian and Balthazar fought relentlessly to keep Axar and Ramsey at bay. Spells of necromancy, wind, and flames clashed violently, forever scarring the earth below and tearing open the dark clouds above. As the battle entered the final stages, both sides grew more and more dangerous. Throwing caution to the wind, they unleashed everything in their arsenals in a desperate bid to bring the other down. Axar and Ramsey knew exactly what their enemies were trying to do. If the Acadian Magi succeeded in somehow dealing with the 6 undead knights, then how long would it take for them to finish off the 2 cultists? The air trembled with clashing forces, the ground split beneath their fury, and the very night sky seemed ready to collapse under the weight of their struggle. The 2 cultists desperately tried to get to the other battlefield, to prevent whatever it was that their enemies were trying to do. Victory was no longer about strategy. It was about survival. On the other battlefield, Gerald's mana reserves depleted rapidly, and his face paled in an instant as he wove a massive sphere of titanic chains, intent on binding the undead knights. But the foul creatures refused to yield, thrashing and clawing in their struggle to break free. Yet Berger and Blackie held them at bay, one using deceptive illusions and the other with raw, predatory might. And at last, through sheer resolve and combined effort, each staking their very lives on the line, Gerald, Berger, and Blackie were finally able to bind all 6 undead knights in chains. I can't hold on for too long. Whatever it is, do it now. Berger had an extremely grim look on his face as he frantically looked around the battlefield, searching for Adam. According to their plan, the raven-haired youth was meant to arrive the moment the undead knights were subdued. Everything hinged on Adam's abilities and on the trust Berger had placed in him. The chains rattled violently as Gerald coughed up a mouthful of blood. He collapsed to his knees, yet he kept his hands raised defiantly, steadily pouring mana into his spell. He gritted his teeth as he looked at Berger. I can't. Hold on. Berger's heart sank, and he couldn't help but wonder, are we going to fail? And just as despair threatened to consume them, a bloodied figure emerged. Draped in tattered robes and wearing a black pointed hat, he crouched atop the sphere of chains. No one had sensed his arrival. The battlefield swarmed with mana core magi, yet not a single one had detected his presence. Even Blackie had failed to catch his scent. No one saw him coming, not until now. Berger and Gerald were stunned, shocked beyond anything they could have imagined. Adam's eyes blazed with an incandescent divine light as spiritual energy surged from within him, flooding into the chains. Then he turned to Berger and offered a faint, weary smile. Old man, leave the rest to me. And with that, Adam and the 6 bound rank 4 undead knights vanished into the depths of the spirit world. Adam found himself falling. Again, he never understood why every visit to the spirit world began with him plummeting endlessly. Why couldn't he just start on solid ground for once? Whatever, the youth couldn't be bothered about it at the moment. Even though he was falling through colors and symbols, he could at least take this moment to rest. Although some mana still remained in his reserves, his strength and stamina, however, had long since depleted, so he could use this time to recuperate, hoping that not too much time would have passed in Ravenfell by the time he returned. As for the 6 rank 4 undead knights, good riddance. Adam couldn't help but reveal a faint smirk. The moment all of them had entered the spirit world, Gerald's spell had naturally come undone. As a result, the spherical chain had ceased to be, and the undead knights inside found themselves plummeting into the unknown. Of course, the first thing Adam did was move away from them, ensuring that none would be able to catch him. They couldn't have either way, because unlike him, the undead knights did not know how to traverse the spirit world, this form of exile. Adam had come up with this idea while fighting Felix, so whenever he faced a powerful enemy in the future, too strong to defeat or escape, he could at least banish them into the depths of the spirit world. Neat trick, thought the youth as he slowly drifted to unconsciousness. But right at that moment, a frantic voice echoed inside his spirit sea. "Brother, don't fall asleep. We need to return home. Wake up, brother, wake up." And then Adam's murky, blood-stained eyes snapped open. His heart started beating wildly, thinking about the grave mistake he was just about to commit. He slapped himself awake, but the fear still lingered in his heart. If he had fallen asleep just then, who knew? He could have woken up a century later. The raven-haired youth scanned his surroundings, searching for any landmass nearby he could fly towards. In his current state, forming a portal back to the material world was nearly impossible. He needed a proper foothold first. But when he looked around, his blood turned cold. His lips curled into a bitter smile. That was the thing. He could no longer look around. His sight had finally failed him. After using the lotus to drag the undead knights into the spirit world and exile them here, his vision had deteriorated beyond repair. Earlier, he had at least been able to see blurred shapes, hazy silhouettes, enough to say that he could still see. But now, there was nothing, not darkness, just nothing. He only felt fear for a fleeting moment before heaving a long, helpless sigh. Why am I even surprised? He wondered. I had already expected this outcome. I used the lotus. Way too much. It's a miracle that my eyes are still intact after all that, but it's fine now. The biggest threat has been dealt with. With the undead knights no longer bothering them, Old Man and the rest will easily take care of the remaining cultists. Then they can provide assistance to the headmaster. Yes, it's all fine now. I just need to return to Ravenfell, and then I can finally rest. Myriad colors, countless horrors, and forbidden symbols passed him by in a blur as he continued to plummet into the depths. Or was it the heights of the spirit world? He could no longer tell. It was pointless to extend his sphere of resonance to sense his surroundings at the moment. Everything around him was moving at such irregular speed, too fast or too slow that, trying to sense, it would only overwhelm him in a flood of distorted signals. One had to remember that time, and space worked in bizarre ways in this mysterious realm. Just as he was about to call forth Valerian to help him search for any nearby landmass, Adam suddenly broke through the surface of a vast water body, plunging straight into its depths. The impact slammed against his back, and he felt like his spinal cord was greatly damaged. He struggled to even breathe, enough that he could breathe underwater anyway. Suppressing the searing pain in his spine, he gritted his teeth and expanded his sphere of resonance to get an idea of his new surroundings. He was submerging into a vast lake, or perhaps it was an ocean. He didn't know, though whatever it was, he was certain that it was deep, very, very deep. Extending his sphere of resonance to its limits, he could faintly tell that there was light shining somewhere above him, and below him there was nothing but an all-consuming darkness. And in that darkness, Adam saw a giant life form. In the dark depths, a gigantic eye stared at him unblinking. This eye was bigger than anything he had ever seen before. Perhaps its size was comparable to one of the districts in Ravenfell. Surrounding the titanic eye was a swarm of thick, slimy tentacles, each lined with ridges and barbs. Some coiled together, while others swayed independently. However, there was one thing common about most of these tentacles. They were all reaching towards Adam. Whatever this life form was, it was far bigger and powerful than anything the youth had ever confronted. At least, one thing was certain. This tentacled abomination was stronger than the formless fog, whom Adam had believed to be at the mana seed rank. Fuck, Adam cursed inwardly, cursing his misfortune. Can my luck get any worse? Trespassing in the domain of a transcendent entity. What has my life even come to? Faint divine light gleamed in the depths of his turbid eyes, and just as the first of the tentacles was about to reach him, Adam disappeared from his spot, reappearing tens of meters away. The tentacled monster was slightly startled. Movement should have been difficult, if not outright impossible, in these black waters. Yet the tiny insect of a human was able to move somehow. It then changed tactics. In the blink of an eye, and before Adam could teleport away again, thousands of tentacles lashed out, forming a massive cage around the youth, preventing any sort of teleportation. Then in the next heartbeat, before Adam could even produce half a thought, the living prison closed in, the tendrils binding him and dragging him down to the lightless abyss. Adam shuddered in horror as one tentacle coiled tightly around him, completely locking away his ability to teleport. Then, somewhere in the heart of the swarm of tentacles, a monstrous maw, revealing layers and layers of razor-sharp teeth, became visible. The last thing Adam knew was the sensation of being pulled into the giant maw, and even as he was swallowed by the transcendent abomination, the laughing god continued to whisper. Radon's heart beat faster and faster as he rode forward to meet his death. The adrenaline pumping through his veins gave him strength. The hope that his wife and children would be safe once these foul creatures were taken care of gave him strength. And lastly, the brave warriors behind him riding into battle alongside him gave him strength. As the horde of zombies in front of him turned into a tsunami of death and rot, Radon tightened his grip on the sword. The weight of steel in his hand was nothing compared to the weight in his heart. He drew in one last breath and spoke his final words to the men behind him. This is our final stand. Not for glory, not for riches, but for our loved ones, for Ravenfell. Be not afraid, my men, be not afraid, I will ride with you, and when this is all over, we shall reunite in the afterlife. The Magi of the Black Legion roared even as tears trickled down their faces and fear gripped their hearts. Ooh-ah, ooh-ah. Ooh-ah, the retainers of the Ransenberg family followed suit, and then, together, the 25 brave warriors charged headfirst into the sea of undead creatures. However, there were too many of them, far too many of them. How could mere 25 Magi deal with an army that was 1.5 million strong? So when these brave men clashed with the horde, they were immediately swallowed by it. For a brief moment, it felt as though even time itself had frozen, as the tsunami of zombies closed over them completely. But then, boom, a typhoon of steel and fury erupted within the sea of undead, tearing through the horde as severed limbs and rotten flesh flew into the air. A small section of the undead sea was instantly cleared up, and in that cleared space, the 25 brave warriors emerged like heralds of death, cutting down the zombies again and again and again. Still at the forefront of the cavalry charge, Radon brandished 2 swords as he went into a murderous frenzy. Utilizing the Mana Combat Techniqueth Dark King's twin blades that Adam had gifted him and the men of the Black Legion, he reaped one life after another. The soldiers behind him were instilled with confidence, seeing him fight so fearlessly. At once, the damage that these men dealt increased exponentially. Mana swirled around them, and their blades as they cut apart any zombie that tried to attack them. Hundreds of zombies fell to their deaths as the cavalry cut through the sea of undeath. And just like that, this small group of 25 brave men had managed to attract the attention of the vast majority of the zombies in Corvid Quarter. Initially, it had just been the zombies in the vicinity of Radon and his men. But now, these foul creatures from even the farthest nooks and crannies began to stir. Their eyes flashed with bloodthirst as they all swarmed towards the living. Not even 1 minute into this gruesome battle, and already a magus from the Ransenberg family had fallen. And then, another from the Black Legion was swallowed by tens of zombies. Keep moving forward, Radon screamed, his eyes blazing with an unknown emotion. He didn't know what it was, but it gave him strength. The fact that his action here today might have a great impact on tomorrow gave him strength. The hope that his family would live in a world without these foul creatures gave him strength. I said, fight with me. He roared to the skies, his swords turning into a blur as they reaped countless lives. Hooah! The men of the Black Legion screamed behind him, following him straight through the sea of undead. But as the minutes dragged on, one by one, the brave warriors met their end, completely swallowed by the horde. From 25 to 20 to 10, and then there was only one. A large group of zombies threw themselves at Radon's horse. Their rotten teeth sank into its flesh, and their claws dug deep into its hide. Realizing his steed's fate had been sealed, Radon placed a gentle hand on its neck. With a final pat, he rose onto the saddle, then hurled himself from its back, vaulting down into the horde of zombies. Mid-air, he sheathed his twin blades, then quickly weaved a series of hand seals. Then he pointed his 2 index fingers towards the place he was about to land. Rank 2 spell, Scorching Beam. 2 brilliant rays of flames carved through the swarm beneath, instantly burning a path clear for Radon to descend. The burly magus landed with a thunderous clash, twin blades flashing in his grip as he hurled himself headlong into the foul horde. He was the last man standing. Guided by the spirits of his fallen comrades, he erupted into a storm of blood, tears, and blades. Countless undead fell before his blades, until the ground around him became an island of corpses adrift in the sea of undeath. In the end, even his weapons gave way, shattering under the strain of cleaving through hundreds of rotten corpses. Radon cast the broken blades aside, then drew his twin daggers, hurling himself recklessly into the horde. He had to keep their attention. Only then would Daniel have a chance. He was the last one left. Everything rested on him. Soon. His daggers, too, were destroyed. Using his hands, feet, and even mouth, Radon did everything humanely possible to kill as many of these foul creatures as possible, keeping the attention all to himself. but there were far too many of them. How could one man even hope to last against an army this big? But Radon already knew that. He had accepted his fate long ago. So when the zombies bit into his arms, his legs, his shoulders, and his neck, Radon felt no sadness or despair. Instead, he was hopeful. Counselor, I leave the rest to you. As the zombies slammed him into the ground and began to feast upon his flesh, he silently grasped one of the many potions of explosions he was secretly carrying with him. Then he uncorked the vial and imbued the last vestiges of his mana into it. Before the explosions engulfed him and the foul creatures hungrily feasting on him, Radon thought of his beautiful wife and adorable children. It was warm. Somewhere in the heart of Corvid Quarter, a shadow slipped past the zombies, moving swiftly and silently towards his destination. Daniel was almost there when suddenly, boom, a thunderous explosion echoed in the north. Daniel's eyes gradually widened at that sudden sound. Pressed against the wall of a crumbling hut, he watched as the nearby zombies began swarming towards the source of that blast. The stoic counselor lowered his head as he subconsciously clenched his fists. Eyes glistening with determination, he bolted towards the storage house near him. The fact that he had even reached his destination was solely because of Radon and the rest drawing the horde's attention. Their sacrifice was what made it all possible. He entered the building unnoticed. Inside, there were zombies, but none noticed him. With countless emotions swirling inside his heart, he made his way towards the underground chamber. There were more zombies, but the shadows enveloping him concealed him from their senses. Lifting the hatch, he finally descended the ladder and set foot in the underground tunnels. And then he froze. For as far as he could see, every tunnel that sprawled before him in all directions was lined with barrels, thousands upon thousands of barrels, and he knew exactly what they contained. Knowing what this meant, he let out a long and heavy sigh. His expression hardened, and then he surged forward. The tunnels also contained zombies, but strangely enough, their numbers were fewer than he had expected. Guided by Sabrina's disc, he soon reached a vast chamber. At its heart stood a rectangular contraption. All that remained was to place the disc into its core. But the moment Daniel set foot inside this chamber, a chill ran down his spine, and in that moment he knew instantly he wasn't alone. 1,000 ravens engulfed the bloodthirsty Marden in a storm of dark feathers and sharp talons, dragging him through the night sky. Then, with a thunderous boom that echoed across the ravaged city, the murder of ravens slammed him into the earth far away from the retreating Akkadian magi. Instantly, a large crater was formed somewhere along the edges of the northern quarter. This impact was far bigger and more devastating than any of the ones before. In an instant, the surrounding crumbled buildings were reduced to dust. The ravens merged back together into the form of the headmaster of Saratoga, and when the dust settled, a terrifying scene came into view. Blackwood's silver longsword was driven clean through Marden's chest, who was lying on the ground in a miserable manner. Yet, at the same time, Marden's poisoned black blade had found its mark as well, buried deep in Blackwood's chest. The elderly Magus's face was deathly pale, with ominous purple veins crawling under his skin. He coughed out a mouthful of blood straight at Marden's face, growling in anger, "You wretched traitor." Marden grimaced in agony. In the last possible moment, he had shifted just enough for the longsword to miss his heart. Even though his wounds would be healed eventually, it still put him through a world of pain. Yet despite that, he had a victorious smile on his face as he said, "Ease your anger, headmaster. Struggle too much and the poison in your veins will only burn faster." Weaving a swift hand seal, he waved a hand and willed the blood pooled beneath him to surge upwards, forming a forest of razor-sharp pikes that shot towards Blackwood. Left with no other option, the headmaster immediately tore his sword free from the enemy's chest and hurriedly retreated. Once at a safe distance, he collapsed to one knee and started hacking up mouthfuls of blood. The poison ravaged him from within. This was a very cruel and treacherous type of toxin that gnawed at his very mind. Blackwood found his thoughts becoming sluggish and his vision becoming dim. Every passing moment made it harder to hold on to a single thread of clarity, let alone a proper decision. Yet he endured. The Lord of Ravenfell was a mighty Monocore Magus, one of the most powerful beings on this continent. Even if this poison was an insidious one, it would never hold him back from murdering the traitor before him. Blackwood slowly rose to his feet, his expression darkening. His eyes gleamed with a cold light as he gazed at Marden. "This poison won't stop me from killing you. I hope you know that." The elder of the cult rose to his feet, the grievous injuries to his body healing at a rapid pace. Still, he looked extremely miserable. His strength, stamina, and even mana had greatly depleted from battling the headmaster the entire night. Even he knew that he was no match for the powerful headmaster of Saratoga. The only reason he had survived until now was because of his potent healing magic. And then there was the poison eating away at Blackwood's strength. But so what if he relied on underhanded tactics? In the end, he would be the one to stand tall, and Blackwood would be the one lying broken at his feet. He knew it, for he had prepared for this moment more thoroughly than anyone could have possibly imagined. Victory was but a matter of time. "You cannot beat me, headmaster." Marden's lips formed a confident smile. because you are bound by chains and I'm free." Even as he said those last words, the ghostly silhouettes of the Benton family gathered around him, haunting him for the unforgivable sins he had committed against them. Their existence, whether real or imagined, only deepened Marden's conviction and perhaps his descent into madness. He raised his black blade, which was on the verge of breaking apart, and pointed it at the headmaster. "Let's finish this. Right here, right now." Before he had even finished his words, he shot towards Blackwood, blood, madness, and power swirling into a mantle of insanity around him. His lips curled into a wide grin as he saw Blackwood charge forward in what seemed to be their final clash. But only a second later, Marden pivoted his body and hurled the black blade straight at Blackwood. Caught off guard, the headmaster was forced to block. The projectile's speed left him no room to dodge. Clang. The instant their swords met, the black blade shattered into countless shards, releasing a surge of toxic miasma that was involuntarily absorbed by Blackwood. Staggering on his feet, he braced himself, expecting Marden's follow-up strike. But the attack never came. Instead, Marden had already shot eastward, towards the gathering of Ravenfell's surviving magi. Ignoring the toxin wreaking havoc on his nervous system, Blackwood gnashed his teeth in fury and immediately pursued the traitor. But he was still too slow, too late to catch up to him. He was not Marden's target. He had never been. Under Blackwood's petrified gaze, Marden arrived in the skies above the harbor quarter, where all the magi who had survived the Battle of Ravenfell had gathered. Then the traitor's hands blurred as he weaved the physical component for his next grand spell. In the next instant, 1,000 tiny blood-red portals tore open across the night sky, dotting the heavens like a sea of crimson stars. The magi below froze in horror. From each portal, crimson weapons began to emerge, blades, spears, swords, axes, all dripping with blood. Then in the next heartbeat, 1,000 weapons rained down upon them like divine judgment, blotting out the night sky. Rank 4 spell, Sanguine Armory. In the face of such a powerful spell cast by a mighty Monocore Magus, what could the weaker magi down below even do? Nothing. Nothing at all. It was all useless. Many of them dropped their weapons and collapsed on their knees, weeping uncontrollably. They had endured an entire night of battle, only to face death in such a cruel fashion in the hands of a Monocore Magus. A few still raised their defenses, clinging to every last bit of defiance in their final moments, Edward being one of them. But it was all futile. Against the overwhelming might of a Monocore Magus, they did not stand a chance. High in the air, Marden laughed maniacally as he willed the 1,000 weapons to reap the lives of the helpless magi below. But behind the mask of insanity, a cold and calculating light gleamed in his eyes, and when he saw a large shadow swiftly move past him and towards the harbor quarter, his lips curled into a smirk. Then he whispered to himself, "It's time." On the ground, just as the surviving magi braced for the crimson weapons to tear them apart, an immense shadow suddenly swept across the battlefield, blotting out the blood rain of death. And when these magi realized what had happened, they were thunderstruck. The Lord of Ravenfell, the headmaster of Saratoga, Marcus Blackwood, stood tall in the air above them, his hands outstretched as if to embrace the entire world itself. His eyes blazed with unyielding resolve as he roared to the heavens, summoning 1,000 ravens to collide against the 1,000 blood-forged weapons. In a thunderous clash that split the skies apart, shadows met blood, both annihilating each other in midair. The residents of the city down below were quick to realize that the ravens shielding them were the same ever-present birds that had always watched over Ravenfell, and they continued to do so even today. In the skies above them, Blackwood's mana depleted rapidly, and the poison in his body flared to life. Blood continued to drip from his nose, yet he defiantly protected his people from the enemy. Until all the blood weapons were taken care of, he would not yield, and slowly, inevitably, the storm of blood weapons began to wane, and within that burst of magic, something insidious was stirring. Up north in the mountain range, after recovering from the shock of seeing Adam appear out of nowhere and then swiftly take the undead knights with him to the spirit world, Gerald turned to Berger and said in a grim voice, "The battle is not over. We need to kill the last 2 cultists immediately." Berger's gaze remained fixed on the spot where, just moments ago, a massive sphere of chains had trapped the undead knights within. He was still worrying about Adam's safety, so he didn't bother about what the old man was saying, until something he said caused his blood to turn cold. "Where is the silent king? I sent him to aid you. Where is he?" Berger's heart trembled, and he spoke in a shaky voice. What are you talking about? I never saw him." Gerald frowned intensely, but then, as if realizing something, a chill ran down his spine. He abruptly turned his head south as he muttered in a trembling voice, "And no. It can't be." Above the skies of the harbor quarter, Blackwood still persisted, his arms raised high as he valiantly protected the magi below. His ravens grew sparse in number, but so did the blood-forged weapons, just a little more, and he could finally drag Marden away to a different battlefield, just a little more, and he would be able to save his people, just a little more. Stab. Marcus coughed a mouthful of blood, his body shuddering in excruciating pain. He slowly lowered his gaze. only to see a poison-coated blade driven straight through his heart, protruding from his chest. Time came to a standstill, and the people on the ground who were cheering just a moment ago suddenly found their eyes wide with sheer disbelief and horror. From the shadows behind Blackwood, a hunched figure clad in black suddenly materialized, plunging a dagger deep into his back. At the same time, higher up in the sky above them, Marden snatched a blood-forged sword from a nearby portal. It was the last of his weapons, the rest having been destroyed by the ravens. Clutching it tightly, he turned into a flash of crimson light and instantly arrived before the Lord of Ravenfell. With a cold, cruel smile on his face, Marden silently drove the blade into Blackwood's heart. Then he leaned forward and whispered into his ear, "I told you, didn't I? You are bound by chains, and that is why you lost." A long time ago, when Headmaster Blackwood first recognized Adam's prodigious talent, he did not feel pride. He felt pity. Back then, his thoughts were these: in a world where you can advance no further than the Monocore rank, your brilliance will one day dim and eventually die out. Oh, the tragedy of magi like us who tread the path of arcana. We are but comets, blazing brilliantly for a moment, only to fade into oblivion the next. Two blades had pierced his heart, one from the front, the other from the back. As Blackwood felt the final vestiges of his life slowly seeping away, he raised his gaze and looked at the stars. His gaze was distant, and there were traces of regret in the depths of his dark eyes as he thought to himself, "I wonder what it would have been like to break through the Monocore rank and step into the next realm. I wonder what it would have been like to experience the myriad wonders of this universe." In the end, I too was such a comet. I blazed fiercely. I lit the skies of Ravenfell, and now I fade away. He slowly exhaled his final breath as his grip around the silver longsword gradually loosened, and a second later the Grade 4 artifact slipped from his grasp and fell down. But before the blade could hit the ground, a small shadowy silhouette emerged and seized the longsword's hilt in its talons. It was a raven, Blackwood's final summon. The bird flapped its wings once, steadying itself in the air, as though unwilling to let the weapon fall into evil hands. In its beady, gleaming eyes reflected the echo of Blackwood's dying magic. Before Marden could even attempt to seize the precious artifact, the raven flapped its wings once more, then disappeared into the darkness. The cultist's eyes narrowed. He could tell that the bird had flown northward. Though he had wanted to acquire that powerful sword, he knew it would be unwise for him to pursue the raven, especially when there were still a few more things he needed to do. However, unbeknownst to him and everyone else, a raven had flown southward as well. Marden then turned to look at the elderly magus before him, his eyes flickering with conflicting emotions. There were a lot of things he wanted to say to the man, but none escaped his lips. In the end, he simply said, "Rest now, Headmaster." Then he pulled his blade free from the man's heart. At the same time, a subtle gesture was enough for the Silent King to withdraw his dagger as well. Freed of the weapons that held him upright in the air, Blackwood's body began to sink. He silently fell from the skies, but his gaze, however, never faltered. It remained fixed upon the distant stars, the eternal cosmos he had always reached for. But now, that light was gone. His eyes had already dimmed. With a soft thud, his body fell to the ground. Thus ended the life of the great Monocore Magus, the third headmaster of Saratoga Castle, the Lord of Ravenfell, the man whose ravens once darkened the city. Marcus Blackwood was no more. In the near distance, the Magi who had survived the Battle of Ravenfell watched everything unfold with utter despair. Especially the Magi of the city, they could not stop their tears from flowing. Many collapsed to their knees and broke down, while others simply stared in sheer disbelief. The great pillar of Ravenfell and Saratoga, the man who had borne their weight for centuries, was gone, just like that. Before their very eyes, a legend had fallen. However, none of them dared to move. They did not even dare to breathe loudly. All of them were frozen in unprecedented fear. Terror gripped every inch of their beings. The lifeless body of Marcus Blackwood lay on the ground before them. And yet, high above, those who had struck him down hovered with utter indifference, their cold gazes sweeping over the crowd like a death sentence waiting to be carried out. The Silent King wiped the blood off his dagger, then asked in a voice that sounded neither male nor female, "What about them? Shall I get rid of them for you?" Marden cast his gaze at the petrified Magi below him. Then he turned to look at the infamous assassin, his gaze cold and unreadable. The Silent King was one of his many trump cards he had prepared for the Battle of Ravenfell. His decision to hire the assassin was a secret he had guarded tightly, unknown even to the other Monocore Magi of the cult. "Get rid of them," Marden murmured, his brown eyes flickering with bloodlust and madness. His lips slowly curled into a cruel smile as he envisioned all these people below dying a vicious death. But the very next moment he suppressed the madness in him, his eyes now gleaming with a cold and calculating light. "No, no need," he said. "If we kill them all, then who is going to spread the word? No, I need them alive so they can forget. So they can forget." The Silent King's eyes narrowed, finding that final statement perplexing. But in the end, he simply shrugged. He didn't care what his employer wanted to do. He had completed what he had been generously paid for, so now his work was done. "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave," said the Monocore assassin. "There is one more thing," Marden murmured. In that instant, a cold light flashed in the Silent King's eyes, and his grip around the dagger tightened ever so slightly. "What is it?" Marden looked at the assassin's action with a hint of amusement in his eyes. He couldn't help but mutter in ridicule, "If I wanted you dead, you'd be dead already." Cold aura radiated from the Silent King. It seemed he was ready to pounce on the cultist any moment now. "Rest assured, I still have need of your services," said Marden with a light chuckle. The Silent King gestured to continue. "I've sent one of my dogs to the Southern Federation to pursue a target," Marden began, his tone casual, almost mocking. "That dog, what was his name?" "Ah, yes, Ballard. I've sent him away to deal with this woman, and have also given him the means to contact your guild." "You want me to kill this woman, then?" the Silent King probed. Marden couldn't help but scoff. "Kill her? No, of course not." His eyes gleamed with a cruel light. "I want you to capture her. She's going to serve as a very valuable hostage." With that said, he handed the assassin a small bead containing a drop of Ballard's blood that he had secretly taken from him and a storage ring filled to the brim with gold coins. "The bead will lead you to him, and the ring is your advance payment," Marden said with a flat voice. "The rest will be paid when you deliver the woman to me." The Silent King put away both items, not even bothering to check the contents of the ring. He already knew how powerful and wealthy the organization behind the cultist was. After all, he had received an extravagant sum of money to participate in the Battle of Ravenfell. "What about your dog?" he asked. Marden waved his hand casually. "Do with him as you please. His sole purpose was to lead us to the woman." "Understood." The Silent King nodded. "Now off you go, you know where to find me." The assassin's body dissipated into shadows. As his form slowly vanished, his strange voice echoed in the air. "It was a pleasure doing business with you." With that said, he was gone. Now only Marden remained, floating high in the sky, indifferent, untouchable. Below him, the crowd stood frozen in shock and terror. He paid them no mind. Instead, his gaze turned north as he drew out 2 crystal balls, each one swirling with faint, ghostly wisps. "Axar and Ramsey, eh?" he murmured, his tone filled with disdain. The next moment, he shattered the crystal balls in his hand, then spat his words like venom, "Useless vermin. At least in your death you will serve some purpose." Finally, he turned south, his gaze falling upon Corvid Quarter. His lips gradually curled up into a triumphant smirk. "And now," he said softly, his voice carrying across the ravaged city of Ravenfell like a death knell, the final nail in the coffin. "We must hurry." Gerald turned into a streak of mana as he flew towards Balthazar and Nylian. They were still fighting the remaining 2 cultists. Berger and Blackie followed rapidly behind him. The gnome had an extremely dark look on his face, and he couldn't help but mutter in frustration, "You should have told me about that damned assassin before." "No. Why did you hire that snake in the first place?" "I don't understand." Gerald remained silent for a few moments. The wind brushed past his weathered face, and his eyes reflected nothing but regret. At last he said, "I had a feeling that the Brotherhood wouldn't send reinforcements, and I was right. The corruption runs deep, Berger. I am certain of it now. There are cult spies who sit at the Council of Dawn." Berger was stunned. The Council of Dawn was the true leadership of the Brotherhood. They were a small governing body made up entirely of Monocore Magi. They were known as the Counselors and were responsible for setting and planning the organization's goals. They've infiltrated even the Council. Berger couldn't believe it at all. Gerald nodded with a grim look on his face. "Yes, I am certain. Knowing that we'd be up against the Monocore Necromancers and their undead, I had requested at least 2 Monocore Magi from the Brotherhood as reinforcements, and look how many showed up. But I had a vague suspicion about there being spies in the Brotherhood's leadership, so I had no other choice but to seek the assistance of rogue Monocore Magi of Ulier. Out of the ones I'd requested for help, only the Silent King showed up. But as it turns out, the Emperor Emeritus didn't wish to say those words, but deep down in his heart he knew. He knew that he had brought this upon himself. If the Silent King ended up doing something dastardly, then he would never be able to forgive himself. "We don't know for sure," Berger interrupted him, trying his best to mask the concern on his face. "We'll deal with the assassin soon enough. But first, we need to get rid of these cultists." The brutal, final battlefield soon became visible to them, and they could already see Balthazar and Nylian fighting a gruesome battle with the remaining Monocore cultists. Suddenly, Gerald turned to the gnome and said, "You did a good job raising him." "Adam, he is a good lad," Berger harumphed, his eyes flickering with anger. "And how did that turn out? The boy is reckless as ever. To think I even agreed to his ridiculous plan. What if something happens to him? Even though he has the means to traverse the spirit world, that dimension, it's filled with countless horrors. Even I don't dare to visit that place too often." "He'll be all right," Gerald murmured, a faint sense of finality in his tone. "In many ways, Adam reminds me of Lucian. People like him, they have a great destiny on their shoulders. They have the ability to turn the tables in the most unexpected ways. If there are 9 chances of death and 1 chance for survival, people like them with great destiny would have the ability to conquer that slim chance of survival. Even in a brutal life and death situation, those marked by fate would always find a way to grasp victory. Berger couldn't help but frown a little. He was unable to understand why the old man was suddenly talking about abstract concepts such as destiny and fate. He didn't have the luxury of asking him further on that matter, because they had already arrived at the battlefield. Without a word, they landed beside Balthazar and Nilian, who were riddled with countless scars and grievous injuries. Now the tables had completely turned. With 5 of them against a mere 2, victory was all but inevitable. But something was wrong. The 2 cultists, Axar and Ramsey, were behaving very strangely. The light in their eyes had been replaced by something dark and insidious. Their movements had turned sluggish and mechanical, and soon parts of their body began to swell, as though something incandescent was burning from within. Gerald and the rest did not realize what was happening to the cultists. But by the time they did, it was already too late. Deep within the Corvid Quarter, beneath the old storage house, in an underground chamber woven into the labyrinth of tunnels, Daniel was teetering on the edge of life and death. The moment he set foot inside this vast chamber, his heart turned cold. A chill ran down his spine and his instincts screamed at him. He wondered why there were so few zombies inside the underground tunnel. Now he knew. Due to a strange mutation, or perhaps an inadvertent result of magic, most of the zombies in the underground tunnels had fused into one single entity. These corpses writhed and coalesced, bones snapping and flesh melting, into a single disgusting mass. Dozens of arms jutted out at wrong angles, claws formed from fused bone shards. Heads sank into the pulsing bulk, their muffled screams echoing from within. What remained was a towering corpse golem, a grotesque fusion of hundreds of zombies, its sheer strength almost rivaling a manhwarecaps. So the moment Daniel entered the chamber, he was immediately assaulted by 100 rotten hands, eager to reap his life and drag him into the grotesque mass of the abomination. At the last possible moment, he drew his blade and blocked the lethal strike, but the sheer impact hurled him into the wall, blood spraying from his mouth as the stone behind him cracked into a deep crater. The attack was too sudden and he couldn't react in time. Now he lay motionless on the damp floor, his consciousness slipping in and out of darkness as the abomination crawled towards him, its hundreds of rotten hands reaching to drag him into its nightmare. So close. Blood pooled beneath Daniel as his gaze shifted from the towering flesh golem to the rectangular contraption occupying the center of the chamber. I was so close. All he had to do was insert the disc into the contraption, and the 1.5 million zombies populating the district would all be dealt with. As the abomination slowly crept in and Daniel's eyes gradually rolled back, a distant memory resurfaced inside his mind. A long time ago, Headmaster Blackwood had once asked him, "And you, Daniel, what is your dream?" At the time, he had answered, "I don't have any lofty goals. I just want to live a decent life and protect that which I value." Daniel had failed to protect Sabrina. Nyland's whereabouts were unknown to him. He did not even know about Headmaster Blackwood's fate, and in the end, he had failed to protect even his home. But suddenly, on the verge of losing consciousness, he seemingly heard Sabrina's and Headmaster Blackwood's voices echo directly inside his mind. They only said 2 simple words, "Get up." And in that final moment, just before the hundreds of rotten hands completely engulfed him whole, his eyes snapped open, and the shadows came alive. In an unknown corner in the depths of the spirit world, where an ocean churned from the brilliant stars and 7 moons cast their pale glow upon its black surface, a powerful transcendent entity slumbered. This entity, made entirely of a swirling mass of writhing tentacles, one single colossal eye, and a gaping maw vast enough to swallow a city whole, slept in the depths of this dark ocean. Within the stomach of this otherworldly abomination, a human figure lay unconscious, his body slowly corroded by acid as fleshy tendrils coiled tightly around his limbs and torso. Adam saw no way to slay this monster and free himself from its stomach. He was but a mere manhwarecaps, while the abomination that had swallowed him was likely a transcendent being, an entity 3 realms beyond his reach. How could he even hope to defeat such a creature? There was no way at all. And so, as Adam sank into the darkest pits of despair, his flesh slowly being corroded by the gastric acid, he did something he hadn't done in as long as he could remember. He gave up. While his physical body was being slowly eaten away inside the abomination's stomach, strangely enough, he found himself, or perhaps his spirit body, in a blank white space. He lay curled in a fetal position, stark naked, his dark eyes hollow, devoid of any light, stripped of any hope. He didn't know where he was. Perhaps this was his spirit sea. Or maybe it was the mysterious space inside the White Lotus. Whatever it was, he did not know, he did not care anymore. Tears slightly trickled down his face and he murmured, "I wonder if my luck is really that bad, or did I bring this upon myself?" Ever since the Blackshore incident, nothing had gone his way. He visited Hand City and found a terrible secretone that would endanger the whole planetidon underneath the city. Then he learned of Helene Godfrey's betrayal. Then he visited the town of Constantine and saw the ash tree he had planted long ago, now grown into a magnificent testament to life. He even met the will of the world. Damn you. Adam's lips quivered. Where were you when I needed help all this time? Where are you now? He traversed the danger-ridden murky mountains and reached the Empire, where he received a hero's welcome. And when he finally returned to Ravenfell, he was embraced like a long-lost son coming home from a perilous journey. It was a homecoming celebration worthy of a king. He reunited with his beloved sister, and he even found his childhood friends once more. But the joy was short-lived. The cult had already reached out with its dark claws, threatening to devour everything he held dear. He was forced to send his sweet sister away, hoping to shield her from danger. Yet in doing so, he might have put her and her companions into even greater peril. From that moment on, everything spiraled downhill. It was one misfortune after another without end. I'm tired. Adam sobbed silently. I have been fighting for nearly a day. I haven't had anything to eat, to drink, from clashing with Felix to descending into the spirit world with him, from battling the four-armed monster to facing the formless fog. Now trapped inside the stomach of a transcendent entity, slowly being devoured, while the whispers of the faceless mask continued to gnaw at his sanity. I'm tired, so tired. The laughing god continued to whisper inside his mind, forcing Adam to grimace in agony. He covered his ears and continued to sob, but the whispers never ceased. If anything, they seemed to grow louder. I'm hurt and I'm tired and I want to go home. And I want to sleep. I don't want to be here. And I think his shoulders trembled incessantly as he continued to sob. Can I let this one go? Can I let it be someone else's problem, just for once, so I can rest? Adam had finally had enough. The burden on his shoulder had crushed him. He could endure no longer, just for a moment. Can I rest? He slowly opened his eyes. Murky and unfocused, they seemed devoid of life. No, I can't, but I wish I could. Oh, how I wish I could, more than anything. Yet, deep within his eyes, a new light bloomed. It swelled brighter with each passing heartbeat, growing blinding and incandescent. Valerian's frantic screams overlapped with the whispers of the laughing god. The young dragon was crying, begging him to wake up. I hear you, Val. I hear you, Adam murmured. I haven't forgotten. My way of magic. And so, within the gargantuan stomach of the transcendent abomination, Adam slowly opened his eyes. The divine light burning within them flared, casting its holy glow across the grotesque chamber and revealing countless fleshy tendrils, coated with corrosive acid, ensnaring his body whole. The raven-haired youth wrenched his hands free from the tendrils, then with great difficulty began weaving a complex set of hand seals. He was looking for a landmass to gain a proper foothold, wasn't he? And now he had found it. He gnashed his teeth so tightly that they started to bleed. His eyes started to bleed profusely, yet his hands never stopped. Energy surged within him as the tendrils coiled tighter, sensing his escape. But still, he did not yield. He did not give up. What was a magus's way of magic? It wasn't just a path of power. It was an anchor to their identity. When a magus was lost, whether in despair or madness, their way acted as a lifeline. The principles they built their magic on, the truth they carved into their soul, were like a compass pointing them back to who they are. Even when the world around them warps, even when their body fails, their way of magi remains unshaken. It whispers, this is who you are and this is what you stand for. And by holding on to that, a magus could pull themselves out of hopelessness, no matter how deep they've sunk, unbruised prosperity. Cannot endure a single blow, Adam spat through gritted teeth as the meaty tendrils coiled tightly around his body. But I have been in constant battle with misfortune, and have acquired a skin calloused by suffering. The extremely potent acid inside the abomination's stomach threatened to corrode his life away and absorb him, yet his hands never stopped weaving. No matter what life throws my way, I will never yield. His flesh corroded at a frightening pace. Tendrils slithered into his ears and nose, clawing their way to his brain. They would not allow him to leave, and even if I stumble, I will carry the fight on upon my knees. He was nearly swallowed into the stomach walls when suddenly a blinding light erupted from his eyes. At last, he had established a connection with his staff in the material world. And then, a small portal materialized beneath him, devouring every tendril that dared to get in its way. As Adam fell through the portal, he whispered in relief, this is my way of magic. In the mountain range north of Ravenfell, something insidious was taking shape, something that would shape the fate of the continent and perhaps the world itself. Gerald, Berger, and Blackie had arrived at the final battlefield to assist Balthazar and Nylian in slaying the last two remaining cultists. But the moment they set foot on the ground, they knew something had gone wrong. The two cultists, Axar and Ramsay, they were behaving very strangely. They had gruesome injuries on their bodice just like Balthazar and Nylian, signifying how brutal their battle had been, but something seemed off about them. The light in their eyes had been replaced by something dark and insidious. It was almost as if their bodies were no longer their own. They had become mere puppets on unseen strings. Their movements were sluggish, mechanical, like marionettes dancing to another's will. And soon parts of their body began to swell, as though something incandescent was burning from deep within. The place where their ethereal monocore should be now started radiating a blinding light. In an instant, the temperature around the two cultists turned significantly hotter. But to Gerald and the others, it was as if they had plunged into the coldest depths of the abyss, for they knew all too well what was happening to the two. But by the time they realized it, it was already too late. Darkness burst forth from Axar's and Ramsay's shadows, rapidly spilling outwards in a wave that swallowed hundreds of meters in every direction. But this was no ordinary darkness. It was a gateway to the underworld itself. However, this was the least of the Akkadian Magi's worries, for Axar and Ramsay had themselves become living bombs, a source of cataclysmic energy that threatened to engulf not only them, but the surrounding lands in total annihilation. They burned their mana, life essence, and even spiritual energy as fuel, forcing it all into their mana cores until the pressure reached the point of implosion. The self-detonation of a single mana core magus was already twice as devastating as their most powerful spell, but two mana core magi doing so in unison. The resulting destruction from Axar and Ramsay's implosion would be nothing short of unimaginable, at the very least. The people in their vicinity would definitely be reduced to nothing. The Akkadian Magi, never even in their wildest imagination, thought that the two cultists would resort to such desperate measures. Instead of fleeing, they had chosen to sacrifice themselves and drag their enemies to doom along with them. Needless to say, Gerald and the rest were shocked and beyond horrified. Only seconds remained before the two cultists imploded, and from the gaping underworld gateway at their feet, it was clear that their scheme was truly diabolical. They intended to not only kill them, but to drag their very souls into the underworld. In that moment, the Akkadian Magi realized just how much of a danger they were truly in. One single move would cost them their lives. The darkness of the underworld gateway clung to their feet, preventing them from flying away. And the cultists' mana core was moments away from cataclysmic detonation. It was now or never. But right at that very moment, an unexpected sound echoed through the vast mountain range. It was the call of a raven. Gerald's eyes trembled as he abruptly turned toward the side, just in time to see a raven descend from the skies with a familiar-looking silver sword in its talons. In that moment, realization struck him, and the Emperor Emeritus found his eyes glistening with boundless emotions, and a heavy weight of regret pressing down on his fragile heart. The silver longsword was a Grade 4 artifact forged by the founding Emperor, Arnold Acadia, and gifted to Dendar Saratoga, the first Lord of Ravenfell. From the beginning, this artifact had been passed down from headmaster to headmaster, and now that this raven had brought his sword here, that could only mean one thing. "I see." Gerald turned away from the raven and closed his eyes. "Forgive me, Marcus, because of my mistake, you..." But the next moment, his eyes snapped open, gleaming with unyielding resolve. This was not the moment to wallow in misery. This was the time to act. The Magi standing with him, Berger, Blackie, Balthazar, and Nalianthe, may appear old, but in fact they were quite young in terms of a Magus's age. At least compared to Gerald, these Magi were nothing but teenagers. They are the future of the Empire. As the raven swooped down and hovered before the stunned Nylian, it released its grip on the sword, allowing it to settle perfectly in his grasp. And right at that moment, Gerald Acadia's heavy voice thundered across the lands. "By the power vested in me as the second emperor of the Akkadian Empire, I, Gerald Acadia, confer upon you, Nylian Fino, the title of Lord of Ravenfell and the fourth headmaster of the great Saratoga Castle." Before Nylian or the others could even react, several thick chains shot out from Gerald's sleeves and coiled tightly around their bodies. Then he erupted with great power, twisted his body, and with a mighty heave hurled all four of them far into the distance. Then Gerald Acadia, the second emperor of the great Akkadian Empire, turned around, his face turning ferocious. He alone faced the implosion of the two mana core cultists. Even in the face of death, he did not retreat. Instead, he chose to protect the future of the Empire. The next moment, mana surged from him like a raging flood. His hands turned into a shadowy blur, and all the color drained from his aged face. He was burning not just mana, but even his life essence. Also, the promising Magi behind him would survive. And then Gerald cast his final spell. It was a spell born from centuries of mastery, sacrifice, and unyielding will. It was the culmination of everything he had ever been. His most powerful magic yet, rank 4 spell, Grand Quadrant Prison. Suddenly, the world came to a standstill. The clouds scattered across the night sky, torn apart in absolute silence as though the heavens themselves had begun to weep. And then, 4 colossal gates descended from the skies. Bam, 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 bam. One by one, colossal gates descended, encircling the two cultists in a perfect square. Gerald pressed his palms against the cold surface of the gate before him, then turned his head slightly, casting one final glance at his disciple. Berger knelt on the ground, frozen in shock at the sight before him. When Gerald turned to look at him, tears welled in his eyes. Reaching out with a trembling hand, he cried in agony, "Old man." Gerald's lips curled into a faint smile, and then he winked. "Boomm." The instant Axar and Ramses' mana cores collapsed inward, the world seemed to erupt. A blinding flash lit up the night as their bodies detonated with cataclysmic force. But instead of the blast tearing outwards in all directions, Gerald's four gates clamped down, funneling the devastating inferno towards the night sky. The earth quaked violently from the pressure. Trees were ripped off their roots and hurled aside like mere twigs. Jagged fissures split the ground in every direction. It was complete and utter chaos. Stones shattered, dirt flew, and the mountains themselves crumbled down. A roaring column of fire, black smoke, and raw energy surged upward, during the night sky in a blood red. Yet within the chaos, the four colossal steel gates stood firm, turning what should have been a world-ending annihilation into a heavenly pillar of destruction that reached out towards the sky, and the four who stood closest to the detonation. They should have taken the full force of the blast even though it was redirected upwards. The shockwaves alone should have killed them, if not left them gravely wounded. But all four of them, Nylian, Berger, Blackie, and Balthazar, remained untouched, because they were shielded by the silhouette of a giant raven, its vast wings enveloping them. The final vestige of Marcus Blackwood's magic had protected them, just as Gerald Acadia had. The shadows around Daniel surged to life, forming Stygian tendrils and tightly coiling around the countless rotten hands that had reached out for him. Grunting hoarsely, he slowly rose to his feet, his eyes blazing with a murderous light. As he gazed at the mutated corpse golem, he readied his sword. The shadows swirled around his blade as he coldly said, "No damned corpse is going to stop me from protecting my home." With that said, he turned into a black flash of light. He erupted in a storm of shadows and steel and delivered multiple sharp cuts to his opponent. His bloodied figure moved with the grace of a cold killer. Red mists and rotten flesh swirled around him like a dark mantle. In an instant, the underground chamber was filled with the sound of miserable screams as a massive portion of the corpse golem was hacked to pieces. Seizing the precious opportunity, Daniel chose to rush toward the rectangular contraption instead of finishing off the abomination. The former took precedence above all, and time was of the utmost essence. He retrieved the circular disc from his inner robes, then reached toward the circular slot on the contraption. His eyes gleamed with unwavering resolve. He did not care what would happen to him after the mechanism was activated. All he cared about was saving what he valued, his home. Daniel was mere inches away from setting the disc in place and activating the contraption. But at the last possible moment, the corpse golem's flesh warped. A thick tendril shot forth and lashed out toward him with murderous force. The counselor's heart sank. His goal was right within reach. The task that Sabrina had entrusted to him was just a breath away from completion. Yet in the end, he was forced to abandon it and draw his blade to intercept the abomination's strike. With a thunderous boom that shook the underground tunnels, he was hurled against the chamber wall. Smashing through it before crashing into the adjacent passageway, Daniel vomited a mouthful of blood as he struggled to get to his feet. Every inch of his body was seething with pain. Forget getting to his feet, he couldn't even get to his knees. And to make matters worse, the sound of their fighting had drawn the attention of the nearby zombies. Now all of them were charging towards his direction. He could already hear the sound of countless footsteps echoing within the tunnels. No, not yet. He gnashed his teeth as he circulated mana throughout his battered body. The shadows danced around him, reacting to his mana. Slowly but surely, he got to his feet. Through the gaping hole in the wall, he could see the corpse abomination standing between him and the contraption, as though mocking his struggle. Daniel lowered his stance, angling his sword in a mysterious but deliberate way. Mana surged violently through his body, pouring into the blade. The shadows around him reached out for the blade as well, coiling around the steel and sharpening its edges beyond limits. Under the immense strain, faint cracks splintered across the weapon's surface. This would be his final strike. He poured everything he had, every last bit of mana, every last bit of his will and intent into a single, decisive blow. On the other side, the grotesque abomination writhed violently, its massive body twisting and squirming as sections of rotten flesh warped and reshaped themselves. Thick tendrils emerged, each tipped with jagged bone like spikes that gleamed with lethality. It was clear. The corpse, too, was staking everything on this final clash. Time froze in the underground chamber. The air grew thick as if the entire world was holding its breath. Only the ominous sound of footsteps echoed in the tunnels. Daniel's eyes narrowed as they reflected the appalling visage of the monster before him. Across from him, the sharp tendrils of the abomination coiled tighter. And then, crack, a single piece of rubble fell from the ceiling and then struck the damp floor with a muffled thud, heralding the inevitable clash. In that instant, the abomination's tendrils lashed out in unison, stabbing forward with unmatched precision. At the same time, the air around Daniel rippled and distorted from the sheer force of his aura. He drew in a deep breath and then, his form vanished, exploding into a streak of black light. Slash. In the next moment, the bloodied and battered figure of Daniel appeared right behind the abomination, mana still swirling around him. Behind him, the corpse golem staggered mid-motion. Then its rotten body started to tremble violently as though resisting the inevitable. Then, one by one, all its tendrils fell to the ground, cut clean apart at their base. For a moment there was nothing but silence, and then, with a sickening crack, the abomination's decayed body split down the middle, cleaved in a single decisive stroke. Then both halves slid apart and collapsed to the ground. At the same time, hot blood sprayed into the air. A gruesome, savage wound appeared on Daniel's torso, running diagonally from his right shoulder down to his left waist, and in the same breath, the sword in his hand gave out one final cry, then shattered into countless shards. Daniel almost collapsed to the ground as well, but at the last possible moment, he somehow held himself steady. He knew that if he fell now, he would not be able to get to his feet again. His strength, stamina, and mana were depleted. Exhaustion threatened to engulf him whole. He couldn't give in now. No, he couldn't. He still had one more thing to do. As blood continued to spill from his torso, he turned towards the contraption, then slowly dragged his body there. He pressed his hands against his stomach, afraid his guts might spill out. The pain hadn't yet registered in his mind because all he cared about now was one thing, and one thing only. Finally, he arrived before the rectangular contraption. His legs gave in and he collapsed to his knees. With a trembling hand, he reached out for the disc once again. Then he slowly but surely inserted the disc into the slot. A weary smile appeared on his face as he heard a faint click. The zombies from the tunnels nearby had already arrived inside the chamber, but he did not care. He had done his job. His home was now safe. With a relieved smile, he allowed his body to fall to the ground. He faced the ceiling of the chamber as he listened to the sweet melody of the contraption activating. I did it, he thought to himself. Sabrina, I did it. I protected our home. We protected our home. The moment the disc locked into place, the contraption came to life. Mana surged outward like glowing veins, racing through the underground tunnels like a sprawling web. All around, the thousands upon thousands of barrels began to glow with a faint orange light. Then, one by one, they ignited. Thousands of barrels strategically placed beneath the corvid quarter exploded in a chain of fiery destruction. Before the horde of zombies could close in on Daniel's unmoving body, the roaring flames had already swept over them, reducing them to ash in an instant. And just as the searing heat was about to consume him as well, his fading vision caught sight of something strange, something that didn't belong amidst the fire and ruin. Daniel saw the faint silhouette of a giant raven descending from above. Slowly, its vast wings spread and folded around his body, shielding him as darkness embraced him. That was the last thing he saw, before the flames swallowed the entirety of Corvid Quarter and reduced the 1.5 million zombies to ashes. Marcus Blackwood had failed to save one disciple, but even after his own death, he ensured the safety of his other two. It was a magic, born from love, that protected them from beyond the grave. In the skies above Harbor Quarter, Marden Benton floated with an indifferent look on his face. Though there were hints of madness in his brown eyes, there was also a sharp gleam in them with traces of vile and cunning. Below, the Magi, who had survived the Battle of Ravenfell, stood frozen in absolute terror. The lifeless body of the former headmaster of Saratoga lay motionless on the ground before them, yet none of them dared to come forward. They did not even dare to breathe too loudly, let alone make any sudden movements. They were, after all, in the presence of a highly dangerous Monocore Magus, who had not only fooled everyone in the city and orchestrated this great battle, but had also been the one to slay the mighty Marcus Blackwood. All these surviving Magi could do was silently sob as hatred and anger filled their hearts. Marden, of course, couldn't care less about them. To him, they were no different from insects. However, they still served a purpose, or else he would have long since killed them. After shattering the crystal orbs that housed the ghostly wisps tethered to Axar and Ramsey's souls, he effectively rewrote their wills, forcing them into self-detonation. This is what Marden meant earlier when he claimed that being a necromancer in the Cult of Bones was a dangerous bargain. To become a necromancer meant handing the cult leader direct dominion over their soul. The two crystal orbs containing the ghostly wisps were proof enough. That was why Marden had gone through such a diabolical ritual involving his own kin to sever the cult leader's hold over him. Although the cult leader's influence still lingered, at the very least, he could no longer force Marden's hand, as the latter just had with Axar and Ramsey. And as for why Marden would go to such unfathomable lengths to break the shackles binding him to the cult leader, that would remain a mystery. But from his actions, one truth became undeniable. The cult leader regarded every member of the cult, even the mighty Monocore Magi, as nothing more than slaves bound to his will. Perhaps only the inner circle held true closeness to him, or perhaps no one did. Just thinking about the cult leader's claws, which had nearly closed around the planet, and the bloody price he had paid for his freedom, caused Marden's expression to darken. He shifted his attention to the matters at hand. As he gazed in the direction of the mountain range north of the city, he spat coldly, useless vermin. At least in your death you will serve some purpose. Then he turned to the south, his gaze falling upon Corvid Quarter. If Madden was being honest, he really had not expected his Monocore Magi to die like flies. This was after taking into consideration that they heavily outnumbered the enemy with the help of their undead knights, and yet, as things stood, there were only 2 of them left. At least with Marden forcing them to self-detonate, the 2 would be able to drag a couple of the enemy magi into the underworld. He wasn't hoping for much. After all, it was very difficult to kill a mana core magus. As he gazed at Corvid Quarter, however, his expression brightened a little. And now, the final nail in the coffin. He retrieved an ivory bone flute from his inner robes. At first glance, it looked nothing more than an ordinary instrument. But in truth, it was a grade 4 artifact, its eerily melodious notes capable of commanding a legion of zombies into doing its wielder's bidding. Marden slowly raised the flute to his lips. At last, one of the cult's long-sought goals was about to be realized. The Battle of Ravenfell had been nothing more than a strategic opening, orchestrated to accomplish 3 goals. The first was the destruction of Saratoga Castle and Ravenfell. Though only half of it had been achieved, the consequences remained just as the cult had intended a vicious blow to the great Akkadian Empire. The second was the capture of Adam Constantine. The cult leader had ordered Marden to directly apprehend him. Yet there was also a contingency, an insidious plan prepared in advance, in case capturing Adam proved to be difficult, as had always been the case in the past. And finally, the most dreadful of them all was to turn the 1.5 million residents of the Corvid Quarter into mindless undead and command them to spread their disease inland. A decade of preparation had led to this moment, and soon the northeast of the Ulir continent would be reduced to a vast death zone. The ivory bone flute pressed softly against Marden's lips. He slowly inhaled, his eyes gleaming with triumph. And just when he was about to blow into the instrument and command the undead to finally make a move, he abruptly turned to the north, just in time to see 4 colossal metal gates descending from the skies. Marden's eyes narrowed at that development, but what happened next caused his heart to turn cold. The world erupted in a blinding flash that lit up the night sky. However, much to Marden's shock, instead of the blast spreading in all directions, it was funneled towards the heavens. From where he floated, he could see a pillar of incandescent red pillar of light reaching skyward, then vanishing beyond the clouds. Everyone in Harbor Quarter was shocked out of their minds, and then came the aftermath of Axar and Ramses' self-detonation. The earth quaked violently from the pressure of the shockwaves. The entire northern district was reduced to rubble. The homes that still remained standing by some miracle now crumbled like sandcastles, and the fires violently raged everywhere one looked. The magi gathered on the ground in Harbor Quarter were swept off their feet. Even the docked ships rocked violently against the piers. Such was the sheer intensity of the shockwaves. All of them looked northward, drawn to the brilliant crimson pillar that pierced the heavens like a spear, tearing open the night sky. Marden's expression turned unsightly. He couldn't help but glance at the enormous pillar of fire for a few moments, unable to tear himself away. And those fleeting moments, whether by sheer fortune or divine intervention, was all the time Daniel needed to slay the undead abomination and activate the contraption left behind by Sabrina Benton. Marden turned his gaze away from the pillar of light, cursing under his breath. Then once more he raised the bone flute to his lips. But just as he was about to play, a second explosion erupted, far larger and far more violent than the previous one. Boom! The entire Corvid Quarter was up in flames. Marden watched with wide eyes as the ground convulsed, as if the very earth was tearing apart. One after another, the barrels buried underneath the district detonated in a chain of thunderous blasts, and the entire district collapsed inwards with a deafening roar. Buildings crumbled, swallowed into the gaping tunnels below, before a violent inferno erupted upwards. Flames burst into the sky like a colossal wave, followed by a towering mushroom cloud that split the sky. For a moment night was banished and the darkness burned away as the city was bathed in a blinding, fiery glow, as though dawn itself had been forged from the fire. As for the 1.5 million zombies, they were no more, reduced to nothing but drifting ashes carried away by the flames. "I'm impossible." Marden was thunderstruck. It wasn't the explosion, nor the annihilation of Corvid Quarter that left him shaken. No, it was far deeper than that. A drop of cold sweat trickled down the side of his forehead, and he thought to himself in sheer disbelief, just who could possibly see through the magic of the Forgotten Rune. Marden's eyes reflected the fiery inferno raging in Corvid Quarter. The entire district was engulfed in flames, and the legion of zombies awaiting his command had been reduced to ashes. The previous explosion, where the gates descended from the skies and largely contained much of its force, was still within Marden's expectations. He was, after all, a man who always moved with contingencies in place and expected the worst. A magus had far too many tricks up their sleeve. And considering it was monocore magi he was dealing with, he didn't doubt that any of the Akkadian spellcasters fighting in the mountain range up north possessed some kind of spell capable of containing even such a massive detonation. But this, the complete annihilation of Corvid Quarter, blown into smithereens, that was something he had never anticipated. No one should have realized that there were zombies silently gathering in that district. In fact, no one should have recalled any matter related to that district. After all, its existence had been erased from people's minds. The Forgotten Rune was a one-time use artifact. Though it was classified as a Grade 4 artifact, it had in fact several rank 5 spells from the School of Enchantment inscribed into it. Moreover, rune magic itself had been employed to amplify the potency of the artifact, elevating its power greatly. This insidious artifact subtly warped the minds of its victims, making them accept lies as truth, even when the truth stood right before their very eyes. It could also tamper with memories, reshaping fragments of the past to suit the wielder's design. And with an amplification of rune magic, its reach extended over an entire city. The Cult of Bones used this artifact in places that were extremely pivotal to their grand plan. More notably, they had used the Forgotten Runes at the 6 sites where the otherworldly portals were scattered across Tron. They had wielded it in Blackshore, and most recently, Corvid Quarter. It was an artifact capable of warping the perceptions of even powerful mana core magi. It was considered almost impossible for them to realize that they had been enchanted, and for magi weaker than them, they would most definitely not realize that they had been enchanted at all. And yet someone had been able to see straight through the enchantment. That is why Marden was so stunned at this sudden turn of events. In fact, he didn't even care that one of the 3 plans that the cult had set out to do in Ravenfell had been thwarted. He was more interested in the person who had seen through the Forgotten Runes' magic. What are the chances? He muttered under his breath as he gazed at the vast mushroom cloud of dust and flames rising into the sky. For a few moments he was completely stunned. It was only when he noticed movement in the north that he finally snapped out of his shock. He turned towards the mountain range, his eyes narrowing. The giant gates had disappeared, and so had the Pillar of Flames. Marden sensed several presences stirring in the north. He couldn't help but frown at that realization. 4, he thought. I sense at least 4 of them, and one of them died. Acadia. Yes, that is good. He was satisfied with that outcome. The death of the Emperor Emeritus carried far greater weight than eliminating the other mana core magi, and with Marcus Blackwood's fall, the blow dealt to the Empire would be nothing short of devastating. But still, not being able to realize his plans that involved the legion of zombies in the Corvid Quarter left a bad taste in his mouth. He had after all been planning for it for a long, long time, pulling strings from the shadows and subtly bending magi to do his bidding, only for it all to go up in smoke. He heaved a long and heavy sigh as he slowly descended from the sky. His gaze landed on Blackwood's lifeless body, his lips slowly curling into a faint smile. Defeat is also a part of life, he thought, but at least I've accomplished part of the Lord's design. As for my failures, those could be forgiven, especially if I deliver the corpse of the headmaster. Oh, what a magnificent undead he would be. As he neared the ground, his movements were calm, almost casual. No one would have believed he was deep inside enemy territory. He wasn't even bothered about the possible retaliation of the surviving mana core magi. They wouldn't have been able to harm him when they were at their peak. They most definitely wouldn't be able to harm him now that they were broken and bleeding. Ah, but what a pity, he thought. If only I could get my hands on the Emperor's corpse as well. But that would be a foolish choice. Gerald's lifeless body was guarded by the 4 surviving mana core magi who were mourning his death. It would be far too risky to retrieve the body. His feet softly landed on the ground. Hand clasped behind his back, he slowly walked toward the corpse lying before him. Ignoring all the hateful and fearful gazes the magi in the distance were casting at him, he wondered now, where is Adam Constantine? I haven't been able to sense his mana signature for a while now. Suddenly his eyes narrowed and he thought, did he escape? The next moment, however, his expression returned to his usual. Well, no matter. Even if he fled, he would never escape the clutches of that which is forgotten. His lips curled into a cruel smile as he thought of the future that awaited Adam. One way or another, he would find himself standing before the doors of the Cult of Bones. Marden stretched out his hand for Marcus Blackwood's lifeless body. The screams and the anguished cries of the magi swelled the moment they realized his intent. Some of them even broke into a desperate sprint towards him. They knew what he planned to do with their headmaster. They would sooner die than allow their beloved leader to rise as a walking corpse. Marden found their desperation quite amusing. What could a bunch of weak, pathetic, and grieving magi like them possibly do to him? Ignoring their futile cries, he finally took hold of Blackwood's collar. Just as the body was about to disappear inside his storage artifact, a dark blur streaked through the air and slammed into him with crushing force, pushing him into the distance. Marden's feet tore across the ravaged ground, gouging deep marks as he skidded back. His arms were crossed in front of him. He had managed to block the blow, but his forearms burned with pain from the impact. Worse still, he had been driven dozens of meters away from Blackwood's corpse. There was no question about it. Whatever had struck him carried immense power. And there was another thing, this one far more alarming. I wasn't able to sense his presence at all, Marden thought, a grim look on his face. He lifted his head and looked forward, his gaze settling on the bruised and bloodied figure now standing before Blackwood's corpse. Clad in tattered dark robes, the towering figure clutched a black staff in hand, the very weapon that had just hurled Marden away. Realizing who it was, Marden's lips slowly curled into a smirk, and he said, "There you are, Adam Constantine." Blood continued to drip from the frayed edges of Adam's tattered robes. He was severely bruised, battered, and broken. Perhaps there hadn't ever been a time when he had been so grievously injured. Much of his skin had been eaten away by the gastric acid of the transcendent spirit world entity. In some places, the corrosion was so deep that raw muscles could be seen through the ghastly wounds. Considering all the battles he had been through, all the foes he had confronted, all within a single day, it was nothing short of a miracle he was still standing. His strength and stamina had long since depleted. He only had a little amount of mana left within his energy reserves, and as for his willpower, there was an abundance of that. That was the only reason why he remained standing tall and proud despite all the obstacles he had faced. That being said, although his physical body still held together, the same couldn't be said of his mind. He had drawn upon the powers of the White Lotus more times today than all the years since he had first acquired the divine artifact. As a result, he had lost his eyesight. The eyes were the windows to the soul, after all. Worse still, his mind was in shambles. It felt as though a spark had been lit in his spirit sea, swelling into a raging wildfire that devoured all order. He had never felt so much crushing mental fatigue before. It hurt simply to form a thought, yet even that was not the worst. It was the flaw of the faceless mask. The whispers of the laughing god continued to get louder and louder. It became especially worse ever since he escaped from the stomach of the tentacled abomination. That return trip to the material world consumed a lot of his energy. In the end, he was forced to rely on the White Lotus to stabilize the collapsing portal. It was by far the longest journey back home. The divine artifact, bound by some mysterious connection to the spirit world, had offered him a measure of safety amidst the turbulence, but it had come at a cost, a great cost. With his mind becoming so chaotic, the White Lotus had begun the process of repairing it. That meant its suppression over the flaw of the faceless mask had reduced drastically, and as a result, the laughing god continued to whisper inside his mind, mocking him, laughing at him, taking pleasure in his misfortune. "Shut up," said the raven-haired youth in a daze. The response he received was hysterical laughter, echoing endlessly in his mind. Adam turned his head ever so slightly and spat through gritted teeth, his tone oozing with frustration and madness. I said, "Shut up." When he turned his head to speak to whoever it was that he was speaking to, he sensed the corpse lying motionlessly behind him. Sphere of resonance was an observational ability that Adam had come up with in his youth. It was a passive ability of the eternal soul lotus that heightened his perception to extraordinary levels. It allowed him to sense subtle vibrations, mana fluctuations, and hidden movements that would normally go unnoticed. However, this heightened awareness came at a cost. Adam's vision lost all colors, rendering the world in stark shapes of black, white, and gray. And through that colorless vision, he recognized who the body belonged to. Bloody tears trickled down Adam's hollow, lightless eyes. His lips quivered, struggling to shift between a frown and a grin, caught between grief and madness, until at last all that remained was a cold, indifferent face. He knelt on one knee, then stretched out a trembling hand and gently closed Blackwood's eyes shut. Then he gently murmured, "May your mana flow eternally in the river of stars, Headmaster." Adam rose to his feet, his bloodied face twisting into a dark scowl. He extended his sphere of resonance to the maximum output, instantly reducing his visibility in the colorless world. But at least in the blurry void, he could still grasp the outlines of the chaos unfolding around him. Finally, his gaze settled on the man responsible for it all, the master, the elder of the inner circle. For a moment, Adam couldn't identify him through his colorless sight, but when he did, his blood turned cold. "Where is the Lord Marshal?" he asked in a low, hoarse voice. If Marden Benton truly was a cultist all along, then the chaos he must have sown from within must have been truly unimaginable. Adam feared what horrors this vile traitor must have inflicted upon his own family. In that moment, everything started to make sense. The cult's silent infiltration, their unnatural foresight, the way every strategy of the city's forces had been effortlessly seen through. It was all because the cult already knew. The leader of the cult's forces, Marden Benton, had been sitting in the very seat of power, right beneath the nose of the woman entrusted with the city's defense and war councils. Marden's lips curled into a faint smile. Instead of answering his question, he curiously gazed at Adam's figure and said, "You look quite miserable." "Shut up," Adam growled. It was unknown if he was talking to Marden or the voice in his head, but he kept repeating that phrase under his breath. A few moments later, he asked again. I said, "Where is Lady Benton?" Marden couldn't help but frown at Adam's actions. He tilted his head, his eyes flickering with amusement. "Pray tell, have you turned into a lunatic as well?" "Lunatic, you say?" Adam's lips curled up into a wide grin. I wonder, seeing that deranged look on his face, Marden suddenly turned silent. Something about the youth felt wrong, his aura twisted, warped into something unhinged. Madness radiated from him like a living curse. It was as if another will had taken root inside his body. Marden couldn't help but think to himself solemnly, it is going to be problematic if the vessel has turned. Insane, however. His brown eyes gleamed with a cunning light and his lips curled into a smirk yet again. This might just work in my favor. No, this works perfectly in my favor. Marden's machinations remained a mystery. He raised his hands and shrugged nonchalantly. Lady Benton, ah yes, I already killed her. Killed my elder brother too, you know, as well as every member of the Benton family. Ah, it was such a delight. I see, Adam muttered under his breath, his expression twisting repeatedly. One moment tears welled up in his eyes, and the next his lips curled into a wide, unsettling grin. He muttered incoherent words, barely audible to Marden. You were a student of Saratoga. You knew more about the castle than anyone else in the cult. Yeah, makes sense, makes sense. Ah yes, it's funny really. No wonder Saratoga was infiltrated. Ah yes, yes, so funny. No wonder Professor Whitaker was killed. Ah yes, I should mourn her, but it just seems so. Funny to me, you know. The laughing god continued to whisper in his mind, but the eternal soul lotus continued to suppress the flaw to the best of its ability. Yet still, a wide grin found its way to Adam's lips as he swayed on his feet. Ha, 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 traitor, dame traitor. Ha ha, so stupid, I'm so stupid. And then, he vanished. Marden's eyes widened, but before the shock could settle, Adam had already appeared in front of him with a wide, manic grin on his face as the black staff came crashing down. Fucking traitor, I'm going to kill you. Marden hadn't even seen Adam perform any of the spell components. Yet the youth had already teleported before him like a ghost, his mysterious black staff crashing down on him. The cultist crossed his arms, coating them with mana, then raised them in front of him to block the attack. At the same time, he could see Adam's visage more clearly, and what he saw caused a chill to crawl down his spine. Adam's face was a ruin, corroded so badly by acid that parts of his flesh had melted away. His right cheek was eaten through, exposing the line of his teeth beneath. Whole patches of hair were gone, leaving him half-scalped, as though he wore the charred remains of a human skin mask. Yet worse than his mutilated appearance were his eyes. The whites were bloodshot, and the pupils were so cloudy and dilated that they seemed inhuman. And deep within, a faint gleam of divine light flickered. It was something so otherworldly it made Marden shudder to his core. Marden couldn't fathom what horrors Adam had endured to end up in such a wretched state. Whatever it was, he guessed that it had also driven the youth to the brink of madness. Madness among magi was not uncommon in this world. Some lost their minds after conducting countless arcane experiments, others after gazing at forbidden things in the spirit world, and many more simply cracked beneath the weight of repeated failures and hardships life threw at them. But whatever Adam had gone through, Marden truly welcomed it. The more Adam was driven towards the brink of insanity, the better it would be for his own insidious plans. As the staff of calamity came crashing down, Marden's lips curled into a grin as he thought, you wanted a worthy vessel, eh? Then how about a vessel brimming with madness? And just as the black staff was about to come hammering down on his arms, it suddenly vanished. Once again, Marden was caught off guard. And then before he could even blink, Adam had reappeared behind him, his staff descending like a hammer aimed straight at Marden's skull. Bam! A large crater was instantly formed beneath their feet as Adam's attack connected. However, much to his dismay, Marden had shifted his body ever so slightly at the last possible second, narrowly saving his head. But still, Adam's attack did quite a number on the elder, who now found his right shoulder completely decimated. His right hand hung limply to the side, and his shoulder was caved in. Me, dying at the hands of a broken mana vortex magus. How laughable. His gaze towards Adam shifted. He now treated the youth no differently than an enemy mana core magus. Marden couldn't afford to act frivolously in his presence. Adam's mastery over the art of teleportation was far greater than he had expected. No, there has to be a price for such flawless teleportation, he wondered, his thoughts drifting to the faint white light he had momentarily seen in the depths of his dead eyes, but he couldn't be sure if the two were correlated. Adam, meanwhile, ignoring the splitting pain in his mind, extended the sphere of resonance and soon located Marden. He turned towards him and muttered hoarsely, Professor Whitaker, Lady Benton, Headmaster Blackwood, I will avenge them all. And when I slaughter you, they shall laugh from beyond the grave. Yes, laughter in their hearts, laughter all around them. Marden frowned, but soon his eyes flickered with a cunning gleam. His lips curled into a devious smirk, and he muttered, but those are just the ones you know of. I've killed many more people that you care for. For example, Gerald Acadia is dead. Adam froze, his heart beating rapidly. Meanwhile, the smile on Marden's face widened. Ah yes, who else, I wonder? So many of your friends died at Saratoga. I suppose your disciples were slaughtered as well. He paused, shrugging casually. Perhaps they've already been turned into undead. Ah, come to think of it, that pathetic little gnome died as well. And his mutt, yes, we burned him alive. Before he could even finish speaking, a colossal black pillar streaked towards Marden with terrifying speed. He easily dodged the pillar, but then the space before him trembled, and Adam suddenly appeared like a ghost. Then, with an enraged look on his face, Adam thrust his palm forward, hand of doom, coiling palm str. Fool, Marden muttered coldly as he effortlessly grabbed Adam's wrist. Did you really think you're my match? But Adam didn't hear his words at all. The laughing god continued to whisper inside his mind, and the eternal soul lotus continued to suppress those ravings. His mind was in shambles, and bloody tears streamed down his face, yet his lips twisted into a wide, ominous grin. Laughter. From beyond the grave. They will be avenged. Kill, kill, I will kill you. And then, laughter. Laughter all around me. Crack. He ruthlessly snapped his own right wrist with precision, then pivoted on his heel and unleashed a crushing roundhouse kick with his left leg. Once again caught off guard, Marden was forced to release the youth's hand, then raise both his hands and block his right side. However, the attack never came from the right. Adam had already teleported behind his back and delivered a ferocious kick to the back of his skull. Bam. Marden felt his head nearly explode from that vicious attack. If not for him, augmenting his upper body with multiple layers of mana, he feared he might have died. He had severely underestimated Adam's physical strength. No magus should have a physical body that strong. Marden was hurled into the distance, rolling several times before coming to a stop. He gnashed his teeth as he hurriedly got to his feet. How embarrassing, he muttered under his breath, and then he heard another faint crack, forcing him to look upward. The faint crack earlier was the sound of Adam forcing his broken wrist back into place. The raven-haired youth was already upon him, weaving a set of complex hand seals, and in the next moment, the world above Marden was dotted with large flaming spheres. Rank 3 spell, Adam's Fireball Barrage. Marden glanced at Adam and his spell with a condescending look on his face. He harumphed in arrogance, then took flight, easily maneuvering through the rain of fireballs. He caught up to Adam, then ruthlessly grabbed his face, nearly crushing his skull. Have you had enough yet? He muttered coldly. The only response he received from the youth was a word spoken in Snackatung. Return. The very next moment, the black staff slammed into Marden's side, blasting him away and breaking his grip. The youth fell miserably to the ground, coughing up mouthfuls of blood and clutching at his head in sheer agony. Before the youth even had a chance to catch his breath, Marden was already upon him. The cultist plummeted from above and crashed down on his stomach, crushing his lungs and driving the air from his chest. The ground caved in beneath him with a thunderous crack, a fresh crater forming as Adam's broken mind blurred on the edge of unconsciousness. You're good, Adam Constantine. You are very good. Marden praised sincerely as he grabbed the youth by the neck like a broken ragdoll, but still not my match. Receiving no response from the youth, Marden slapped him a few times. What's the matter? Is that all you got? However, his words never reached Adam. Instead, the ravings of the faceless mask assaulted his mind endlessly. Shut up, he whispered, the breaking point. Marden thought to himself, his lips curling into a cruel grin. He just needs one last push. Marden brought Adam closer to him, then whispered, by the way, your sister. What was her name? Ah yes, Anna Fireborn. Do you know that my men have already? In that moment, something inside Adam snapped. The laughing god continued to whisper, and the eternal soul lotus struggled to suppress it. Adam's hands turned into a blur, and the next moment, he viciously grabbed Marden's face with brutal force. The youth's lips curled into a wide grin, a crazed grin, a painful grin as he said, you wouldn't dare. And then, for the first time, Adam did something he had never dared before. The lotus patterns in his lifeless eyes blazed with a blinding light. One last time, a heartbeat later, a loud, miserable, and blood-curdling scream tore through the air. Adam's mind shattered. A soul-rending agony assaulted his spirit sea, consuming him in torment beyond anything he had ever endured. Above, the sky quaked violently, splitting apart with jagged cracks that stretched from horizon to horizon. The once tranquil waters below churned in upheaval, massive waves rising like mountains before crashing down with cataclysmic force, and at the center of it all, the eternal soul lotus lay afloat on the turbulent waves, its pristine white petals unfurling. A wave of energy rippled outward in all directions as the divine artifact did its best to calm the raging spirit sea. However, the damage done this time was too much, far too much. Adam had severely overused the lotus throughout the battle, and his last attack took a heavy toll on his mind, body, and soul. The white lotus hummed, sending out another powerful wave of energy in all directions. For a brief moment, it seemed that Adam's spirit sea would be utterly decimated. But then, the apocalyptic storm began to calm down, slowly but surely. The damage, however, had already been done. Jagged cracks still scarred the sky of his spirit sea, stretching endlessly overhead, and the waters below continued to churn like a raging ocean. Yet for now, the destruction had halted. The chaos was no longer spreading. Adam's spirit sea had stabilized, but only barely, and then something unexpected happened. The eternal white lotus hummed softly, then slowly sank into the depths of the spirit sea. It would remain there, tending to Adam's soul, repairing his fractured mind in silence, until its work was complete. Out in the real world, Adam writhed on the ground, consumed by excruciating pain. He clutched at his hair, tearing it from his scalp, his body convulsing violently. Yet the agony showed no mercy, and his eyes. They had completely ruptured, the optic nerves shredded, leaving only two dark, hollow, and bloodied sockets. He cried until he could cry no more. He screamed until his throat grew hoarse, until no sound could escape. And all the while that wide, exaggerated grin never left his face. Martin, on the other hand, was faring no better. How could he? After all, Adam had hit him with a soul attack. Soul attack techniques were incredibly rare. Rarer still were methods to defend against such attacks. Martin had never expected the youth to possess such a diabolical skill. More importantly, he didn't have any defenses against such attacks, so all he could do was writhe in unbearable pain. Moreover, his mind was already in a very precarious state, haunted by the ghostly silhouettes of his dead family gnawing at his sanity. Adam's insidious attack had dealt deeper wounds into his soul, leaving him momentarily defenseless. This would have been the perfect opportunity to kill Martin. Alas, all the Mana core magi were in the north, and the rest of the surviving magi were simply too weak and frozen in terror to come near Martin and Adam's battlefield. Even Adam could have ended the traitor's life with a single stab to the heart. Martin would have had no chance to stop him. But Adam was dealing with a far more insidious problem. How could he act under such a burden? Bastard. You dare. Martin's eyes were bloodshot, his expression full of dark malice. He slowly rose to his feet, a crimson blade made from his own blood materializing in his hand. I don't care, he growled. I don't care anymore. Bastard, I'm going to finish you right here, right now. In that moment, Martin didn't care about following the cult leader's orders. He did not care about his own machinations. In that moment, all he wanted to do was end Adam's life. Bearing the agonizing pain in his soul, he dragged his body across the battlefield. A few meters away from him, Adam was still convulsing violently on the ground, clutching at his head. When Martin's gaze fell on Adam's hollow eyes and the ominous grin on his face, he felt a sudden chill crawl down his spine. Something about the youth had changed, and he didn't know what. In that moment of hesitation, the world around him was suddenly bathed in an incandescent blue light. Thunder. Edward turned into a streak of lightning and delivered a brutal kick to the cultist's torso, hurtling him through the air. Martin tumbled across the ground before finally coming to a halt. He grimaced in unbearable pain. No, it wasn't Edward's blow that hurt him. In fact, he had even blocked his surprise attack. That much was nothing for him. But Adam's soul attack, that was different. It clung to his spirit sea like seething, burning chains, gnawing at his very essence and drowning him in ceaseless, unbearable torment. He shifted his attention towards Adam. Before him, a tall and burly figure with dark hair and blue eyes stood with a solemn look on his face, shielding Adam behind him. You think you can stop me? Martin growled, his eyes bloodshot and gleaming with anger and madness. Fine, I'll kill all of you. Towards the end, his words trailed off. More and more figures had arrived on the battlefield, forming a protective perimeter around Adam. Most were warriors from the Black Legion, warriors who would sooner die than allow their Lord Commander to fall before their eyes. Martin's expression turned increasingly ugly. As more and more people started to arrive, the bloodlust in his eyes gradually calmed down, replaced by cold and calculating reasoning. Yet, the injury to his soul lingered, weighing down on him heavily. His face contorted into a dark grimace as he struggled to endure the pain, but with each passing second, the pain only deepened. Right at that moment, a gentle gust of wind blew by, causing Martin to shudder. His body moved on its own, and through sheer instinct, he raised the crimson sword in a defensive stance. Clang. The fourth headmaster of Saratoga Castle, the new lord of Ravenfell, Nalian Fino, arrived on the battlefield, his silver longsword crashing down on Martin with unbridled hatred and fury. His eyes were wide and bloodshot, tears streaking down his face. He gnashed his teeth with seething rage and muttered, "You are the one who killed my mentor." Martin's hands trembled as he prevented Nalian's sword from slicing his neck. Suppressing the pain in his soul, he glanced at the weapon in Nalian's hand. Then he answered in a low voice, "I see. So you're the new headmaster then." Nalian roared as he hurled himself at Martin with reckless abandon. Sword light split the air, and in a single moment, countless attacks erupted from both magi, turning the battlefield into a raging typhoon of blood, wind, and steel. When the two separated from one another, both came out with several hideous, sharp cuts on their bodies. The only difference was, Martin's wounds were healing, and Nalian's weren't. In fact, the injuries from the previous hellish battle had caught up to the new headmaster. Nalian was forced to collapse on one knee and cough up a mouthful of blood. He supported himself with the silver longsword as he cast a hateful glance at Martin. "Mark my words," he said. "I will fucking kill you." Martin, however, simply smiled in return. He took to the air, making enough distance between himself and the Mana core elf. This time, he also ensured to check his surroundings properly. There were still a few more mana core enemies out there. The truth of the matter was, Marden was heavily injured both physically and mentally. Adam had nearly killed him, and Nylian too had come very close. If he stayed any longer, chances were he would be slain. The Battle of Ravenfell was over. Marden chose to retreat wisely. He might have failed to achieve the cult's goals, but he hadn't failed entirely. In fact, one could argue he hadn't failed at all. His lips curled into a cold smile as he cast his gaze towards Adam, who was still convulsing violently on the ground. Marden's eyes gleamed with a treacherous light as he conjured a broken tablet. It looked like a cracked stone fragment, etched with highly complex and mysterious runes. Some runes glowed faintly, while others were erased, as if history itself had buried them. He channeled mana into the stone tablet, following which it crumbled into sand and scattered by the wind. A faint ripple of energy spread outward, barely visible, yet vast enough to engulf everyone across the surrounding lands. The forgotten rune had been unleashed. Marden's lips parted and he coldly said, his words carried away by the wind, "Well then, Adam, it is now time for me to leave. I shall see you on the other side of the world." With that said, he turned into a crimson streak of light and disappeared beyond the clouds. Strangely enough, no one stopped him. No one even moved. As the first rays of the morning sun drove the darkness away, an eerie silence settled on the battlefield. Adam continued to writhe in agony, fighting with all his will to suppress the soul-rending pain. His only solace was that he was surrounded by loved ones and loyal comrades, that he was now safe and sound, that he could now finally rest, or so he thought. At the base of the mountain range up north, where the final cataclysmic clash between the cultists and the Akkadian magi had unfolded, the land lay in utter ruin. The earth was charred black and caved in upon itself, while the nearby peaks had collapsed into jagged heaps of stone. For miles around, there was nothing but scorched wasteland. The black flames, at some point, had been snuffed out, leaving behind nothing but drifting ashes. The remnants of the tens of thousands of zombies consumed within them. In the aftermath of this ruinous battlefield that reshaped the entire topography of the lands north of Ravenfell, 3 figures could be seen. 4, if one counted the charred corpse of the Emperor Emeritus. Berger knelt on the ground, weeping silently as he held Gerald's lifeless body in his arms. Blackie remained standing by his side, his head hung low. Finally, there was Balthazar. He gazed at the charred corpse with a melancholic look in his eyes. "Damn you, old man," the gnome muttered under his breath as tears trickled down his face. He knew that if it wasn't for Gerald and Blackwood's final magic protecting them, they would have most certainly been dragged to the dark pits of the underworld. If not, in the best-case scenario, they'd be grievously injured. The self-detonation of a mana core magus was just that devastating. Not to mention, there were 2. Balthazar looked at Gerald's lifeless body, tears welling in his eyes. He had known the man for a long time. In many ways, Gerald had been a father figure to him. Back in his youth, when he and Lucian often traveled the world together, his paths had crossed with Gerald countless times. And now to see the man in such a state brought out overwhelming sorrow from deep within Balthazar's heart. He raised his head, gazing at the first rays of the sun slowly lighting up the dark night, and softly said, 1,200 years. He inherited the empire from his father, strengthened it, and made it flourish before passing it on to Lucian. A proud legacy, wouldn't you say? Yes, I believe it was a life well lived. Now rise, Berger. He wouldn't want to see you like this. Berger, however, ignored his words. He continued to sob while hugging his mentor. Out of everyone present, only Blackie could understand his pain, his sorrow, his rage. The Cult of Bones had stolen Berger's family a long time ago, and now they had taken away his mentor as well. Worse still, knowing that spies within the Brotherhood's upper echelons had played a hand in Gerald's death only fueled his rage. Suddenly, a faint wave of energy swept past them, rippling outward before disappearing into the horizon. In that moment, the world changed, and a tense, unsettling silence descended upon the lands. Something subtle and insidious was taking shape, an undercurrent that would soon alter the course of history across the entire Ulir continent, and perhaps, even Tron Balthazar, who stood with a forlorn look on his face just a moment ago, suddenly found a frown shadowing his face. Soon, that frown turned into a dark scowl, his eyes blazing with anger. Turned to Berger, who was kneeling on the ground, frozen in shock, and looked at him for a long time. At last his lips parted and he said in a cold voice, "Berger, did you know about this?" The gnome's body trembled ever so slightly, his eyes wide in utter shock. There were traces of sorrow, anger, and indignation in his eyes as well, but they were all overshadowed by the sheer astonishment gripping his being. "And no, this can't be," he muttered in a trembling voice as tears trickled down his face. He wouldn't. "No, this is impossible." Blackie, who was standing beside him, too had a grave expression on his face. His dark eyes flickered with countless emotions, but a moment later, a hint of clarity flashed in them. It took him another moment to realize that something had terribly gone wrong. He turned to the gnome and spoke in a grim voice, "Berger, something has changed. You must take this with a grain of salt, but I am certain. No, I think." I think there is otherworldly magic involved. Berger's body continued to tremble, his eyes wide with shock. I don't know, Blackie this. I feel like I'm forgetting something. Balthazar, on the other hand, didn't share the same sentiments as Berger and Blackie. He took a step forward, his aura distorting the very air around him. Black fire danced in the depths of his eyes as he spat in a murderous fury. If this is true, then I will take care of it myself. With that said, he ascended into the skies, turning into a streak of black fire as he soared straight towards Ravenfell. Meanwhile, Berger remained kneeling on the ground, his mind in utter disarray as he struggled to come to terms with this new reality. Saratoga Castle. Several students, faculty members, and young magi from other arcane institutions had gathered around Professor Mathilda Whitaker's lifeless body. They were all mourning the passing of this steadfast guardian who protected the castle with her life when suddenly, a faint wave of energy swept past them. In that moment, their eyes glazed over ever so slightly, and they felt like they had forgotten something. It was impossible for them to recall that which they had forgotten. Soon the grief in their eyes gave way to confusion, then shock, before finally settling into anger. Lisa, who was standing amongst this group of young magi, covered her mouth with a trembling hand. Tears welled up in her eyes before trickling down her face. She couldn't believe it. She couldn't believe it at all. Adam, she muttered in a trembling voice. And no, this can't be. Meanwhile, Adam's three students, who had knelt beside Professor Whitaker's cold body, found themselves shuddering in horror and shock. They kept muttering the same phrase over and over again. No, impossible. He couldn't. Ravenfell. Adam continued to convulse violently on the ground, clutching at his head, trying his best to endure the soul-rending pain, but nothing he did helped. The pain just wouldn't subside. Unbeknownst to him, a new reality had already taken root. The very people who stood at his side moments ago, shielding him from Martin, now turned their gazes upon him. Some looked at him with shock, others looked with fury, while a few regarded him with nothing but cold, hateful disdain. They had forgotten the glorious deeds of the Dark King, but Adam remained utterly oblivious. All his focus was locked on weathering the raging storm within his spirit sea. How could he possibly notice anything else? The one most shaken by this new reality was Edward. He had grown up alongside Adam, studied with him at the same academy, fought through several life and death trials, sworn brotherhood with him, and even had his own family treat Adam as their own son. And yet, with bloodshot eyes and tears streaming down his face, Edward bent forward, then grabbed Adam by the collar. He yanked him up to his eye level, then screamed in anguish, "Tell me, Adam. Tell me this is all a lie." But he received no response. All he got was a wide, exaggerated grin. "Please," Edward's lips quivered, his tone laced with grief and desperation. "Please tell me it's all a lie. Please, I beg you." But the next moment, things took an ominous turn. A group of men from the Black Legion ruthlessly pushed Edward aside, and then, stab, Adam's deranged grin froze in place as searing pain radiated through his broken body. Several swords and daggers had been driven deep into his torso. Then came a young man, dragging his battered body towards Adam. His face was twisted into a hideous scowl, tears of anguish trickling down his blood-stained cheeks. His one arm was gone, severed in battle, while the other gripped a dagger. It was Brutus, one of the few soldiers of the Black Legion who had survived the Battle of Ravenfell. He stopped before Adam, glaring into his face and spat through gritted teeth, "I admired you. I looked up to you. I wanted to be you." Then Brutus thrust the dagger straight into Adam's chest. "But you," he said, weeping uncontrollably, "you turned out to be the traitor all along." The Forgotten Rune was an artifact with subtle yet insidious effects. It warped the minds of its victims, making them accept the lies as truths. Furthermore, it also tampered with their memories, reshaping fragments of the past according to its wielder's design. So when Martin activated the artifact, the perceptions of everyone within the city and the surrounding lands were altered. Their memories had been subtly twisted, erasing who Adam had once been and the motive behind all that he had done. Now the very people who once looked up to Adam hailed him as the Dark King of the Akkadian Empire, a prodigious student of Saratoga Castle and proud son of Ravenfell, were made to believe that he had been raised by the cult in the Southern Federation, that he had been trained to become their spy within the Akkadian Empire, that his time in the Twilight Brotherhood and Saratoga Castle was nothing more than a cover feeding precious intel to the cult, that he was complicit with the slave trade, fueling the bloody ritual alongside the Duskfall couple, that he had orchestrated the slaughter of all the participants in the Grand Magus tournament, that every act of heroism and bravery had been a ploy to win Ravenfell and the Empire's trust, that he had always been a servant of the Cult of Bones. Martin had wanted to use the Forgotten Rune to alter the perceptions of not just all the surviving magi of the Battle of Ravenfell, but also Adam himself. He had believed that with Adam already teetering on the edge of madness, the artifact would effortlessly unravel his sense of self, making him doubt his own memories, until he finally crawled back to the Cult of Bones, convinced that he had been their servant all along. but there was one slight miscalculation in his scheme. Who was Adam Constantine? He was the wielder of the eternal soul lotus. Such paltry spells from the spiritual aspect of magic could never harm him, even though he had turned mad. So what if the lotus had retreated into the depths of his spirit sea? It still guarded him, mending his fractured soul in silence, shielding his mind from all external threats. And there was one other soul untouched by the forgotten rune's power. Adam stood motionless, with blades buried in his chest and stomach, surrounded by familiar faces twisted in grief and murderous rage. And then all of a sudden, a flash of gray light tore through the scene. ROARR. Before anyone could react, the silhouette of a towering beast appeared in their midst, standing firmly behind Adam like a guardian. None among them had ever dreamed of witnessing such a magical creature, for this was a being long dismissed as nothing more than mere myths and legends. Valerian, in his draconic form, unfurled his colossal wings. His topaz eyes flashed with unbridled rage and hatred as they swept over the crowd. "Filthy mongrels, how dare you? How dare you hurt my brother?" His jaws opened wide, revealing razor-sharp teeth glinting with cold light. He drew in a deep breath, then let out another roar. Except this time his roar contained ancient magic, a type of power only his kind could wield. Dragon breath. In an instant, the minds of those nearby grew hazy. Their eyes glazed over as they felt utter confusion engulf their bodies. But even before that, these people were utterly thunderstruck by the sudden emergence of the legendary beast. It lasted only for a heartbeat, but that was all Valerian needed. With a swipe of his sharp claws and a sweep of his powerful tail, he cleared the area around Adam in a single motion. Then he briefly glanced at Edward, who watched everything unfold with a shocked look on his face, before gently gathering Adam's motionless body in his grasp. With a powerful flap of his wings, Valerian ascended into the skies and carried his brother away towards the Gelstein Ocean. That day, the surviving magi of Ravenfell beheld a sight thought lost to legend, a mighty dragon soaring through the clouds. "Forgive me, brother," Valerian thought to himself as he flew higher and higher. As he gazed at Adam's broken and bloodied body in his hands, his topaz eyes welled up with tears. "Forgive me. I know I promised you. I know. But this is my most powerful form, and I will do whatever it takes to save you. I will save you, no matter what." Under the astonished gaze of everyone down below, Valerian soon turned into a tiny dot and disappeared from their sight. The young dragon didn't know what was going on and why everyone was acting that way towards his brother. He didn't even know where he was headed. All he wanted to do was get further and further away from Ravenfell. For a fleeting moment, he truly believed he could escape safely with his brother. But the very next instant, that hope was mercilessly shattered. "Who allowed you to leave?" Balthazar's cold voice echoed in the skies, thundering in Valerian's ears like an omen of doom. In that moment, the young dragon's heart turned cold. His entire body shuddered in terror. This was a monocore magus he was facing. He turned his head, raising his gaze to see the source of the voice. But all he saw was a human figure plummeting from the sky and crashing onto him with a devastating impact. Bam! Valerian coughed out a mouthful of blood, his grip around Adam's body loosening. That single punch had shattered several ribs. As he plummeted listlessly from the sky, his topaz eyes rolled over. He was on the verge of losing consciousness, but then, he gnashed his jaws tightly, his eyes blazing with unyielding resolve. His arms tightened protectively around Adam as he beat his massive wings, forcing himself higher, farther, away from the magus. "No matter what, I will protect you, brother." He let out another roar, enduring the crushing pain in his body as he flew faster and faster. Behind him, Balthazar looked at the scene with a conflicting look in his eyes. He couldn't believe he was seeing the legendary dragon with his own two eyes. "But so what? I'll kill you both," he muttered coldly. He then turned into a dark streak of light, and in the next moment, he once again appeared above Valerian. Black flames danced in his palms as he got ready to burn the traitor to a crisp. Just as he thrust his hands forward to deliver the killing blow, an ominous shadow loomed over him. And before he could even react, he was struck down from the skies. Balthazar adjusted his body mid-air. As he wiped the blood trickling from his lips, he looked up at the one responsible for the attack. His eyes narrowed, and he spoke in a cold voice, his tone filled with murderous intent. "Are you certain you wish to get in my way?" Blackie's towering figure hovered in the air, looking down at Balthazar with utter contempt. "Know your place, human." Just then, a figure shot past them, streaking through the sky towards the dragon. Recognizing him, Balthazar's expression darkened. He roared, "Think carefully, Berger. That man is a traitor. Do not forget that. The choice you make now will determine whose side you stand on." Without waiting for a response, Balthazar flew towards Blackie and began a devastating aerial battle. He needed to first get rid of him before he could deal with Adam. Meanwhile, Berger had already arrived before Valerian, his eyes teary and raging with anger. "You," the young dragon whispered in a trembling voice. But the next moment his eyes narrowed. "Move." Berger ignored him and flew towards Adam. Valerian didn't retaliate. He couldn't. The gnome was like family to him. As tears trickled down Berger's face, he grabbed Adam's collar and muttered in a hoarse voice, "Tell me, Was it all a lie? Adam weakly raised his head, his lips curling into a faint, weary smile. Then he whispered, "Old man." When those two simple words left Adam's lips, Berger was pulled back to those simpler times back in Moon City, when a younger Adam would run around his herb store, grinning from ear to ear, waving a freshly brewed potion in his hand as he shouted, "Old man. Old man, look, I did it, I did it." As those memories resurfaced in Berger's mind, more tears trickled down his blood-stained face. His grip around Adam's collar tightened, and he said through gritted teeth, "Damn it, boy, why, just why? Tell me, was it all a lie? Tell me, please." Towards the end, his voice turned into a whisper as he sobbed uncontrollably. Adam stayed silent for a long time, his expression wavering, caught somewhere between a grin and a sorrowful frown. At last, he said, "I have never betrayed anyone. I am not a traitor, I'm just—" He paused for a moment, then added softly, "I'm just tired." Then he leaned forward with great struggle and whispered something in Berger's ears. By that time, Balthazar had already arrived. And this time, Berger did not stop him. His lonely figure hovered in the air, sobbing silently as he clenched his fists. After a long time, he turned around, just in time to see a bloodied and battered Valyrian turning into a gray flash of light and retreating back to Adam's spirit sea. And as for Adam, Balthazar gripped Adam tightly by the neck, but Adam only grinned back at him. In the next moment, Adam was consumed in black flames. Balthazar released his hold and coldly watched as Adam plunged into the ocean. A fall from such a height would surely kill the youth. That was only if the magical flames didn't kill him first. As the sun rose from the east, painting the sky in shades of lilac, Adam fell from the heavens, burning in flames, like a black comet. His mind had completely shattered from the overuse of the eternal soul lotus. The divine artifact had retreated into the depths of his spirit sea. Now there was nothing to suppress the flaw of the faceless mask. So this time when the laughing god whispered, Adam listened, and as he fell from the heavens, he laughed. End of Volume 5, Black Comet. Hand City, Southern Federation. The port of the city of sails was as busy as ever. Ships of all sizes crowded the docks, their sails fluttering gently under the sea breeze. The vast majority of these ships were merchant vessels. Located in the southernmost part of the Uriel continent, this coastal city had the most active mercantile community in the Southern Federation. It was also one of the only two coastal cities to establish trade routes with the Nahua continent in the south. As a result, the city welcomed merchants from not only the foreign continent, but also the Akkadian Empire all the way north of the Murky Mountains. And so, this dock was always bustling at any given time of the day. Sailors could be seen hurrying down the gangplanks with crates on their shoulders, shouting to make way as dockhands rolled large wooden barrels across the uneven planks. On the main docks, merchants roared the prices from their stalls as they sold spices, fabrics, or even seafood. This was the familiar restless chaos of a city that thrived on trade. Moreover, ever since the Clover Academy had established a branch here, the population of the city had increased severalfold. Among the many merchant vessels at the pier, one had just arrived from the Akkadian Empire. As crates and barrels were unloaded onto the docks, a group of hooded figures moved across the gangplank. One from the group stayed behind on the deck, discussing something with the captain of the vessel. A middle-aged man with premature graying hair and brown eyes that seemed to have weathered the vicissitudes of life handed the captain, an elderly man with a burly build, a bulging leather pouch. "This is for all your troubles, good sir." Rowan flashed a polite smile. The captain harumphed in displeasure, but after weighing the pouch, his expression softened a little bit. Still, he was full of indignation. "You people made my men work like dogs," he said. "It was supposed to be a 6-month journey from the Empire to Hand City, yet we made it here in mere 3 months. I need more coins. Do you know how hard we've worked?" Rowan's smile remained the same as ever. "I understand, Captain, but in those 3 months, how many times have we saved this vessel from becoming food for the monsters of the deep? Let's not forget that we also worked together with your crew in these past months. Without our spells, the journey would never have been so quick." The elderly captain was at a loss for words. He was about to argue further, but right at that moment, Rowan pushed another pouch of gold towards him. He then added with a smile, "But I understand your point of view, Captain, so here's a little extra for all your troubles." Then he leaned forward and whispered, "Oh, and I would appreciate it if you don't divulge any information about us to anyone. You see, we wouldn't want anyone to know that we're headed to Moon City." Without waiting for a response, Rowan turned around and disembarked the ship. Meanwhile, the captain silently watched him leave, then scoffed, thinking to himself, "How foolish of you to disclose your destination." The captain, of course, knew that this group of people was fugitives. He had ferried plenty of their type before. Normally, he wasn't the kind to betray a passenger's destination, but if his life were on the line, that was a different matter. Passing through the bustling crowd at the docks, Rowan quickly caught up with his traveling party. After ensuring that his wife and kids were all right, he walked up to the forefront of the group. There, an old man with shoulder-length white hair and a beard of matching color, wearing a hooded cloak, scanned the surroundings with sharp vigilance as he led the group out of the city. When he saw Rowan approach him, he asked in a soft, gentle voice, "Rowan, is it taken care of?" "Yes, my lord." The man nodded solemnly. "If our pursuers are stupid, they will head to Moon City, buying us enough time until we reach our true destination. But clearly they are not, and I'm not aware of the arcane means magi can use to pursue people, so rest assured, lad." Caspar York smiled gently. "We will reach our destination in one piece, and I mean all of us." Caspar knew that if it weren't for Rowan and his wife, Carla, none of them would have been able to make it out of the Empire safely. After all of them were grievously injured and unable to move after their brutal battle, and it was only because of the couple that they were safe. It wouldn't be a stretch to claim that the mortal couple had saved the lives of 3 mana liquefaction magi and a powerful mana vortex magus. "Yes, my lord." Rowan nodded. He thought for a moment, then added, "I will go look for transport immediately. We must not spend a moment longer in this city." Caspar smiled faintly. "Take Darrell with you." "You don't have to do everything by yourself." Rowan subconsciously blurted out, "My lord, I dare not. You all do not have to worry about it. I will be right back." But right at that moment, a man with auburn hair, a mustache, and a goatee of matching color, and also wearing a hooded robe, put his hand around Rowan's shoulder. Then he said in a laid-back tone, "Rowan, oh Rowan, no need to be so formal with us. After all that we've been through, I'd expect a little friendliness, yeah." "Yes, my lord," Rowan said after a long pause. Then the two of them broke away from the group and hurried ahead to find a carriage out of the city. After slipping past the dockside security checkpoint with forged identification documents, the group made their way out of the city at an unhurried pace, careful not to draw attention. To the officials and passers-by, they looked like nothing more than another band of travelers passing through hands on their way deeper into the Southern Federation. Suddenly, one of the hooded figures in the group halted, her attention caught by a piece of paper stuck to the wall. The others stopped as well and watched her move towards that piece of paper, which turned out to be a wanted poster. Reaching out with a fair, delicate hand, she tore it free and read the words written on it with a dark frown. It read, "By decree of the Akkadian Empire. Wanted, Adam Constantine. Enemy of the Empire, traitor and fugitive. Any information on his whereabouts is to be reported at once. Reward, 5 million Akkadian gold. Those who shelter or protect him shall be punished as accomplices." Flames danced in the depths of Anna's scarlet eyes, and in the next moment, she burned the wanted poster to ashes. In the dark of the night, a horse-drawn caravan rolled out of the city of Sails, quickly making its way towards its destination. The pale glow of the twin moons cast an ethereal light over the lands of the Southern Federation. However, the atmosphere inside the caravan was extremely grim. Darrell rode on the front bench beside the driver, a mortal resident of Hand City, who the carriage belonged to. Meanwhile, the covered caravan was occupied by Rowan, his family, Ada, and lastly Anna. Behind them, Caspar followed closely, erasing their tracks with arcane means and weaving illusions to make it seem as though they had traveled east instead of towards their true destination. Kekek, the carriage driver's laughter was no different than a goblin's. He casually picked his nose, ignoring the disgusted look Darrell displayed, and said in amusement, "Do you people live under a rock or something? How come you're so clueless?" Kekek. Inside the caravan, Rowan was sweating incessantly. He couldn't help but wonder if this driver had no regard for his life. He was just about to warn him to speak to Darrell respectfully, but it turned out Darrell did not care about formalities at the moment. The Magus just wanted to hear the truth, and so did everyone else in the caravan. "Tell us what you know about the Dark King," Darrell muttered in a cold voice. "Why is there a wanted poster of him, issued by the Akkadian Empire, no less?" The driver suddenly felt his back covered in a layer of cold sweat. He looked around frantically, wondering what the reason was for the sudden drop in temperature. After finding nothing around their caravan, he turned to Darrell and asked with a dubious look on his face, You really don't know? By the way, mister, do you feel cold?" Darrell tried his best not to beat the living daylights out of the driver. He forced a smile as he answered, "My friends and I were at sea for the past few months." "Now would you mind telling us, at sea?" The driver raised an eyebrow. All right, that makes more sense to me." He paused for a moment, reined in the horses, then continued, "Anyways, 3 months ago, one of the pillars of the Akkadian Empire was attacked by foreign forces. What were they called? The cult of gnomes. No, that doesn't sound right. Got it, the cult of bones." The moment those words left the driver's mouth, Darrell's blood turned cold. A drop of cold sweat trickled down the side of his forehead as he slowly turned around, his gaze settling on Anna and Ada. Ada was similarly frozen in shock, and as for Anna, there was a cold look on her face, but beneath that facade, a fiery storm was raging. In Europa, the Ignisra kingdom of which Anna was the royal princess was part of the Sovereign Union, a coalition of independent kingdoms and principalities that was in direct opposition to the Hainam Empire. Dark rumors whispered that the Hainam Empire was being secretly backed. by the cult of bones. They had always dismissed such tales as rumors, but now, on a continent half a world away, they finally realized there must be some truth to them after all. Of course, the vast majority of people in the Sovereign Union must have never even heard of the cult of bones. But Anna, Ada, and Darrell were different. They were either royalty or closely tied to it, so how could they not, Anna? The silver-haired Ada looked to her friend with a deeply concerned look on her face. What do you know about the cult of bones? Darrell immediately asked. The driver was perplexed. I thought you wanted to know about the traitor. But anyway, no one knows about this cult. They just appeared out of nowhere. But people are saying that the traitor is a servant of the cult and whatnot, that he was raised by them to act as a spy within the empire. Wait a minute, Anna interrupted him. The driver turned around and glanced at the woman. Although she had her hood on, he could still see streaks of crimson hair and a face that seemed to have been touched by divinity itself. He had never seen such a beautiful woman in his life. Yes, young miss, the driver asked with a foolish smile. You said, the Dark King is a servant of the cult and was raised by them to become a spy in the empire. How credible is this information? I don't know. The driver shrugged. It's what everyone's saying, so I guess it must be true. He turned back around, reining in the horses again. Then he continued, anyways, they no longer call him the Dark King, you know. Now people call him Adam the Deceitful. They say that he, along with another traitor of Ravenfell, orchestrated the Battle of Ravenfell, and that the two were directly responsible for the deaths of the Saratoga Castle's former headmaster and the previous emperor of the Akkadian Empire. The driver went on and on about how Adam the Deceitful was involved in slave trading and human trafficking, using the unfortunate souls in bloody rituals to appease evil entities. He even spoke about how he had slaughtered the students who participated in the Grand Magus tournament. As these rumors floated from one mouth to another, they grew wilder until there was barely any truth to them, not that there was any truth to them to begin with. In the end, the Dark King, who was once hailed as the greatest talent of the empire, had been reduced to nothing but a cutthroat, backstabbing devil. And so, in the minds of the people of Ulir, Adam Constantin was remembered by a single name, the Deceitful One. Anna, however, paid no heed to these rumors. In fact, she scoffed at them, her lips curling in disdain. Adam the Deceitful orchestrated the Battle of Ravenfell, responsible for the death of Manhwaedit Magi. Involved in the slave trade and human trafficking, servant of the cult of bones, raised by the evil cult, how could such tales be true when it was she who had raised him? In that moment she understood many things, first of them being that this was a deliberate conspiracy to discredit Adam. She didn't know the exact details about it, but she believed she was right. A deep, insidious ploy was at work here. She also realized another thing. Anna closed her eyes, her hands subconsciously turning into fists. So that's why you sent me away, she wondered. You knew the Battle of Ravenfell was inevitable, so you placed me out of harm's way. She realized, too, that based on her nature, she would never have left Ravenfell had she suspected anything even remotely terrible looming over her little brother. The very fact that she did leave could only mean one thing. And you also cast a spell on me, she thought bitterly. Damn you, Adam, damn you. As Anna wrestled to come to terms with this reality, she couldn't help but wonder about Adam's whereabouts. Was he safe? Was he even alive? She did not know, and the uncertainty ate away at her from within. A day later, another ship docked at the port of Hand City. On its deck stood an elderly man with blonde hair and topaz eyes, holding a small copper lantern in his hand. Within the glass walls of the lantern, a wisp flickered and tapped restlessly, pointing in a single direction. Ives Ballard lifted his head and looked west, his gaze seemingly piercing hundreds of miles, straight towards his son's murderer. His eyes were bloodshot and blazing with murderous intent. His lips parted and he coldly muttered, "No matter where you run, I will find you and I will kill you." Somewhere in the Galestein Ocean, an unknown island floated on this vast ocean like a giant fortress made out of stone. But of course it was no stone at all. The surface of the island was built entirely from countless generations of coral. Over the long course of time, these corals of myriad colors had hardened into jagged ridges, plains, and small valleys that stretched for more than a mile. The island's shape was uneven, resembling an oval. Above the waterline, the corals bleached pale under the radiant sun, forming natural walls, spires, and plateaus. Colors stuck to the lower slopes of the island where the ocean lapped against the corals. Reds, purples, and blues glittered underwater. Seabirds could be seen circling overhead or resting on jagged ledges, their cries echoing across the strange and colorful landscape. Under the rays of the blazing sun, the entire island glowed like a fractured mirror, reflecting 1,000 colors. Amid the myriad colors of this vibrant landscape, a lonely figure could be seen slowly traversing the island. This figure was tall but slightly hunched. He walked barefoot across the colorful land, with only a crude cloak made out of moss and weeds covering his body. His face was hidden under the shadow of the hood. His bare feet that were visible under the sun, however, told a story of deep anguish and torment. The skin on the feet was seared, and the flesh was charred. Every step carried the weight of unending pain, yet not a groan of agony escaped the figure's lips. In one hand, he leaned on a black staff etched with mysterious runes across its shaft, supporting his weary frame and movement. In the other hand, he carried a makeshift bag woven out of seaweed, filled with mushrooms and fish. The figure suddenly froze in his footsteps. He slowly turned around and looked over his shoulder. "Come out," said the figure in a hoarse voice, his tone laced with vigilance but also uncertainty. However, there was no movement where his gaze landed. There was no one else on this island except for him. And the corals, of course. Did you know corals are living animals? Though they are always mistaken for plants or rocks, the figure muttered under his breath. They're key ingredients in several potions, too. But there was no one there. He was talking to no one. The figure turned back around. He tilted his head a little and mumbled, "What was I doing?" He remained silent for a long time. Then he raised his head and looked upward. "Do any of you know?" he asked. The figure felt like someone was watching him. He felt like a lot of people were watching him. Some cheered for him, while others took great pleasure in seeing him struggle. Some remained silent, continuing to follow his journey, while others abandoned him. "Are you there?" he asked softly. "Is anyone there?" The figure slowly lowered his head, his shoulders trembling. It seemed that the figure was having a mental breakdown. Again, he inhaled deeply, then raised his head to the bright, blue sky and he laughed. He laughed and laughed and laughed. Gradually, the hood covering his head slid back, revealing his grotesque appearance. His face was a ruin of burn scars, every inch marred and twisted. His scalp bore no hair, only a blackened red patch of flesh corroded by fire and acid. And his eyes, or rather the absence of them, chilled the soul. They were the most terrifying feature. He had no eyes at all, just a pair of hollow sockets that seemed to contain infinite darkness in them. And within that darkness there was grief, loneliness, and madness. The laughing god whispered, and Adam listened. He gradually calmed down, lowering his head. His lips curled into a wide, unnatural smile, twisting his hideous face into a demonic visage straight out of a nightmare. "It's funny, don't you think?" Humbled, there was no one around him. He was simply talking to himself. Or was he? Even he did not know. "My life had been a steady ascent," he began. "After overcoming countless obstacles, each step of my life earned me love, admiration, and respect. I had everything, wealth, power, and fame. Yet, because of a single incident," his smile grew deeper. "Because of that single incident, one not even of my own making, my life crumbled. From hero to outcast, from savior to traitor. I was branded as everyone's enemy. My own sworn brother looked at me with doubtful eyes. My own mentor questioned my past. Funny, right? My existence is like a comet. I blazed brilliantly across the heavens for one fleeting moment, only to vanish into darkness. I bet I am remembered not for my light, but for the ruin I left behind. Don't you think so too? Hey, why don't you answer me? I'm talking to you." But no one answered. There was no one around him. Adam once again looked at the sky, the smile on his face widening. "Hey Tron, this is how you repay my kindness. I planted the ash tree and gave your sentience form. And this is what I get in return, turned into a fugitive, hated by the world, and I can't even see." He lowered his head again, his shoulders slouching in discouragement. He then heaved a long, helpless sigh. "I feel so lonely. I miss everyone. Fuck them." Adam abruptly turned around, his grip around the staff of calamity tightening. After scanning his surroundings with the sphere of resonance, he finally relaxed a little. "Who was that?" he mumbled, "and what was I doing?" Ah, right, his eyes would have lit up, if he had them. Food. Adam put all his worries to the back of his fractured mind, then strutted towards his humble abode, whistling a merry tune. 3 months ago, by a twist of fate, Adam found himself on this mysterious island, rather than dying in the depths of the Galestein or in the stomach of some mighty predator of the deep. Of course, back then, his situation was extremely dire. His mind was relentlessly assaulted by the ravings of the faceless mask, while his body lay bloodied and broken. It took every ounce of willpower just to mend his wounds and drag himself out of critical condition. Once his body could move again, he turned his focus inward, towards his fractured mind, and amidst the madness, he discovered a method within it. Adam nimbly scaled the towering wall of a valley, then entered a naturally formed cave. This was his humble abode on this strange, mysterious island. "Oh, by the way, did I tell you that there's no one on this island except for me?" Adam muttered under his breath. To whom he was speaking remained unknown. "Right, I probably must have already told you," he mumbled as he entered the cave. "Anyway, welcome to my humble abode." The cave was simple, yet very unsettling in its simplicity. In one corner, a crude fire pit of blackened stones occupied the space. They carried the faint scent of smoke and char. Opposite it, a rough mattress of dried seaweed was spread across the cold floor. "That's my bed," Adam pointed with a finger. "It's very cushiony." He stroked his charred chin. "Cushiony, I wonder if that's a word, but you get what I'm trying to convey, yes." Adam looked over his shoulder as if talking to someone, but of course no one was there. He smiled. "Yes, of course you get it." The walls of the cave were a deep coral red, and their uneven surfaces were etched with strange symbols. The ominous thing about it was, these symbols looked as though they had been carved directly by a finger. The grooves on the characters were raw and jagged, as if born from obsession rather than design. "Those are runes, by the way," Adam said casually. He walked up to the makeshift fire pit and set aside the bag of gathered food. Then he retrieved a handful of mushrooms and a small fish. He arranged the mushrooms on the flat stones near the embers, letting the residual heat warm them. Then he skewered the fish with a sharpened coral shard and held it over the newly kindled fire, lit by mundane means. "Ah, that's right," he mumbled, his smile widening. "I can't use spells anymore." As soon as sorrow consumed him, he raised his head and laughed. He laughed and laughed and laughed. Adam's spirit sea was in such ruin that even drawing out the smallest thread of spiritual energy brought him immense pain. Without it, he was unable to weave spell models, and without spell models, he was unable to cast magic. Even the weakest of rank 1 spells, the kind that required no physical or material components by a powerful magus, still demanded at least a spark of spiritual energy to ignite the flow of mana. Lacking that spark, he was unable to wield even the simplest of spells. "Oh, how the mighty have fallen," he mumbled, a bitter smile finding its way to his scarred lips. As he slowly descended into the pits of despair, he displayed a brilliant smile. "A magus who can't use magic. Is he even a magus? Ha ha ha, of course not. Of course not. I'm not a magus. I'm just no one." As silence descended over the cave, only the crackle of the fire and the faint sizzle of fish and mushrooms broke the stillness. The flames illuminated Adam's scarred and grotesque visage, casting his lonely shadow on the walls. Ah, right, the walls. Adam sat up straight, suddenly excited. He popped a mushroom inside his mouth, then pointed at the mysterious symbols etched on the walls. Those strange characters were drawn from ink that was a deep crimson, deeper than the color of the walls. And these characters were etched all across the cave, even on the ground and ceiling. This was Adam's work, his obsession, carved into the stone since he had claimed this place as his refuge. He waved his hand and said casually, "That's not ink, it's my blood, trust me it is. How else am I supposed to write them down? I don't have ink, I don't have anything, or anyone." Adam's shoulders slouched once again, depression engulfing him, but soon enough he smiled brightly. "Those black flames. They melted my earrings," he said, his voice slowly turning cold as he recalled the person who burned him alive. He brushed his finger against his ear and continued, "The storage artifact melted into my skin and everything inside. Gone forever. So much wine. Wasted." He took a bite of the seared fish, then turned his attention to the runes. "Anyway, as I was saying, I carved these runes with my fingers, using my blood as ink. I'm not crazy or anything, I just didn't have any other options. If I'm hearing those annoying voices, I might as well make good use of them, don't you think?" No one answered, because no one was there. The lonelier he felt, the sadder he became. And the sadder he was, the brighter he smiled. "Trust me, I'm not mad," he whispered. "It's just..." His smile turned even wider, twisting his hideous face into an ominous visage. "It's just what?" Adam froze. He quickly rose to his feet, looking around in terror. He felt like he had just heard someone. But he was always hearing someone. He couldn't tell. "Did you hear it too?" he whispered, but no answer came. He took another bite of the fish, looking around the cave with vigilance. Then he slowly sat down. He shook his head, mumbling, "Ah, what was I saying? I've been having some memory problems lately." "Right." He sat upright and glanced at the runes. He displayed a sincere smile and said this is my boat in the sea of madness. Beautiful, isn't it?" The flaw of the faceless mask was the whispers of the laughing god. The wearer of the mask would be tormented by the ceaseless ravings. However, these weren't mere incoherent mutterings meant to simply drive the wearer insane. No, it was far from the truth. If one listened closely enough, they would hear great arcane truths. In these past months, Adam had found 2 ways to counter to some extent the flaw of the faceless mask. The eternal soul lotus had buried itself deep inside his spirit sea, silently mending his broken soul, after all. So he had to come up with his own methods to suppress the ravings. The first were the runes that he had carved on the walls. If he focused hard enough, he would unravel arcane knowledge that was cryptic, yet deeply philosophical. These voices spoke in a tongue older than rune language itself. It was a language that seemed to predate even the foundations of rune magic. When Adam focused intently on those cryptic voices, he found that the ravings weren't nearly as unbearable. If anything, they were very enlightening. To capture and decipher them, he began carving the symbols onto the cave walls to better understand the ancient language. "Jotun," he murmured. Giantkin developed rune magic, and Jotun was the language of the giants. He ate another piece of sizzling mushroom, then continued, "Makes sense, I suppose. The laughing god was descended from the giants. But then, why was he called a god? I thought only Aesir claimed the title of god. Strange, so very strange." And the second method to counter the flaw of the mask. Adam's lips curled into a faint, almost triumphant smile. "It is to talk to myself. If I focus on my own words, then I can drown out the ravings. Very clever, yes, ha ha ha." His laughter soon faded, but his smile turned even more brilliant. He lowered his head, then softly said, "And it helps with the loneliness too." Goodness arcana, that is. Scary. Adam stood upon the still waters of his spirit sea, staring up at the fractured sky. Jagged fissures split across the sky above, each a mark of his broken mind and the fragments of a soul still struggling to mend. In fact, a small section of the sky was completely blank. When Adam gazed at that particular part, his dark eyes flashed with cruelty, and his lips curled into a cold smile. Ah, you must be wondering how come I have dark eyes all of a sudden, when only yesterday they were hollow and filled with madness. He chuckled coldly, glancing over his shoulder. But no one was there. He was talking to no one. Or was it someone? He did not know. All he knew was that the more he talked to himself, the more he could drown out the whispers of the laughing god. His lips curled into a wide smile, and he continued, "That's because right now I'm inside my spirit sea, and this." Gestured towards himself is my spirit body. Unlike my physical body, my spirit body remains unscarred and supremely beautiful, I might add. When he gazed at his body, his smile turned even wider. Unlike before the Battle of Ravenfell, his spirit body right now appeared slightly more incorporeal, like a part of me is missing, he mumbled. Adam raised his head, gazing at the blank section of the sky above. He couldn't help but heave a helpless sigh. Ah, that was very impulsive of me. I could have died reckless, but worth it. He turned around and asked, "Do you even know what I'm talking about?" No one answered. No one was there. Well, he waved a hand and said, "Do you want me to tell you?" After a long pause, he burst into laughter. "Too bad I won't," he said. Then he allowed his body to fall backward. The next thing he knew, he was sinking into the depths of his spirit sea. In the dark depths, his gaze settled on the pristine white lotus. Its petals were pulsing rhythmically, sending ripples of otherworldly energy outward to repair his soul. Resting on one of its three broad, verdant leaves was a colossal figure, deep in slumber. When Adam's gaze fell on this giant figure, his eyes involuntarily teared up and he smiled brightly. "Val, it's me again," he murmured as he gently landed beside the young dragon. In the Battle of Ravenfell, Valerian had been heavily injured towards the end. It was a miracle that he was even able to survive several powerful blows from a mighty monocore magus. And as a result, he hasn't woken up since, Adam's words echoed in the dark depths of his spirit sea. Fractured ribs, severely damaged spine, broken forelegs, shattered jaw, caved-in skull, he murmured. Adam's lips quivered, but he found himself unable to cry. He shed tears, but his lips curled upwards. "I'm sorry, Val." Gently lay a hand on the young dragon's scaly head. "I'm sorry. It's all my fault. It is." Adam's eyes widened and he quickly turned around, but there was no one there, just him, the young dragon, and the white lotus. No one else. His eyes narrowed and he muttered to himself, "Am I going crazy?" Shaking his head, he turned back around and cast one final gaze at his dear familiar, his little brother, his best friend. "I miss you, Val," he whispered to the sleeping dragon. "Get well soon." He was about to leave when suddenly he halted. He looked at the young dragon with a slight frown, then at the place where he was sleeping. "Strange," he murmured. He used to always sleep in the center of the lotus, surrounded by the white petals. But this time, how come he's sleeping on the leaf instead? Adam tried to think deeply about it, but the ravings ceaselessly assaulted him. He groaned in frustration. "It's louder inside the spirit sea. Forget it, I'll think about it later." With that said, he left his spirit sea. The days lost at sea were quite relaxing. If not for the voices in my head, Adam raised his fists and roared to the skies. His thunderous voice echoed all throughout the island. He remained in that position for a few moments, then resumed his training. He had nothing to do except listen to the ravings, try not to turn mad, eat, sleep, practice mindfulness, and carry out his mana combat training. Oh, by the way, did I tell you how difficult it is to sleep with the laughing god constantly whispering in my mind? Adam turned to a random direction and spoke those words. Of course, no one was there. It's very difficult. In fact, I barely sleep these days, he muttered in resignation. But we have to play the hand we've been dealt, isn't that right? Again, there was no response, because no one was there. Adam heaved a long sigh. "I think I'm going crazy." The next moment, his lips curled into a happy smile as he began practicing the movements of the Astral Tyrant manual against the rocky wall before him. With every strike, the coral hill before him shook violently, and even the ground trembled beneath his scarred feet. Suddenly, he stopped. What was that? He turned to the side and asked in a soft voice. An eerie silence descended around him. He waited for several moments. Still there was no response. "I must be hearing things," he murmured. Shaking his head, he resumed his training. During the Battle of Ravenfell, in fact, even before that, in the second trial of the Grand Magus Tournament, Adam felt that he had touched upon something very vital, a hidden key that would deepen his understanding of the Phantom Dance. He had even entered a sort of trance on 2 occasions back then. But now, no matter how hard he tried, he just couldn't understand the underlying concept of that murderous battle art. See, the thing is, he took a short break, then turned around. He waved his hands as if explaining to someone who wasn't even there. "Unlike other manuals and techniques, I don't have the memories of the expert to guide me through the Astral Tyrant manual." The Magus discovered this battle art in the ruins of some ancient civilization, and he never got the chance to practice it before he died, so Adam shrugged, then turned back around and resumed his training. Strike after strike, punches, elbow blows, knee shots, and swift kicks until at last, the hill before him crumbled into a heap of rubble. He heaved a heavy sigh and muttered under his breath, "It's all up to me to uncover the true potential." Right at that moment, the entire island rumbled, and then a deep, ancient voice rolled through the air like thunder. "Enough." Adam froze. He looked around at the colorful landscape with a terrifying expression on his hideous face. The seabirds resting everywhere scattered in a frenzy when that booming voice echoed all around. "Am I hearing things?" he mumbled in shock. He lowered his head, then stroked his charred chin in puzzlement. "No, wait, that's not right. I'm always hearing things," he said. "But that voice just now." He looked around the place where he was training. "I'm sure it came from all around me, and it spoke to me in Old Lunari, at least. I think it was Old Lunari." The voices in his head always spoke in Jotun, and from time to time he would even hear a strange, oddly familiar voice speaking in a Karost language of humans in Tron. As realization dawned on Adam, his eyes, or rather his hollow sockets, widened in astonishment. It spoke in Old Lunari. The elves of Baja spoke Lunari, a language as old and enduring as the ancient trees they lived among. It was a language of grace and beauty, of songs and tales passed down through the millennia. But Adam knew that the elven tongue was a more simplified version of Old Lunari, a language spoken by the ancient elves of the legendary city, Fapor. Wait. Adam panicked. He immediately started to pace around in apprehension, scanning his surroundings with vigilance. Why would the voice speak to me in Old Lunari? Isn't it supposed to be in Jotun or Akaros? Wait, why would I even hear words in Akaros in the first place? Am I really going crazy? On the verge of yet another mental breakdown, Adams found his lips subconsciously curling upward. He suddenly looked over his shoulder in fear. What was that? Never mind. At last, he stopped pacing around. He looked at the bright blue sky and broke into nervous laughter. Ha ha, I think I'm really going crazy. Anyway, what else is new? In the next heartbeat, the fear in his heart disappeared, or perhaps he foolishly suppressed it. Adam walked up to the base of the nearest small hill, then began practicing the Astral Tyrant Manual again like nothing had happened. As he lost himself in the mysteries and cadence of this battle art, the voices in his head seemingly vanished. Now all that was left was him, the battle art, and the target before him. Time flowed ceaselessly, and before he knew it, evening had fallen. And with the arrival of sunset, the small coral hill in front of him also collapsed into rubble, unable to take the burden of his tyrannical strikes. Losing himself in the joy of training was another good way to suppress the ravings of the faceless mask, but not as potent as his first two methods. With the arrival of night, it was now time for Adam to pause his training. Life had settled into a relaxing routine for him. Now, it was time to take a dip in the ocean and find some food. "Life is good," he murmured with a faint smile. "If only it weren't so lonely." As he was looking at the crumbled hill before him with a melancholic smile on his face, the deep, ancient voice from before thundered in the air once again. "I said enough." A chill crawled down Adam's spine. This time he slowly turned around, looking eastward. Although that voice just now echoed from all around him, he was certain that it originated from the east. In that instant, a cold dread gripped his heart, and he found himself gulping nervously. "Don't tell me," he muttered in horror. "Am I not the only one on this island?" When he had woken up on this mysterious and colorful island more than 3 months ago, the first thing he did was heal his wounds. The next thing he did was scour the entire place to look for any potential dangers. And indeed, according to his findings, he was the only one on this island. He was supposed to be. Adam collapsed to his knees and he reached out to clutch his hair. "Wait, I don't have hair," he laughed. He laughed and laughed and laughed. The next moment, his expression turned deadpan and he whispered, "Did you hear that?" Of course, no answer came, because no one was there, but then someone spoke, and it wasn't him. Pathetic. Adam scrambled to his feet, screaming in fright. He immediately conjured his staff, then froze for a moment. He turned his head to a random direction and explained, "Did I mention that the Staff of Calamity is a weapon tied to my soul? What that means is I can store it in my spirit sea instead of a storage artifact." Speaking of storage artifacts, his shoulders slouched in depression and he smiled brilliantly. "My precious wine, all gone." The next moment he became instantly alert. "Wait, I'm focusing on the wrong thing here." That voice just now didn't speak in Old Lunari, nor did it speak in Jotun. Oh goodness arcana, it spoke in Akaros. Am I really going crazy? In the next heartbeat, his expression shifted dramatically once again. His hideous face twisted into a dark scowl as he turned east, his grip around the staff tightening. "Alas," he muttered coldly, "it would appear that I'm not alone." It seemed that Adam was going to take drastic measures and take care of the danger he had just been made aware of. But the next moment, he let out a hearty laugh. "It means I won't feel lonely anymore," he exclaimed, beaming with joy. And before he knew it, he utilized Stellar Steps, mobility technique of the Astral Tyrant Manual, and vanished from his spot. Several minutes later, he arrived at the easternmost point of the island. Standing at the edge of the island, he murmured, "Hello. Is anyone there? I know you can hear me. I hope you can hear me." For a few moments, there was no response. Adam was truly beginning to feel that he was going insane. But then, the entire island rumbled once again. At first, the ocean below stirred. Then slowly, a vast shape of land rose from the depths right in front of Adam. The land kept climbing higher and higher, shedding curtains of water and foam until finally it revealed itself. In that moment, Adam was thunderstruck. What he had thought to be a piece of land actually turned out to be the head of a colossal beast. Its ancient eyes gleamed like twin blue suns as it broke the surface of the water and exhaled a thunderous breath. Then, opening its giant maw, it spoke in a voice heavy with frustration. "Little human, you are bothersome." Southern Federation, Ulier Continent. After days of traveling without rest, Rowan and his family had fallen very sick, especially his two kids. However, there was no way the entourage could stop to rest. After all, it was very likely that they were being pursued. Back in the Akkadian Empire, Rowan was able to identify that one of the two assailants was, in fact, an aristocratic magus from Ravenfell. He hadn't been able to identify the man at the time, but since then, he had had a lot of time to think about the battle and jog his memories. Finally, he was able to identify the man as Counselor Ives Ballard's eldest son. Once Caspar learned that, he was almost certain that they would be followed, and that is why they had been in such a hurry ever since arriving in Hand City. Furthermore, the entourage had now more or less confirmed that the second assailant had been none other than a necromancer from the Cult of Bones. They realized this after gathering bits and pieces of information about the Battle of Ravenfell and the involvement of the cult. Currently, everyone inside the caravan had extremely tense expressions on their faces. The driver had already been left behind at the last town. He had been well paid, and the caravan and the horses had been purchased from him. The young man had turned out to be quite annoying, to say the least, so the Magi thought it was better to travel without him. Currently, there were 8 people riding in the caravan, half of them mortal, the rest Magi. Darrell and Caspar occupied the driver's seat, with the former guiding the horses and the latter weaving mysterious hand seals. Darrell turned to the elderly Mana Vortex Magus, gazing at his hands with a deep frown. "Lord Caspar," he began, "is it really that bad?" Caspar continued weaving one hand seal after another. Several moments later, he answered in a low voice, "You see, Darrell, when a magus ascends through the arcane ranks, their spiritual energy increases along with their mana reserves." Darrell rolled his eyes. This was common knowledge among the Magi. However, he did not interrupt the elderly man. Caspar continued, "And with the increase in spiritual energy, one's premonition also heightens, meaning they become more susceptible to any impending danger. Some old textbooks even claim that those with exceptionally high spiritual energy can even glimpse moments into the future." "Are you saying we are in danger?" Darrell frowned. "Or are you claiming to be a clairvoyant all of a sudden?" HMPH. Caspar snorted in displeasure. "You still have time to joke in this situation." A moment later, his expression turned grim. "I have a feeling that those pursuers are not too far from us." Darrell couldn't help but involuntarily gulp. He turned around to see the situation within the caravan. Rowan remained alert, looking for any potential dangers behind them on the road. His wife and children were already asleep, their faces pale from exhaustion. Ada had her twin daggers out, her grip around their hilts tightening with every second. And as for Anna, she's changed, Darrell thought. The proud princess of the Ignisra kingdom had her head lowered and her eyes closed. A sword rested in front of her, leaning against her shoulder. Although her eyes were shut, an incandescent glow could be seen burning faintly behind her eyelids. Darrell turned back around and reined in the horses. He adjusted himself in his seat, a faint foreboding feeling gripping his heart. His sister-in-law, Anna, had changed very much, and this wasn't just about the news of Adam's fall from grace. No, she's changed ever since the battle in Acadia, he thought to himself. Air around her had subtly shifted, and he was able to notice it. She seemed much more lethal than before. Although she appeared calm and indifferent, there was a fiery storm raging inside of her. How the hell did she even manage to slay that Mana Vortex Magus in the first place? Darrell wondered. I knew her to be a strong Magus, but not that strong. And why are we still going to this place that Adam had told her about? What's there? No, more importantly. Darrell's face was shadowed by a dark frown. Will we even make it there? He turned to the elderly Magus beside him, deliberating over his next words. At last, he said in a low voice, Lord Caspar, Glassford is still a few months away. What do you think we should do? If the entourage consisted of only Magi, they wouldn't have taken the caravan in the first place. They would have been able to cover much more distance while traveling on foot, but because of Rowan and his family, they were forced to take the caravan. Besides, there was no way they were going to leave him and his family behind, not after all they had done for them. It's the least Caspar and the rest could do. Additionally, leaving Rowan and his family behind carried its own risks. What if the pursuers found them first? Spells from the School of Divination could be used to track them, and if they were tracked, it went without saying that the consequences would be extremely dire. So for Rowan and his family's safety, the best thing to do was to travel together, even if it slowed down their journey. As more time passed, the feeling of foreboding in Caspar's heart grew heavy. He knew that something ominous was about to happen, and it would happen sooner rather than later. Now he had two options laid before him. First, continue their journey and hope that their pursuers didn't find them until they reached their destination. But even Caspar knew that this was very unlikely and foolish. He was almost certain that their entourage would be intercepted. Second, stop and face the enemy. Although the second option posed great risks, at the very least, they still had some agency in the matter. It was better than simply hoping that they reached Glassford without any incident. As he weighed the risks and considered his options, Anna suddenly opened her eyes inside the caravan. Brilliant flames danced in the depths of her scarlet eyes. She turned towards the two men in the front and said in a calm voice, "We stop, and we fight." Darrell's lips twitched. He couldn't help but turn around and growl. "You do know there might very well be a manhwarecaps pursuing us." Anna's expression remained unchanged. Her lips parted as she asked flatly, "And what of it?" After coming to a decision, Caspar cast a divination spell to confirm their course, and as it turned out, the signs revealed it was indeed the right choice. Moreover, it was revealed to him that they were indeed being followed. Spells from the school of divination were highly mysterious. The results a magus received from scrying were often left to chance. However, the simpler the question posed, the more clear the answer one received. For example, divining a yes or no question would yield a direct response, compared to asking the when, where, or how. Of course, if the other side employed anti-divination methods or possessed greater power than the one scrying, then it became nearly impossible to obtain any answers. Fortunately, the pursuers had not used any anti-divination methods to conceal their movements or decisions. More importantly, their strength wasn't greater than Caspar's. Ives Ballard was in the same arcane rank as Caspar. Moreover, because he had left in such haste, he hadn't used any means to remain inconspicuous. The man was so enraged by the death of his son that he did not care about anything, except for revenge. The entourage prepared extensively for the battle ahead. In the time it had taken for them to journey from the Akkadian Empire to the Southern Federation, they had healed their injuries and recuperated their strength. As for Rowan and his family, they had secretly settled them in a nearby town, a dozen miles away from the site where the entourage had set up the ambush. Although there was still some risk in having them separated from the entourage, the Magi had little choice. At least that was better than having them remain near the site of battle. After all the preparations were made, Caspar, Darrell, Ada, and finally Anna took their respective positions. Now, all they had to do was wait for the pursuers to arrive. It didn't matter if they had to wait a day, a week, or even a month. They were determined to settle this matter before they arrived at Glassford, and fortunately or perhaps unfortunately they didn't have to wait too long. By the time the sun had dipped below the horizon, their pursuers had already arrived. Caspar's divination had proven to be true, after all. Ives Ballard led a dozen magi of the Ballard family, all at the peak of the mana liquefaction rank, as they raced across the lands of the Federation, following the guidance of the Soulmark lantern. All of these magi looked exhausted and grim. They hadn't rested for a moment ever since they had disembarked the vessel. As a result, they were hardly in the best condition for battle. However, they could not refuse the orders of their patriarch. Their patriarch, on the other hand, was in an extremely terrible mood. There was anger raging in his heart, but his eyes, they were flickering with apprehension. Of course, he wasn't at all fearful of his current situation. He was fearful of the state of the Ballard family in general. After arriving in Hand City, he had naturally heard about the shocking news that had swept across the Ulier continent. They said Adam Constantine and Marden Benton were traitors of Ravenfell and servants of the Cult of Bones. This news was so alarming to Ballard that he truly did not know whether to trust it or not. For a moment, he forgot about the prospect of Marden being the traitor. According to him, he had barely conversed with the man back in Ravenfell. Thinking about Adam being the traitor, Ballard's expression twisted into a dark scowl. Is that boy truly a cultist? He thought to himself. If he truly is the servant of the cult, then why? Ballard's eyes narrowed, his heart gripped by a dangerous premonition. Then why did the master send me to kill Adam's sister? Just what the hell is he planning? Nothing makes sense to me. Of course, if he knew that the master was none other than Marden, he wouldn't even know what to believe in anymore. Either way, he could feel a dark conspiracy brewing. If Adam was truly a cultist, then it didn't make any sense for the cult to send Ballard away in pursuit of Adam's sister. And if Adam wasn't the traitor the masses believed him to be, then I don't know what the fuck is happening. Ballard thought to himself, his heart gripped by cold dread. But what about my family? Are they still alive? No, they should be. Yes, they must be. But if they are, a drop of cold sweat trickled down the side of his forehead. If they find out that I betrayed Ravenfell and joined hands with the cult, then Ballard didn't dare to think further. He hoped that his fellow traitors died in the Battle of Ravenfell so that the news about his betrayal would never reach the light of day. He feared for the safety of his family more than anything. For a brief moment, he even thought about returning to the Empire to learn the fate of his family. But the next moment, rage consumed his heart. He glanced at the wisp tapping against the glass boundary of the lantern, his eyes turning cold. One step at a time, he thought. He was already in the Federation, and he believed he was very close to his target. After he was done taking revenge, he would return to the Empire immediately. The group of magi had just entered a small forest. Right at that moment, one of his retainers called out to him, "My lord." Without turning around, Ives coldly spat, "Speak." The retainer exchanged glances with the other magi, then turned to Ballard and asked in a submissive voice, "My lord, it would be wise for us to rest for a moment and gather our strength. Given our current condition, I believe it is not optimal." Ballard ruthlessly interrupted him. Without stopping, he turned around and flashed a murderous look towards the magus. "Shut the fuck up and do as I say. We won't rest until I've slaughtered my son's murderer. Do you hear me? I said, do you fucking hear me?" The magus shrank back in fear, but deep in his heart, he was beginning to feel very resentful. He clenched his fists, then lowered his head and apologized. "I understand, my lord. We shall do you as you." However, the man did not get the chance to finish his words. A mana-augmented arrow had pierced clean through his throat, mercilessly driving him to the ground. Ballard's eyes widened in shock. He immediately turned to the front and roared, "Ambush," but his voice faltered as he took in the sight before him. They had just arrived at a clearing inside the forest, and a rain of arrows descended upon him and his men. The twin moons cast a pale glow at the clearing inside the forest, and in that ethereal light, Ballard saw death approaching. Dozens of arrows rained down on him and his men, and due to their not having put up any timely defenses, the consequences were gonna be catastrophic. One magus had already died as a result, and now, many more would follow. Ballard's heart was gripped by fear. It wasn't the fear of the arrows descending upon him. No, it was the fear of the unknown. The elderly magus's eyes darted around the clearing at a quick speed, trying to ascertain just how many people had been lying in ambush. He could see some shadowy figures hiding themselves behind the trees, but he couldn't tell just how many. By the time the rain of arrows had already descended, Ballard's eyes flashed with ruthlessness, and he immediately conjured a rectangular shield before him. It was made of blue iron ore and carved with mysterious runes. The next moment, he imbued the shield with mana, activating it just as the arrows drowned him. At once, the forest was drowned in the blood-curdling and miserable screams of the magi, their bodies pierced through with arrows. In a single volley, half of them had met their deaths. Ballard remained unscathed. The shield in his hand had transformed into a vast curtain of ice that protected him and the handful of men around him. From 13, the group's number had instantly dwindled to 7. Had these men been well rested, perhaps they might have been vigilant enough to recognize that the clearing inside the forest was a very optimal location for an ambush. Now, more than ever, these men couldn't help but harbor great resentment towards their patriarch, but it was too late for them. Ballard, on the other hand, was utterly enraged. For months, he and his men had been the hunters, relentlessly pursuing their targets. Yet now, in an instant, the roles had reversed. It was now their turn to become prey. "Come out, cowards," Ballard screamed in rage. His men, on the other hand, drew their weapons and quickly formed a defensive formation. These men were extremely nervous. Just like their patriarch, the fear of the unknown gripped their hearts with dread. In the next heartbeat, before the men could even get into a proper formation, the ground beneath them rippled. A brilliant magic circle lit up beneath the ground, its glow penetrating the earth and reflecting in the terrified eyes of these magi. And before they knew it, the ground beneath their feet shifted, softening into mire that swallowed their footing and sent them stumbling off balance. Right at that moment, 2 thick slabs of earth rose on either side of the clearing, trapping the magi between them. Then magic circles spread across the slabs, and in the next instant, dozens of earthen spikes shot out from them, until nothing remained of the slab. Ballard gritted his teeth, his eyes gleaming with desperation. The next moment, he willed the thick curtain of ice above them to split in two, each half anchoring to a side of the group to shield his men from the incoming earthen projectiles. As the earthen spikes smashed against the ice walls, Ballard roared to his men, "What the hell are you doing? Get away from here, exit the clearing." Panic was etched across these men's faces as they struggled to free themselves from the mire. While their patriarch held back their enemy's attack, they turned to flee, attempting to escape through the rear of the clearing and organizing a counterattack. But unlike them, their enemies were fully prepared. With the earthen spikes being hurled in from the sides, a sudden volley of ice shards zoomed towards the magi from the rear, effectively cutting off their escape. At the same time, a brilliant fireball attacked them from the front, aimed straight at Ballard. The world around them lit up in a blinding light for a brief moment, and then a terrifying explosion engulfed Ballard and his magi. The shockwaves resulting from the explosion were so intense that they made the trees at the edge of the clearing thrash and bend under the violent gusts. As the arcane explosion of fire and ice gradually subsided, 4 figures emerged from the woods. Each took position at the edge of the clearing, surrounding its center with grim and vigilant expressions. And when the smoke finally cleared, only one man remained standing inside the clearing. Ballard was bruised and battered, yet still in decent fighting shape. As for his men, all of them lay dead. A a single, well-planned ambush had effectively wiped out a dozen mana liquefaction magi. Caspar York stood before Ballard with an extremely solemn look on his face. Despite their concentrated efforts, they were still unable to take out this mana vortex magus. It would appear that at the last moment, the man had used some kind of artifact to protect himself. Counselor Ballard, said the elderly magus with a cold smile. What a surprise it is to see you here. Ballard ignored him completely. Blood trickled down his lips as he coldly scanned his surroundings. In front of him stood a mana vortex magus, no weaker than himself and perhaps even stronger. An auburn-haired man at the peak of mana liquefaction rank stood to his right. He held an enchanted bow in his hands, and a quiver full of arrows was strapped to his back. Ballard's eyes narrowed as he recognized this person to be the one to trigger the ambush. To his left, a silver-haired woman, also at the peak of the mana liquefaction rank, stood with twin daggers gleaming in her hands. From the chill in the air around her, Ballard could tell that she was a practitioner of ice magic. And finally, behind him stood a crimson-haired woman with scarlet eyes, with a sword in hand. Her face was exquisite, almost otherworldly, yet in the depths of her cold, indifferent gaze, flames danced and flickered. And when the wisp inside the soulmark lantern turned in the direction of that woman, Ballard's heart was flooded with hatred, rage, and a murderous frenzy. In that instant, he ignored the greatest threat before him. Caspar Yorkan spun around, lunging straight at Anna. He conjured a long sword from his storage artifact and swung it at the woman, screaming in fury, "I'll fucking kill you." Yet, despite facing a magus one entire arcane rank above her, Anna showed not a trace of fear. Her lips parted, and she coldly spat a single word, "Fool." Hatred had consumed Ives Ballard so thoroughly that reason no longer held sway over him. His son's death had left a wound so deep that neither time nor power could ever hope to mend it. Where others in his shoes might have found despair or resignation, Ballard only found burning hatred that transformed into reckless obsession. The grief that had once threatened to break him had instead turned him into a single-minded and unrelenting person. In that obsession, self-preservation became utterly meaningless. What value did life hold when the world had already robbed him of what mattered most? But he never once stopped to ponder that everything that had happened to him and his family was his own doing. His son had already been murdered, and as for his family, if they hadn't died in the Battle of Ravenfell, then it was very likely that they might have been slain afterwards, once news of his betrayal of the city came to light. And chances were it had. And so every thought of caution, every instinct of survival was drowned beneath the memory of his son's face, the shadow of his lost family, and the image of his killer. Ballard no longer cared for strategy, allies, or even the outcome of this battle. He only cared for the chance to strike down the one who had taken everything from him. To him, nothing else mattered. The moment Anna stood before him and the soulmark lantern pointed straight at her, the rest of the world faded away. His hatred blinded him to danger, deafened him to reason, and reduced him to a single truth, that he would see his revenge carried out, even if it cost him his life. And perhaps, deep down in his heart, he too longed for death, for the chance to reunite with his son and family. Ballard's longsword came crashing down on the crimson-haired princess, his eyes ablaze with fury and bloodlust. In stark contrast, Anna stood calm, composed, and utterly fearless. The fire in her scarlet eyes was steady and unwavering, and right before Ballard's sword could even come anywhere near Anna, Caspar had made his move. The ground underneath Ballard writhed like a living entity before shooting upwards. Hardened coils of earth snapped tightly around his legs, locking him in place with crushing force. He struggled to break free, but the stone only tightened, grinding against his bones and halting his advance. In the next heartbeat, Darrell shot out 2 arrows from his bow. Both buried themselves with merciless precision into the sides of Ballard's torso, their poison-laced tips sending agony through his veins. But the assault did not end there. A sudden chill swept through the clearing. A cold gust of wind blew, and Ada appeared like a ghost behind the mana vortex magus. The poison from earlier had slowed down his reaction, and so before he could even react, Ada's twin daggers flashed with a cold light, plunging into his shoulder. Instantly, frost bloomed outward, consuming half his body in a sheet of ice. At least at the last moment, he was able to shift his body to avoid lethal injury. In but a few moments, Ballard's lower body had been coiled by thick coils of earth, restricting his movement. His left half of the body was being ravaged by poison, while his other half was frozen stiff. Yet his eyes continued to blaze with murderous intentions. He gritted his teeth and still swung the sword at Anna, who was standing calmly before him. But his attack was slow, far too slow. Anna's sword blazed with holy flames as she positioned it before herself. In the very next instant, she swung her sword downward with decisive force, instantly severing Ballard's sword-wielding arm in one clean stroke. Without pause, she changed her grip, her scarlet eyes narrowing as she cast one final glance at the man standing before her. "You brought this upon yourself," she muttered coldly, her tone devoid of any pity. Sword light flashed as she swung the sword diagonally upwards, slicing through Ballard's head, along with his shoulder and chest in a single merciless arc. With a dull thud, a portion of his body fell to the ground. Even as his severed figure fell, his eyes were still glued to Anna, spewing venom, hatred, and unyielding spite. Anna did not spare him another look. She calmly slid her sword back into her sheath, and at the same time weaved a simple hand seal. Following that, Ballard's mutilated remains were engulfed in otherworldly flames until nothing but ash and silence lingered in the forest clearing. And just like that, the battle had come to an end. It hadn't been a clash of equals, nor a prolonged struggle where both sides fought tooth and nail. It was over the moment it began. All it had taken was preparation on one side and exhaustion on the other. Ballard and his magi had walked straight into a trap, weary and drained from their ceaseless pursuit, whereas Anna and her entourage, despite being equally exhausted and greatly outnumbered, had lain in wait, prepared and coordinated. The result was inevitable. What should have been a confrontation between powerful magi was reduced to little more than a one-sided slaughter. No matter their strength, Ballard and his men never had a chance to turn the tide. Ada walked towards Anna in a slight daze. Standing beside her, she stared at the pile of ash on the ground and murmured, "That was easier than I thought." Anna closed her eyes and exhaled a long, heavy sigh. Nothing was easy. What about these bodies? Darrell stepped forward and asked, gesturing at the corpses of Ballard's men. "We'll get rid of them," Caspar muttered flatly. "No traces must be left behind. We don't know if there are more pursuers. Although I highly doubt it, it's better to be safe than sorry." With a wave of his hand, the corpses of the dozen retainers of the Ballard family were enveloped in flames. A towering pyre blazed at the heart of the clearing. Anna stared at the burning flames for a moment before looking away. "Let's head back to the town. We'll pick up Rowan and his family, then resume." Her voice trailed off in the end, and a cold feeling of dread clawed at her heart. In that instant, she sensed several figures closing in around her and the others in the clearing. Caspar, too, had an extremely solemn look on his face. The four of them quickly assumed battle formation, their backs pressed firmly against one another. The following moment, over a dozen figures dressed in black from head to toe emerged, standing at the edge of the clearing. All of them were peak mana liquefaction magi, and the one leading them was a mana vortex magus. Anna could tell that they were all assassins, but when her gaze fell on their leader, her eyes widened in shock and horror. It wasn't the leader's appearance that frightened her. No, it was who he had brought with him. Rowan and his family were chained, kneeling at the assassin leader's feet. The middle-aged man turned towards Anna and spoke with tearful eyes, "Lady Anna, forgive me." Back in Ravenfell, Marden had provided Ballard instructions on how to contact the mysterious Assassins Guild that operated all over the Ulier continent. This Assassins Guild was run by none other than the infamous Monocore Magus, the Silent King. Of course, Ballard never got around to contacting the guild. The moment he and his men arrived in Hand City, they hadn't rested for a single second. They had immediately begun their pursuit. Perhaps contacting the guild somehow slipped out of Ballard's mind, or perhaps he had never even bothered about the guild to begin with. But that did not mean the guild had not made a move. After the Battle of Ravenfell had ended, Marden had personally instructed the Silent King to order his men to capture Anna Fireborn and bring her to him. He had also paid the Monocore assassin an advance payment for the job. So it did not matter that Ballard hadn't contacted the guild and requested their assistance. The assassins of the guild had long since made their move the moment Anna and her entourage had disembarked the merchant vessel. For the past couple of days, the band of assassins led by a mana vortex magus had been silently pursuing Anna and her entourage, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. And when Rowan and his family had been sheltered in a nearby town, the assassins knew the time had come. They could see that Anna placed great importance on this mortal family, going so far as not to abandon them even when doing so would have been the wise move. So when Anna dropped the family off at the town and went to ambush Ballard and his men, the assassins had made their move. It did not matter to them whether Ballard or his men lived or died, so they waited patiently until the battle was over, and only then did they reveal themselves. The assassin leader had captured Rowan and his family, making them his hostages. His men had surrounded Anna and her entourage, and there was no way for them to escape now. Rowan, bruised and bloodied, knelt at the assassin leader's feet, his hands shackled as if he were no more than an animal. His wife and children were also chained and were sobbing incessantly, fearing their impending doom. When the assassins had come for them, Rowan had tried to put up a desperate fight, but alas. What could a mere mortal do in front of a man vortex magus and a dozen more mana liquefaction magi? As tears trickled down his face, Rowan turned to the crimson-haired princess and murmured, "Lady Anna, forgive me." He knew that because of him, Anna's fate had now been sealed. He had promised his master Adam that he would serve her faithfully just as he had served him all those years. Yet in the end, he had turned out to be nothing more than a hindrance and the very reason for Anna's doom. "Please forgive me." Seeing the state Rowan and his family were in, Anna's body trembled ever so slightly. Her eyes blazed with anger and helplessness. She turned towards the assassin leader, standing behind the family, and said in a shaky voice, "Let them go. We'll do whatever you want, but let them go." The assassin leader was dressed in black robes, the fabric covering every part of his body except for his cold, calculating eyes. When Anna said those words, the man's eyes narrowed. "You do anything just to save these mortals." His tone was laced with amusement. "They have nothing to do with this." Anna tried to put up a confident front, but the trembling of her eyes and her shaky voice betrayed her true feelings. She slowly raised her hands in surrender. "We don't have to fight. No one has to die. Just tell me what you are after." Caspar had an extremely grim look on his face. Unlike their previous battle with Ballard and his men, they had no chance of emerging victorious this time, not with Rowan and his family held hostage. Even he could not bear to risk their lives. Yet above all, protecting the princess remained his highest priority. He scanned the forest clearing, searching for a way out, but no matter where he looked, there was simply no chance. They were outnumbered, and the enemy held all the cards. "I don't like that look in your eyes, Magus." The assassin leader pressed a dagger against Rowan's neck. In an instant, his wife and children started to wail loudly, but the leader paid them no heed. "I'll tell you what I want," said the leader. He gestured to the crimson-haired princess and added, "Give her to us, and no one has to die." Even he did not want his men to die needlessly. He had seen how easily Caspar and the three magi had taken care of Ballard and his men. If a battle did break out between them, he was confident he could still capture Anna, but the cost was more than he was willing to pay. Besides, why risk so much when he already held hostages Anna cared deeply about? With careful planning, his mission could be completed efficiently. Of course, should the other side try to complicate matters, he would not hesitate to spill some blood. "So what's it going to be, Magus?" The leader's lips curled into a cold smile, the blade pressing tightly against Rowan's neck, eliciting an agonized groan out of him. "I said stop," Anna blurted out. She took a step forward and added, "I'll do what you want, but you must let them go." "Princess, please," Caspar roared, urging Anna to take cover behind him. Anna turned to him, her expression cold and deadpan. "Caspar, do as I say." Caspar gritted his teeth, his eyes flickering with helplessness. Ada and Darrell, too, were in a similar situation. Neither of them knew what to do. "Let them go," Anna softly muttered as she took yet another step forward. "Lady Anna, no," Rowan screamed in anguish. He didn't want anything to happen to his master's sister, yet he feared for the safety of his family as well. Torn between helplessness and despair, all he could do was grit his teeth and sob. Anna looked at Rowan, then at his wife and kids. She took another step towards them and forced a smile. "Everything's going to be all right," but even she didn't believe her own words. She slowly took one step, then another. At the same time, the remaining assassins closed in on Caspar, Darrell, and Ada, surrounding them. Suddenly, smoke began to fill the clearing, but it wasn't coming from the pyre at its center. The assassin leader gave a signal to his men. Should the Magi attempt anything daring, they would strike without hesitation. Anna took another step forward. By now, the assassins had completely surrounded Caspar and the rest. The smoke in the clearing thickened, growing heavier, more ominous. Yet none of the people in the forest clearing noticed the change. The assassin leader's grip on the dagger to Rowan's neck eased slightly, his lips gradually forming a triumphant smirk. Anna took yet another step, and then she froze. Unbeknownst to the assassin leader, a massive figure had silently emerged behind him. It was a ferocious black wolf, and atop its back, a gnome leisurely puffed from his long, smoking pipe. Anna's blood turned cold. Every single fiber in her body screamed that she now stood not before one, but two very powerful beings whose power eclipsed anything she had faced before. The ferocious black wolf stood tall, with the gnome mounted atop its back, casually smoking from his pipe. No one had noticed their arrival, not even the mana vortex assassin behind whom they had appeared. Seeing the blood drain from the crimson-haired woman's face, the assassin leader felt an intense foreboding feeling gripping his heart. In that instant, his grip around the dagger tightened, and yet, he could still feel no presence behind him. But judging by Anna's expression and her line of vision, there was definitely someone standing behind him. For a brief moment, the leader even entertained the notion that perhaps Anna was playing the oldest trick in the book, pretending that someone stood behind him so that when he turned to look, no one would be there, leaving him open to her attack. But it was at that moment, the assassin leader finally sensed the thick smoke in the forest clearing. All this while he was under the assumption that the smoke was a result of the pyre blazing at the center of the clearing. But only now did he realize that it wasn't. The smoke was magical in nature. But by the time the assassin leader or any of his men realized that, it was already too late. Berger slowly raised his hand and then, snap, the smoke came alive, transforming into writhing tendrils that slithered around the assassins, binding their limbs and locking them in place before any of them could react. The sudden change sent a jolt of panic through the assassin leader. His first instinct was to drive the dagger deeper into Rowan's neck, yet it was already too late, far too late. In the blink of an eye, the smoke coiled around the assassin leader's hand, preventing him from doing anything to Rowan. Then the smoke entered the man's nostrils, his mouth, his ears, and even his eyes, and before anyone knew it, the dagger fell from the assassin's hand, clattering on the ground. Rowan, who thought that he was going to die along with his family, suddenly found his eyes widen in shock and fear as he saw the dagger at his feet. Then came a dull thud, followed by a dozen more thuds. One by one, the assassins fell to the ground, their face drained of any color and their eyes completely lifeless. Even their leader shared the same fate. There was no wound, no blood, nothing. One moment they were alive, the next, they simply died, snuffed out as if their very existence had been erased. Anna and her entourage watched in horror at the sudden turn of events. A dozen assassins at the peak of the mana liquefaction rank and their leader, a mana vortex magus, died with a simple snap. Rowan, on the other hand, could not stop his body from trembling. He involuntarily reached out for his wife and kids and hugged them tightly. As tears trickled down his pale face, he murmured in a shaky voice, "We're all right, everything is fine now, everything is fine." The poor man had faced death on 2 separate occasions ever since leaving Ravenfell. What he had thought to be a vacation had instead turned out to be a nightmare. Each step away from the city dragged him and his family deeper into peril, as though fate itself was determined to remind him that there was no escape, no sanctuary, not for him nor for those he loved. But every time he was saved, first by Adam's serpents and this time by his mentor, he slowly turned around, wanting to see just who it was that came to his aid. But the next moment he immediately turned back around, his heart beating rapidly. All he saw was a giant black wolf. "Everything is fine, everything is fine." He kept mumbling the same phrase as he tightly hugged his family. Caspar finally snapped out of his shock. He instantly rushed towards the princess, shielding her behind him. He then cast a fearful glance at the ferocious wolf, then at the gnome mounted on top. Berger, of course, ignored the old man. He casually smoked from his long wooden pipe, his gaze locked on the crimson-haired princess. Blowing a plume of smoke to the side, he asked in a deep voice, "Girl, what is your name?" Being spoken to directly by, who she could only assume was a mighty mana core magus, Anna couldn't help but feel nervous, her body instinctively tensing under the weight of Hisa's as well as Blackie's presence. At last, she said in a low yet steady voice, "Anna Fireborn." The moment those words left her lips, Berger's expression subtly changed. Blackie too shifted, gazing at the crimson-haired princess more intently now. Right at that moment, Blackie interrupted him with a low growl. "Human, you talk too much." The moment the beast's gaze landed on him, Caspar felt someone had tightly gripped his heart. His back was instantly drenched in a layer of cold sweat. Such a reaction, just by attracting the wolf's attention. In that moment, Caspar realized the truth. The giant black wolf radiated an aura of danger far greater than even the gnome perched so casually atop its back. While Caspar was struggling to even stand straight, Anna gazed back at Berger and Blackie without even flinching. There was no fear in her eyes. Instead, there was only regret. Berger appreciated Anna's dauntless nature, and so he praised, "You are brave." Anna remained silent for a few moments, then asked, "Are you going to kill us?" The gnome took a slow drag from the pipe, savoring the flavor of tobacco. His lips curled into a faint smirk, and he said, "No, I've been sent here to save you. Save me." Anna frowned. The other 3 magi behind her also displayed perplexed expressions. After all, who could possibly send a mighty mana core magus to save them? They didn't know anyone with that kind of influence. "Who?" the crimson-haired princess asked, her voice laced with doubt. Berger exhaled a lazy puff of smoke before speaking. What he said sent a jolt of shock racing down Anna's spine, leaving her thunderstruck. "The man you call your little brother, the man known as the Dark King." Somewhere in the Galestein Ocean, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the twilight skies in deep shades of red and violet, the mysterious island Adam had found himself on began to shift before his very eyes. First, the island trembled subtly. Then the tremors grew stronger, and the island beneath Adam shuddered to life. From the eastern side, something vast breached the surface of the sea. It kept climbing higher and higher, shedding curtains of foam and water, until finally revealing itself to be a massive head. It was scaled and weathered, crowned with barnacles and streaks of moss. Its ancient eyes glowed like twin blue suns, piercing the dusk. What Adam had thought to be a large island finally revealed its truth. It was no island at all, but the shell of a colossal turtle, so immense that coral forests, hills, valleys, and rivers sprawled across it like decoration. With a low, thunderous groan, the titanic creature shifted, and waves surged as 2 enormous flippers rose from the ocean, splashing waves of water high into the air. In that moment, the illusion of land instantly shattered. This was a living titan, older than empires and kingdoms, carrying the weight of ages upon its massive shell. As Adam witnessed the true identity of this island, he was completely and utterly bewildered. Standing at the easternmost edge of the so-called island and gazing at the colossal head that had emerged from the ocean in front of him, the youth's legs gave in and he gracelessly fell to the ground. "Ha, ha, 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 I'm actually going crazy," he murmured in a shaky voice. "Oh goodness Arcana, I have finally lost it." Adam kept rocking back and forth, looking around his surroundings as if he were in a dream. No, dreams were never this horrifying. This was a damned nightmare. What is real? What is illusion? I can't tell. He murmured like a maniac, speaking incoherent words that only he could understand. He wanted to cry, but he found his lips curling upwards instead. His mental state was already so fragile to begin with, and now, to witness the island that he had been calling home for the last 3 months reveal itself as nothing but the shell of a titanic turtle. He truly did not know what to believe. Reality seemed to crumble before his eyes. Everything felt like an illusion. Everything felt fake. The ancient turtle witnessed Adam break down and fall into the pits of despair. At first, the great being had intended to reprimand the little human for the commotion he had stirred upon his shell. But now, seeing him so fragile, so utterly lost, the colossus could not help but feel a flicker of pity, and so he parted his giant maw again and gently spoke. Though the words were meant to be gentle, they rolled like thunder across the sea and sky, crashing into Adam's ears with a weight that made him tremble. "Little human, what is your name?" Adam flinched, turning to look at the titanic head of the turtle before him. Through his sphere of resonance, he could only feel vastness. Additionally, he could also feel immeasurable strength. In that moment, he knew that this being was a mighty manhwarecaps. Ha, 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 but so what this? "This is my imagination," Adam muttered under his breath, his hands trembling. I'm really going crazy. It would have been so much better if he hadn't been made aware of the existence of the giant turtle. Better still if he had gone on living in ignorance, never questioning the ground beneath his feet. He should have just stayed hidden away in his cave instead of venturing out and toppling hills. For now, faced with the truth, he found himself utterly incapable of comprehending the scale of the world unraveling before him. The giant turtle studied Adam intently, his blue eyes now flashing with a hint of concern. Then he heaved a deep and heavy sigh, the force of his breath whipping the sea into motion and sending great waves rolling outward. Then he spoke in a deep yet subdued voice. "A few months ago, when I first found you, you were in a wretched shape. Even as you sank in the depths of the ocean, the black flames surrounding you refused to fade." "Black flames," Adam murmured as a deep frown appeared on his scarred face. He looked at the turtle's giant head in front of him with a contemplative look on his face. "Black flames." He repeated those words, feeling an instinctive fear in his heart. Just thinking about those flames caused deep trauma to emerge from within, yet he held on to that feeling. He had often wondered how he had been saved from his inevitable demise. By all logic, that fall from such a height should have shattered his body, and if not the fall, then surely the black flames consuming him should have finished the job. Yet somehow he had lived. He had woken up on this island without a memory of how he got here. As he thought back to the moment before he plummeted from the heavens, he remembered. He had taken a gamble. "Yes, those black flames," said the giant turtle. "They were unlike anything I had ever beheld. Never have I seen a fire burn with such ferocity, refusing to be quenched even in the crushing depths. It was the blaze which drew me to you, little human, a beacon of darkness in the endless ocean." Adam remained silent for a few moments, gathering his thoughts. The giant turtle continued, his voice as heavy as the tides. "My magic healed your broken body, but it could never quite heal your broken mind." Adam was stunned. "You healed me. How else do you think you still draw breath, little human?" Adam's lips curled into a wide grin as he thought to himself. "I see. So that's what happened. No wonder those black flames were gone when I woke up. Then that means my gamble actually paid off." He threw his head back and let out a laugh. He laughed and laughed and laughed, and then he stopped. He glanced at the giant turtle head and asked with a hint of skepticism, "You're real, aren't you? I'm not just going crazy, right?" The turtle scoffed. "Oh, I am very real, little human. But you are indeed mad." Adam burst into another round of raucous laughter. A long time later, he finally stopped, then introduced himself with a weary yet genuine smile. "I'm Adam, by the way." The giant turtle opened his maw again, his voice rolling like thunder across the waves. "And I am called Tebu." "Tebu," Adam muttered in a daze. He allowed himself to fall back to the ground as he gazed at the twin moons in the night sky. His lips gradually curled up into a wide grin, for in that moment clarity struck him. He understood, more than he ever had before. "The will of the world works in mysterious ways indeed," he muttered under his breath. 3 months ago, at the end of the Battle of Ravenfell, Adam had taken a couple of reckless gambles. One of them had shattered his mind, tearing his very soul. Needless to say, the aftermath of that left him drowning in agony and drove him to madness. The other gamble he had made was directly related to his survival. Adam believed that nothing happened without reason, and the law of causality revealed itself most clearly to those entwined with the will of the world, and Adam was bound to it more deeply than most could ever imagine. He had, after all, helped it gain sentience by planting the ash tree which was unexpectedly and miraculously blessed by the Great Mother. In the outer universe, where the mana was scarce, no planet had ever awakened to sentience. Yet through a simple, inadvertent act by Adam, Tron had gained sentience. It was nothing short of a miracle beyond miracles. And so, when Tron visited him in his dreams, thanking him for its awakening and vowing to aid him in return, Adam knew. He knew that he had become the blessed of Tron, And so, at the end of the Battle of Ravenfell, he had taken a highly perilous gamble. He knew that Marden had cast an insidious spell that altered the memories of the surviving Magi in Ravenfell, turning them against him. Once hailed as a hero, he had fallen from grace and been branded a traitor. Yet one truth remained certain in his heart. Because of the bond he shared with Berger, the gnome would try to shield him. Adam knew this all too well. Every spell, every artifact carried a weakness. A magic that tampered with the memories of a person would struggle to fully corrupt the minds of those bound most closely to its target. That is why the soldiers of the Black Legion stabbed Adam, and Edward didn't. That is why Blackfur Balthazar attempted to kill Adam, and Berger didn't. Of course, if the gap between the spell's power and its targets had been vast, the outcome would have been entirely different. But in Tron, no spell or artifact could exceed rank 4. Thus, the Forgotten Rune's influence struck weaker magi more deeply than monocore magi. Adam knew that if Berger so much as hinted at supporting Adam, then he too would be branded a traitor. And that is why, near the end of that gruesome battle, Adam had urged Berger to seek out Anna instead. If any doubts lingered in Berger's mind, then she would be the one to clear them. And as for himself, he gambled his chances of survival. Despite the looming fear of death, deep down he believed he would endure. That Tron would help him, and it had. Adam had been saved by the ancient turtle Tebu, and strangely enough, he wasn't unfamiliar with the name. After all, he had once read about this mighty sea turtle in the journal of the Twilight Brotherhood's leader. Ah, what are the chances? Adam's lips curled upwards, and he let out a hearty laugh. He laughed and laughed and laughed. Is it all predestined? Are my actions already woven into the tapestry of fate? Am I nothing more than a helpless marionette of Tron, dancing to its will? I don't know anymore, he murmured. A few moments later, he whispered to himself, but at least I'm alive. As long as I breathe, I have infinite chances to reclaim all that I've lost. Slowly, he pushed himself upright and gazed at the colossal head before him. His lips parted, and he softly said, the ancient turtle's eyes flashed with kindness. You are welcome, Adam. Adam's lips curled into a gentle smile. Suddenly curious about something, he couldn't help but ask Lord Tebu, how did you find me in the first place? Do you always, swim around the coastal waters of Ulir? Ulir, asked the Colossus with an inquisitive gaze. So that is what they call the easternmost landmass of Tron. Ah yes, Adam nodded. The one in the northern hemisphere is called Ulir, and the one in the southern hemisphere is called Nahua. The Colossus hummed in thought, his voice rolling across the ocean and sending ripples surging through the waves. Several long moments later, he continued, I have lived for millennia, yet my true age is lost even to me. In my waking hours, I spend drifting through the blue expanse of Tron. And when slumber claims me, I return to the waters near my birthplace. For countless ages I slept until but a few moons passed, when I dreamed. In that dream I wandered the abyssal depths, beheld far horizons, and crossed paths with wondrous beings. After so long in stillness, I longed once more to stir these waters, and thus, in that wandering I came upon you. A dream, huh? Adam's lips curled into a knowing smile. Of course. He remained silent for a while, pondering the intricacies of the strings of fate and how the will of the world subtly tugs at these strings to ensure the planet's well-being. The will of the world, he murmured, once again beginning to talk to himself in order to drown out the whispers of the laughing god. It understands survival and balance. When the planet is in danger, it wouldn't raise armies or forge weapons, no. Instead, it would pull on the invisible strings of fate, weaving outcomes that ensure its survival. Those who posed a threat to the world would find misfortune befall them at every step. And those who brought great benefit, people like me. They would be subtly favored, guided by luck, shielded from danger, and blessed with opportunities that defied explanation. Now that Tron has awakened, yes, it makes sense it would no longer be passive. It has already begun to act, ensuring its survival by whatever means necessary. But what is the threat it perceives? I wonder, and what is my role in it? There was a simple way to uncover the answer, or at least to find a clue that might lead him there. Adam turned to the giant turtle's head and asked curiously, Lord Tebu, do you have a destination in mind? Or do you simply wish to wander the vast seas? A destination, the Colossus murmured. He closed his eyes as if reaching across the vast seas to discern its place. A long time later, he finally opened his eyes. Then he muttered, his voice laced with warmth and reminiscence, the place of my birth isn't far from here. Oh, Adam was intrigued. And where would that be? Tebu's blue eyes flashed with a distant light as he gently said, the land of the first Magi, Mabai. Southern Federation, Burmara town was a small settlement, home to roughly 1,000 citizens. It was the very town where Rowan and his family had been settled earlier, while Anna and the Magi had ambushed their pursuers a dozen miles away. Now everyone had returned to this town. They had slain Ballard and his men, narrowly survived the assassins of the Silent King, and finally been rescued by Berger and Blackie. And yet here they were, back in Burmara town again. The Copper Bear Tavern was the most renowned dining and drinking establishment in this small town. At present, all the Magi had gathered inside in the main hall, while Rowan and his family slept upstairs in a comfortable room. The poor family had endured grave danger and could finally rest without constantly having to look over their shoulders. With the threat of the pursuers neutralized, the Magi, too, were free to enjoy a well-earned night's rest. Currently, the 5 Magi and 1 magical beast had occupied a seating area in a corner of the tavern, away from the boisterous clamor of the local residents enjoying food and drinks after a long day's work. Berger and Blackie occupied one side of the table, while Caspar sat beside them, his nervousness plain for all to see. After all, he was sitting right beside 2 powerful beings at the legendary Mana core rank. Opposite them, Anna, Ada, and Darrell sat in silence. Darrell took great amusement in seeing Caspar behave so awkwardly. He had never seen the man act this way. He had always been high and mighty, but now in front of the gnome he was like a little child. Oh, the irony. Anna and Ada paid no attention to Caspar. In fact, they even ignored Berger. Their eyes were glued to the cute little black puppy resting on the table before the gnome. They could hardly believe that the same ferocious giant wolf from earlier had transformed into something so utterly adorable. Berger casually smoked from his pipe, savoring the flavor of tobacco. He cast a side glance at Caspar and couldn't help but frown a little. "The hell is the matter with you?" he asked. "Nothing, sir." Caspar straightened his back. "Nothing at all. Everything's fine." The gnome couldn't help but roll his eyes, but he left the man alone. Instead, he continued to smoke leisurely from his pipe. No one dared to speak. A few moments later, a steward brought forth a plate of freshly cooked food, then gently set it on the table. Once he left, Berger snapped his fingers in act of a simple hand seal, creating an invisible barrier around the group that muffled any sound from escaping. "Now we can talk," said the old gnome. Resting on the table before him, Blackie too opened his eyes to a slit, his gaze fixed solely on Anna. Before the gnome could speak, the crimson-haired princess politely interjected, her voice calm but firm. "My lord, there is something I wish to ask." Berger deeply looked at the young woman, and a moment later he gave a light nod. Anna cleared her throat, then asked in a solemn voice, "Earlier, you called Adam the Dark King and not the deceitful one. That means you believe that all of this is part of a grand conspiracy meant to defame him, correct?" The gnome lowered his head, his eyes flickering with conflicting emotions. At last he said, "That is precisely what I'm here to find out." Anna couldn't help but frown. Even the rest of the Magi at the table found the gnome's words puzzling. "How so?" asked the princess. Berger remained silent for a few moments, then said in a low voice before he was attacked by a Mana core magus. "Adam secretly told me to find you. First, he wanted me to protect you from your pursuers. Second, he believed that you, being the one who knows him best in this world, could clear my doubts." Everyone at the table was shocked by those words, especially the revelation that Adam had been attacked by a Mana core magus. Could a Mana vortex magus survive a strike from such a powerful being? None of them thought it possible. Anna covered her lips with a trembling hand. Her eyes were wide with shock as she asked in a shaky voice, "What?" The gnome glanced at her, shaking his head. "You underestimate your little brother, Anna. Berger carefully chose his words, fully aware of how absurd they might sound. "He and I took out a Mana core cultist together, and I have reasons to believe that he had slain another Mana core magus even before I arrived on the battlefield," Berger began. He paused, letting the weight of his words sink in, then continued, "And that's not all. He even brought 6 undead knights, each as powerful as a Mana core magus, into the spirit world to give the rest of us a fighting chance against the necromancers." Anna and the rest were utterly thunderstruck. Caspar, however, was the most shocked out of them all. After all, he himself was a Mana vortex magus and knew the limitations of a magus at this arcane stage. So the words Berger just said sounded to him like nothing more than fairy tales. And yet, for some inexplicable reason, he couldn't bring himself to deny them. At that moment, Blackie thought of how, when Adam had returned from the spirit world, his aura had changed. A foreign presence, one that seemed to transcend even the Mana core rank, clung to him. He suspected that Adam had faced a powerful and horrifying entity there and somehow returned from the brink of death. But considering that the people before him were unaware of the existence of higher worlds and that there were arcane ranks beyond the Mana core rank, he chose to remain silent. Anna's heart was gripped by utter fear. She couldn't help but ask in immense worry, Is he all right? No. Is he even alive? She couldn't even begin to wonder just how much pain and suffering Adam must have gone through in the Battle of Ravenfell, only for him to be branded a traitor at the end of it all. Her heart ached with fear for her brother's life and how the world treated him. Berger's eyes flashed with warmth and he said, "Rest assured, that little brat is still alive." Blackie nodded in agreement as well. "How are you so certain?" Anna pressed further, unwilling to accept such a simple reassurance. The gnome waved a hand and a small object suddenly appeared on the table. The moment Anna's gaze landed on this item, all her worries melted away. "Thank goodness," she whispered, tears welling in her eyes. Before her lay the very object that had once led Ballard and his men to her, a soulmark lantern. The wondrous artifact known as the soulmark lantern carried a wisp of spiritual energy of a magus. Its main usage was to let the holder of the lantern know about the life status of the owner of the wisp. If the owner still drew breath, then the wisp inside the lantern would glow a soft blue color. However, if the owner of the wisp perished then, it would turn a dark red. Additionally, it would continue to relentlessly tap against the glass walls of the lantern, guiding the holder of the lantern in a certain direction, towards the one who had slain the wisp's owner. Every renowned Magus family possessed soulmark lanterns. The same held true for prominent arcane organizations and institutions as well. When Adam was a teenager, Berger had instructed him to leave a wisp of his spiritual energy inside the soulmark lantern he owned. This was how the gnome stayed informed about Adam's well-being over the years. When Anna saw the wisp inside the lantern glow a soft blue, all her worries instantly vanished. Sitting beside her, even Ada was moved to tears, and she couldn't help but gently hug Anna. A few moments later, the crimson-haired princess turned to the elderly gnome, who was still leisurely smoking from his long wooden pipe, and said sincerely. She paused for a moment, then added with a serious look on her face, "Please ask what you wish to. I will answer to the best of my abilities and try to clear whatever doubts you may have." Berger remained silent for a few moments. The rest of the magi sat at the edge of their seats, anxious to hear what questions the gnome might ask. Anna was the most nervous out of them all. After all, it directly involved her little brother, and her answers would change Adam's relationship with Berger forever. "Before we start," said the gnome, his tone oddly grim, "I will know if you lie." Anna deeply looked into Berger's eyes. A moment later, she nodded. "Very well," the gnome began. "Before I question you, I should inform you about what transpired towards the end of the Battle of Ravenfell." The other magi paid rapt attention to the gnome's words. After all, until now, they had only heard rumors from passers-by, stories that had been blown so much out of proportion that barely any truth remained in them. But now, hearing it from a monocore magus, one who had actually participated in what was said to be the most brutal and vicious battle in the last 1,000 years in the Empire, they could finally grasp what had truly transpired. Towards the end of the battle, Marden cast a spell, or perhaps it was an artifact, that subtly warped the minds of all the people that had survived the Battle of Ravenfell. In fact, even the people at Saratoga were affected by this insidious spell. Berger began, his tone grim. "According to mine and Blackie's observations in these past few months, we have drawn certain conjectures. First, the spell affects the minds of the targets, making them accept lies as truths. And second, it tampers with the memories of the targets, reshaping them according to the caster's intent." He paused for a few moments, allowing the magi to digest this knowledge. He deeply looked at Anna and continued, "Only the minds of those in Ravenfell and its surrounding lands were directly affected. But as news and rumors spread, the entire continent felt the consequences indirectly. Anna and the rest had never even heard of a spell so treacherous, capable of inflicting such devastation. Turning the entire world against a single person, it was simply diabolical. The sheer terror wrought by the School of Enchantment was almost too much to comprehend. "I will tell you how our memories were altered," Berger continued, his tone involuntarily turning cold. "We were made to believe that Adam had been raised by the cult in the Southern Federation, trained to become a spy within the Empire, that his time at Saratoga was nothing more than a cover, that every action of his had been a ploy to win Ravenfell's trust, and that he had always been a servant of the Cult of Bones." "Those are ludicrous claims," Anna immediately retorted, her expression grave. "I can assure you, Lord Berger, that none of them are true, especially the false memories about Adam's childhood." Berger inhaled deeply. He set aside the smoking pipe on the table, then began massaging his temples. Moments later, he turned to the princess and gestured. "Explain." Anna spoke without hesitation, flames dancing in the depths of her scarlet eyes. "How can Adam have been raised by the cult when it was I who raised him? Adam, he's had a very rough childhood. He was born in a poor household. His parents were farmers. They barely had 2 to 3 meals a day, but they were at least lucky they had a roof over their heads. Both his parents died when he was 5, and he was forced to take on several odd jobs just to make ends meet. The amount of pain and suffering he's had to go through back then." Anna's eyes instantly reddened, partly from anger and partly from overwhelming sadness. "His childhood only began to have a semblance of normalcy when I first met him when he was 8. I was the one who taught him how to read, how to defend himself, and how to do every other thing that he never had the chance to learn. I was the one who raised him, so it is completely ridiculous to claim that the cult had a hand in it. I stayed with Adam until he was 15, and before returning home, I made sure that he safely reached Clover Academy. That is how he spent his childhood, not in some dungeon trying to learn how to be a damn spy for the vile cult." Berger and everyone else at the table could feel Anna's emotions. The gnome lowered his head, his gaze turning distant and weary. At least he heaved a heavy sigh as he reached out for his pipe. "It all makes sense now," he softly said. Anna couldn't help but frown a little. "What does?" As Berger stuffed fresh tobacco in the pipe, he gently said, "Back in Moon City, Adam would always go out of his way to take care of me, his friends, or really anyone he was on friendly terms with. Yes, he was a mischievous little brat and loved to drink, but he also showed more care for others than anyone else I knew. Do you know why? Anna's lips quivered, tears threatening to spill from her eyes. She gave a light nod as memories of Adam's gentle kindness resurfaced in her mind. Yes, she whispered, her voice trembling. He likes taking care of people because, in doing so, he heals that part of himself that always longed for someone to take care of him. The conversation between Berger and Anna carried on well into the night. Although at this point, the gnome no longer harbored any suspicions about Adam's childhood days, he still made sure to be thorough about it. In particular, he scrutinized the time period between the death of Adam's parents and the moment Anna found him. Those 3 long years, when Adam had been left entirely on his own, had to be accounted for. Berger had to make sure that there were no gaps or inconsistencies in the timeline. Not that he doubted Anna's words after speaking with her, but that was the curse of the Forgotten Rune. It sowed a seed of doubt in the hearts of others. Even someone as powerful as Berger, who was so close to Adam, could not help but second-guess himself. After talking to Anna in extensive detail about the time she had spent with Adam, Berger got to learn a lot about Adam. He learned about things that Adam had never disclosed to him. These things were deeply personal to the youth, but knowing what was at stake, Anna didn't hide anything. As the sun gradually rose in the east, dyeing the sky in beautiful shades of lilac, the Magi still found themselves seated inside the Copper Bear Tavern. They were still discussing Adam's upbringing. Caspar, Ada, and Darrow were utterly stunned. In truth, they were even inspired. To think that someone like Adam, who had risen from such humble beginnings, could go on to accomplish so much and in such little time, it stirred their hearts deeply. Mana Foundation at 15, Mana Liquefaction at 20, and Mana Vortex by the age of 35, Caspar muttered in awe. The boy, no, that man truly is the greatest genius I've had the fortune to come across. Even in the vast lands of Europa, I doubt there is someone like Adam. Everyone at the table shared the same sentiments. Blackie let out a lazy yawn, then said matter-of-factly, the boy is special. Indeed, Caspar couldn't help but agree. A few moments of silence descended at the table, each lost in their own thoughts, but everyone was thinking about Adam. Anna turned to the gnome and asked politely, so what do you think, Lord Berger? Is there anything even remotely suspicious that would suggest Adam was in any way related to the cult? Well, I never doubted he was a traitor, said the elderly gnome. But soon his lips curled into a bitter smile as he shook his head. No, to be honest, I did. When Marden cast his spell, I couldn't believe my own memories. Even as I held on to Adam and screamed at him to give me answers, I still couldn't believe it. Soon his eyes turned cold and he involuntarily clenched his fists. That spell is insidious, very insidious. If even someone like me has doubts, one can imagine how the rest of the surviving Magi of the Battle of Ravenfell must have felt. Later that fateful day, I even found out that the soldiers of the Black Legion had surrounded Adam, and then stabbed him multiple times. I can't even begin to imagine what the boy must have gone through at the time. Perhaps their actions must have hurt him more than the injuries they'd inflicted, but can you even blame them? Furious flames danced in the depths of Anna's scarlet eyes. Those cultists, they will pay for what they did to Adam, I swear it. Berger turned to the princess, the coldness in his eyes replaced by relief and warmth. Adam is lucky to have you, he said gently. Anna didn't answer. She lowered her head and silently thought to herself, no, it is I who am fortunate to have him. Without him, I might have already perished. Without him, I might have never known hope. The hope that arcane realms exist beyond the Mana Core and higher worlds beyond Tron. Of course, she couldn't say those words out loud because she had promised Adam never to divulge them to anyone, but little did she know. Suddenly, she thought of something and turned to the gnome. She then asked in a solemn voice, Lord Berger, you're close to Adam, so it is only natural that you would find reason and overcome the effects of that insidious spell. But what of the other Mana Core Magi? What about the rest of the world? Berger offered a faint smile to the princess, one step at a time. He paused for a moment, his smile deepening. Besides, I'm not the only Mana Core Magus who sees reason. There are others as well. Anna's eyes gradually widened. She instinctively wanted to ask about these Mana Core Magui, yet she restrained her curiosity. In the end, she offered a small nod. I understand. That is reassuring to hear. Berger nodded. A few moments later, he spoke in a solemn voice. I get that you would want to see revenge for what happened to Adam, but you need to understand that this is a very dangerous endeavor. This involves Mana Core Magi, the strongest beings on the planet, and perhaps even the future of this world. Future of this world. Anna thought to herself with a frown. She wanted to know more about it, and so did the other 3 Magi. However, Berger did not elaborate any further. Some truths were better left in shadows. The gnome deemed that none of them were powerful enough to learn of it. Not yet, anyway. After a long time, Anna said, this is why we came to the Southern Federation, you know, for strength. How so? Berger raised an eyebrow. What could they possibly discover in this region that they wouldn't have in the Akkadian Empire, or even in Europa? Anna then went on to briefly tell the gnome about the soaring river's secret plane. Needless to say, Berger was astonished to learn of the secret planes. Well, secret, that little brat, Berger murmured. He's full of secrets. Blackie nodded in agreement. The group of magi finally stepped out of the tavern. Standing upon the cobbled street, Anna looked at the gnome and asked, Lord Berger, would you care to accompany us to the secret plane? Perhaps. Take a look for yourself. Berger would be lying if he said he didn't wish to go. There were far too many things about the soaring river's secret plane that he was curious about, but this wasn't the time. There were still many things he had to do, many loose ends he had yet to tie. I'm afraid not. Berger shook his head. He then retrieved a small crystal from his storage artifact and passed it to Anna. The princess glanced at the swirling smoke inside the crystal curiously, then asked, This is a way to contact me, said Berger as he gently tucked Blackie into the folds of his robes. He then turned to Anna and said in a solemn voice, Go to the secret plane and grow stronger. Become as strong as you can possibly be. All of yous. Towards the end, his gaze encompassed all the magi. His expression gradually darkened, and he added, A great war is coming, and we'll need every ounce of strength we can muster. With that said, his feet gradually lifted off the ground, and he rose to the skies. Eventually, he disappeared behind the clouds, leaving the group of magi on the ground stunned and unsettled by his grim parting words. High up above the sky, Blackie poked his tiny head out from Berger's robes and asked, Was it wise to say that to them? It doesn't matter, Berger replied flatly. The world's already spiraling into chaos. At the very least, those brats will be driven to push themselves harder. I suppose, Blackie murmured. Then, after a pause, he asked, Where to now? Are we heading for a Korean? No. Berger's eyes gradually turned cold, and a murderous aura radiated from him. We'll first pay a visit to an old friend at the Clover Academy. Gelstein Ocean, the ancient colossus, Tebu, drifted across the blue expanse of the planet, slowly headed towards its place of birth, the continent known as the Land of the First Magi. Although this monocore being swam at a leisurely pace, his speed was, in fact, anything but slow. It was only due to its sheer gargantuan size that it appeared to be moving slowly, when in truth he was moving through the waters at an exceptionally fast speed. Furthermore, due to him being a monocore existence, and arguably the strongest, if not one of the strongest entities within the waters of Tron, Tebu roamed unimpeded. The Gelstein Ocean was filled with countless horrors of the deep. Many scholars even claimed that its depths were far more dangerous than even some of the forbidden zones on the various continents. Moreover, most of the oceans and seas of Tron remained unexplored. Owing to their sheer size and depths, the fear of the unknown had gradually taken root in the hearts of adventurers and travelers. I recall reading a report by Ravenfell's Chamber of Commerce stating that nearly 5 out of 10 merchant vessels bound for Europa never make it to their destination, Adam murmured. He currently lay down upon a coral plateau on the eastern side of the island. With nothing better to do and sleep becoming a distant memory, he simply gazed at the starlit skies, talking to himself. Weather is the least of their worries, and so is the threat of pirates, he continued. The true danger to these vessels is the creatures of the deep. No one can predict when a powerful creature might rise from beneath the surface and launch an attack. From what I've read, the depths are said to be teeming with monocore existences. As the pale glow of Selene and Luna gently cascaded on the large and beautiful coral island, Adam was reminded of his home, Ravenfell. As the memories of his home resurfaced in his mind, his charred lips curled up into a bright smile, and his heart, it was filled with overwhelming sorrow. I wonder how everyone is, he murmured. Have they begun rebuilding the city? I wish I could be there. His thoughts eventually drifted to the people who died in the Battle of Ravenfell, his smile turning into a wide grin. Professor Whitaker, Lady Benton, Headmaster Blackwood, and how many more that I'm unaware of? Is Elisand all right? What about Radon and my 3 foolish disciples? It hurts, haha. Ha, it hurts so much. Do they think I betrayed them? Adam's shoulders trembled and he gasped for air. Immense grief and agony engulfed his heart, yet he only laughed. He laughed and laughed and laughed. With an acrobatic move, he sprang to his feet. Let's look at the bright side, eh? Not everyone is dead. As long as a few of them survived, there would always be a Ravenfell. There would always be a Saratoga Castle. He clenched his fists and lowered his head, whispering to himself, and as long as I breathe, there will always be a Dark King. At that moment, a voice spoke to him. Naive. Adam flinched. He slowly turned around, scanning his surroundings. But there was no one there, just him, the colorful corals and Tebu. The youth's expression darkened, and a dangerous aura emanated from him. His lips parted, and he coldly muttered, Oi, who the hell are you? But of course there was no response. Adam waited for a long time, expanding his sphere of resonance to its maximum capacity, yet he found no one. There was no one at all, just him. At last, the youth heaved a helpless sigh. Placing his hands on his waist, he raised his head and laughed to the skies. I really am going crazy. It bothered him. It really bothered him. The ravings of the faceless mask always whispered to him in Jotun. Tebu always conversed with him in Old Lunari, but this strangely familiar voice spoke to him in Akaros. Moreover, the frequency at which it spoke to him grew with each passing day. Perhaps this was the true measure by which he could gauge his descent into madness. And if that were true, what would happen to him at the very end? I don't know. Adam shook his head. I don't know anymore. He raised his head and gazed at the myriad stars shining brightly in the sky. His lips curled into a sad smile, and he whispered, "Mother, Father, are you watching over me?" Of course, he received no response. All he heard was the sound of waves and the gentle rustle of the wind. Adam lowered his head and sighed. "What do I do now? Lord Tebu's head has gone underwater. I can't practice my techniques and bother him again. Val is still sleeping. When did life become so boring? I wish I had some wine." He suddenly looked over his shoulder and asked, "How is Anna? Do you know?" Then he turned over the other shoulder and continued, "And what about the old man? Is he doing what I asked of him?" "Well, I hope he does." Adam looked around the multicolored place. There was no one else there, and he was simply talking to himself. The laughing god continued to whisper. And Adam listened. It was getting increasingly difficult to sleep with the ravings constantly assaulting his mind. And with nothing else to do, he went back to his cave and began carving those mysterious symbols on the ground and the walls with his bare finger. He continued carving the Jotun language on the walls for hours on end, trying to study it and decipher the true meaning of the whispers. All the while, he kept talking to himself, desperately hoping that by the time his mind was utterly fatigued, he would have no choice but to collapse into sleep, despite the endless ravings. The twin moons gradually dipped below the horizon and the sun rose in the east, once again dyeing the morning sky in beautiful shades of warmth. Yet the laughing god continued to whisper, and Adam continued to listen. "Sleep seems like a distant dream now," the youth murmured. Suddenly, the island trembled. Adam immediately turned eastward, his lips curling into an excited smile. He's finally risen. Wiping the blood from his fingers, he got to his feet and exited the cave. Time to ask him about the Mabicon. Nent. His words trailed off when a sudden realization struck him. He froze in his footsteps, then broke into a laugh. "Didn't I just recently receive a map of the lost city of Fapor, gifted to me by the Prince of Acadia? The very ruins said to be buried in the heart of Mabai." Shaking his head, he stepped out of the cave as he muttered under his breath, "Ah, what a coincidence. Lord Tebu, are you the strongest being in Tron?" Adam sat at the easternmost edge of the island, facing the large head that had risen above the surface of the water before him. As he rested his chin upon his hands and his hands upon his knees, the youth found himself in an uncharacteristically pleasant mood. At last, he had someone to talk to Somion other than himself. Loneliness was never a companion he enjoyed. "Strongest?" asked the ancient colossus. "I have never thought about such things." Adam's lips twitched, and he thought out loud something that was beginning to become a habit now. "That's exactly what the strongest being in the world would say." "What does it mean to be the strongest?" asked the giant turtle, his blue eyes flashing with traces of amusement. "I don't know." Adam shrugged, then lay down on his back, glancing at the drifting clouds. "Being the strongest would mean no one would ever bother you, or try to scheme against you, or hurt your loved ones." "Hey, I don't know what I'm talking about, really." Gazing at the seagulls circling high in the sky, he murmured to himself, "What am I even talking about? Have I lost it?" The enormous head of the colossus shifted ever so slightly, his voice deep and resonant like the rumble of the waves. "Strength shields, yes, but it does not silence envy. It cannot guard you from betrayal, nor can it mend the wounds in your heart. I have seen magi with power enough to reshape lands, yet they perished not by the sword, but by loneliness, by pride, by the emptiness they carried. Strength is a wall, Adam. Useful, yes, but walls alone cannot make a home." Adam pondered on the ancient being's words. He believed there was deep philosophical meaning in those words, yet the constant ravings inside his head prevented him from thinking too deeply. So annoying." He clutched at his head as he slowly sat back up. But the next minute he froze. He hurriedly blurted out, "Ah, Lord Tebu, I wasn't talking to you. It's the voices in my head. They're just very annoying." "Ah, yes, the voices. Haha, you must think I'm crazy, right?" "Yes, you are crazy indeed," said the colossus. "I have noticed that you talk to yourself quite often." "Yeah," Adam nodded, his lips curling into a smile. "It's a necessity, really." "Well, I think it is. If I don't focus on talking to myself, I'm forced to listen to the voices in my head." You know what? Never mind. May I ask you a question?" "Go ahead." Adam was very eager to talk about this topic. His lips parted, and he said with a hint of excitement in his voice, "You mentioned yesterday that Mabai was also called the land of the first magi. Does that mean the ancient elves of Fapor were the first ones to practice magic?" The colossus remained silent for a few moments, his blue eyes flickering with reminiscence. At last he said, "Fapor. Yes, I remember them. 4, perhaps 5,000 years ago. Time blurs after so long a slumber. Yes, I recall it. Fapor was considered the greatest arcane civilization of its age, and Mabai was their home. But make no mistake, they were not the first spellcasters of Tron." Adam was deeply intrigued by Tebu's words. The history of this world had always been blurry to him, much of it buried under the relentless ravages of time. He possessed only a vague outline of the timeline, beginning with the destruction of Fapor, followed by the emergence of the Twilight Brotherhood and the Cult of Bones. Around the same era, most of the great nations and empires had also taken shape, but anything that preceded the fall of Vapor was shrouded in mystery. Adam didn't even know the exact period when Matthias the Free departed from Tron, nor the precise time of his return. He had never had the chance to study the world's history in any depth. In the Southern Federation, he had read the history of the Southern Federation itself. In the Empire, he had focused on the chronicles of the Empire. From the Brotherhood, he had never bothered with anything beyond the Founders' journals and arcane textbooks. Perhaps now, at least, he could begin to uncover the true history of Tron. Were they humans then? He asked. I mean, the first spellcasters. The ancient turtle deliberated for a few moments, then said, when I was still young, this planet was inhabited solely by beasts, the humanoid races that walk the world today. They were not always here. In truth, there was no natural sequence to their evolution. They did not grow. They did not ascend from the lesser creatures. They simply appeared. This knowledge would have thoroughly shocked anyone else, but Adam was different. He knew slightly more about the world universe, in fact, than a regular magus of Tron. Ah, yes, of course. He casually waved a hand. That's because the 4 races of Tron, well, they aren't from Tron. Adam pointed at the sky and said with a faint smile, they come from beyond the stars. That was my conjecture as well, said Tebu, a trace of doubt flickering in his ancient eyes. But Adam, why do you speak with such certainty? The spirit of a secret plane back in Ulir told me about it, Adam answered truthfully. There was nothing to lie about anyway. He once told me that the creator of the secret plane had ventured beyond the stars and returned to Tron in his twilight years. It was through him that I learned the 4 races of Tron never originated here. They come from a place known as the Greater Universe, and their arrival was born out of necessity, overpopulation and the drive for cosmic colonization. To prevent societal collapse, the Magi in the Greater Universe relocated their people to distant, uninhabited worlds to relieve the pressure. Of course, there was also a desire to expand their species and assert dominion and whatnot. So you too are aware of worlds beyond our own. Truly, Adam, you are a most intriguing one, said the ancient Colossus. Yeah, I know some things. Adam shrugged. The giant turtle heaved a long, weary sigh, sending vast ripples on the ocean. You remind me of someone, a friend perhaps. He too used to once speak of the greater universe with eyes full of yearning. Alas, he perished long, long ago. Oh, Adam asked with feigned interest. Who was this person? Wagner, the Colossus murmured. His name was Aldo Wagner. Tebu parted his massive maw and said before he died, Wagner left behind his legacy somewhere within the Coral Island. Perhaps it is fate that I met you. If you find that legacy, Adam, then it shall be yours. Moon City, Nightingale Kingdom. Modeled after the ancient lands of Vapor, the city served as the home of the 4 major races of the Southern Federation. Its people lived here in joy and harmony. Renowned as the Jewel of the South, the city earned its title not merely because it stood as the beautiful capital of the Nightingale Kingdom, the de facto leader of the Southern Federation, but also because it was home to the most prestigious magic academy in all the lands south of the Murky Mountains. The Clover Academy was the largest center of arcane learning in the Southern Federation. It trained magi from all 4 races, offering studies in spellcraft, herbalism, and even artificing. Its graduates often became leaders, court magi, and influential figures across the Federation, making the academy both a place of knowledge and political importance. And the headmistress of this esteemed institution, Helen Godfrey, was perhaps the most influential figure in the Southern Federation, second only to the king of the Nightingale Kingdom. On this day, the headmistress stood at the grand entrance of the main hall in the Clover Academy campus, a warm and gentle smile on her face. At her sides were the professors of the academy, each one a mana-liquefaction magus. And in front of them stood the newest batch of students, having just passed their entrance examination. These children, all 15 years of age, wore expressions of excitement, their eyes brimming with eagerness to uncover the mysteries of arcana. Helen stepped forward, her hands gently clasped behind her back. At once, the lively chatter in the square settled down. All the children looked at the headmistress with anticipation and unbridled joy. The headmistress scanned the faces of all these bright children, her gaze lingering on a few of them who had managed to catch her eye. A few moments later, she finally began, "Welcome, children, to the Great Clover Academy. Today marks the beginning of a journey that will shape not only your lives but also the future of the Federation. Each of you has proven your talent, but talent alone isn't enough." She paused as she observed the children, who now wore solemn expressions. A fierce light blazed in their eyes as though they were ready to prove their worth at once. Helen displayed a faint smile, then continued in a gentle, motherly voice, "Here, you will learn discipline, courage, and the weight of responsibility that comes with wielding magic. Remember this, children. Magic is not power for its own sake. It is a duty to your people, to your companions, and to the generations who will follow. Carry that duty well, and you will do honor to this great institution, to the Southern Federation, and to yourselves. Now step forward with pride, for today you are no longer children. You are apprentices of the Clover Academy. The children erupted in cheers. The professors, too, couldn't help but applaud. Every year the academy welcomed new students, and every year it was a surreal feeling for them. Helene stayed with the children some more, then conversed with the faculty members. This time of the year was always busy for them. After all, there was a lot they needed to do to accommodate these children who had come here from all corners of the Federation. About an hour later, she finally freed herself from the tiresome duties and made her way to the topmost floors of the faculty hall, releasing a weary sigh. "I'm getting too old for this," she murmured. After opening the door to her office, she went straight to the wide mahogany table and sank into her seat. From the drawer, she retrieved a pack of tobacco and a pipe. She expertly crushed the tobacco leaves, packed them in the pipe, and finally she lit the bowl. She drew in a long and steady inhale, her expression softening as the familiar taste of tobacco spread in her mouth. A few moments later, she exhaled a thick plume of smoke with a satisfied expression. The smoke lingered in the air, curling upwards towards the ceiling. Yet, strangely enough, it did not dissipate. It remained suspended in the air. It felt different somehow. Helene, too, noticed this oddness. Glancing at the smoke lingering beneath the ceiling, she couldn't help but frown. And right at that moment, a cold voice sounded in her office. "Hello, old friend." Helene's pupil shrank. Her heart skipped a beat, and she felt her blood run cold. She was a powerful manhwarecaps, arguably the strongest magus in the Southern Federation, and yet, she was unable to sense this presence inside her own office. The elderly headmistress slowly turned towards the corner of the room, where a high-back leather sofa sat shrouded in darkness. Upon it sat a familiar old gnome. Helene's eyes gradually widened in utter shock. "Berger." The gnome deeply looked at the woman, then offered a faint smile. "How have you been, Helene?" It took a while for the headmistress to gather her senses. Moments later, she adjusted comfortably in her chair, her face alight with surprise and joy. "Where have you been all this time?" she asked. "No, more importantly, when did you return? You could have at least let me know." Berger remained silent for a moment, then softly sighed. "I arrived only a few hours ago. I didn't wish to disturb you, seeing how you were busy with the induction ceremony." Helene waved her hand dismissively. "Ah, this is nothing. I could have postponed the ceremony to welcome you back to the city." There were many questions she wanted to ask. She was very curious about where he had been for all these years. For the better part of a decade, the gnome had simply vanished without telling anyone anything, and now that he had suddenly returned, it was a cause for celebration. But more than that, there was something else she wanted to speak to him about. Her expression gradually turned grim as she looked at the gnome. Then she asked in a low voice, "I don't know where you've been all this while, but have you heard the news from the Empire?" Berger intently looked at her, then slowly nodded. "I have." Helene couldn't help but sigh dejectedly. Ah, who would have thought? That Adam of all people would turn out to be a traitor, and now a fugitive, I might add. And now this news of the Cult of Bones. Oh goodness, Arcana, I hardly know where to begin. Berger leaned forward, his eyes slowly narrowing. His voice turned cold and dreadful. "How about you begin," he muttered, "by telling me." He paused, his following words sounding like thunder in Helene Godfrey's ears. "When you joined the Cult of Bones." Ravenfell, Acadian Empire. The city still bore scars of war. Blackened stone walls stood half collapsed, and entire rows of houses had been reduced to piles of rubble. Shattered roofs and broken carts lay scattered across the streets, a reminder of the battle that had ended only months ago. The air still carried the faint smell of ash and blood, though it was slowly being replaced by the smell of freshly cut timber and lime plaster. The city of Ravenfell was slowly but surely rising to its feet. Amidst the ruins, life had begun to stir again. Mortals worked in groups, hauling stone blocks, stacking bricks, and cutting wood to patch broken walls. Wooden scaffolds leaned against crumbling buildings, while families sifted through debris to salvage what little they could. Here and there, new thatched roofs stood among ruins. Though they were temporary living conditions, they showed stubborn signs of recovery. The Magi, too, helped with the rebuilding efforts. After all, this was their home as well. Mortals build the structures, and Magi strengthened them through magic. Together, they worked hand in hand to rebuild the place they once called home. These people looked worn and haggard, yet their movements carried a sense of purpose. Men and women carried rubble out of the main streets, while children ran back and forth carrying buckets of water or small bundles of stone chips. City guards walked their rounds, either helping the residents or keeping a wary eye out for thieves. In the heart of the city, a temporary market square was beginning to breathe again. In the Battle of Ravenfell, all 6 districts had been laid to ruin. The Corvid quarter was blown to smithereens, whereas the northern quarter was completely decimated by the battle between the Mana Core Magi. Although the great battle had ended more than 3 months ago, the area had remained uninhabitable for the longest time due to the rampant residual mana saturating the air. Ordinary mortals couldn't even come anywhere near the battlefield. Only after the lingering mana finally settled did the first rebuilding efforts begin. Though Ravenfell was far from restored, it was only a matter of time. Its residents' eyes gleamed with resilience. They no longer spoke of escape or despair. Instead, they spoke of rebuilding brick by brick, wall by wall, determined to reclaim the life that war had tried to strip away. Atop a cliff on the edge of what was once the harbor quarter, overlooking the vast Galestein Ocean, two figures stood, their gazes fixed on the tens of thousands of people below, toiling to rebuild their shattered homes. One was a muscular old man with a stocky build. He had broad shoulders and a head full of gray hair. Draped over his dark robes was an oddly familiar cloak, woven from countless raven feathers. It was the mantle once worn by the previous headmaster of Saratoga, Marcus Blackwood. And the man who now inherited it was his disciple, Daniel Ransenberg. In the aftermath of the Battle of Ravenfell, he was entrusted with another responsibility as well, the title of Lord Marshal, a position once held by Blackwood's late disciple, Sabrina Benton. Daniel's expression was as stoic as ever as he glanced at the residents on the ground. He remained silent for a long time, then finally said, "You still haven't answered me. About what?" Beside him stood an elf with ash-blonde hair and pale skin. He was draped in black as well, and carried a silver longsword at his waist, an artifact he had inherited from Marcus Blackwood. This man was none other than the fourth headmaster of Saratoga Castle and the current lord of Ravenfell, Nylian Fino. Daniel's eyes narrowed, a cold yet conflicting emotion gleaming sharply in them. He turned to his childhood friend and fellow disciple, and growled, "You know what I'm talking about. Don't beat around the bush anymore, Nylian. It's been more than 3 months, yet you haven't apprehended them. I need to know why." The wind swept against Nylian's figure, sending his pale hair gently fluttering behind him. His calm demeanor and ethereal grace made him seem no different than a celestial being who had descended to the lower realms. Ever since his advancement to the Mana Core rank, Nylian's very presence had transformed. His aura was so unearthly that it was as though he didn't belong in his world. His gaze was still locked onto the people down below as he gently said, "Why should I apprehend them? They haven't done anything wrong." A cold aura radiated from Daniel. He turned to his friend and deeply looked at him for a long time. At last, he said, his tone laced with finality, "They are criminals just by association. As disciples of that vile traitor, they must be seized and punished accordingly." "Stop shielding them, Nylian. My patience has already worn thin." Nylian remained silent at those words, his gaze distant and unreadable. Mistaking his silence for compliance, Daniel continued, "Think about it, Nylian. Adam knew everything that was going to happen in the Battle of Ravenfell, and that is why he evacuated his sister and the rest from the city beforehand. Don't forget it was he who teleported all the young magi to Saratoga, fully aware that the cultists had the means to infiltrate the castle. He knew it all. Do I need to go on?" Nylian heaved a long and heavy sigh. At last he turned to look at his friend and said, "Did you know I was there when it happened?" Daniel frowned. "I was there when Marden retrieved that stone tablet and activated it. Since then, all our memories have been." Twisted Nylian began, but Daniel immediately interrupted him. "How can you be so certain? How can you claim that when every single survivor of the battle believes the same of Adam?" Nylian sighed yet again, then answered in a soft voice, "I saw Adam's own men turn against him. They stabbed the kid, Daniel. About a dozen blades lodged into his chest and stomach. And then, the elf recalled what had transpired after. It was something that shocked him to his very core. And then that dragon appeared. I didn't even think those legendary creatures were real." He paused for a moment, his lips curling into a bitter smile. "The point is, I was right there when it all went down. If I wanted to, I could have very well stopped Adam and his dragon. But I didn't. Do you know why?" Daniel remained silent, his face darkening by the second. Nylian turned to him, then muttered in a low yet steady voice, "Because I believe Adam is not the man they're making him out to be." "You?" Daniel gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with anger. "How can you say that after all that has happened, after all that we've lost?" Nylian looked at the skies, then answered with a sigh, "Because Adam has received the approval of Dendar Saratoga, the first headmaster and lord of Ravenfell." Daniel couldn't help but frown. "What does that have to do with any of this?" "Oh, but it does," Nylian muttered softly. "It has everything to do with this." He looked straight into Daniel's eyes and said matter-of-factly, "All those who enter the Raven inheritances and pass its trials are brought before the remnant will of the first headmaster. In his presence, every truth is laid bare. There is nothing a participant can do to conceal even their deepest secrets. This trial exists to ensure that the chosen will never betray the castle and the city, and that they are deemed worthy of inheriting the legacy of Dendar Saratoga. Countless people have entered the Raven inheritances, but only 3 have ever emerged successful." Nylian paused, his eyes gleaming with a peculiar light. Then he asked, "So tell me, Daniel, if Adam had truly been raised by the cult, do you believe he could have hidden it from the Knight Magus, Dendar Saratoga himself?" Caliport Akkadian Empire. This was a major coastal city of the empire, built around a wide crescent-shaped bay that served as one of the busiest ports in the lands. Its location made it a hub for trade, naval power, and cultural exchange, with ships from every province docking at its harbor. The streets here were well planned and fortified, lined with markets, guild halls, and barracks that reflected both its commercial wealth and its military importance. At the center of the city, the Tower of Daybreak rose to the skies, seemingly piercing the clouds and reaching towards the heavens. It was one of the four pillars of the Akkadian Empire. Constructed from pale limestone and strengthened by magic, the tower caught the first light of dawn and reflected it across the city. Beyond its role as a landmark, the tower also functioned as the seat of governance for the entire city. The atmosphere in the city was bustling as usual, its streets alive with the hum and chatter of daily life. Yet beneath the noise and motion, there was a subtle tension in the air. Ravenfell, the oldest pillar of the empire, had just been attacked a few months ago by foreign forces. As a result, the city was razed to the ground, so the people of Caliport couldn't help but wonder if their city might share the same fate. That is why the city guards patrolling the streets had grown in numbers. Moreover, the security checkpoints placed on both land and along the harbor had tightened their inspection of all who sought entry to the city. Inside the tower, the classes continued as usual, and the day-to-day life of students and the faculty members hadn't changed all that much. However, it was undeniable that a constant shadow always lingered over these magi. They had all read reports of what had transpired in Ravenfell and the events leading up to the Battle of Ravenfell. Needless to say, they were shocked and angered by the true identity of Adam Constantine. Once hailed as the greatest genius of the Ulier continent and revered as the Dark King, he had fallen from grace since that fateful day 3 months ago. His true, vile, and treacherous nature had been laid bare, leading the people to brand him anew as the deceitful one, but every dark cloud carried a silver lining. Though Adam the Deceitful had fallen to the dark side, a new hero had risen amongst the scholars and magi of the Tower of Daybreak. At just 35, Edward Turner achieved the rank of manhwarecaps and was granted the title of the Storm King. He had become the true pride of the tower, and this was something that the magi and the residents of Caliport found great joy in. However, the man in question did not bother about such trivialities at all. While others rejoiced in pride at the rise of a new king from the tower, Edward had spent the past 3 months drowning in the pits of despair, his heart consumed by constant confusion and sorrow. On one of the upper floors of the tower, Lisa, Biden, and a few others had gathered before a pair of arched doors. Most of these magi were students of the tower, though a few faculty members were present as well. The room they waited outside belonged to none other than the Storm King, Edward Turner. Ever since returning from the Battle of Ravenfell, the youth had not once stepped out of his room. He had shut himself away, speaking to no one except, on extremely rare occasions, his grandfather Edwin Turner and his lover, Lisa de Grace. Everyone at the tower understood why Edward behaved this way. He was, after all, Adam Constantine's childhood friend and sworn brother, so Adam's betrayal cut deeper for him than for anyone else. And so, since his return, Edward had shut himself away, drowning in misery behind locked doors. The room was a wreck. The once orderly chamber was now buried beneath the debris of its master's despair. There were shards of shattered glass, overturned shelves, sprawled-out tomes, and scrolls on the floor. Fragments of broken furniture lay scattered everywhere like the remnants of a storm. Ink had bled across the floorboard, mixing with splashes of wine and ale from toppled bottles, leaving dark stains that seeped into the rugs and wood. Amidst the chaos, in the dimmest corner of the room sat a lone figure. His robes were disheveled, his hair was unkempt, and his shoulders were trembling as muffled sobs escaped his lips from time to time. In his hand, Edward clutched a small black and white portrait, gripping it so tightly that it seemed ready to tear. His tear-filled eyes were fixated on the image, as though it was the last fragile thread keeping him from falling into complete ruin. The portrait showed 3 little children. On the left stood a boy with raven-black hair, his eyes glinting with mischief as he picked his nose with a pinky finger, clearly uninterested in the photo being taken. At the center was a chubby boy beaming so brightly that the fat on his cheeks pressed against his eyes, turning them into cheerful slits. Beside him stood a young girl with twin ponytails, her arms crossed as she eyed the boys with open displeasure. Adam, Edward, and Lisa. The photo had been drawn during their first year at Clover Academy. Tears splattered on the portrait as they slid down the Storm King's face. He gritted his teeth, and in a voice filled with grief and anguish, he muttered, "Bastard." Why, for the last couple of months, Edward had barely eaten or slept, and he had not once stepped out of his private chambers. He also didn't let anyone in note, even his grandfather and Lisa. For the last 3 months, he had scoured through his memories again and again, scrutinizing them so obsessively that it almost drove him mad. There were memories inside his head that he believed to be true, and then there were memories that were actually true. Untangling the two had become an impossible task, and with every attempt, he was forced to relive the times he had spent with his sworn brother, Adam. And every time he recalled them, his heart ached, leaving him drowning in pain and sorrow. "I don't know," he mumbled as tears trickled down his face. His gaze lingered on the raven-haired youth in the portrait, and he murmured, "I don't know what to believe in anymore." Right at that moment, there was a commotion at his doorstep. Edward couldn't help but frown as he raised his head and gazed at the arched doors. He had given strict orders not to be disturbed, yet now someone was trying to force their way into his room. Edward's frown deepened, and the next moment, bam, the doors slammed open and a figure stormed inside. Edward's eyes flared with displeasure as he shot to his feet, shouting, "Who the hell do you?" But his words died in his throat the moment he saw the intruder. His eyes widened in shock, and he blurted out, "Mother." Sunshine streamed through the window, casting a radiant glow upon a woman with dark hair and piercing blue eyes, a face strikingly similar to the Storm King's. And why wouldn't it be? After all, she was Elia Turner, the mother of the Storm King. From the moment news of the Battle of Ravenfell had reached the Federation, Elia had immediately set out for the Tower of Daybreak. Her urgency was not only born from the concern that her son had participated in that brutal battle, but also from fear of what he might be enduring in its aftermath. After months of arduous travel, she had finally arrived at Caliport, but when she learned that her son had shut himself away in his chambers for months on end, her concern gave way to utter fury. She sat on a chair by the window, letting the breeze from outside wash away the foul stench permeating within the chamber. Gazing at the state of her son's room, her face hardened into a scowl. Then she shifted her gaze towards her son, who was kneeling before her with his head lowered, too afraid to meet her gaze. The genius the world hailed as the Storm King was nothing but a timid little boy in front of his mother, just as all great men were before theirs. "Is this how a man of the Turner family chooses to live?" she muttered with great dissatisfaction. "Look at the state of your room. When was the last time you took a shower? And this stench? Have you been getting drunk every night? What's the matter with you?" With every word his mother spoke, Edward lowered his head even further. By the end, he was practically shrinking in fear, yet he didn't retort. He just silently listened. Perhaps in this entire world, only his mother had the right to speak to him like that. "Answer me, will you?" Elia screamed, but still she did not receive a response. Seeing the tear streaks marking Edward's face, she felt as though her heart was stabbed by countless blades. "Is it about Adam?" she asked, her voice gentle. Edward's lips quivered and his eyes reddened, yet he did not speak, but his mother now finally knew what was on his mind. "Come here," she said gently as she reached out for Edward. Then she gently guided his head onto her lap and stroked his hair with a soft, doting smile. "Do you truly believe Adam is everything they claim him to be?" As tears trickled down Edward's face, he muttered in a hoarse voice, "I don't know." "Well then, let me ask you something else," said Elia. After a brief pause, she continued, "Do you truly think a boy raised by an evil cult, trained to be nothing more than a spy and a killer, would go out of his way to heal a frail and sick woman like me, who was deemed incurable by every capable herbalist?" Edward's lips quivered. He sat up straight and looked straight into her mother's eyes that greatly resembled his own. Do you think that Adam is innocent then?" Elia wiped the tears from her son's face, her fingers gently combing through his hair. "Do not judge a man by his words, nor by what others say of him. Judge him by his actions." She looked into Edward's eyes, then said solemnly, "The Adam I knew cured me not out of some ulterior motive, but simply because he could. The Adam I knew came to our home to share a meal with us, not out of hunger, but because he liked our company. That child, he grew up with nothing. I know his parents passed away when he was young and he came from a life of poverty. That's why Elia let out a soft chuckle, a fleeting warmth breaking through her solemn tone. "That's why he always pestered your father for a discount whenever he came to buy something. And every time he visited, he spoke with us not out of politeness, but because in our company, he felt like what it was like to be loved. I remember the way he used to sneak bread from our house just to give it to the beggar children loitering beneath the lunar bridge. Do you think a boy raised to be a cold-blooded spy would ever do such a thing?" She shook her head gently. "And do you remember, Eddie," she added, her lips forming a gentle smile, "how he would sit with your father in the workshop, pretending to help with the inventory and supply chain, even though he barely knew anything about commerce? He didn't care about the work itself, he only wanted to belong, to be part of our family for a little while." The more Edward heard his mother speak, the more tears trickled down his face. He sobbed silently as memories of his childhood with Adam resurfaced in his mind. These memories, they were the real ones. Elia's voice grew steadier and firmer as she added, "That is the Adam I knew, Eddie. Not the vile monster the world talks about, not the traitor they accuse him of being. I will not believe it. I cannot. Because the boy who laughed at our table, who carried your books when you were too lazy to do it yourself, who argued with Lisa over the last piece of the pie, that boy could never be the deceitful one. He would always be Adam." "Our Adam?" Elia's tone hardened a little. "Tell me, Eddie, when you think of him, when you recall the boy who laughed with you, fought by your side, and called you his brother, does he look anything like the monster they paint him to be?" She exhaled a long, heavy sigh. She then turned to the window, gazing at the clouds drifting in the blue sky above. "Search your own heart, my son. You've known him longer and better than anyone else out there spreading these rumors." Elia turned to her son again, then spoke in a solemn voice. "I don't know if there's some dark magic involved in all of this that made even you, his closest friend and sworn brother, doubt yourself. but I do know one thing. Edward slowly raised his head and matched his mother's gaze. Elia's voice trembled, laced with a mixture of pain and conviction as she said, I refuse to judge Adam by the Empire's words. I judge him by his actions and the kindness he showed us. And you, Eddie. You must try to do the same. Trust what you remember. And if you can't trust your memories, then trust your heart. She took a deep breath, then smiled as she cradled Edward's face. Then she said in a gentle voice, because even if the mind forgets, the heart will always remember. Moon City, Nightingale Kingdom. A cold and heavy silence descended inside Helen Godfrey's office. For a brief moment, she even gave birth to the notion that she might have heard it wrong. After all, there was no way her friend could have possibly known about her association with the Cult of Bones. In the centuries that she'd lived in the Federation, she had strongly guarded this secret. No one knew about it. No one was supposed to. What? Helen let out a soft chuckle. Your sense of humor has gotten really strange, Berger. The elderly gnome deeply looked into Helen's eyes, his lips curling into a cold smirk. Is that so? Suddenly, the temperature in the room dropped by several degrees. Helen felt an intense foreboding feeling grip her heart. In the next moment, the darkness behind her came alive. It surged forward, materializing into a silhouette of a giant black wolf. Blackie loomed over the elderly woman, his terrifying maw inches away from biting down on her head. His tenebrous eyes flashed with a predatory light, and he said, if I were you, I'd choose my next words very carefully. Helen shuddered. She hadn't felt Blackie's presence behind her at all. In fact, come to think of it, it was the same with Berger. She had simply overlooked the fact due to her surprise at seeing him after so many years, but now that she thought about it. Why couldn't she sense Berger and Blackie's presence? Her blood turned cold when she came to an extremely alarming possibility. She sent her senses outwards, trying to ascertain the gnome's arcane level, and then, her eyes widened in disbelief. I am impossible, she blurted out in shock. You, advanced to the Mana core rank. How? You see, Helen, Berger began as he retrieved his smoking pipe and leisurely took a puff. My disciple is many things. He's a drunkard, a miser, stubborn as an ox, and so damned reckless he makes me wish I had hair to pull out. He turned sideways and exhaled a thick plume of smoke. Then his eyes narrowed and he spoke matter-of-factly, but he's also very filial, you see. Underneath that rowdy exterior, he has a very kind heart. He imparted to me a lot of arcane secrets and knowledge that I doubt you'd find in this world. Do you know why? Berger took another puff, then continued, it's strange how generous he can be sometimes despite being such a miserly person. The reason he imparted to me all those secrets was because he hoped I lived a long life. It's because he hoped he wouldn't lose me. I was truly prepared to die, Helen, I truly was. When I left Europa, I had lost everyone and everything. I set up shop in this backwater region, planning to live the rest of my life in peace, the Mana Vortex rank. It was supposed to be my final frontier. Tendrils of smoke curled around Helen's limbs, preventing her from moving or casting any spell. One curled around her neck and another strapped around her mouth. The woman's eyes widened in horror as she struggled desperately to set herself free, but of course it was all futile. Blackie looked down on her from above, his eyes flashing with cruelty as if he were a predator playing with his prey. Berger, on the other hand, remained leisurely seated on the sofa, smoking from the pipe. And then I met the boy, he said, his lips curling into a gentle smile. He is a strange lad, I tell you. He seemed to know many things, but at the same time he knew nothing. He knew about precious recipes and elusive alchemical techniques, but strangely enough, he barely knew the basics of herbalism. And so I took him in as my disciple and imparted to him all the herbalism knowledge that I had. At the same time, I also learned a great many things from him. Sometimes I wonder, who was the disciple and who was the master? Gradually, Berger's eyes turned cold. He got to his feet, then slowly walked toward the terrified headmistress of the Clover Academy. Ah, you must be wondering why I'm telling you all this. It's because they're all connected, Helen, he muttered flatly. He took a step, his body lifting from the ground. Another step, and he was already hovering above the headmistress. She had any doubts about the gnome being a Mana core magus, then all of them had been cleared away now. You see, he began, in Europa I lost my wife and son to the hands of the heinous cult. I took my revenge, yes, but in doing so I was gravely wounded. My lifespan was cut short, and with it any hope of ever advancing further. And then, just recently, during the Battle of Ravenfell, the damned cult struck again. This time they took my mentor. Ah, he was like a father figure to me. He was the one who taught me the mysteries of Arcana and the cult. They took him away, just like they took everyone I've ever loved. Berger reached out with his hand, then gently placed it upon the horrified Helen's head. And as if that wasn't enough, they even drove my foolish disciple into a corner and turned the whole world against him. Oh, the things he must have had to endure. Mana surged around Berger's palm and enveloped Helen's head. He then continued, so old friend, I'm sure you can understand my hatred for the cult. They took everything from me, and now, I won't rest until I've erased them from this world. Helen's eyes rolled over and her body convulsed violently, yet there was nothing she could do to free herself. In front of the might of a monocore magus, she was completely and utterly powerless. But don't worry, I won't kill you just yet, Berger whispered, his tone cold as ice. You will dance as my unwitting marionette. I will use you to reshape the runes around the portal beneath Han's city. I will see to it that Operation Constantine unfolds exactly as planned. He finally withdrew his hand, and the tendrils of smoke binding Helen Godfrey disappeared into nothingness. Berger returned to his seat, while Blackie dissolved into the shadows. Everything returned to the way it was. Moments later, Helen's eyes regained focus. She blinked, scanning her office in mild confusion. When her gaze landed on Berger sitting in one corner of the room, leisurely puffing from his pipe, she was pleasantly surprised. Berger, when did you arrive? The gnome glanced at her, then offered a faint smile as he said, hello, old friend. Where is it? In the middle of the Galestein Ocean, on a colorful island brimming with corals, a lonely figure knelt in despair. His body was marred by hideous burn marks from head to toe, his robes little more than tattered rags. With hands raised to the sky, he let out a guttural scream that echoed across the waves. Where is the damned inheritance? Adam screamed yet again, but of course he received no response, because no one was there. He then lowered his head, hunched over, and let out pitiful, sobbing sounds. Then he turned over his right shoulder and whispered, hey, you. Yes, you, I'm talking to you. Do you know how long I've been looking for this non-existent legacy? 3 months, 3 months. Adam then turned over his left shoulder and frowned. Hello, is someone there? Of course, no one was there. He was all alone on this island Thiz turtle shell. He allowed his body to fall backwards on the ground. Facing upwards, he murmured, I wish I could see. I bet the clouds are laughing at me. It had been more than 6 months since the Battle of Ravenfell. For the past 3 months, Adam had scoured the Coral Island, looking for a secretive inheritance left behind by the mysterious founder of the Twilight Brotherhood. Damn it, was I lied to? Adam sat back up, stroking his charred chin in wonder. That seems unlikely. Why would Lord Tebu lie to me? He is certain that Aldo Wagner left behind his legacy before he passed away. But where is it? Why did he hide it so deeply? Is this also a test? The laughing god continued to whisper, and Adam continued to listen. He rose to his feet and screamed at the skies again, questions. Where are the damned answers? What was that? The youth turned around as he brought his hand to his ear, almost as if he was listening to someone whisper something to him. Then he turned back around. He began pacing in circles, muttering incoherent words to himself. Damn it, I think I might really be crazy. Wait, I wonder if there are any grapes around. Now that I think of it, I'm feeling slightly hungry. No, wait, he slapped himself. Twice, I'm thinking of the wrong things here. I'm talking about the wrong things, he mumbled. Wait, what was I thinking? No, talking about. Adam remained silent for a few moments, grimacing in frustration as the ravings of the faceless mask assaulted his mind. Aha, his scarred and hideous face lit up. Aldo Wagner's legacy. Where is it? That's right, I can't even find it. Understanding the ridiculous situation he had ended up in, Adam burst into laughter. He laughed and laughed and laughed, and then he finally stopped. His face twisted into a dark scowl, and he spat through gritted teeth. That's not funny at all. I need to talk to Lord Tebu immediately, lest I forget what I was doing. The youth stomped eastward, cursing under his breath. Damn it, why is it getting so hard to remember things? Must I write everything down everywhere I go? Wait, that's not a bad idea at all. Whistling a merry tune, the youth disappeared behind a mound of colorful corals, and soon he arrived at the easternmost edge of the island. Lord Tebu, he called out in a loud voice. The island rumbled. The ocean below stirred then, slowly. The head of the ancient colossus rose from the depths in front of the youth. Tebu's head climbed higher and higher, shedding curtains of water until it finally revealed itself. Tebu opened his large, sun-like ocean blue eyes and gazed at the youth with a tired look on his face. Then he opened his giant maw and spoke in Old Lunari. Adam, you have been very bothersome. The youth froze. What did I do? I'm sure I didn't break any hills or anything in the last few months. He then turned around and whispered, did I? Then he turned over his other shoulder and added, I don't remember doing such a thing. My memory has been failing me sometimes. Adam then sat at the edge of the island, his legs dangling leisurely. Then, completely ignoring the giant head before him, he began mumbling to himself, I don't know. These last few months have been a bit blurry. I don't know why, but my memory fails me from time to time. Is it because of my fractured mind, or that a part of my soul is missing, or something else? I wonder. Suddenly, he realized that he had called for the ancient magical beast, then completely ignored him. He shot to his feet, lightly patting his bald, scarred head. I completely forgot about you. Ha. He laughed and laughed and laughed. Tebu gazed at the tiny human laughing at his own words with a dumbfounded expression. A long time later, he muttered, in all the times I have drifted through the blue expanse, I do not believe I have ever encountered one such as you. Adam chuckled smugly. I'm quite the unique individual if I say so myself. The next moment, his expression turned solemn and he added, Lord Tebu, am I? Is my presence really bothering you? Yes, said the giant turtle. Adam flinched. That's rude. He crossed his arms and pouted like a child denied his favorite toy. But in the very next moment, his expression shifted as a fleeting maturity flashed across his face. He then asked, "Then tell me, how can I stop bothering you? For starters, you could stop all that screaming and laughing," the Colossus rumbled. Adam's lips twitched and he cleared his throat. "Oh, all right, I'll try. Sorry for being a bother." "It is all right, little Adam." Tebu's voice softened, his eyes flashing with kindness. "I know, you have your reasons too." He then glanced at the turtle's giant blue eyes and asked in a solemn voice, "Lord Tebu, I've scoured every part of this island. I mean your shell, but I haven't found a single clue about the inheritance. Can you at least give me a hint?" Tebu remained silent for a long time. At last he said, "I cannot tell you, for even I do not know. Wagner had cast a spell on me long ago, ensuring I would remain blind to the true resting place of his inheritance. But this much I can say with certainty. It lies somewhere upon this island." The ancient turtle's words rang like thunder inside Adam's ears. For a moment, he even thought that he might have heard wrong. After slapping himself twice, he asked with a slightly stunned expression, "Lord Tebu, did I hear you right? Wagner cast a spell on you. Why the hell would he do that?" The Colossus sighed. "His reasons elude me." Thinking of the past, a slightly dark expression shadowed the giant turtle's face, but Adam completely missed that since he had already begun talking to himself again. "Wait, that doesn't make any sense at all," he muttered under his breath as he paced back and forth along the edge of the island. "Cast a spell. To ensure the location of the inheritance is unknown. What? Who in their right mind would do such a thing? Doesn't this defeat the whole purpose of leaving behind an inheritance?" He loudly muttered to himself. Then he stopped and spoke incoherent words, understood to perhaps only himself. Then he shook his head and sighed. "No, that doesn't make sense either." He suddenly looked up and asked, "What do you think? Does it make any sense to you? Before dying, a magus should leave behind an inheritance, no? Otherwise, how else would their legacy survive? How else would they live on through future generations?" Adam crossed his arms, then sat down on the ground. The wind brushed against his burnt face, bringing with it a calm and soothing feeling. Suddenly, he asked himself, "Don't tell me, was the founder of the Twilight Brotherhood stupid?" He burst into laughter. "A magus from Mirandor came here and, ha ha ha, what, he did what? It can't be. It can't be that he is this stupid." He laughed and laughed and laughed. Suddenly, the ancient turtle's voice thundered in Adam's ears. "It would appear that you know quite a lot about Wagner." Hearing those words, Adam froze. He turned towards the giant turtle's head and forced an ugly smile. "Lord Tebu, this is fate, isn't it? You said so yourself." For the first time, Adam realized just how disadvantageous it was for him to speak his thoughts out loud. And seeing the slightly suspicious look in those giant blue eyes, he couldn't help but nervously gulp. "Fine, I'll tell you everything." He raised his hands in surrender. "Go on," said the ancient turtle. "Well, the truth is," Adam began, revealing that he was a part of the Twilight Brotherhood, a secret organization that Aldo Wagner had founded. He spoke to the Colossus about Wagner's journal and the fact that he also knew that Wagner was from Mirandor. Adam revealed most of what he knew, though he kept a few details, those of greater importance, carefully to himself. After listening to all Adam had to say, Tebu let out a long and heavy sigh, stirring the ocean itself, sending ripples across the waves. "This is far too vast to be a mere coincidence. No, it bears the mark of fate itself." Adam tried his best not to let his thoughts slip. Coincidence. I know someone who dabbles in the magic of coincidences. Anyway, Lord Tebu, do you have any idea as to why Wagner would try to hide the location of his inheritance? It doesn't make sense to me. Perhaps you may know something about it," he asked in an eager voice. After all, this was the inheritance of Aldo Wagner, the mysterious founder of the Brotherhood. Moreover, he was a resident of Mirandor, the cradle of mankind. Adam truly hoped that the man left behind something about his home world, considering that he would be visiting that place very soon in the near future. After all, he didn't have any memories or detailed experiences relating to that planet. Knowing about it beforehand would help him a lot. Tebu remained silent for a long time. At last, he said, "Wagner came to me only twice in his lifetime. The first time, he found me in the blue expanse during his journey around the world. He was still young then, carrying an air of light and promise, a man of justice, honor, and knowledge. We spent many days together, and I learned much from him, especially about his home world in the greater universe." Adam sat in silence, patiently listening to the ancient turtle. At the same time, he fought hard to drown out the insidious whispers of the laughing god, forcing himself to focus on Tebu's words. The ancient Colossus continued, and the second time, he was a decrepit old man. How he aged so greatly in so short a span remains a mystery to me. The first time we met, he was a young monocore magus. His lifespan should have stretched far ahead, but something befell him, something dark and insidious. He had fallen into madness much like you, Adam. No, worse, far worse. Adam's lips curled into a wide grin, twisting his hideous face unnaturally. "Mad, you say?" Of course, he knew exactly what had happened to Aldo Wagner. The man had ventured into the dark valley and came in contact with an abominable entity that dwelled within. That single encounter had unraveled his mind, plunging him into madness, and the warped flow of time in that accursed place consumed his lifespan, leaving him frail and broken. Lord Tebu, Adam called out in a low voice. Did Wagner mention something about the beyond? The ancient turtle's eyes narrowed. Tell me, did you learn of this from Wagner's journal? Indeed, Adam nodded. His final entries, written before his death, were nothing but the scribbles of a madman. I couldn't understand half the words and symbols he wrote down, but there was one phrase, one that kept repeating. He paused, his lips curling upwards. The beyond, Tebu murmured. For all the millennia I have wandered the seas, I have never once heard of such a thing. Not in the songs of the ancients, not in the whispers of the deep, not even in the tongues of the civilizations before Fapor, if it exists. It lies outside even my knowing. So even you don't know? Adam was truly surprised. I do not, said the Colossus. Wagner rambled about it when he visited me the second time. He paused for a moment, his gaze turning distant and sorrowful. The second time he came to me, he was a husk of a man I once knew. No light shone in his eyes, only a shadow that clung to him like rot, said the ancient turtle. The air of promise was gone, replaced by despair and corruption. Justice no longer guided his steps, only vengeance and bitterness. Honor had decayed into obsession, and knowledge into madness. He spoke of death as if it lingered just behind him, yet still he left his legacy here on the Coral Island. And strangely he concealed it so well, as though he wished for no one to uncover it. His mind was fractured beyond repair. Perhaps in truth, even he no longer knew what he desired. Yes, that is the only reason I can think of, Adam said with a strained smile. The man knew he was dying, so naturally, he should have made his legacy easier to find. But perhaps his madness twisted his intent, turned his actions into contradictions. The youth rose to his feet, his smile turning deep and unnaturally wide. Well, he muttered with a crooked grin. What irony, a madman chasing after the legacy of another madman. Adam found this all too funny, and so he laughed and laughed and laughed. And out there, across the expanse of the sea and sky, a vast shape rose upon the horizon. The silhouette of jagged mountains piercing the heavens and towering trees veiled in mist appeared like a ghost from legends, at long last. The land of the first Magi had revealed itself. Glassford Southern Federation. After traveling westward from Han City for 3 months, Anna and her entourage had finally arrived at their destination. But still, there was another reason why the group did not hasten their journey. It was because they remained ever watchful for any unexpected dangers. From their past encounters with their assailants, they had learned a hard truth. It was far better to move slowly and be prepared than to rush headlong into their own deaths. And it seemed that fortune was indeed on their side. After more than 6 long months since they had left the Empire, they had finally arrived at their destination without a single casualty. This place is not too bad, Darrow remarked as he hopped off the caravan and glanced at the town. Glassford was unlike most towns in the Federation. It wasn't ruled by a single race or family, but instead managed through a council made of humans, elves, dwarves, and gnomes. Each race had its own district, yet the town was stitched together with shared marketplaces, guild halls, and taverns where all mingled freely. This town was of great importance to the Southern Federation and also served as a highly secure and strategic location. After all, the entrance to the soaring river secret plain appeared in this town. As such, the place was nicely built and well fortified. The arcane resources that Magi could retrieve from the secret plane were of great importance to all the institutions, Magus families, kingdoms, and races in the Southern Federation. As such, it was jointly governed by the 4 major races. There were still 10 more years to go until the secret plane opened its doors for the Magi of the Federation. As such, the town wasn't as crowded and bustling as it is when all the prominent Magi from the Federation gather every 30 years. Darrow walked around the caravan, then helped the children alight. Meanwhile, Rowan helped his wife get off the transport. Looking around at the townscape, he couldn't help but break into an emotional smile. We finally made it. He wiped the tears from his eyes. The last couple of months had been truly harrowing for him and his family. On more than one occasion, he had nearly brushed against the cold embrace of death, but luckily, he and his family had made it out alive. Anna got off the carriage as well. She turned to Rowan and offered a faint but sincere smile. You did well, Rowan. The middle-aged butler beamed. Lady Anna, what now? The crimson-haired princess looked at her surroundings, then at the people going through their day. She heaved a soft sigh, then whispered in a low voice, now, we all enter the secret plane. All of us, Rowan was slightly surprised. He wasn't expecting him and his family to enter a secret plane that was only meant for Magi. The man didn't know how to feel about it. He couldn't help but wonder if he and his family were going to become a burden to the Magi in their group if they entered this mysterious secret plane with them. Yes, Anna nodded with a serious expression. I've thought it through, and I believe it's best for you and your family to enter the plane with us. We can't risk a repeat of what happened last time. There's no guarantee the assassins have stopped pursuing us, and this remains the safest course of action. But Rowan hesitated. Is this really the right thing for us, I mean me and my family, to do? I believe it shouldn't be a problem. Anna shook her head. From what Adams told me, the master of the secret plane, eccentric as he may be, seems to have a good relationship with my little brother, so I believe everything will work out. Rowan hesitated a little more before helplessly nodding. Very well, my lady, I shall leave the rest to you then. The princess glanced at him and faintly smiled. Don't worry. Your family will be safe, I assure you. The entourage of 8 rented a single room at a tavern. Under the wary gaze of the innkeeper, they all went inside the room together. But when sunrise came and the staff went to check on the room, the guests had vanished without a trace. The sound of waves crashing echoed through the vast secret plain. Dozens of rivers flowed through the skies above, weaving together in a tangled pattern that resembled a loose net. So that is why Caspar muttered in awe as he gazed at the rivers soaring through the skies of this mystical realm. The rest of the people in the group were also equally awestruck, whether they were magi or mortals. Anna and the other magi had explored secret plains in Europa before, but none of them compared to the one they stood in now. The mana here is so rich and abundant. Ada inhaled deeply, her eyes sparkling like the stars. After infusing mana into the ivory card, Anna and the rest were instantly teleported into the secret plane. They had arrived at the very center of this mystical realm, standing before a towering, ancient pyramid. So this is the House of Cards, Anna muttered in awe as she gazed at the Colossus pyramid made entirely of giant cards. Adam had already told her about this place. The pyramid served as the central powerhouse of the secret plane, the heart from which every facet of this dimension was controlled. It was also the dwelling place of the spirit of the secret plane. Princess, now what? Caspar appeared beside her and asked in a low voice. At the same time, he carefully scanned his surroundings, making sure no immediate danger lurked by. Currently, they were standing in a vast clearing right before the entrance of the House of Cards, and at the edge of the clearing was a dense forest. Anna inhaled deeply, then said in a solemn voice, now we wait. For what? Caspar couldn't help but frown. Adam had only shared the details of the secret plane with Anna, leaving the rest in the dark. Naturally, Caspar was clueless. A grim expression shadowed the princess's face. She was about to speak when suddenly a shadow fell over them from behind, and then a cold and deep voice echoed in their ears. Trespassers in my sanctuary, tell me before I tear you apart. How did you set foot in my domain? The fact that someone had managed to sneak up behind them without even alerting them caused them to be stunned. Especially Caspar. He felt his blood turn cold when he heard that terrifying voice sounding from behind them. That voice. It was filled with hostility and malice, and it seemed that it did not care whether there were mortals and children among the trespassers. If a proper explanation wasn't given to the spirit of the soaring river secret plane, then all of them would perish here. The entourage slowly raised their hands in surrender and turned around. Rowan and his family were the first to collapse to the ground after witnessing the monstrosity standing behind them. Darrell and Ada paled in fright when their gaze landed on the secret plane's spirit. Caspar had an extremely grim look on his face. Only Anna seemed unfazed, or at least she pretended to be, because unlike the others, she knew what to do. Still, she couldn't help but be startled by the appearance of the spirit. Joker stood before them in the guise of a court jester. His outfit was a patchwork of mismatched, ostentatious colors like red, purple, and gold, dangling with tiny bells that jingled faintly with every movement. His face was painted white, with exaggerated black lines curling into a grin that was wider than it should be. One eye was ringed in red, the other in blue, giving him an unsettling, lopsided look. The spirit's presence was playful on the surface, but the air around him felt sharp. Like a knife hidden behind a friendly smile. The most ominous thing about him, however, was that he did not radiate any sort of mana fluctuation. Yet the sense of danger radiating from him was something that even Caspar, a mana vortex magus, could not contend with. How curious, said the Joker, his voice cold yet laced with slight amusement. This plane isn't meant to open for another decade. Tell me, how did you slip inside, my lord, if I may? Anna took a step forward, her face calm and composed. Seeing her unfazed expression, the Joker's eyes narrowed. He couldn't help but murmur, his lips curling into a wide, unsettling grin. Human, do you value your life so little? On the contrary, Anna said with a flat look on her face. She flicked her hand, and the next moment an ivory card appeared, one etched with the image of a Joker. I've come to your domain precisely because I value my life, she added. In the moment that the ivory card appeared in Anna's hand, Joker's eyes widened and his eyebrows shot up comically, leaving his face. Under the dumbfounded stares of Anna and her entourage, the Joker's eyebrows slowly drifted back down like autumn leaves on a calm breeze, until finally they came to rest above his eyes once more. How did you come to acquire that key? Asked the Joker, his tone filled with surprise. I had given it to that pesky little runt. His voice gradually trailed off before an extremely shocked expression appeared on his clown-like face. He gasped dramatically, patting his chest in an exaggerated manner, then blurted out, don't tell me. Is the kid dead? Needless to say, Anna and her entourage were beyond dumbfounded seeing the Joker switch from a cold, aloof presence to the exaggerated theatrics of a clown. Anna couldn't stop the corner of her lips from twitching. She cleared her throat and said in an awkward manner, "No, he's not dead." Adam is preoccupied with other matters at the moment. Preoccupied with other matters, is it? The Joker stroked his chin in wonder. "Explain everything to me, including how you got your hands on my calling card." Anna nodded, then recounted everything from her arrival in the Empire to her escape from it, and finally to their arrival inside the secret plane. By the end of it all, the Joker had a ridiculous expression on his painted face. "So let me get this straight," he began. Adam participated in a great battle, then he was framed as a traitor and is now on the run. Is that correct? Anna nodded awkwardly. Yes, that's about right. I see. The Joker nodded in acknowledgement. Then he inhaled slowly and deeply, and a few moments later he burst into a loud peal of laughter. Fa-fa-fa-fa-fa. Needless to say, Anna and her entourage were once again dumbfounded. The Joker laughed for a long time, and it seemed he wouldn't be coming to stop any time soon. Rowan and his family got so scared of his unusual laughter that they couldn't help but hide behind the group of magi, fearing for their lives. At last, the Joker finally stopped. "Never a dull moment with that little gremlin," he muttered under his breath. The next moment, his face turned cold as ice. He glanced at Anna and said in a tone filled with indifference, "But that still doesn't explain why you've trespassed into my home. Give me a good reason why I shouldn't slaughter you all here and now, and turn your blood into wine and flesh into skewered meat." Hearing those words, everyone shuddered. They felt a primal fear well up in their hearts, and in that moment they had this feeling that they were standing before a cruel predator of the wild. One wrong move, one simple mistake would cost them their life. Of course, Anna was different. Adam had told her everything about the Joker, his personality, his quirks, his likes and dislikes. So she knew exactly how to handle the spirit without ending up with her blood turned to wine and flesh to skewered meat. She knew that the Joker was a sadist and took great pleasure in the misfortunes of others. She also knew that he wouldn't care about the relationship she shared with Adam. Technically, she and her entourage had indeed trespassed into his dominion, so the Joker had all the reasons to be angry at them. But she knew how to appeal to the eccentric spirit's nature. With a calm and steady voice, she asked, "Sir Joker, aren't you bored?" The Joker raised an eyebrow, his eyes flashing with slight amusement. "And so what if I am?" Anna offered a faint smile, then spoke in a calm voice. "The reason we've come to your domain is simple. We seek to train and grow stronger. Think about it, watching us toil endlessly, struggling against trials beyond our limits, working hard only to fail miserably, only to rise and fall again and again and again. Wouldn't that be far more entertaining for you than slaughtering every one of us outright?" The Joker was taken aback by those words. He remained silent for a long time, intently looking at the crimson-haired princess. At last, his painted lips curled into a wide grin, and he said 3 simple words, "I like you." Korean Akkadian Empire. The capital of the empire was a massive coastal city built on the shores of the Galestine Ocean. Its vibrant layered terraces and stone platforms rose tier upon tier, giving the city a cascading appearance against the horizon. These were the hanging gardens of Akrian. The lower districts sat near the harbor, where trading ships, fishing boats, and war galleys came and went. Markets, warehouses, and crowded bazaars filled the area with constant activity. This was the outer city. Above all stood the upper terraces, where nobles' estates, arcane institutions, and libraries spread across the gardens and elevated walkways. This was the inner city. The royal palace crowned the city, overlooking the vast ocean. This was the emperor's residence that stood at the heart of Akrian, designed to reflect both majesty and authority. Its golden domes shone brilliantly under the sun, and white tall spires stretched skyward, visible from nearly every corner of the city. The palace itself was built from white marble, with broad steps leading to the grand halls and courtyards filled with fountains, gardens, and statues of famous magi. The palace felt heavy. It was as if grief still clung to its golden domes and marble walls. The morning of the Emperor Emeritus's death lingered in the air, not openly spoken of anymore, but present in the way servants murmured, courtiers treaded lightly, and guards stood more alert than before. Beneath the polished surface of all that glamour and authority, there was an undercurrent of unease. Meetings stretched late into the night, muffled conversations echoed through the vast corridors, and more unfamiliar faces passed through the halls with each passing day. Everyone could feel it. Secretive plans were being laid, alliances were being forged, and most importantly, blades were being sharpened. Though the royal palace still gleamed with wealth and power, its atmosphere had undeniably shifted. It no longer felt like what it used to be. The palace had become a staging ground of the empire that was preparing for vengeance. And at the center of it all was the current emperor, the mighty monarch Magus Lucian Acadia. The third emperor stood in one of the palace's grand courtyards, his tall and muscular figure draped in silk-white robes that caught the faint sunlight. Thick blonde hair crowned his head, and his golden eyes gleamed with hints of sorrow, but also quiet resolve. He said nothing, only gazed in silence at the marble statue before him. a monument that seemed to weigh just as heavily on his heart as it did upon the courtyard itself. The statue was of his father, the second emperor, Gerald Acadia. Lucian intently looked at his father's statue for a long time. At last, he heaved a long and heavy sigh. "It's been 6 months," he murmured as he brought the jug of wine to his lips and drank a large mouthful. As he gulped down the liquor, he turned to look at the statue once more. His eyes teared up ever so slightly, and he mumbled, "And it still hurts." Just then, the sound of footsteps approached from behind. Lucian's sorrowful expression vanished in an instant, replaced by a mask of aloofness. He rubbed his eyes with one hand and straightened his back slightly. He already knew who was approaching him. One was old Ani, the renowned seer of the Akkadian Empire. She was someone who had seen the reign of all 3 emperors of this proud empire. The other newcomer was his son, Cedric Acadia. Until recently, this man had stayed in the shadows of his siblings, quietly gathering allies and honing his strength. But his great merits in the Battle of Ravenfell thrust him into the spotlight, making him the foremost candidate to inherit the throne. "We greet your majesty," said the newcomers as they stood behind Lucian and offered a respectful bow. The emperor remained quiet for a few moments, then asked in a low voice, "Cedric, is everything prepared?" "Yes, your majesty." Cedric straightened his back, his voice firm. "Our magi are prepared to deploy. Units will be dispatched to the 3 pillars to investigate any possible ties to the cult. At the same time, a larger party will be sent to Ravenfell to aid in their reconstruction." "Good." Leukin nodded ever so slightly. "The cult thrives in the shadows. We cannot afford to make another mistake like Ravenfell. Make sure each of the 3 units is led by a monocore magus. I want no room for failure." "Yes, your majesty." Lucian thought for a moment, then added, "As for Ravenfell, give them whatever they need, whether it is to rebuild their city or to strengthen their forces, and grant Nylian access to the imperial treasury." Cedric was stunned by the last instruction, but he nodded nonetheless. "I understand, your majesty." "Remember," Cedric said the emperor as he turned around to face his son, "every move we make now will shape the empires standing in the war to come. Do not treat this as a simple deployment. This is the first step in a much larger game." Cedric gave a light bow. "By your will." "Good." Lucian nodded. "You may leave." But Cedric did not leave. He glanced at his father, deliberating his words. At last he asked, "What about Adam Constantine?" Lucian frowned. "What about him?" The prince gulped. "We haven't uncovered any traces of him. I suspect he's no longer in Ulier. Should I dispatch agents to Nahua and Europa?" Lucian deeply looked at Cedric, then nodded. "Do as you wish." "Yes, your majesty." With that, the Prince of Acadia took his leave, leaving behind old Ani and Lucian standing under the shade of Gerald Acadia's statue. After ensuring no one was around, old Ani cast her deep silver eyes towards the emperor. Then she asked in a warm and gentle voice, "How are you holding up, your majesty?" "I'm fine." Lucian turned towards the statue once more. Then he asked a question of his own. "Did you find any traces of Adam through your divination?" Old Ani sighed, shaking her head. "Every time I attempt to scry his whereabouts, I see nothing. The boy is shrouded in a mysterious veil that blocks every form of divination. It's as if he were a ghost." Lucian cut in, finishing her thought. "Yes. A ghost," old Ani murmured in a low voice. She deeply looked at him, hesitation flickering in her ancient eyes. Then she asked, "Your majesty, what we're doing, is this truly the right course of action? For the first time, my greatest gift fails me. It feels as if the future itself is tainted by the ghost's hand, blinding me to most of what lies ahead. If you're asking whether I trust Constantine, then no," said Lucian, his eyes cold. "I don't trust him at all." His gaze shifted to the marble statue's face, his gaze softening. "But I do trust in my father's judgment, and he placed great faith in his grand disciple. So yes." Lucian took a deep breath, then solemnly muttered, "We move forward with Operation Constantine." The continent of Mabai was the smallest landmass in Tron, yet it was easily one of the, if not the most, dangerous places. Its coastline was like any other. There were no sandy beaches or gentle harbors, but a vast wall of jagged cliffs that rose straight from the ocean, surrounding the island. These stone barriers stretched for miles skyward, making docking impossible. The only way to set foot into the land of the first Magi was to climb these towering cliffs. And this was just a glimpse of the dangers to be found on this continent. Beyond the cliffs lay a land untouched by time. Towering ancient forests blanketed much of the continent, some trees even older than recorded history. The air on this continent was filled with raw mana, and magical beasts roamed freely, predators and prey alike twisted by millennia of unrestrained power. Massive mountain ranges carved through the heartland, hiding deep valleys, lost caverns, and labyrinthine ruins left behind by civilizations long vanished in the river of time. Legends spoke of unfathomable treasures buried within these ruins, but every step into the heart of Mabai brought great dangers. There were stormy weather changes, shifting landscapes, and horrors older than empires. It was a land of unmatched opportunities, but it was also a graveyard of the reckless. "Little Adam, do you see those towering statues carved alongside the cliff?" Tebu rumbled as he gazed at the colossus stone barriers that rose from the ocean. Towering cliffs stretched endlessly across the horizon, their jagged faces slick with seawater as the waves crashed violently against them. "This is the edge of Mabai," said the Colossus, "a wall that even the sea cannot break." Adam, clad in his dark, tattered robes and leaning on the staff of calamity, stood at the easternmost edge of the coral island. His lips curled into a mischievous smile, and he said, "Lord Tebu, it's rather rude to ask a blind man if he can see." "Ah, I forgot," the ancient Colossus replied awkwardly. Adam burst into laughter. He laughed and laughed and laughed. A few moments later, he murmured, "It's a pity I can't see the Great Wall of Mabai. I've read about them in my youth, but about those statues. Lord Tebu, can you describe them? Those two. Those are not mere statues, little Adam. They are the visages of the first Magi," Tebu began. "The one holding the staff is Solus the Radiant, who is said to bring light into the dark ages and day to this land. And beside him, blade in hand, stands Varek the Paladin, who guarded the Magi when the beasts first rose from the depths. Time has eaten away their faces, but even worn and broken, their shadows still command the sea. Few living souls remember their names now, but I do. Their statues stand watch at each of the 4 cardinal points of the island. In more than mere monuments, they serve as the only path upward. Climb their bodies, cling to their weapons, and one may reach the cliffs above. Without them, the great walls of Mabai are unscaled." The Colossus turtle was still dozens of miles away from the edge of Mabai. As such, Adam could not see that far. Moreover, this was the furthest Tebu could go because of the shallow waters alongside the edge of the island continent. "I see," Adam murmured. "I mean, I don't. But yeah, you get my gist, don't you, Lord Tebu? Are you certain you wish to do this?" Temu asked, his tone laced with slight concern. "Well, I suppose I do." Adam shrugged. "I had memorized a map of Fapor in the past, so there's that. And then," his expression turned solemn and his lips couldn't help but curl upwards, "there's also a very important thing I must do on this island. So yes, I'm fairly certain I have to visit this continent." A moment later, he began talking to himself. "Ah, it would also be nice if I could find some rare and precious herbs to cure my body. I bet I look ugly as a troll. Perhaps, even uglier. Oh, and a fresh pair of eyes would be nice too. I mean, I know elusive techniques for transplantation, but the problem is finding something compatible. I wonder if I can find such a creature. Being unable to see isn't a nice feeling." He suddenly paused, then began stroking his charred chin. "I feel like I'm forgetting something." "Ah, that's right." Adam turned to the giant turtle head and asked in an eager voice, "Lord Tebu, can you please leave behind a method for me to locate you in the future? I would still like to very much get my hands on the legacy left behind by Wagner. You still haven't given up." "Of course not," Adam stated matter-of-factly. "His inheritance is sure to have information about Mirandor, or at least I hope it does. And I'm also kind of, a greedy person in general, so." "You are a strange person." Tebu gazed at the little human with a slightly dumbfounded expression. The next moment, a blue coral sprouted from beside Adam's feet, twisting and pulsing with faint light before pressing itself against his wrist. In an instant, it sank into his skin, leaving behind a tattoo shaped like a branching coral. "That mark," Tebu rumbled, his voice as deep as the sea, "will always guide you towards me, no matter where you are." Adam gently touched the coral mark on his charred wrist, a faint smile forming on his lips. Then he turned to the turtle head, and after a moment of deliberation, he said, "Lord Tebu, those barnacles on your head, they hurt, don't they?" The ancient Colossus was a little startled. "You can tell," Adam smiled. "I may be blind, but I see more than most." He paused for a moment, then added, "I'm a healer, so I see what others cannot. Those barnacles have sunk their roots deep into your skull. Give it a few hundred years more, and they will reach your brain eventually." Tebu was silent for a long time. At last he said, "Indeed, the pain worsens with every century that passes. I have lived for millennia, and age is finally catching up to me." "Well," Adam shrugged, "I can take care of the barnacles for you when I become a monocore magus." The ancient Colossus let out an amused chuckle. "You speak with such confidence about forming the monocore, little Adam. I do not mean to discourage you, but know this. Countless have tried before you, and most have failed." Adam couldn't help but chuckle to himself. It is almost amusing," he began. "We Magi of the outer universe revere the monocore rank as if it were the pinnacle of power. Yet in most worlds of the greater universe, this rank is nothing more than the starting point." He turned to the giant turtle head and confidently said, "I will become a monocore magus, and when I do, I'll return the favor. I'll save your life, just as you once saved mine." Tebu intently looked at Adam for a long time, and then he offered a faint smile. "I shall be waiting then." With the ancient turtle's guidance, Adam lifted his staff and hurled it at one of the statues. The weapon struck deep, viciously embedding itself in the weathered stone. Adam then glanced at the giant turtle head and smiled. "I'll see you again, Lord Tebu." Then, sensing the Staff of Calamity's connection to him, Adam took a steady breath and leapt into the vast ocean below, leaving behind the old turtle. Tebu watched Adam swim towards the towering statue, a gentle look in his eyes. His maw parted and he whispered, "May the winds of fate guide you, my friend." Adam had seriously overestimated himself, thinking he could journey the lands of Mabai all by himself. Had it been a time when he wasn't gravely injured and his mind fractured, he could have wandered the island continent without fearing for his life. But now, as things stood, he found himself on the outskirts of a shattered city. The youth sat inside the remnants of what might have been a guard's quarters or a modest dwelling once upon a time. His body was riddled with fresh scars, and he was gasping for air. He took this brief moment of respite to recuperate what little strength he had. The roof of the dilapidated room was long gone, rain seeping through jagged cracks while the walls lay broken and scarred. Piles of rubble littered the streets, and the air smelled of damp stone and decay. Each step echoed through the hollowed shells of buildings, serving as a grim reminder of a city long abandoned and forgotten. Well, the people had long since abandoned this city, but the magical beasts, this was their domain. In fact, the entire island continent of Mabai belonged to them. Adam's first few days on the island passed without incident. He was still on the peripheries of the continent, and as such, there were hardly any beasts that could pose a threat to him. He used the time to forage for edible fruits and plants, as well as valuable herbs and medicines. But his true troubles began once he ventured deeper into the island. At every turn, he was beset by powerful beasts whose strength rivaled that of manhwarecaps, and even by the very plants that grew here. To make matters worse, the voices in his head turned every danger into something far deadlier. He quickly realized how much he had taken the safety of the coral island for granted. Thinking of those peaceful times he had spent with Lord Tebu, Adam's lips curled into a wide grin. I wonder if he's still waiting for me in the coastal waters. Ah, such wishful thinking, ha ha. He grimaced in excruciating agony, pressing harder against the gaping wound in his stomach. Lowering his head, he felt his intestines threatening to spill out on the floor, and yet, despite it all, he couldn't stop grinning. Ah, this is troublesome. After spending a little more than a month on the outskirts of this island, he had finally arrived at the remnants of what had once been a magnificent city. The once white marble buildings had long since broken down and overgrown with weeds, prompting Adam to name this place the Ivory City. He had thought entering the city would shield him from the primal dangers of the dense forest outside, but he couldn't have been more wrong. The Ivory City itself was home to even more terrifying beasts. The moment he set foot inside the city, a shadowy predator lunged at him, nearly tearing his stomach in half and leaving his intestines threatening to spill from his body. With immense effort, he managed to put some distance between himself and the creature, finding temporary refuge in the broken quarter. The laughing god continued to whisper, and Adam continued to listen. The ravings inside his head had never proven more detrimental to Adam than they did now. For one, he was blind and could only perceive the world around him through either his hearing or the sphere of resonance. Yet the incessant ravings of the faceless mask rendered both senses utterly useless. He could hear nothing besides the voices inside his own head, which in turn made it extremely difficult for him to focus on perceiving the world through the sphere of resonance. To make matters worse, there was no way he could counter the whispers of the laughing god like he once did on the Coral Island. He was constantly on the move, leaving no opportunity to write down the mysterious Jotun symbols anywhere. Speaking to himself aloud was out of the question, for fear that some dangerous beast might hear him and attack without warning. In fact, that's exactly how he had been ambushed when he set foot inside the Ivory City. The shadowy predator had caught the sound of his deranged laughter and struck when he least expected it, nearly tearing his body in half. Just thinking about his ridiculous situation, Adam's lips curled into a wide, unnatural grin and then, he couldn't stop laughing. No matter how hard he tried, the ridiculous laughter escaped his lips in the end. He laughed and laughed and laughed, alerting the shadowy predator prowling nearby. Can't see, can't hear over the voices in my head, can't even cast spells. Isn't this too funny? He laughed so loudly that his voice drowned out the sound of the falling rain. He abruptly stopped, then bent over and vomited a mouthful of blood. His hideous face contorted into a dark scowl as pain radiated from his stomach. The cut was so deep that he could literally see his intestines. At this rate, I'll die from blood loss, Adam murmured to himself as the fear of death gripped his heart, yet his lips curled into a wide, unnatural grin. Why the hell did I even come to this place? He spat through gritted teeth as he tore a large piece from his tattered robe and used it to tightly bind his stomach, preventing his intestines from spilling out. Ah yes, ha. He threw his head back and laughed as unbearable pain drowned his body. That's right, I remember now. It's been difficult remembering things these past few months, but this thing I remember. Yes, I do. His laughter slowly died down, but the grin on his face turned even wider, twisting his grotesque face into a bizarre parody of what a human face should have looked like. Paired with his dark and hollow sockets, Adam looked nothing less than a monster from a devilish nightmare. Operation Constantine, he murmured. Yes, I remember now. 6 continents, 6 portals, yes. Mabai, yes. Ha. At that moment, lightning streaked across the sky, briefly illuminating the shattered remains of Ivory City. And in that instant, Adam's laughter faltered as he sensed a presence within the broken quarter. The lightning revealed the massive silhouette of the shadowy predator, drawn by the sound of his deranged laughter once again. And now, the beast had arrived, its eyes cold and filled with bloodthirst. "You're finally here," Adam murmured, grinning from ear to ear. The eight-legged giant panther stood atop a large chunk of rubble, while Adam sat on the ground bleeding with his back pressed against a broken wall. "All right, come on then," Adam growled. "Get it over with." Lightning split the sky once more, briefly illuminating the ruined expanse of Ivory City. When the light faded, the beast pounced at him, and all Adam did was part his lips and coldly mutter a single word: expand. A slim but long black pillar tore through the ruins, propelling itself towards the dense forest on the outskirts. At the far end of the staff, pressed brutally against the golden cap, was the eight-legged black panther, screaming in agony as it was hurled away. In the blink of an eye, the black pillar retracted and vanished, but the beast had been thrown far away into the distance. Inside the broken quarter, Adam coughed mouthfuls of blood as pain radiated through his entire body. Yet the grin on his face never disappeared. "Haha, that was close." He leaned on the staff as he rose to his feet. Then, without wasting another moment, he turned in the opposite direction of where the panther had been hurled and ran as fast as he possibly could. The heavy rainfall muffled his footsteps and dulled the scent of blood clinging to him like a shadow. With one hand gripping the staff and the other pressed firmly against the gaping wound on his stomach, Adam ran toward safety, even though he had no idea where safety lay. For now, all he wanted to do was get away from that eight-legged panther. That damned beast. Adam growled under his breath as he sprinted through the empty streets of Ivory City. Rain poured relentlessly from the dark skies, drenching him and turning the ruined streets into a slippery labyrinth of mud and broken marbles. To Adam, every shadow seemed to come alive. Broken archways, toppled statues, and the gaping windows of ruined homes concealed countless dangers. He could feel it. He could feel unseen creatures gazing at him from the dark. Damn it, he cursed out loud, picking up pace. He had no idea where he was going. Panic had consumed him, yet he couldn't stop laughing about it. Fantastical beasts, some unseen but deadly, had made the Ivory City their hunting ground. Adam knew that one wrong step, one moment of hesitation, could leave him prey to the predators lurking just out of sight. Yet he ran, relying on his instincts in the sphere of resonance, hoping that the stormy weather would give him a slim chance of survival. But how could things ever be so easy? Roar. The furious roar of the eight-legged panther tore through the air, so loud it seemed to shake the very foundations of the ruined city, and even drown out the rolling thunder across the dark skies. At that moment, Adam could feel the hair on the back of his neck stand on end. It wasn't the beast's roar itself that truly horrified him. What truly chilled him was the knowledge of what that roar signified. The sound of the roar would carry through the hollow ruins and dilapidated buildings, reaching every hidden lair and den. And with it, the other predators of the Ivory City would stir awake, each one more eager than the last to devour the fresh prey that had stumbled in. Adam's heart turned cold, and in that instant he suddenly felt the urge to laugh. And so he did. His laughter carried across the broken street and the shattered buildings. He laughed so hysterically that he nearly tumbled on the wet ground, but the fear of death and the adrenaline coursing through his veins kept him going. Expanding his sphere of resonance, he tried to look for a way out of this mess. He tried to look for anything that could help him, but what he saw in the colorless void caused his heart to be gripped by dread. All sorts of beasts, big and small, were emerging from the broken buildings and collapsed structures. Moreover, all of them were headed his way. "Fuck," he cursed aloud, a wide grin on his face. His steps did not falter anymore. Instead, he laughed and ran, drawing even more unwanted attention on himself. The faceless mask twisted his mind, turning fear into madness and madness into fuel. In that moment, Adam loathed the relic more than ever before. He couldn't help but curse himself for becoming so greedy and grabbing this cursed artifact from that abandoned temple in the spirit world. Now it clung to him like a parasite, a curse that mocked him every breath. Soon, the eight-legged panther had become the least of his worries. Because in the next moment, he was already surrounded by hundreds of crazed beasts. There were barely any at the mana foundation rank. Most of these beasts were at the mana liquefaction rank, while the ones leading them were at the mana vortex rank. As the first wave of fangs and claws threatened to drown him, Adam gritted his teeth and burst into a hurricane of madness and savagery as he swung his staff around, instantly decimating the weaker beasts. Death was but a mere step away from him, reaching out with its cold hands. Yet all Adam did was laugh. He laughed and laughed and laughed. The laughing god whispered, and he listened, and as he listened, he continued to laugh. Corpses of beasts had already formed a bloody ring around him as he continued to swing his staff with reckless fury. It was only a matter of time before the mana vortex-level predators closed in from all sides, burying him beneath their sheer numbers with no escape in sight. For now, they were merely toying with him their food. Wounds, both deep and shallow, continued to accumulate on his body. The makeshift bandage around his torn stomach was already unraveling, blood seeping through in frightening quantity. Yet he continued to fight. He laughed and fought as he laughed, but still he found no way out. He couldn't see, and in the colorless void of the sphere of resonance, all he could sense was an ocean of beasts restless to drown him under the tide of hunger and malice. And right at that moment, deep inside his mind, cutting through the whispers of the laughing god, a strangely familiar voice spoke to him there. Adam instantly understood what this voice was talking about. It was a way out. He instinctively knew which direction to take, sensing it through the sphere of resonance. Then he swept the staff of calamity in a wide arc, killing the beasts that were closing in on him. Wasting no time, he drove one end of the staff on the ground and clutched it tightly. Then he screamed in Snackatongue, his tone laced with utter desperation, expand. The staff of calamity elongated, lifting him off the ground. It didn't grow in width, only in length. With the other end lodged into the ground, he positioned himself accordingly and shot in the direction the familiar voice had told him. Within moments, he felt the rain and wind brush against his charred face, and several seconds later, he finally realized where he was vaulting towards. Straight at the roof of the domed building at the center of Ivory City. After gaining enough momentum, he willed the staff to shrink, then disappear into his spirit sea. Adam plummeted through the air, crashing down on the domed roof. In the next heartbeat, with a resounding thud, his bloodied and broken body slammed against the stone, instantly producing a massive crack. Darkness engulfed him, and Adam instantly blacked out from the thunderous impact, but not before hearing something tearing and ominous. A blood-curdling roar, rising directly from beneath him. "Look at you swing that stick, blind little puppet trying to dance on strings. Careful, Adam, your guts are slipping. Don't trip over yourself and fall now. That would be a tragedy or worse. A comedy. The panther wants your throat, the rain wants your bones, and that thing waiting down there, it wants your soul. Guess who's going to be faster, expand, shrink, again and again and again, like a child with a toy, until the toy breaks. Snap, you hear them, don't you? Skitter, crawl, slither. Oh, they all want to play with you. So many playmates, but only one Adam. What a pathetic joke you are. Can't see, can't hear, can't cast spells, can't live, can't die. Even death refuses you. I'd laugh if I could, but you're already doing that for me. I'd say enough is enough now, don't you think? Do you think laughter will mend your torn stomach? Do you think madness will carry you across this continent? Take responsibility for your greed. You cry that you can't see, can't hear, can't fight. But who's to blame for all of this? Who chose to rip his soul into pieces and take a gamble back in the Battle of Ravenfell? You, stop running from it. The beasts, the blood, the voices. They're yours now. You wanted power. Power demands its price. If you die here, it'll be because you refuse to own what you're becoming. Do not dare call yourself a victim, Adam. You laughed when you should have wept. You reached when you should have let go. And now, you pay. This is the path you carved with your own trembling hands, didn't you? Responsibility. That is the joke no one laughs at. Do you understand now, little Magus? If you do, then wake up. Gasp. Adam inhaled a large mouthful of air immediately after gaining consciousness. All that greeted him was utter darkness. He felt primal fear in his heart, yet his lips curled into a wide, menacing grin. For a brief moment, his mind felt calm and silent. But in the very next moment, the whispers of the laughing god engulfed the tranquil sanctity of his mind. And then, immediately after, excruciating pain tore through his body, causing him to grimace. "Where am I?" he murmured. Raindrops fell on his bloodied and broken body. He expanded his sphere of resonance and sensed that a section of the roof above had collapsed, and he was currently lying precariously on a wooden beam. As fate would have it, he had crashed through the domed roof earlier and landed hard on this horizontal beam that supported the structure from within. One wrong move, and he would plummet straight to the ground. Of course, Adam didn't dare move an inch. He was perfectly fine where he was, as fine as one could be. Too bruised, too beaten, too drained, he simply lacked the strength to move at all. Instead, he pondered the voice that guided him here, the very same voice that woke him up. It was the strangely familiar voice. Lightning streaked across the dark skies, illuminating the ominous Ivory City. Buildings had long since crumbled and been abandoned, leaving the streets in utter ruin. At the heart of the city lay a tall structure, an ancient domed building, worn and dilapidated with time. At present, hundreds of savage beasts encircled the building, yet not a single one dared to take a step closer. Even the eight-legged panther held its ground at the edge. All these beasts had looks of fear and agitation in their eyes, every single one of them. Something dreadful lurked in the domed building, a presence so menacing and terrifying it kept the horde of powerful magical beasts at bay, forbidding them from taking even a single step forward. By a twist of fate, whether it was fortune or misfortune, Adam had escaped the savage horde and taken shelter within the domed building, straight into the belly of a far more dangerous beast. Right at that moment, a towering humanoid silhouette appeared in the arched entrance of the ruined dome. Shrouded in darkness, it radiated an aura of sheer menace. Its crimson eyes swept over the beasts gathered outside. Then it opened its mouth, unleashing a thunderous, bone-rattling roar. The roar was louder than even the rolling thunder in the dark skies above. At once, most of the beasts scattered, fleeing with their tails tucked between their legs. A few mana vortex-level beasts glared at the humanoid silhouette with indignation, but in the end they, too, turned around and left. After all the savage beasts had cleared, the humanoid silhouette turned back around and headed deeper into the domed building. Meanwhile, high above inside the building, lying on the wooden beam beneath the dome, Adam felt his blood run cold. With one hand pressed tightly against the gaping wound in his stomach, he raised the other hand and covered his mouth. He didn't dare to even breathe too loudly. From that single display of power, Adam understood, without a shred of doubt, that the humanoid beast was at the mana core rank. Adam could feel his lips curling into a grin and laughter about to escape his lips. His expression turned ruthless and he bit down on his tongue. At the same time, he tightly clasped his mouth. He heard the sound of footsteps on the ground beneath him. The beast was moving back and forth, back and forth, and back and forth. Adam frowned. He slowly and silently expanded his sphere of resonance. He couldn't help but wonder why the beast hadn't approached him. He was sure that it had heard his thunderous arrival. In fact, he suspected that the beast even knew exactly where he was hiding. So then why wasn't it attacking him? The answer soon became clear to him. The ground floor of the building was a vast hall supported by cracked, and in some places, broken pillars. Rows of shattered wooden benches lined either side of the broad central pathway. Along that path, the humanoid beast walked back and forth as though on patrol. The beast completely disregarded Adam's existence, intent on only patrolling the hall. But what was it guarding? The answer revealed itself soon enough. One end of the hall opened into the arched entrance of the building, while the other end led to a second arched doorway, this one descending underground. Whatever lay hidden beneath the ruins, that was what the beast was guarding. Sunlight filtered through the hole in the roof, gently caressing Adam's bloodied, charred, and hideous face. At some point, the rain had ceased and the night had quietly yielded to day. Not that it made any difference to the youth. Day or night, all he saw was nothing. The last vestiges of deep slumber finally drifted away as he slowly woke up. For the first time in more than half a year, he had managed a full night's rest. It was ironic that only once his mind and body were on the verge of utter ruin could he finally find true sleep. With a trembling hand, he reached for the gaping wound on his stomach. He winced in agony when his fingers brushed against his intestines. Without any healing potions, he had no other choice but to rely on his body's natural healing. Having ascended to the third cycle of physical enhancement with the help of the Astral Tyrant Manual, his body had a decent regenerative healing factor. But still, it would take him a long time to heal the ghastly wound on his stomach. The rest of the injuries on his body could be dealt with, but the one to his stomach, that was severely life-threatening. Sometimes I wonder, he mumbled, his lips curling into a bitter smile. How did I end up in this situation? But soon his words died in his throat. His heart beat rapidly as he extended his sphere of resonance downward. He had completely forgotten about the humanoid beast that was patrolling the vast hall. Did it hear him? Would it now come for him? As these dark thoughts swirled inside his mind, the ravings of the laughing god intensified, forcing his lips to curl into a wide and deranged grin. He quickly covered his mouth and bit on his tongue. At last, he was able to sense what was happening in the vast hall below. The humanoid beast continued to patrol the hall, walking back and forth across the broad pathway that ran down the center of the floor. Adam heaved a sigh of relief, but at the same time he couldn't help but wonder, what a strange beast. It looks like it's only fixated on guarding that other door. I wonder what's in there. Whatever it was, he didn't care. He had bigger problems to worry about for now. He had to think of his next move, but more importantly, he had to heal himself, or it wouldn't be long before he truly died. And there was one more thing he needed to do. Just thinking about it, Adam couldn't help but begin to frown. He took a deep breath and softly murmured, one thing at a time. He first expanded his sphere of resonance to the sides and above him, looking for a slightly safer place to rest. In fact, he had been truly lucky that he hadn't moved an inch while sleeping the previous night, for if he had, he would have fallen to the ground, then been torn apart by the beast. In his immediate vicinity, he saw a grid of wooden beams that supported the ceiling. Beyond them, on the northern side of the building, his senses brushed against solid ground. An attic, he frowned. There was indeed a wide space there, lined with 3 wooden doors leading to 3 separate rooms. A narrow strip of floor ran before them, bordered by worn wooden railings. The only way up had once been a pair of staircases, long since collapsed and claimed by the ravages of time. Meaning, the only way to the attic now was if one walked across the wooden beams, and no one could reach those beams without first entering the building or crashing through the roof, which was highly unlikely. Which meant the humanoid beast patrolling the hall had, without knowing it, become Adam's guardian. Oh, goodness arcana, is this? Is this what it means to be blessed by fortune? Adam was overcome by unrestrained joy. If he had tear ducts, he would have wept outright. Finally, he could rest without having to worry about his life. Now all he needed to do was safely cross the grid of wooden beams and reach the attic. He took a few moments to gather his senses, emotions, breath, and whatever else that was all over the place, his intestines included. Then he carefully sat up straight, positioned himself on the beam, and began to crawl towards the attic. It was only now that he realized how battered his body truly was. Just the simple act of crawling was sending pangs of pain across every inch of his body. Even the act of crawling had become an arduous task, especially when he was using one hand to prevent his guts from spilling out. Finally, after what felt like forever, he finally reached the attic. With a dull thud, he landed miserably on the attic's floor. At the same time, he was also paying attention to the movements of the humanoid beast, and as expected, it did not bat an eye. The beast's actions caused Adam to become more and more curious about what it truly was that it was guarding. "Focus," he screamed inwardly. The youth took deep breaths, then he finally got to his feet with great struggle. He had already confirmed through the sphere of resonance that there were no threats beyond the 3 doors. With an eerie, drawn-out creak, he pushed open the first door. As usual, the beast below paid no mind to the sound, or maybe it did and it simply did not care. The first room contained broken crates, rotting sacks of grains, rusted tools, and maybe a handful of salvageable items. A storage room, Adam ventured a guess. Then he dragged his body to the second room. It contained a dusty bed frame, insect-eaten bedding, a wardrobe, and scattered personal items, hinting at a past occupant. The sleeping quarter, Adam frowned. Finally, he took a deep breath and slowly walked to the third room. This was the one that piqued his interest the most. As he opened the door, he sensed wooden shelves stacked with tomes and scrolls that had surprisingly survived the ravages of time, albeit only barely. There were jars containing experimental items that had obviously expired. There even seemed to be several artifacts, but all of them had broken. One side of the room was occupied by a study table, cluttered with scattered parchments and books, thickly covered in dust, and on the other side of the room, a polished wooden chest glittered in an inviting manner. It was the only item out of place amidst the ruin. Adam's breathing turned heavy, and he found himself involuntarily drawn to the chest. "Yes," he mumbled, "if this isn't the blessing of fortune, I don't know what is." He knelt before the chest, then reached out with a trembling hand and lifted the lid. Although he could not see, he could feel the contents of the chest radiating a golden light. "Whoa," he exclaimed, leaning in closer. And the next moment, the chest's lid suddenly sprouted rows of razor-sharp teeth and viciously snapped down on Adam's head. There was a certain magical creature found mostly in the worlds of the greater universe. They were strange predators that assumed the form of mundane furnishings and objects in order to attract prey. They were born with decent attainments in the school of alteration. Technically, they could assume any shape, provided they retained the same internal volume. In order to effectively lure magi, the most commonly took the shape of objects likely to be touched. For example, a chest. When this creature moved, jagged teeth appeared along the lid, and a thick, sticky tongue lashed out to grab its prey. Its body was coated in a viscous, adhesive slime, making it nearly impossible to pull away once caught. It waited silently, patiently, blending in perfectly with its surroundings to lure its prey. Some scholars agreed that these strange creatures were artificially created by magi to serve as protectors against treasure hunters, while others speculated that they originated from the spirit world. These creatures were known as mimics. Jejej, the wooden chest let out a grating cackle as it chomped down on Adam's head. Oh, how long it had waited for a prey to fall into its trap. It had even feared that it would die from starvation. But here it was, biting down on an ugly magus just moments away from satiating its hunger. Jejej, but something was wrong. Something was preventing its lid from completely severing the magus's head. Heh, Adam chuckled coldly. "Little bastard, did you think I wouldn't know what you are?" The mimic was stunned. Why was it unable to chop off the ugly human's head? Just why? It could feel something, strong and unbreakable, preventing its lid from coming down. Much to the creature's horror, the unbreakable thing slowly elongated, forcing its lid upward. The mimic screamed in terror, but there was nothing it could do to get out of its current predicament. Meanwhile, Adam slowly pulled his head out from underneath the lid. His lips curled into a wide, menacing grin, and he said, "Oh, how the tables have turned, you mimic bastard." The chest sprouted 4 tiny legs from beneath and scrambled towards the corner of the room, trembling in fear as it gazed at Adam's grotesque visage. Inside its mouth was a black staff with one end deep inside its stomach, and the other end embedded into the upper jaw of the chest, preventing the mimic from shutting its mouth. Adam chuckled menacingly as he slowly took a step forward. "I haven't eaten in a few days. How very kind of you to offer yourself up to me. I have heard that some cultures in the greater universe consider mimic organs tasty delicacies." "Ah, that's right, your skin can be used to make potions as well. Your adhesive secretions could be sold to artificers, and your internal organs can be used to produce soaps and perfumes." It was clear that the mimic could understand Adam's words. After all, the more he spoke, the more it shuddered. It was clearly scared for its life. The chest jumped up and down, frantically trying to convey its surrender. "Oh," Adam scoffed, "you want me to spare your life, but just a moment ago you were trying to eat me." It's funny how life can change in a single moment. Towards the end, his voice trailed off as memories of his glorious days in the Akkadian Empire resurfaced in his mind. He was dearly loved by the people, hailed as the greatest genius of the continent. The Magi looked up to him. They wanted to be him. But his life turned upside down in a single moment. The same people who admired him the most were the ones to drive their swords into his chest. As anger and grief engulfed his heart, his lips curled into a brilliant smile. "Ah, life can be so unpredictable sometimes, don't you think?" he asked, his grin threatening to twist his hideous face apart. Jeej, the mimic was now truly scared. It couldn't stop trembling. The staff of calamity inside its mouth began to slowly expand, and it wouldn't be long before it tore through the mimic's body. At that time, it would all be over. It had survived for millennia on this forsaken continent, and for what? Only to die in the hands of an ugly madman. No, it refused to die. Jeej. It seemed that the mimic would put up a desperate fight, ready for one final stand and determined to die on its own terms in a blaze of glory. But in the next instant, all sorts of treasures erupted from the mimic's mouth, flying in all directions. Adam was completely and utterly flabbergasted. Coins, jewels, and rusted relics tumbled from the mimic's mouth. These were the treasures that the creature had amassed over millennia. It's what he used to lure in adventures and then eat them. Then collect their treasures and use them to lure more prey. Ancient scrolls, cracked tomes, amulets, and tiny artifacts from long-lost civilizations spilled out in a chaotic storm, each piece a fragment of history preserved through the endless passage of time. Cornered by the threat of death, the mimic unleashed everything it had hoarded over the years. Each item was offered as a plea, a desperate attempt to please Adam to earn his mercy. Its body shuddered in pain, its mouth stretched unnaturally wide, yet still it poured out its entire existence, sacrificing everything in the hope of survival. Jeej. Adam, on the other hand, was so stunned by the sudden turn of events that he did not even react until the mimic called out to him. He glanced at the creature jumping in the corner, then at the pile of treasure sprawled at his feet. Slowly, his lips curled into a happy smile. He turned to the mimic and said in a cheerful voice, "What did I tell you? Life can change in a single moment. Haha, you are forgiven." He then snapped his fingers, commanding the staff of calamity to shrink and return to his spirit sea. At last, free from the imminent threat to its life, the mimic collapsed to the ground in visible relief. Jeej. Hainam Empire, Europa. Arenal, the capital of the Hainam Empire, was a city built for power and control. Its design followed concentric rings of walls and districts, each one heavily fortified. The outer district housed markets, workshops, and barracks, while the inner rings were reserved for nobles and military command. The city's architecture reflected its militaristic order. Its buildings were tall and uniform, carved from dark stone, with wide, straight streets strategically laid out for troop movement as much as for daily life. Crimson and black banners bearing the sigil of House Hainam hung from the walls and towers, serving as a constant reminder of the imperial rule. Soldiers patrolled every district, watchtowers occupied every street, and the presence of the Empire's army made Arenal feel more like a military fortress than a capital. Life in Arenal was strictly hierarchical. Magi nobles and officers lived in comfort in the inner rings, while commoners and laborers toiled in the outer districts under heavy taxation and strict scrutiny. Subjugated people from conquered lands could be seen throughout the city. Their customs were tolerated, but strictly controlled. Despite everything, Arenal thrived as a center of trade, with goods from across the empire flowing into its markets as tribute. And at the very center of it all was the imperial citadel, a colossal black stone fortress palace where House Hainam ruled with absolute authority. The palace of House Hainam was seen as a masterpiece of power and architecture. Marble courtyards, golden inlays, and towering statues showcased the wealth of the empire. Inside, vaulted halls glittered with chandeliers and mosaics, every corner designed to project grandeur and opulence. In one of the palace's lavish courtyards, a tall man with long dark hair and piercing emerald eyes lounged in the seating area with a carefree expression on his face. His frame was broad and imposing, and he wore regal dark robes marking his station. This was Leland Hainam, emperor of the Hainam Empire and a mighty Manhwarecaps magus. "So how do you feel?" he asked, his voice soothing and his eyes tinged with hints of concern. "I feel empty." Opposite Leland sat a man with short black hair that had a vibrant sheen to it. His striking brown eyes flickered with vile and cunning, but deep within, there was grief, loss, and confusion. Leland deeply looked at the man sitting before him, someone he regarded as both friend and brother. He knew the sacrifices the man had made, the price he had paid, and the glory he had earned at the Battle of Ravenfell. Yet words still failed him. "You did well," Leland finally said. "At the very least, our Lord will have no reason to doubt you anymore. I suppose that is something." He paused for a moment, then added, "And if it's any consolation, I believe it was better for them to die at your own hands than be sacrificed to the devils." Opposite Leland sat none other than the man single-handedly responsible for the cult's victory during the Battle of Ravenfell, Marden Benton. "I didn't do it for the Lord," Marden murmured. I did it because I wanted to be free. Because I wanted nothing to chain me down. The ghostly silhouettes of the Benton family surrounded him, their eyes burning with anger, hatred, and indignation. He had begun seeing them ever since he absorbed their blood and souls in the dark ritual to free himself from the cult leader's direct control. Of course, he hadn't told anyone about this, not even his closest friend, Leland Hainam, who was also one of the elders of the Inner Circle. What would the rest of the Magi of the Inner Circle think if suddenly one of them divulged to them that he had, in fact, gone mad? More importantly, how would the cult leader react to such information? That is why Marden had kept it all to himself. The whispers, the madness, the ravings. He had kept it all to himself. He shook his head, trying to rid himself of the screams of his murdered family members. He reached out for the wine jug on the table, then poured himself a drink. Then he brought the gold goblet to his lips and savored the taste of wine with satisfaction. Leland deeply looked at Marden's action, a slight frown on his face. At last, he said, "Since when did you start drinking?" "Since I killed my kin with my own 2 hands," Marden muttered flatly. He placed the goblet on the marble table, then leaned back in his chair and faced the sky. Gazing at the clouds drifting lazily across the blue sky, he murmured, "I wanted to be free." Like the clouds, but it came at a great cost. The wine helps ease the pain a little. Leland heaved a long, heavy sigh. He truly did not know what to say. He remained silent for a few moments, then finally asked, "Have you met the Lord yet?" "No." Marden shook his head. "I wanted to visit you first." Hearing those words, Leland couldn't help but flash a faint but sincere smile. "Stay here as long as you need, brother, but go visit the Lord after. He has been awaiting your arrival." "I will." Marden nodded, his gaze distant. A long time later, he lowered his head and looked at Leland. Then he asked in an inquisitive voice, "So what has happened while I was away? Anything I should know about?" Leland's lips curled into a cold smile. Then he said, "Once these 2 continents are conquered, the world is ours. And then all we need to do is wait. According to the Lord's calculations, the next planetary alignment will happen sometime within the next 100 years. Marden's eyes gleamed with a peculiar light. Within the next 100 years, indeed. Leland's lips curled into a wide grin. Once Tron is conquered, the Lord will summon the devils and offer this world as a sacrifice. Then, the Lord and a select few magi will journey to the greater universe to pursue the higher arcane arts. You stole our blood, our souls. And for what? So that we didn't end up as the sacrifice to the devils. We were your family and you slaughtered us. How does victory taste? No power can wash the stain of betrayal from your hands. Brother, why did you do it? We scream in your heart every time you draw breath. We will be a constant reminder, uncle. Our strength is yours, but so is our curse. Our lives were the price for your freedom. Was it worth it? Even in death, we cannot escape you. We hate you, Marden, we hate you. Murderer, betrayer, our blood stains every spell you cast. You wear our souls like chains, Marden. Did you think we would ever set you free? We will scream in silence, forever trapped inside your head. You butchered us for freedom, but in doing so, you shackled yourself to eternal guilt. Look at us, Marden. We are the faces behind your strength, behind your freedom." Inside one of the lavish guest chambers within the Imperial Citadel, Marden sat hunched in a corner, clutching his head, sweat dripping down his face. It had been 8 months since the Battle of Ravenfell. 8 months since the voices of his butchered kin began their relentless assault on his mind. The constant whispers and ravings of the familiar voices drove him to the edge of insanity, and then shoved him past the brink, splintering his mind into fractured personalities. The man the world saw was nothing more than a facade. In truth, Marden had already fallen into madness. That was the price of freedom, the loss of his sense of self, the death of his own identity. Marden was no longer Marden. He gasped for air as he slowly raised his head. His eyes were bloodshot as he turned towards the window. The clouds in the blue sky drifted freely. "Freedom," he murmured. Marden's face twisted into a dark scowl as he added, "at the cost of madness." He grabbed the jug of wine beside him and greedily devoured the liquor. In but a few moments he had already emptied the jug. Wiping his mouth with his sleeves, he let out a sigh of satisfaction. "Perfect," he muttered with a faint smile. He rose to his feet and walked to the other end of the chamber, where a full-body mirror leaned against the wall. Staring into it, he could barely recognize the reflection that stared back. Marden's hair was an unkempt mess, his clothes were wrinkled, and he was drenched in sweat. There were dark bags under his eyes that burned with madness. He could see the silhouettes of the butchered Benton family members behind him, tightly holding onto his body. For a brief moment, his brown eyes flashed with sorrow and regret, but the next moment they turned cold and indifferent. Suddenly, the reflection in the mirror shifted. The reflection's lips curled into a crooked smile as he said, "This is the freedom you yearned for. You destroyed the chains binding you, but so what? Look behind you. The chains still cling to you. They won't let you go." Marden's expression darkened as he glanced at his reflection. "Shut up," he spat venomously. "Ah, the truth hurts, doesn't it?" the reflection sneered. "You freed yourself from the Lord's grasp, but in doing so, you bound yourself forever to eternal damnation. Tell me, was it worth it?" I said, "Shut up," Marden roared. I didn't have a choice. It had to be done. This was the only way. They were going to be sacrificed to the devils eventually. I granted them mercy. I sacrificed them so I wouldn't be sacrificed as a pawn later. That man, that demon is going to sacrifice this whole world. What happens if he decides to sacrifice me as well? Do you think I'd just sit back and watch? After all that I've been through, after all that I've accomplished, I refuse. Oh, poor Marden, said the reflection, his lips curling into a smirk. You wanted to save yourself, and so you butchered your own family. But tell me, was that truly the only way? What if the Lord never intended to sacrifice you? What then? Would your kin have died for nothing? Marden's body shuddered as doubt crept in. His face twisted into something macabre and ominous. He muttered under his breath, "You don't know him. He is too powerful, too devious. He'll sacrifice everyone, even his own people. I know it. He's gone mad, madder than me. I just know it. You paranoid little fool," the reflection scoffed. Your inability to trust anyone drove you to slaughter your own family members. And for what? Just so you could play your little games against the Lord right under his nose. Just so you could guarantee your own safety. What a pathetic excuse. Only if you had it in you to place your faith in others, you wouldn't have to commit such heinous acts. Why don't you admit it? Admit it that you were wrong. Admit it that you butchered your family simply because you wanted to. I said, "Shut up," Marden roared, slamming his fist into the mirror and shattering it into countless shards. The world around Marden fractured like the surface of the mirror, and in the next instant he was back in the corner of the room, his eyes wide in shock and fear. He gasped for breath, looking around frantically. His eyes finally settled on the full body mirror, only to find it untouched and whole. His pupils constricted as he realized what had just happened. He heaved a heavy sigh as he reached out for the jug of wine beside him. "I've truly fallen into madness," he murmured. Suddenly, he froze. He turned to look at the jug of wine and found it empty. He looked at the empty jug for a long time, trying to comprehend what was true and what wasn't. In the end, he shook his head as he rose to his feet. He walked to the window and gazed at the beautiful scenery outside. Arundel was bustling with chatter and movement. The sun was gradually dipping below the horizon, and the lights on the streets and in the households were slowly coming to life. He remained standing there for a long time, lost in thought. He ignored the silhouettes of his butchered kin standing behind him. Suddenly, he frowned. "What was I thinking?" he murmured. For a while now, ever since that fateful day in Ravenfell, not only had he been hearing the constant ravings of his family members, but he had also been having lapses in his memory. He knew this wasn't the work of the Forgotten Rune because he, as the wielder of that artifact, was immune to its effects. Thus, he could only attribute his memory problems to him absorbing the souls of his kin and turning mad in the process. At long last, he heaved a long, helpless sigh. Such is the price of freedom. When the great war comes and the world is sacrificed, I will survive. I will leave this planet behind and venture into the greater universe alone. And then it will all have been worth it. He turned and headed to the bathroom to wash up and change into a fresh set of clothes. It was time to meet the cult leader. In a secret plane somewhere in Europa, a land touched by death and decay stretched endlessly. At its center, a black magus tower rose from the ground like a spear, piercing the skies of this mystical dimension. On the top floor of this tower was a throne room, vast, oppressive, shrouded in darkness. Rows of black stone pillars supported the chamber, their rough surfaces marred by the passage of time. At the far end of the throne room, on a raised dais, stood an obsidian throne. Upon it sat a lich in dark robes, wearing a black crown, his skeletal frame draped in Stygian, ominous energy. This was the most powerful magus on Tron. This was the leader of the Cult of Bones. Flanking him on either side, 4 figures stood below the dais. Draped in hooded robes and radiating vast and powerful auras, these were the elders of the inner circle, each at the peak of the mana core rank. They stood silent and motionless, their gaze fixed on the man kneeling before the throne. Marden Benton kowtowed before the lich sitting on the obsidian throne, his forehead firmly pressed to the cold floor. No matter how many times he visited the man, the lich, he couldn't help but shake off the dreadful feeling of being in the presence of someone utterly unfathomable. He himself stood at the pinnacle of the mana core rank, yet he was certain that he couldn't compare to the cult leader. Not for the mana ceiling in Tron, perhaps the cult leader would have long since stepped into the domain of the mana seed rank. "Rise, Marden." The cult leader's cold and heavy voice echoed in the throne room, sounding like thunder in the ears of the elders present. Marden rose to his feet, yet he kept his head lowered. He didn't dare to cast his gaze upon the unholy existence that was the lich. His lips parted, and he calmly said, "I stand before you again, my lord, ready to serve as you see fit." The lich rested his elbow on the throne's armrest, his bony hand supporting his chin. He deeply looked at Marden for a long time, then coldly said, "Where is Adam Constantine?" "He will come to us of his own accord," said Marden, bowing his head slightly. "I assure you, my lord." Suddenly, the temperature in the throne room fell drastically. The elders standing near the lich shuddered. Marden, on the other hand, was viciously pressed to the ground by an unseen hand. Then the lick's cold and ominous voice sounded in the throne room once again. Do not make me repeat myself. Marden's knees slammed to the ground, forcing him to once again kneel. He didn't dare to resist, however. Such defiance would be an insult to the cult leader. But more than that, any sign of disobedience would surely mean his death. He gritted his teeth and answered, I do not know his exact location, my lord. He should have already reached Europa, or he must be on his way. I assure you, my lord, he will come to us of his own accord. The lick remained silent for a while. Then he asked, why didn't you bring him yourself? Adam Constantine is a headstrong and stubborn individual. Had I forced him to come with me, I believe he would have killed himself. He already senses that the cult needs him alive, so he would have done everything in his power to foil our plans, even commit suicide. So you placed a seed of doubt in his mind through the forgotten rune, the lick coldly murmured, making him believe he has always been one of us. Yes, my lord, Marden muttered through gritted teeth. He was always the primary target of the forgotten rune. The survivors of the Battle of Ravenfell, they were merely collateral. My true target had always been Adam Constantine. Silence descended upon the throne room. Almost half a minute later, the invisible pressure finally disappeared. Sensing that, Marden couldn't help but secretly heave a sigh of relief. However, he still remained in the kneeling position. Very well, the lick coldly said. You have achieved 2 of my 3 orders. Ravenfell lies in ruins, and though Saratoga Castle still stands, the consequences of your actions have served my purpose. As for Adam Constantine, I will consider this order fulfilled the day he comes knocking at my door. The lick's tone turned colder and more dreadful. But what of my 3rd order? Why is there no death zone in the northeastern board of Ulier? Marden remained silent for a long time, deliberating over his words. At last he said, my lord, someone saw through the forgotten rune I had placed around Corvid Quarter. They were able to foil my plans. That district, along with the 1.5 million infested, was destroyed by the explosives. There was nothing I could do. Please, forgive me. I see, the lick nodded ever so slightly. Someone seeing through the deception of the forgotten rune. Even I hadn't accounted for that. The cult leader was cold, calculating, and terrifying beyond measure. He stood at the pinnacle of strength in this world, dauntless and seemingly unopposed. Supremely confident, yet not infallible, he wielded immense power while still recognizing the limits of his own foresight. At last, the lick asked about the question that mattered most, and what of your kin, Marden? Do they still draw breath? Marden involuntarily clenched his fists, an act that did not go unnoticed by the cult leader or the other elders in the throne room. They are dead, he murmured. I killed them with my own hands. Unlike the other elders, Marden did not practice necromancy. As a result, the cult leader had less control over him than over the rest. But by ordering Marden to slaughter his own family, the cult leader had ensured, beyond any doubt, where his true loyalty lay. Cruel as it may be, the lick began, you did your kin a favor, Marden. It is better that they died by your own hands than to become foot soldiers for the devils in an eternal war against the demons. Those few simple words caused not just Marden, but also the rest of the elders to slightly shift. Foot soldiers for the devils, in an eternal war against the demons. What did it all mean? Of course, the cult leader offered no further explanation. He gestured for Marden to rise, then said in an even tone, you have proved your loyalty to me, and for that I shall reward you. Tell me, what is it you seek? Marden bowed humbly, concealing the cunning gleam in his eyes. Then he said in a respectful tone, I want nothing, my lord, nothing but to serve you. The lick intently observed Marden, then offered a nod. Very well, he said. Since you have just returned from enemy lands, take a few weeks to rest. While the others prepare for war, I want you to visit the 6 portals and reinforce their rune magic. The lick paused for a moment, then added, I will grant you access to my personal vault. Take whatever you desire. Soon the cult leader dismissed the elders, leaving only himself seated on the dark throne. A cold, suffocating aura filled the vast chamber, and his eerie voice, barely more than a whisper, echoed through the shadows. The beyond, the beyond, the beyond. It calls to me. Ivory City, Mabai. After cleaning up one of the rooms in the attic, the one used as a sleeping quarter by the previous resident, Adam had made it his temporary home. At the moment, he was sitting on the single bed, applying medicine to the gaping wound on his stomach. Adam hadn't been completely idle the past month. In fact, he had been working like a madman to prevent himself from dying. After all, the ghastly wound on his stomach, which caused his intestines to spill out, was terrifyingly life-threatening. Massive blood loss and shock could have killed him within days, while exposed organs had a high risk of getting infected. If left untreated, it could lead to organ failure and subsequent death. And so, Adam desperately fought tooth and nail to keep himself alive. Each night, he slipped out of the domed roof and into the nearby forest to forage for food and herbs. His outings at night weren't without danger, however. The constant ravings of the faceless mask often forced him into fits of manic laughter, drawing unwanted attention. On several occasions, he was besieged by powerful mono-vortex-level beasts and nearly died, yet each time he clawed his way back. Killing a tenacious madman like Adam Constantine was no easy feat. And so, after a month of going through near-death experiences every night, Adam had finally managed to stabilize his fragile health. He was now fit enough to battle, but more importantly, he had gathered a trove of items from the nearby forest that would aid him in what came next. Adam gritted his teeth as he grimaced in pain. He carefully applied the ointment, covering the scars with a thick layer of green. Jeej, the mimic jumped up and down in anticipation. Shut up, will ya? Adam growled. Jeej. The mimic lowered his body, then turned around and walked to the corner of the tiny room where he sulked in depression. Adam scoffed, stop pouting like a child. Jeej. The mimic pouted probably. The youth rolled his eyes in exasperation. Almost a minute later, he was finally done treating his wounds. His charred body was covered in sweat, and he was taking deep, ragged breaths. He lay down on the bed and cursed under his breath, that bastard panther. I won't let you go. I'll make skewered meat out of you and turn your hide into a fashionable cape. Just you wait. The mimic shuddered at his words. It was obvious the little guy was capable of understanding human speech, but unfortunately, it had no real way of responding. All it could manage were the varied tones of its jeej, each carrying a different hue of emotion. Moreover, the items that the mimic had offered as tribute were very vital for the current Adam. Although most of the items were nothing more than gold, jewelry, gems, and other shiny trinkets, which were completely useless to him, there were still a handful of items that were important given his current circumstances. Adam found it all too amusing. Gold, silver, jewelry, all of them useless to me. Goodness arcana, I never thought I would ever feel this way. He found it so funny that he couldn't help but laugh, and so he laughed and laughed and laughed. The mimic found himself trembling in fear. The ugly madman's deranged laughter invoked a feeling of primal fear within its body. He knew that the hideous human was definitely not someone to mess with. Hey, Jeej, Adam called out. Jeej. The mimic turned around and dashed with its tiny legs, appearing at Adam's bedside in an instant. Still lying face up on the single bed, Adam asked in a low voice, "You're not from this world, are you?" The mimic tilted its body as though it were thinking. Then it shook its body. Jeej. Adam sighed. Yeah, I figured, he murmured. You're most likely from Mirandor, considering the portal on Luna leads to that world. Jeej, the mimic murmured, unsure where it was actually from. But it was certain that Tron wasn't its birthplace. Oh, how much I wish I could go to Mirandor right now, Adam muttered under his breath, a hopeful smile appearing on his charred lips, although a manhwarecaps there is still considered. What was the official term? Ah, that's right, an apprentice. But it's still something, right? Jeej. The mimic realized that the ugly madman had once again begun to talk to himself, so it silently walked to the window and gazed at the starlit skies. Can you believe it, Jeej? Adam muttered in awe. If he had eyes, they would sparkle like the night sky. In Tron, people spend decades just to reach the mana vortex rank, and they think they're a big deal. But out there in the greater universe, you're not even considered a true magus until you've forged your mana core. In fact, that's the reality. Ranks 1 to 3 are merely apprentices. The geniuses of the greater universe reach the mana vortex rank in just years, and only at rank 4 are you finally acknowledged as a magus. Hahaha, it's so funny, really. In Tron, mana core magi are emperors and kings, ruling over vast lands, but out in the greater universe, you're only one step higher than the bottom of the ladder. Ah, I long to see the higher realms, to witness their countless wonders and maybe, just maybe find a companion to spend the rest of my life with. Doesn't that sound romantic? I can't tell if these are the true desires of my heart or merely the ramblings of a madman. Jeej, the mimic was confused as ever. Gah, forget it. You could never understand the mind of a handsome genius like me, Adam muttered as he slowly got up from his bed and walked to the next room. His lips curled into a wicked grin, and he whispered, time to set my next plan into motion. Adam hadn't spent the last month solely on healing himself and clawing his way back from death's door. He had also devoted his time to research, delving into the history of the Ivory City. From the scrolls and books he had salvaged from the study room of the previous occupant, as well as the little bit of information he had gleaned from whatever Jeej had spat out, he came to the conclusion that the last ruler of the Ivory City was a mana core level artificer. He wasn't certain of this person's exact background or even his name, for that matter, only that he had been a renowned elven artificer from Faepor. In fact, this entire city had once fallen under his jurisdiction. Perhaps Ivory City had been the famed capital of a long-forgotten kingdom in the past. Of course, Adam had no way of ascertaining that, but whatever he did find out through the bits and pieces of gathered information was sufficient for him to draw enough conclusions. And he believed that he wasn't far from the truth. Sitting at the study table, Adam gently traced the parchment sprawled before him. Of course, he couldn't read in the usual sense. That would require sight, but through his sphere of resonance, he was able to intently feel the grooves and ridges of the inked characters on the paper. It was in this way that he had managed to uncover so much information in the first place. In the dark room, Adam's fingers gently brushed against the parchment as he muttered under his breath, this elven artificer seemed to be quite the big deal in Faepor. Well, it's understandable since he was a monocore magus, a true magus according to the standards of the greater universe. Ha ha, ha ha ha. All of a sudden, he burst into a fit of laughter. A few moments later, he had to viciously bite down on his tongue to stop laughing like a lunatic and focus on the work before him. At that moment, the strangely familiar voice echoed inside his head. How pathetic. Adam froze. He slowly turned his head, scanning the study room. Of course, no one was there except for the mimic, who stared at him in confusion. Adam remained silent for a long time, then he replied, "I'll talk to you later. I have important matters to tend to." The strangely familiar voice sneered, then said, greedy as ever, "You just don't learn from your mistakes, do you?" Shut up, Adam spat through gritted teeth, his lips curling into a crooked grin. A man's nature doesn't change. Not so easily, anyway. Is that so? The familiar voice replied, I wonder, what would it take to change that greedy little personality of yours? Death, perhaps. Adam's face contorted into a hideous expression, yet he remained silent. Hearing no answer from him, the familiar voice scoffed. Heh, cat got your tongue. Cat, Adam murmured, suddenly reminded of Valerian. His heart was awash by overwhelming grief, yet his lips curled into a smile. The familiar voice fell silent. No more taunts, no more mockery. Perhaps even he felt sorrow at the young dragon's current state. A long time later, almost when the whispers of the laughing god drowned him in madness, Adam snapped back to reality, then turned his attention to the parchments before him. His expression was grim to say the least. The strangely familiar voice. He had come to terms with it in the past month that he had spent recuperating, but now was not the time to delve into it. He really did have urgent matters to tend to. Ah, where was I? He murmured. That's right, the elven artificer. Right, so this domed building served as an administrative hall for the city in the past, or something similar. At the same time, it also functioned as a training hall for the artificer's disciples. The room I'm staying in actually belonged to one of those disciples, and these are his notes. The next moment he turned his head, his senses piercing the concrete obstructions and settling on the humanid beast patrolling the hall below. And that thing, Adam murmured, his fingers tracing the parchments of an artifact blueprint. It's not a beast at all, it's a steel golem. What he had thought to be a magical beast of the monocore rank was, in reality, a steel golem of comparable strength, one that continued to follow its creator's final directive even after millennia had passed. Not even the total annihilation of the Fapor civilization had stopped the golem from fulfilling its master's last will. Whatever powered the steel golem had to be extraordinarily potent for it to endure for 1,000 years, and the thing that the golem was guarding. Just how valuable could that item be? An armory, Adam whispered, barely suppressing the excitement in his voice. That arched doorway that leads underground. It's likely an armory down there. That is what the golem is guarding. In hindsight, it all made sense now that Adam had most of the gathered information. The golem would only attack someone if they dared to set foot anywhere near the armory. Otherwise, it would continue to patrol back and forth like it had done for thousands of years. If the golem had truly been a living, intelligent being, it would have dealt with Adam long ago, preventing him from hatching any schemes. Schemes. That was exactly what Adam was plotting. He knew that there were at least two highly valuable treasures within Ivory City. The first was the power source that had sustained the steel golem for such a long period of time, and the second was the possible collection of artifacts stored inside the armory. Adam would be a fool to even attempt getting his hands on the golem's power source. No matter how mad he had become, he wasn't that reckless and stupid. That would require him to defeat the golem, and there was no way he was going to be able to do that. But the items inside the vault, on the other hand, his lips curled into a wicked grin, and he soon started to laugh. He laughed and laughed and laughed. Suddenly, he looked over his shoulder and said, Hey, admit it. Isn't this a brilliant plan? He just admit it, will ya? The familiar voice did not reply. Adam's smile froze. I'll take that as a yes then. He turned back around, then gathered the peculiar items that he had created over the last month. As his senses washed over it, he couldn't help but murmur, if Valerian was here, he would have loved to see the explosion set to go off tonight. As memories of his little brother surfaced in his mind, it felt as though countless blades had pierced his heart. Melancholy consumed him, yet his lips curled into a brilliant smile. Adam suddenly froze in his movements. He then slowly turned around and glared at the stupid mimic through his dark, hollow eyes. He brought a finger to his lips and silently mouthed the words, Shut the hell up. The mimic grew visibly upset. It turned around and shuffled to the wall where it sulked in depression. Adam suddenly had the urge to cast Fireball at the idiot. He turned back around and continued to crawl across the beam. A leather bag was fastened securely to his back, carrying a medicinal liquid he had recently concocted. It wasn't so much medicinal as it was irritating. Still, what he intended to do with it was crucial to his plan for marauding the vault. Soon, he positioned himself at the very center of the main beam that ran above the vast hall. This beam ran directly above the pathway in the middle where the steel golem patrolled back and forth. Adam unfastened the leather bag from his shoulders, then brought his hand down, letting it dangle from his fingers. He extended his sphere of resonance as he patiently waited for the golem to move into position. He had to calculate the golem's pace with precision before dropping the bag. If he missed, he would have to risk his life all over again to get the ingredients from the nearby forest and concoct the solution again, thereby wasting precious time. The laughing god continued to whisper, and Adam continued to listen. He inhaled deeply, then exhaled, steadying himself. Slowly but surely, he drowned out the ravings of the faceless mask, honing all his focus on the single objective before him. The crazed whispers gradually lessened, leaving only the steel golem and the leather bag before his mind's eye. Adam's lips gradually curled into a crooked smirk, and then he dropped the bag. Splat! The leather bag accurately fell on the golem's head, bursting open and spilling a reddish liquid that splattered across its upper body. The golem froze in its footsteps, the crimson glow in its eyes turning darker. It slowly raised its hands, studying the sticky liquid coating them. Then it tilted its head as if trying to discern whether the substance was harmful. A few moments later, it raised its head and glanced at the main wooden beam above. However, no one was there. The golem lowered its head, observed the red liquid on its hands, then resumed its patrol through the hall. Having judged the substance harmless, it ignored it and continued to follow its master's directive. In truth, the red liquid posed no danger to the golem. It was neither a poison that could corrode through its steel body, nor was it an adhesive solution that would slow down its movements. Its sole purpose was far simpler: to attract. Adam climbed out through the hole in the ceiling, then stood atop the domed roof and glanced at the sprawling ruined city below that unfolded before him. The light of the twin moons filtered through the dark clouds, casting a pale glow on his dark and hideous visage. Jeej, the mimic had taken the form of a rucksack bag strapped across his shoulders. The mouth of the bag bristled with razor-sharp teeth, and a thick tongue occasionally slithered from within. Jeej had transformed itself into this convenient storage bag. After all, carrying a chest and fleeing from what was about to unfold would have been far too difficult for Adam. Now, for step 2 of the plan, Adam said with a wide grin, "It's time for some good ol' explosions." He reached towards the mimic's mouth and said, "Hand it over. Careful now. If it breaks inside you, you'll go feral. Even I wouldn't be able to save you then." Gee. The mimic shuddered, likely cursing inside his head and wondering why, if the items were so dangerous, the ugly madman insisted on storing them inside it in the first place. The mimic coiled its tongue around a crudely shaped metal can that Adam had fashioned from spare materials in the attic. Ugly as it looked, the container held something far more insidious. As he grabbed the can, his lips curled into a wide grin. "If I can't take on the golem myself, then I'll just compel every beast in the city to do it for me. Let's see how powerful you really are." Just as he was about to vault off the domed building and head deeper into the city, Adam suddenly froze. A thoughtful look appeared on his burned face, and he murmured, "I feel like I'm forgetting something." Jeej. The mimic tilted in confusion, as clueless as ever. Adam stood motionless for a long time before suddenly shuddering. "Goodness arcana, I forgot the most crucial thing." Adam hastily took off the rucksack from his back and set it on the roof. Without delay, he shoved his hand inside the mimic's mouth, much to its dismay, and pulled out 2 crystal vials containing gray liquid. A drop of cold sweat trickled down his forehead as he murmured, "Jeej, I almost forgot about the antidote. Haha, we would have been no different from those beasts if we didn't consume this potion." He suddenly felt the urge to burst into laughter, but at the last moment he viciously bit his tongue. A coppery taste spread across his mouth, and the pain sobered him up slightly. Then, without hesitation, he downed 1 vial himself, then poured the contents of the other into the mimic's mouth. After all that was done, Adam was finally ready. "All right, now we can go." He strapped the bag to his back, then jumped off the roof, silently heading deeper into the city. About half an hour later, dozens of dazzling explosions erupted across the Ivory City. However, these were not blasts of fire. They were silent eruptions of gas. In but a few minutes, the entire city was engulfed in an ominous red haze. The gas clung to every nook and cranny of the city, burrowing into every living being that called the ruined city home. And then, the furious howls of countless magical beasts tore through the silence of the night. One after another, they emerged from their lairs, their eyes blazing with madness. They all turned towards the lone figure of a human clad in a dark, tattered cloak. Then they charged towards him with hunger and malice. Adam sprinted through the streets of Ivory City, staff in hand, fleeing from the rampaging beasts. His destination, the domed building. However, he had severely underestimated the true effect his concoction would have on the beasts. The ingredients found on this continent turned out to be more potent than he had expected. The red gas didn't just drive the beasts into a berserk frenzy, it also seemed to amplify their feral strength, and before he realized it, he was swallowed by a raging tide of beasts. The beasts pounced on the unprepared Adam, burying him beneath a writhing mass of fangs and claws. The tide of beasts had emerged from their lairs, their eyes blazing with feral madness. For a moment, it seemed that the youth's plan would fail before it had even begun. The beasts had already encircled him completely, pressing down with relentless weight, and with each passing second, more and more vicious creatures leapt onto him, eager to tear his flesh. But then something unexpected happened. Boom. Staff of Calamity turned into a whirlwind of violence, leaving clouds of blood mist and severed corpses. As chunks of destroyed flesh and organs rained down from above, Adam stood amidst the swarm of beasts, his lip curled into an unnatural grin. He took a deep breath and then, ha. His hideous figure radiated vicious madness, fiercer than the madness gleaming in the beast's eyes. For a brief moment, the beasts around him froze in slight unease. This figure they had surrounded turned out to be a bigger, crazier beast than any of them. "Jeej, how are you holding up?" Adam grinned. The mimic was now positioned in front of Adam's chest. He had shifted it before the beasts lunged onto him, ensuring it stayed unharmed. He, on the other hand, was gravely injured, his robes shredded and his body riddled with countless bloody scars. But what else was new? "Jeej," the mimic whimpered in fear. "Relax," Adam said with a grin, shifting his attention to the feral beasts who were closing in on him. "I won't let you die. If you're dead, then who will I talk to?" "Jeej." It was hard to know if the mimic feared death more, or Adam himself, and in the next heartbeat the beasts attacked him once again. But this time Adam was prepared. The laughing god whispered in his ears, and he listened with a wide grin. He burst into laughter as his figure blurred. Laughing out loud, he launched into the phantom dance, his figure moving forward with a vicious, blood-chilling grace of a diabolical killer. Blood mists and howls of anguish engulfed him like a mantle of death. He laughed and laughed and laughed, and he killed and killed and killed, bringing his already terrifying dance of death to a truly chilling level of savagery. Unable to cast spells, Adam was forced to rely on nothing but his trusty staff and the Astral Tyrant Manual. As a result, his proficiency with both increased significantly. On top of that, he was also getting close to that enlightenment he had glimpsed regarding the phantom dance back in Ravenfell. He knew it. He wasn't that far. Carving a bloody trail of corpses, Adam finally made it out of the beast's encirclement. Although he sustained injuries because of the unexpected development, it did not hinder his plan. He was used to the pain anyway. Expanding his sphere of resonance to the maximum output, he quickly located the domed building. He positioned himself in that direction, then viciously drove one end of the staff into the ground, securing a firm purchase. Before the next wave of beasts could strike, he commanded the staff to extend. He was taken off his feet, and the staff kept stretching farther and farther. At the right moment, he shrank the staff back to its normal size, plummeting from the sky straight towards the domed roof. This time, however, he landed nimbly on the surface. He then turned around and sensed the hundreds of feral beasts running in his direction. For now, all their attention was on him. Adam's lips curled into a wicked grin as he whispered, and now, in that exact moment, something about the beasts shifted. A far more alluring scent drew their attention, pulling their gaze away from Adam and towards the towering figure patrolling the hall inside the domed building. Soon the feral madness in their eyes deepened, and they all charged at the steel golem without thought, irresistibly drawn to the crimson liquid coating its body. The red powder they had inhaled drove them into a frenzy, causing them to attack the golem without thought. The combination of the two concoctions ignited a wildfire of madness, a storm of steel and blood. Adam had already slipped in through the hole in the roof. He silently positioned himself on the wooden beam and extended his senses towards the ferocious battle unfolding in the hall below. Hundreds of creatures, led by mana vortex-level beasts, attacked the steel golem with reckless abandon. The floor was already littered with corpses, and rivers of blood ran through the hall. The sheer scale of the carnage sent a shiver down Adam's spine. "See that, Jeej," he said with a nervous grin. "The enemy of my enemy is an ally and whatnot. Though in this case, neither is an ally, and I want them all dead." "Jeej." The mimic seemed oddly excited watching the carnage down below. Adam's lips twitched and he murmured, "What a weirdo." Then he silently crawled down the pillar, hiding from the senses of the beasts as well as the steel golem. Fortunately for him, all the beasts had their attention on the golem, and the golem itself was too preoccupied with the relentless onslaught to notice him. But sensing the tide of battle, Adam couldn't help but frown. It seemed that the steel golem had the upper hand. A grim and foreboding feeling welled up in his heart, and his lips curled into an unsettling grin. He knew he had to ransack the armory as quickly as possible. The golem had proven far stronger than Adam had anticipated. Even with hundreds of feral beasts, including dozens of mana vortex-level creatures, attacking him, the steel golem still seemed to be able to come out on top. Its body wasn't merely armored for show. It was virtually indestructible. Coupled with the potent power source sustaining it, the golem seemed unstoppable, tireless, and relentless. Realizing that, Adam quietly entered the arched doorway leading underground. He needed to complete his objective before the golem eliminated all the frenzied beasts. It didn't take long for him to arrive at his destination. The staircase opened into a small chamber that, just as Adam had anticipated, served as an armory. And when Adam extended his senses to observe the armory, his body involuntarily trembled, and only two simple words escaped his lips: "No way." The underground armory was a compact, dimly lit chamber, illuminated by a small glowing crystal embedded in the ceiling. 9 stone pedestals were evenly spaced throughout the room, each supporting a single artifact. The artifacts varied in shape and size, glowing faintly under the light of the crystal. The walls were bare stone, the air was cool and still, carrying the dust and musty scent that marked how long it had been since anyone had entered this small chamber. As Adam extended his senses to observe the armory, his body involuntarily trembled and he murmured, "No way." He suddenly felt an urge to burst into a fit of laughter, but as usual, he bit his tongue and forced himself to remain sane. "I should have known," he muttered with a bitter smile. "It has been thousands of years since these artifacts were placed here, of course." Out of the 9 artifacts, 6 had heavily deteriorated from the ravages of time, their shapes barely recognizable and edges crumbling with age. However, Adam's breathing turned heavy when he noticed something peculiar. 3 intact artifacts stood out sharply. Adam found his feet moving on their own, his heart beating rapidly from sheer excitement. He walked to the nearest pedestal, upon which sat a pair of blades linked by chains at their ends. His fingers brushed against the blades, tracing the mysterious runes carved across them. Adam instantly knew that the pair of blades was a grade 4 artifact. The sound of battle upstairs was fading fast, and Adam knew he didn't have time to admire the beauty of the blades, so he quickly snatched them and shoved them inside the rucksack, causing the mimic to nearly gag in protest. "Oh, shut up," Adam grumbled as he walked to the next stone pedestal. This one held a pair of dark leather boots. He grabbed them and put them on. He had been moving barefoot ever since the Battle of Ravenfell, leaving his feet blistered and torn. Without wasting another moment, he walked to the last pedestal but suddenly froze. His footsteps didn't produce a single sound. He immediately realized that the pair of boots was a stealth artifact of the 4th grade, no less. Adam grinned from ear to ear as he muttered under his breath, "All that suffering. It's finally paying off." He reached the final stone pedestal, upon which rested a black hooded cloak. Adam quickly removed his blood-soaked, tattered cloak that he had found inside the sleeping quarters in the attic and stuffed it inside the mimic's mouth. Then he quickly put on the black cloak. Instantly, he felt its effects. "This one provides stealth, too," he muttered, barely concealing the excitement in his voice. "Grade 4 artifact. Ha ha, ha ha ha." He once again bit down on his tongue and forced himself to quiet his reaction. "Time to leave," he murmured. "Jeed, Jeed." The mimic was excited as well. Adam swung the rucksack over his back, strapped it securely to his shoulders, and hurried towards the staircase. But he quickly realized that something was wrong. As he observed the situation above ground, his heart sank. The battle upstairs was over. Hundreds of beast corpses lay shredded in rivers of blood, while a few creatures were still alive, albeit barely. And the steel golem, it stood at the entrance of the staircase, drenched in blood, its dark crimson eyes fixated on Adam standing below. "Ha ha, ha ha ha, ha 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 ha." Adam erupted into a crazed fit of laughter while the mimic strapped to his back shuddered in terror. Adam laughed and laughed and laughed, and all that while the steel golem did not move an inch. It already knew that he was trapped with no way out. There was, after all, no way he would be able to defeat the steel golem and make it out of this place. At last, Adam finally stopped laughing and stared at the steel golem. "You're quite something, you know." The steel golem took a step and began its descent. Adam involuntarily took a step back. His lips curled into a crazed grin, and he said, "Your master, the elven artificer, he truly created a masterpiece. If I had you during the Battle of Ravenfell, the outcome would have been so much different. No, all those people wouldn't have had to die." Sorrow overwhelmed his heart, yet his smile turned brighter. The steel golem, however, did not care about Adam's feelings. It continued to descend the staircase, the crimson glow in its eyes turning darker and darker. "Ah, what a pity," Adam murmured. "I was so close. Despite turning mad, I was able to extensively plan this heist. For a moment, I was really proud of myself. Yet in the end, I still fell short." The steel golem took another step. Adam's smile faded into bitterness. With a reluctant, helpless sigh, he raised his hands in surrender. The steel golem took yet another step, raising its fist to deliver the killing blow on this thief who had dared to enter its master's vault. "Forget it," Adam said softly. "I've lost." But then his lips curled unnaturally, twisting his hideous face. "Or have I?" The next instant, the Staff of Calamity appeared in his hand. Before the steel golem could deliver the final blow, Adam leveled the staff at its chest and roared in Snackatung, "Expand." With a thunderous boom that echoed across Ivory City, the Staff of Calamity shot out, extending over 100 meters in an instant. The domed roof of the building split open as the massive black pillar tore through it, and the steel golem, caught helplessly at its tip, was hurled across the sky. The very next moment, the giant black pillar shrank and disappeared, returning to Adam's spirit sea. Amidst the collapsing roof, with dust and debris filling the air, Adam emerged from the underground armory. The staircase behind him had been blasted into a wide tunnel by the force of the staff. Adam faced the twin moons through the gaping hole in the ceiling. He inhaled deeply, then laughed and laughed and laughed. A resounding thud echoed from the city's edge. Adam turned towards the sound and realized that was where the golem had landed. He had never hoped to defeat it in the first place. He just wished to buy enough time for himself to escape, and he had. With a wide grin, he turned to leave, but suddenly, he froze. Adam turned to a particular section of the floor where, amidst the heap of corpses, a familiar figure twitched, struggling desperately to flee. "I almost forgot about you," Adam muttered coldly as he walked towards the beast. It was the 8-legged panther that had nearly killed him a month ago. He stood before the bloodied and broken body of the beast. The beast looked at him, fear and helplessness gleaming in its eyes. Adam's lips curled into a cruel grin as he slowly lifted his foot. In the next heartbeat, he viciously stomped on the panther's head. Splat! The panther's body twitched for a few moments before finally falling still. Adam picked up the corpse and shoved it inside the mimic. "I'll skewer your meat and savor it with relish. Your death won't be in vain, you filthy rat. As for your hide, I don't need a cloak anymore. I've got a much better one. Hey, Jeej, don't you dare eat this bastard. I'm cooking it later." "Jeej," the mimic grumbled helplessly, as if saying, "Why shove it into my mouth if you aren't going to let me eat?" After getting his revenge, Adam turned towards the place where the steel golem had fallen, his lips curling into a triumphant smirk. And by the time the golem had returned to its master's armory, Adam had already disappeared. After leaving Ivory City, Adam did not stop to rest. He feared that the steel golem would come for him, enraged by the fact that he had stolen its master's creations. However, the golem was still continuing to patrol the ruined domed building, tirelessly guarding the armory that contained nothing. It mattered little. The directive had been given, and the construct would obey until the day its power source finally burned out, but Adam had no way of knowing that. His cautious borderline paranoid nature drove him to dash through the jungles of Mabai for an entire week before he finally allowed himself to properly rest. Perched high on the hillside, the cave's mouth was partly hidden by dropping vines and moss, overlooking a vast stretch of jungle with a river meandering through it in the distance. Inside the cave, the air was cool and damp, carrying the scent of stone mixed with the faint smoke of a fire pit Adam had built. The floor was uneven but dry, scattered with leaves and patches of moss. Adam and Jeej sat near the fire, roasting the panther's meat over the flames. While the mimic was intently gazing at the sizzling meat, drooling from its mouth, the scarred youth was studying the artifacts he had obtained from the armory. Over the past week, he'd had plenty of time to test the artifacts, and by now he understood both their effects and their limitations. The youth's fingers traced the faint runes stitched to the inner lining of the hooded cloak, and he murmured, "This cloak is unnaturally light yet durable. Although its edges are frayed from age, it is still in good shape, to be able to last for many thousands of years." Adam was genuinely fascinated by the artificer who had created such fine items. The stealth cloak, as he had come to call it, suppressed the wearer's presence, making them far harder to detect by both sight and arcane senses. While worn, movements and sounds were muted, and its effects grew even stronger under the cover of night. When standing still or moving slowly, the wearer could become nearly invisible, blending seamlessly into their surroundings, although sudden movements could break that effect. That was precisely how Adam was able to travel relatively unscathed during the past week. The stealth cloak was truly a blessing for him, who was unable to cast spells at the moment. "But there are two limitations to the cloak," he murmured. "It offers no direct protection, so defensively it's worthless. And the other one, it consumes a lot of mana. Even with my deep reserves, I can't sustain it for extended periods of time. As expected of a grade 4 artifact, I suppose." His lips curled into a wide smile and he mumbled, "I wonder what color it is." He turned to the mimic and asked, "Hey, Jeej, what color is this cloak?" "Jeej." Adam's lips twitched. Of course, the youth set the cloak aside, then turned his attention to the leather boots, which he had rather uncreatively named stealth boots. These boots were well fitted and flexible. Despite their age, they looked almost new. "It completely muffles all footsteps and contact sounds," Adam murmured as his fingers brushed over the leather surface of his boots. "Even sprinting and landing from great heights produces no noise. It pairs perfectly with the stealth cloak. In fact, wearing them together compounds the stealth effect to a degree. Through trial and error mostly, Adam learned that the boots were invaluable for climbing trees and scaling hills. But like the stealth cloak, they drained a hefty amount of mana. And finally, Adam retrieved the twin short blades from his back and set them before him. Of the 3 artifacts, these blades were by far the most valuable. Slightly curved short swords of forearm length, forged from an unknown metal, they radiated immense durability and sharpness. At the pommel of each sword was a chain link, which themselves were forged from a strong alloy, light yet unbreakable. These chains could magically extend or retract between 2 to 10 meters, allowing the blades to serve as both close-quarters weapons and mid-range tools. These chains responded directly to the wielder's intent, able to whip, bind, or pull targets with unnatural precision. The mysterious and complex runes carved on the surface of the blade granted them a very devastating ability. When activated, the blades would be engulfed in flames that could deal great damage to the toughest of enemies. At the base of the pommel, Adam had also discovered something interesting. It was an inconspicuous engraving of the elven artificer's name, or at least, what he thought was the artificer's name. Fulgrim, he murmured as he gripped the two short swords. His lips curled into a grin, and he added, "Then I shall name you Blades of Fulgrim." The youth was very happy to finally have another pair of blades. He liked wielding the staff well enough, but for close-quarter combat, he preferred daggers. Unfortunately, his old bladed weapons, the Nighthalo, had been lost when his storage earrings were destroyed. That made the Blades of Fulgrim a more than welcome addition to his arsenal. "It has only been 2 months since I arrived on this continent," he muttered under his breath, "yet I've already acquired 3 Grade 4 artifacts. I can see now why so many magi come here seeking treasures, and why just as many never return." Although Adam had gotten his hands on 3 artifacts valuable enough to tempt even a mana core magus, he had done so at the cost of risking his life time and time again. Hundreds of magical beasts, led by dozens of mana vortex-level beasts, and finally an indestructible steel golem with strength equivalent to a mana core magus. That's what Adam had to overcome to get his hands on these artifacts, and he had done it all while drowning in utter madness. Although greed may have played a part in his pursuit of these artifacts, Adam also needed them. After all, he could not use spells, and his only weapon until now was a staff. Fortune had smiled on him, granting the stealth cloak and stealth boots, both perfect for his journey into the heart of Mabai. But that was the thing about Fortune. It only favored the bold. "Jeej, Jeej," the mimic excitedly called out to him. Adam stopped mumbling to himself and turned his attention to the panther meat. The meat was now cooked and ready to eat. He sliced into it with his new blades. "All right, Jeej, let's eat well and rest tonight. Tomorrow we head deeper into the island," he said with a grin. "Jeej, Jeej." And just like that, the human and the mimic feasted on the meat of a mana vortex-level beast, chatting away in their own strange way. Somewhere in the Akkadian Empire, a small wooden caravan rattled down the dirt road, its wheels groaning with each stone and pebble on the path. A middle-aged man sat at the driver's seat, reins tightly clutched in his hands, urging the tired horses forward with a tense urgency. Behind him, inside the cramped space, a woman clutched her newborn son close, whispering soft words to calm his frightened whimpers. A little girl with black hair streaked with orange and bright orange eyes leaned against the woman, who wrapped an arm protectively around her. This little girl gently cradled a small bird in her hands, seemingly listening to its soft chirping. The air inside the caravan was heavy with fear, though no words were spoken of it. The family's belongings were hastily piled in sacks and crates, some half open, as if they'd been thrown in without a care. Every so often, the father glanced over his shoulder at the darkening tree line behind them, as though expecting shadows to spill out on the road and chase them at any moment. The family of 4 had been on the run for months now, fleeing their hometown that had been overrun by marauding orcs. Their journey was a desperate attempt at survival, each day bringing in new dangers. Thieves and bandits hidden along the main travel roads preyed on travelers, forcing them to hide in forests, ford rivers, and sleep under the open sky. The family was marked by hunger and exhaustion, and their clothes were worn and ragged, yet somehow they had survived every ambush, every near miss. A sudden fog might hide them from pursuers, a fallen tree would block the bandits' path, or a misstep by an enemy might save them from death. Against all odds, these small, improbable twists of fortune had kept them alive. It was a fragile miracle shaped by the magic of coincidences. The girl who was seemingly listening to the little bird chirp suddenly raised her head and turned to the man driving the cart. "Daddy, there's a town not far from here. It's to our north," she said excitedly. The man turned around, looking at his daughter with a conflicted look in his eyes. He had always known that his little girl was someone special, so much so that a powerful magus from Saratoga Castle had once approached them, offering to take her in as a student. He knew that his daughter had always shown a strange affinity towards birds, animals, and nature ever since she was a child. Sometimes he even felt that she could talk to them. "Autumn, did the little bird tell you that?" asked the man. The little girl, who was none other than Autumn Godsaint, nodded energetically. "The birdie said there's a town not far away where many birds and animals gather, and the people there live happily. They are well protected, and there's delicious food there as well." The middle-aged man deeply looked at his beloved daughter. Then he turned his attention to his wife, who was cradling their newborn son in her arms. The mother's lips quivered, then she nodded ever so slightly. "All right," said the man, "we'll head there now. Do you know the way? The birdie will guide us." Autumn displayed a bright smile. She extended her hands forward and allowed the little bird to take flight. The bird joyfully circled around her head first, then flew out of the caravan, guiding them to the town nearby. Daddy, follow the birdie. Audemon beamed in joy. Oh, okay. The father nodded, tugging the reins sharply to urge the horses forward, pushing them to move faster. A long time later, as the caravan crested the final hill, a town appeared in the distance, bathed in the warm, fading light of the setting sun. Smoke spiraled lazily from the chimneys, and the cobblestone streets glimmered faintly with a gentle glow. At the heart of the town, a giant ash tree rose above every building, its massive trunk and sprawling branches outlined against the sky that was dyed in shades of red and orange. When Autumn and her family laid eyes upon this town, they were so happy that they shed tears of joy. After months of gruel and arduous traveling, fleeing their homes, surviving one fatal encounter after another, they had finally reached what felt like a safe haven. The giant ash tree in the center of the town seemed almost alive, like a silent guardian watching over the settlement, its leaves catching the last rays of the beautiful sunset. Birds of every color flitted around its branches, their chirps filling the air with a lively symphony. Small animals such as squirrels, rabbits, and even a few deer moved gracefully around the base of the tree, playing with little children. The scene was so serene and vibrant that it filled the family with a mix of awe and hope. Finally, the caravan arrived before the town gates, which were surprisingly guarded by vigilant magi. Audumon's father hadn't expected magi to settle down in such a town, much less take the role of its protectors. The man hopped down from the carriage and approached the guards, explaining their dire situation to them. One of the magi stepped forward to inspect the caravan, offering gentle words of consolation to Autumn and her mother. After a few more minutes of careful scrutiny, the caravan was finally allowed to pass through the gates, and the family was welcomed to settle inside the town. As the caravan passed through the town gates, Autumn and her family immediately sensed a shift in the air. It was warmer, lighter, and carried a quiet vibrancy that felt almost tangible. The cobbled streets were bustling with townsfolk who looked healthy, happy, and full of life. Children ran laughing between stalls, elders conversed in a cheerful mood, and the aroma of fresh bread and herbs mingled with a warm and earthy scent of the ash tree at the heart of the town. For the first time in months, the family of four felt a glimmer of safety and normalcy, as if the weight of their arduous journey had finally begun to lift off their shoulders. Autumn hugged her father from behind and asked with a happy smile, "Daddy, are we going to live here now?" "Yes, my love," the man replied warmly. Autumn giggled, feeling an unfamiliar warmth and welcome from the town. Her orange eyes drifted to the ash tree in the distance, and she felt a mysterious pull towards it. Suddenly thoughtful, she tilted her head and asked, "Daddy, what is the name of this town?" Her father's lips curled into a gentle smile, and he replied, "Constantine." Soaring River's secret plain. At the far edge of the horizon, where the grasslands touched the blue skies, a crimson-haired figure stood before a mountain scarred with deep burn marks. Anna stood at the base of the mountain, a wide circle of scorched land marking the ground beneath her feet. Her crimson hair was tied back roughly, though a few strands clung to her sweat-covered face. She raised her hands, fingers spread. In the next heartbeat, they blurred as she weaved the physical component for her spell. A stream of flame burst forth, striking the cliffside with a loud crack. The stone blackened, glowing faintly at the edges as cracks spread across its surface. Without pause, she shifted her stance, feet apart and knees bent, as she weaved another set of hand seals and sacrificed material components, summoning fire into small, condensed orbs. One after another, she launched them at the mountain, each impact scattering brilliant sparks and deepening the scars on the rocky surface. Her movements changed rhythmically. Broad, sweeping arcs created waves of fire that washed over the stone, while tighter, controlled hand seals shaped spirals of flame that drilled into the surface. The cliff face bore the results of months of training. There were charred streaks, crumbled rock faces, and molten stone cooling into jagged black crusts. Every so often, Anna paused for a few moments, her chest rising and falling as she inhaled the hot, smoky air. Beads of sweat rolled down her face, but she refused to rest for long. With a sharp exhale, she resumed her training, flames sparking at her fingertips once again as the mountain endured her relentless assault. The cliffside smoldered as Anna sent another wave of fire crashing against it. A deep rumble echoed nearby, causing her to pause her training. She turned around and saw a massive tiger resting nearby, its striped fur glowing faintly like embers, and its golden eyes fixated on her. Anna wasn't surprised to see this entity. She had already met him before in the time she'd spent in the secret plane. This tiger was one of the four great guardians of the secret plane, an entity at the Mana core rank. The only reason this tiger had even made his presence known to Anna was because of the mysterious flames she commanded. He was quite fascinated by them. The Song of Immortal Flame. It was an advanced mana extraction technique sung into existence through will and fire. It was a dual nature art born of contradiction, where the fire consumed and purified in equal measure. When used offensively, the immortal flames erupted like the cries of a phoenix, incinerating all corruption and vanquishing all foes, burning not just flesh but evil and curse alike. Yet, when used for healing, the same immortal flames caressed wounds and shattered bones with gentleness, knitting together what was once broken. The tiger observed Anna's haggard appearance, then the state of the cliffside behind her. Finally, he said, his voice rolling like thunder, "You burn as though you are chased by death itself. Tell me, girl, why the urgency?" Anna, not at all intimidated by the sudden appearance of a mana core-level beast, wiped the sweat from her forehead and replied, "Because there's no time to waste." She lowered her head, thinking about what her little brother might be going through at the moment. This caused her hands to involuntarily clench into fists. She raised her head to gaze at the mighty tiger, then continued, "If I don't push myself now, I'll be of no use when the time comes." "And what time are you referring to?" asked the tiger, his tone inquisitive. "There's a great war coming," said the princess after a long pause, "and I need to be ready for it to be able to help my little brother in any way I can." "This little brother you speak of," the tiger began. "Is it the young man with the black pointy hat?" Anna couldn't help but reveal a faint smile. "Yes, that's him." The tiger hummed in response, his gaze shifting to the blackened cliffside. After a long time, he spoke once again. Power gained in haste burns like dry straw. Bright but gone in an instant. He shifted his attention to the princess once again, then added, "Do you know what makes flames strong?" Anna couldn't help but slightly frown. After a moment of deliberation, she answered, "Mana and its precise control. The more I pour, the greater the blaze." The tiger couldn't help but let out a deep, rumbling chuckle. "You are wrong. Fire isn't powerful simply because it is large. A wildfire devours everything, yes, but even a steady candle flame can outlast storms. Fire is will. It reflects the heart of the one who wields it." Anna fell into silence, her brows gradually furrowing into a knot. She hesitated for a brief moment before turning to the giant beast and asking then, "What am I doing wrong?" "Your rage," the tiger began. "Your fire rages. It lashes out without balance, wild and scattered. If you wish for true fire, learn its true nature. It warms, it guides, it consumes when you command it, not before. Shape it with your intent, not desperation." Anna's expression turned grim and her eyes narrowed ever so slightly. Thinking of the state Adam might currently be in and about the people who drove him into such a state, she said matter-of-factly, "But I need destruction. I need my fire to burn down mountains and rivers for what's to come. For the people I'm up against. I need raging fire." The tiger rose to his feet, then stepped closer, his heat washing over the princess like a furnace. "Then temper destruction with purpose," he said. "Strike only when you mean to strike. Do not scorch the mountain, pierce its heart. Fire without focus is a waste. Fire with direction is destiny." "Destiny," Anna murmured in a daze. She lowered her gaze, her flames flickering weaker around her hands. For the first time, she exhaled slowly and guided the sparks in her hands into a small, steady stream of gentle flames. The tiger lay down on the ground, rumbling in approval. "Good," he said. "Now begin your training again. But this time, do not chase the mountain. Instead, make the mountain bow to your flames." While the tiger guided Anna in the way of fire, high up in the sky, the Joker lazily sat on a cloud and watched everything unfold. His gaze lingered on the crimson-haired princess for a long while before he finally scoffed, "Tusk, so boring. She's not even suffering." As Anna continued to train her control over the immortal flames, the spirit of the secret plane, who was getting bored out of his mind, suddenly descended from the skies. When the massive tiger witnessed Neelk's arrival, he couldn't help but roll his eyes in exasperation. He knew the spirit's personality all too well, and also knew exactly what he was about to do. After all, the two had spent many years living together inside the secret plane. The eccentric Joker rested lazily on a small piece of cloud and sipped on some kind of exotic, fruity drink. He then made the cloud hover beside the massive tiger. The Joker's eyes narrowed as he gazed at his friend's bestial visage. "Oi, Vulcan, what was that look just now?" he asked. "Don't tell me. You don't like my company anymore. It breaks my heart. After all the times we spent together." The great guardian of the soaring river's secret plane, the flaming tiger Vulcan, cast a side glance at the Joker and scoffed. "Neelk, what are you planning now? I would appreciate it if you do not disturb the girl's training." The Joker's eyes gradually widened. "My oh my, would you look at that?" Slowly, his lips curled into a wide, unnatural grin. "My dear Vulcan, don't tell me you've taken an interest in her." Vulcan murmured, resting his head on the ground, "And so what if I have?" He suddenly raised his head and glared at the flamboyant spirit. "You cannot kill her. I don't care about the rest, but she's out of bounds." Now the Joker was truly surprised. He had always known Vulcan to be a recluse just like the other three great guardians. They rarely took an interest in the matters of the secret plane, much less a little human who happened to stumble inside. But for the great flaming tiger to suddenly be interested in a puny human was quite a fascinating development for the Joker. "Tell me, Vulcan," said the Joker as he controlled the cloud to hover above the tiger. The next moment the cloud disappeared, and he gently landed on the tiger's back. He crawled towards the beast's head and sat down cross-legged. Resting his chin on his hands, he asked with a curious smile, "Are you planning to take her as a disciple?" Vulcan remained silent for a few moments, his gaze fixated on Anna, who was diligently training at the base of the mountain. At last, he said, "Well, I wouldn't mind sharing my knowledge of fire magic with her." The Joker went into deep thought, his gaze drifting towards Anna's figure and then at the flames she wielded. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed and he murmured, "I see." He lowered his gaze and knocked a few times on Vulcan's furry head. "You're interested in those flames, eh?" Vulcan nodded his head ever so slightly, his golden eyes settling on the flames burning in Anna's hands. Then he said in a low voice, "I'm not entirely sure, but there's something about those flames. They pull me in. I have never seen a fire so pure in my life. And stranger still, those flames don't just burn, they can also heal. Flames that heal, eh?" The Joker stroked his chin. "Well, isn't that interesting?" The next moment, he seemingly lost all interest in the immortal flames. He levitated in the air and said in a bored manner, "Well, whatever. I'm going to go tease her a little." With that said, he flew towards Anna. Meanwhile, Vulcan raised his head, his golden eyes flashing with slight frustration. But in the end, he simply said, "Don't go overboard." The Joker's lips curled into a wide grin. "We'll see about that." Anna collapsed to the ground, her mana reserves completely depleted. She conjured a water flask from her storage artifact and greedily drank from it. Suddenly, her eyes narrowed as she felt a presence appear beside her. She turned to the side, and there he was, the eccentric spirit of the secret plane, watching her with a mischievous smile. "Sir Joker," she greeted with a respectful nod. "Oh, Anna dearest." The Joker floated in the air around her, his mood cheerful. "I couldn't help but wonder why you're training so hard. Don't tell me. Could it be?" He arrived before the princess, staring at her with a devious smile. "That you're preparing for the planetary alignment." Anna frowned. "Planetary alignment, fafafa." The Joker burst into laughter. "You aren't aware of the planetary alignment. Oh, you know, when all the planets in our stellar system line up perfectly, the ancient path to the worlds beyond our own opens. The mana from every planet converges, fueling the teleportation gate on the moon, and so on." He had fully expected Anna to be shocked out of her mind. But when he couldn't elicit the expected reaction from her, he couldn't help but frown. The Joker turned to Anna and saw that she had a pondering expression on her face. "This is the part where your jaw drops and your eyes widen," he said. "Ah, I see." Anna nodded with a flat expression. "So that is how we leave this planet and journey to the greater universe, gathering mana from all the other planets to fuel the teleportation gate. Very ingenious." In that moment, all the color from the Joker's face drained away. He now looked like a pale ghost with hollow eyes and sunken cheeks. He had hoped that the princess would be stunned by the existence of other worlds, but it turned out to be quite the opposite. "You know about the existence of the greater universe?" the Joker asked, slightly startled. "Yes," Anna nodded. "Adam mentioned it to me in passing." "Is passing?" The Joker was dumbfounded. "Is this the type of knowledge that one simply mentions in passing? Oh, goblin's turd, that lad. I told him this knowledge is confidential and not to divulge it carelessly." "But you just divulged it to me," said the princess with a slight tilt of her head. "And very carelessly, I might add." "Grrr." The Joker glared at her. Suddenly, he thought of something and couldn't help but reveal a crooked smile. "By the way, Anna dearest," he said in a gentle, almost affectionate tone, "did you know, from Mana Foundation to Mana Vortex rank, you're still considered merely an apprentice in the greater universe. What you call ranks 1, 2, and 3 in Tron are nothing more than rank 0 out there." Rank 0, Anna couldn't help but frown. The Magi of Tron endured countless hardships, braving trial after trial, climbing rank after rank in pursuit of the mysteries of Arcana. And yet, a proud and mighty Mana Vortex Magus, a powerful existence in her world, was considered nothing more than an apprentice in the higher realms. What Tron revered as rank 3 was dismissed as rank 0 in the greater universe. For a moment, Anna didn't know what to feel about it. "Yes," the Joker replied with a wide grin, his eyes gleaming with schadenfreude. Anna remained silent for a long time, her heart churning with tumultuous waves. At last, she gazed at the Joker and asked in a low voice, "Then what about the Mana Core rank? Surely that can't also be rank 0 in the higher realms?" With a carefree smile on his face, the Joker replied, "Oh, of course not. Out there in the greater universe, a spellcaster is only acknowledged as a true magus after forming their Mana Core. Until then, you're nothing but an apprentice. What you call rank 4 here is merely rank 1 out there." The crimson-haired princess fell into deep silence, her scarlet eyes gleaming with myriad emotions. There were traces of shock and disbelief etched on her face. She spent her whole life chasing after the arcane ranks, enduring trials, thinking she had climbed high, only to learn that she was still at the bottom of the ladder. Despite the Song of Immortal Flame detailing the names of the various arcane stages, she couldn't help but feel slightly frustrated. It felt insulting even. Her blood, sweat, and sacrifice now seemed diminished by this new perspective. However, even though she felt like a child playing with arcane spells compared to the real magi, she did not feel that all her struggles were meaningless. Instead, it ignited a deep ambition in her heart. Perhaps she might have felt inferior had Adam not revealed to her the secrets of the higher arcane ranks, but she knew now. Even if the Mana Core marked the beginning in the greater universe, the path stretched far beyond, higher and greater than anything she had once imagined. Once she steadied her emotions, her thoughts turned to the way Magi labeled the arcane ranks, and how they differed between the worlds of the greater universe and the outer universe. It's all about perspective, she murmured. The Joker noticed that she wasn't as affected by his words as he had hoped, and couldn't help but admire even if a little her way of thinking. He set aside his usual teasing, slipping instead into the role of a seasoned elder as he explained, in the worlds of the outer universe, spellcasters label the stages as rank 1 through rank 4 because to them, rank 4 Mana Core Magus is the highest visible ceiling. They see no path beyond it, so everything is scaled upwards from the bottom, giving them the illusion of progress towards the peak. He paused for a moment, allowing Anna to digest this knowledge. Then he continued, but in the higher realms, where the path of Arcana stretches far beyond rank 4, the perspective shifts. From their point of view, what you call ranks 1 to 3 Mana Foundation, Mana Liquefaction, Mana Vortex are seen as nothing more than the groundwork for true magic. That is why those 3 ranks are grouped as rank 0. They are merely the foundation, like crawling before one learns to walk. As an apprentice, you are still only learning to wield mana properly. In other words, it is all about perspective and arcane ceilings. What seems like the mountain peak in the lower worlds is nothing but the mountain base in higher worlds. You might be a big fish in this small pond, but out there, it is an ocean. Anna sank into deep thought. In her heart, a tiny ember was lit, one that would go on to grow into a blazing fire. Without realizing it, her lips had already curled into an eager smile. Noticing this, the Joker snorted in annoyance. You're strange, you and your brother. Anna raised an eyebrow. Oh, what did Adam do now? HMPH, that little twat, the Joker scoffed. His ambitions are far too grand, I tell you. Most would be content settling at the Mana Core rank or even the Mana Seed rank, but Adam. Anna finished for him, her lips curling into a faint smile, the peak of magic. That is his dream. Even my master never dreamed that big. The Joker sneered. Your master? Anna asked curiously. Do you mean the magus who created this secret plane? The Joker silently nodded, his eyes flashing with slight grief. Is that how you know so much about the greater universe? Anna asked. Yes, said the eccentric spirit, I have inherited all of my master's dreams and memories. Anna remained silent for a long time before finally asking, what about your dreams? What about it? The Joker raised an eyebrow, his tone inquisitive. Don't you have anything you would like to do? Anna shrugged. Or do you plan to stay inside this secret plane for eternity? The Joker's eye twitched a little. Anna dearest, he said with a strained voice. Is that mockery I hear in your voice? No, just curiosity. Anna looked away. The Joker deeply looked at the princess, his eyes narrowing. Anna coughed awkwardly and said, forget about it, you don't have to answer. But the Joker interrupted her. I do have a dream, he said, his gaze drifting towards the sky. I wish to one day return home, to the spirit world, though I suppose return isn't the right word since I've never actually been there. But yes, once someone inherits my master's true legacy, that's where I want to go. Your master's legacy, Anna murmured softly, is this secret place, isn't it? The Joker simply responded with a smile. And Adam is your top candidate to inherit your master's legacy, Anna asked, her curiosity evident. That's why you gave him your calling card, didn't you? The Joker shrugged. Well, he still has one final trial to pass if he wants to inherit this secret plane. In the next instant, the spirit's expression darkened, though, considering his greedy nature, I do wonder if he'll pass the final trial. The next moment, his expression shifted, and he clapped twice. That's enough about me, he said, his lips curling into an exaggerated smile. He turned to Anna, his tone sharp and teasing. The next planetary alignment is less than 100 years away. If you haven't formed a Mana Core by then, you can forget about leaving this world. Somewhere in Mabai, a peculiar, fantastical beast vigilantly moved through the dense jungle, its paws and talons pressing lightly against the damp earth. Yes, the beast had both paws and talons. It stood massive and imposing, its body built like a bear. It was broad, muscular, and covered in dark brown fur. But where a bear's head should have been was a sharp, angular face of a hawk. Its golden eyes gleamed with intensity, scanning every little movement around it, almost as if searching for something or someone. The beast's front limbs did not end in paws but massive avian talons. The hind limbs, however, remained thick, powerful paws of a bear. The hawk bear moved through the undergrowth, sniffing for a scent trail. The prey was nearby, hiding. The beast was certain of it, but when it scanned its surroundings, it found no one. Suddenly, the leaves of a certain tree nearby rustled, causing the hawk bear to immediately tense up and look in that direction. Its eyes narrowed when it saw a strange wooden chest standing on the branch. For a moment, the beast was puzzled, probably wondering how an inanimate object like that could appear on a tree branch. More importantly, why did the chest have legs? But that moment of confusion was all its prey needed. A shadowy figure emerged from behind a tree, twin short blades in his hands, and chains coiled around his forearms. His hands blurred, and in the next instant, the blades whipped forward, cleaving the hawk bear's head clean off in one swift motion. The weapons didn't just stop there, however. They shot past the fresh corpse, its chains rattling, before finally embedding themselves deep into the trunk of the tree that was occupied by the wooden chest. Jeej, the mimic yelped in panic as its tiny legs lost balance and it tumbled down from the branch, landing miserably on the ground. With great struggle, it got back to its feet, then cast a look full of indignation towards Adam. Jeej, Jeej. Of course, Adam barely heard him over the voices inside his head. The laughing god continued to whisper, and he continued to listen. Sharp, 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 he muttered incoherently. The blades are sharp and the cleaving is swift. I still can't control the chains, though, despite using these blades for. Adam tilted his head a little, then murmured, How long has it been since I acquired the blades of Fulgrim? No, how long has it been since I arrived on this island? I don't know, I don't know. When was the Battle of Ravenfell? I don't know, I don't know. The voices drowned him without end, gnawing at his mind. Yet in these past few months, he had learned to endure them by forcing himself to focus solely on the task before him. Through this, his concentration had sharpened to an almost miraculous degree, allowing him to cut through the ceaseless ravings of the faceless mask. Unbeknownst to him, a thin line of drool slipped from his mouth as he intently thought about the time he had spent on this island. He crouched low on the ground, absent-mindedly dragging his fingers across the soil, carving numbers one after another. 1 month to reach Ivory City, he murmured. Another month to plan the heist. Mabai, the land of the first magi. After that, I traveled inwards for 4 more months. I've spent 6 months on the island, and yet nowhere close to the ancient ruins on the map that Cedric gave me. Adam had spent 6 months on the coral island that was Lord Tebu's shell, then another 6 months in Mabai. It had already been 1 year since the Battle of Ravenfell, yet Adam was nowhere close to his objective on this island continent. While the youth was lost in his own thoughts, carving scribbles on the forest floor, Jeej started to scream frantically, trying hard to get his attention. Then all of a sudden, intense alarm bells started to ring inside Adam's fractured mind. He quickly let go of the chains of the blades of Fulgrim coiled around his forearms, then conjured the Staff of Calamity, right on time to block an attack. Bam! Another hawk bear had sneaked up on him from behind, trying to avenge the death of its partner. Adam gritted his teeth as he held the staff horizontally in front of him in a defensive posture. Damn it, he spat through gritted teeth, his hands trembling. I almost forgot. The hawk bear, a beast at the mana vortex rank, always moved around in pairs in the dangerous jungles of Mabai. Sensing its partner's death, the beast went berserk and hurled itself at Adam in a reckless frenzy. The youth could feel the beast's rage weighing down on him. His expression turned solemn as he swiftly adjusted his stance and delivered a sidekick to the beast's torso, sending it airborne. Then, before the beast could crash on the ground, Adam swung his staff, mentally commanding it to extend in mid-arc and brought it down in a crushing blow upon the beast's hawk-like head. The hawk bear's skull exploded under the crushing force of Adam's staff, spraying blood, bone fragments, and brain matter into the air. With a single strike, he had felled a mana vortex-level beast. Adam exhaled a deep breath, expanding his sphere of resonance to look for any nearby threats. Only after confirming there was no more danger around did he finally heave a sigh of relief. He then turned to the mimic and hissed, "You could have warned me at least." The mimic was utterly dumbfounded. "Jeej, stupid box," Adam cursed under his breath, shaking his head in disappointment. "Jeej, Jeej." The mimic was even more dumbfounded. "Anyway, eat one and store the other." Adam waved his hand dismissively. The mimic grumbled in frustration, then proceeded to devour the first beast Adam had killed. Meanwhile, the youth crouched on the ground again and began to carve numbers and characters that only he could understand. A solemn look appeared on his face as he murmured, "It's already been a year since the battle, and I've yet to arrive at the portal on this island continent. Hopefully the old man can take care of the ones in Ulir and Nahua. As for the rest," he sighed as he turned his head eastward, his gaze seemingly settling on the distant lands across the Galestein Ocean. "The fate of this world rests on the shoulders of us few." Korean Akkadian Empire. In a secluded chamber somewhere inside the royal palace, a meeting was convened, one that would decide the fate of the world. Only 4 figures sat around the table in the dimly lit room. The air was tense, for 2 of them did not get along. Berger's eyes locked coldly on the man sitting across the table, hostility evident in his eyes. He drew in a long puff from his smoking pipe, never once looking away from the elderly figure clad in dark robes. And then the gnome exhaled a plume of smoke, blowing it straight into the man's face. An act of utter disrespect. "Looks like someone was never taught table manners," said the man in a cold voice. "Tell me, did your elders fail to teach you even that much?" Berger set the pipe on the table, then directed his cold gaze towards the man. "And what if they didn't? What are you going to do about it? Burn me with your pitiful flames." Blackfire Balthazar's eyes flashed with a cold light. His lips curled into a wicked smile as he said, "I don't need my flames to deal with you, little man. My fists are enough." Berger leaned forward, a tyrannical aura radiating from him. "Come on then, you fucking cunt." The next moment, both Berger and Balthazar rose from their feet, glaring at each other. Meanwhile, Lucien sat at the table, his head buried in his palms as he murmured, "I knew this would happen." Sitting across from him, the great seer of the empire, Old Ani, cleared her throat and said in a low yet steady voice, "Gentlemen, please, let us set aside our past differences. We need to work together on this matter." Balthazar turned to the elderly woman and spat through gritted teeth. "He's the one who started it." Berger coldly chuckled. "Are you going to cry now? You fucking Blackfire." Balthazar glared at the gnome. "Enough." Lucien slammed the table with his hand. His gaze shifted from Balthazar to Berger, and he said in a flat voice, "Forget about what transpired in the past. As Old Ani said, we must set aside our differences. Too much is at stake here." Berger and Balthazar glared at each other for a few moments. Then they sat back down, completely ignoring one another. The gnome had all the reasons to act rudely towards Blackfire. After all, the latter had almost killed his disciple. But deep down, he also knew that Balthazar was not to be entirely blamed. Deep down, the man only did what he thought was right. Still, Berger was a petty person by nature. He didn't think he had it in him to forgive Balthazar for what he did to Adam and Valerian. On the other hand, Balthazar still found it hard to believe that Adam was framed. From his perspective, Adam and Marden Benton were the two masterminds who had orchestrated the Battle of Ravenfell and were the reason for Blackwood and Gerald Acadia's deaths. Lucien deeply looked at Berger, who had resumed smoking from the pipe, then asked in a solemn voice, "Did your trip to the south yield any fruitful results?" Berger nodded ever so slightly. "I've confirmed that Adam is innocent." Balthazar scoffed at that statement, but did not proceed to add any more insults. He chose to silently and patiently listen. "Go on." Lucien gestured for the gnome to continue. "I found Ives Ballard and his men, as well as the Silent King's assassins, both pursuing Adam's elder sister. The former sought to kill her, the latter only to capture her. That alone should give you an idea of how the cult truly feels about Adam," the gnome explained evenly. "Did you manage to find the Assassin's Guild's whereabouts?" Lucien asked in a cold voice, his golden eyes blazing with rage. Berger sighed, shaking his head. "Unfortunately, no. I did purposely leave one of the assassins alive, hoping he would lead me to their lair. But not long after, the man committed suicide." "What about Adam's sister?" Old Ani asked in a solemn voice. "She's safe," Berger replied succinctly. "I questioned her about Adam's childhood since he spent most of it with her after his parents' passing. I can say without a doubt that his past is clean, with no ties to the cult." Silence descended in the room. A few moments later, Lucien asked, "And what about the other thing?" Berger's lips curled into a cold smile. "Adam was right," he began. "Godfrey is indeed working for the cult. She has been ever since she embarked on the path of Arcana. I've scoured her memories, and I found out a lot of interesting things." "Do tell," Old Ani muttered in a low voice, her expression solemn. Berger remained silent for a long time. Finally, he said in a grim voice, "It turns out Godfrey was tasked not only with keeping the portal under Hand City hidden from the public, but also with supplying the cult with promising children. These young magi, after graduating from the Clover Academy, would be sent to secret camps run by the cult, where they would be brainwashed and molded to serve the cult's goals. She has been doing this for the past 200 years, and always with remarkable subtlety. She never approached students with connections to powerful magi or those likely to study further in the empire. Instead, she targeted talented individuals with little background and connections. Everyone's expression turned grim. The empire had little to no sway in the Southern Federation, and the cult had exploited that vacuum, turning the region into a breeding ground for future brainwashed operatives. And that's not all. Berger's voice grew cold. That incident that had happened in Hand City 20 years ago, the one where the vampire turned the underground chamber into his lair, should have never happened. He had been drawn by the abundant mana below, unaware that a portal lay hidden deep beneath the earth. Helly knew of his, of course, but she chose not to confront the vampire, who was at the mana vortex rank. Engaging him would have risked drawing attention to the portal she had worked so hard to conceal for centuries. And so she simply let him be, confident that he would never uncover its true secret. Berger's expression darkened as he added, "But that choice ultimately led to her downfall." Although the mana vortex-level vampire had never uncovered the true secret of the underground lair, his actions inevitably drew the attention of the city's residents. In order to revive himself from deep slumber, the vampire had created several spawns whose sole purpose was to harvest blood and restore him to his former strength. But in doing so, the vampire spawns had alerted the city officials. When dozens of residents went missing in Hand City, Count Hands was forced to seek aid from the Clover Academy. For Helene Godfrey, this development posed a dangerous risk, threatening to expose the secret of the portal to the public. Yet instead of panicking, she eventually devised a plan to turn this problem into an opportunity. Her plan was ruthless. It was to dispatch groups of students to Han City to investigate the matter, knowing full well that she would be sending these children to their deaths. With enough student casualties, the staff of Clover Academy would eventually be compelled to intervene directly, and when the time came, she would personally step in to take care of the vampire Magus without anyone else knowing about it. Then, she would go on to have the entire place secured by the Clover Academy, further preventing anyone else from discovering the portal underneath the city. However, things deviated from her script when, against all odds, Adam and his group managed to slay the vampire and his spawn. Of course, Helene had no way of knowing that the true killing blow had come from Blackie, whom Adam had summoned at the last moment. With the vampire taken care of, Helene seized the moment and quickly made way to Han City, timely locking down the underground lair, ensuring that no one was made aware of the portal underneath the lair. She had succeeded at least in keeping the truth from the public, but not from Adam, though he had not known it at the time, but the series of events in his life that would follow would one day eventually lead him to connect the dots between Han City and the Cult of Bones. And when the vampire fell, another unforeseen consequence followed. The cult leader's gaze turned towards Adam, whom Helene mistakenly believed to be the one who had slain the night creature. Years later, Adam journeyed to the Akkadian Empire and enrolled in Saratoga Castle. And I'm certain you all know what transpired after. Berger finally concluded the entire story. A heavy and suffocating silence descended inside the chamber. All the magi had grim looks on their faces as they came to terms with this newfound information. At last, Balthazar broke the silence. The cult leader has been keeping tabs on Adam ever since the incident in Han City. But why? Berger cast a brief glance at him, then ignored him entirely. Adam once confided in my father and Marcus, Lucian began. He revealed to them that the Duxfall incident, the Blackshore incident, and I suppose, most recently even the Battle of Ravenfell, all carried a hidden purpose, that the cult's true aim, or at least of its aims, was to capture Adam. But why? Balthazar couldn't help but frown deeply. No one knows. Old Annie shook her head ever so slightly, a quiet, helpless sigh escaping her lips. Well, at least now we're all certain that Adam isn't the traitor, Berger casually remarked as he reached out for the smoking pipe. Old Annie offered a faint nod, whereas Lucian's face remained unreadable, yet it was clear he did not see Adam as the villain the cult painted him to be. The one most conflicted, however, was Balthazar. If Adam truly wasn't a traitor, then had he taken the life of an innocent? Berger astutely noticed this, and he couldn't help but sneer. With a flick of his hand, a bronze lantern appeared on the table. He cast a scornful glance at Balthazar and muttered with disdain, "Don't flatter yourself. Those pitiful flames of yours could never kill my disciple." When the Magi recognized the lantern for what it truly was and what it represented, they were startled. None of them had ever confirmed Adam's death, yet deep down, they had convinced themselves that no one could have survived Balthazar's blackfire, much less the fall from such a great height. The wanted posters bearing Adam's face, plastered across the empire, had served their purpose well. They soothed the outrage of the masses and gave the upper echelon of powerful Magi a convenient explanation, even with old Ani's divination regarding the youth, which had always resulted in nothing. Both she and Lucian deep down believed that Adam was truly dead. The chances of his survival were close to nil, yet the soulmark lantern before them confirmed without a shadow of doubt that Adam still lived. In the next heartbeat, Berger put away the lantern. "Is that? He's still alive?" Balthazar's voice was filled with disbelief. "Where is he now?" Berger coldly chuckled. "Wouldn't you like to know?" Balthazar's eyes narrowed, and he muttered in a dark voice, "Berger, what are you implying?" The gnome shrugged nonchalantly as he enjoyed the soothing flavor of tobacco. "Nothing at all. Do you believe he's still continuing Operation Constantine?" Lucian turned to look at the gnome and asked solemnly, "Well, it's his plan after all." Berger nodded. "If he's managed to stay alive, best believe he's working towards our plan. This is good," old Ani murmured. She then turned to the Emperor and said in a grim voice, "Your Majesty, this plan must remain between those of us in this room, and Adam, of course. After what transpired with your father's secret organization, we can no longer afford to place blind trust in anyone else." Berger's expression instantly darkened at the mention of the Twilight Brotherhood. To think that the very organization that he and his mentor, Gerald Acadia, had poured their lives into would harbor cult spies within the Council of Dawn. It was simply intolerable. A surge of rage welled up inside him, his heart burning with hatred for those traitorous snakes. No one present in the room loathed the cult and its despicable leader more than Berger, and no one would be happier to see them all die a wretched and miserable death. The gnome took in a few more puffs from the pipe to calm down his raging mind. He then turned to Lucian and said evenly, "For now, Helene remains under my control. I'll allow her to continue her work as usual. Any sudden changes would only alert the cult. In the meantime, I'll make my way to Nahua and track down the portal. With Adam's calculations, finding it shouldn't be that hard." With that said, he rose from his seat and turned to leave. "Berger," Lucian called out to him. The gnome turned to him with an arched eyebrow. "A fortune be with you," Lucian said with a solemn nod. Berger's lips curled into a faint smile. He gave a playful wink before gradually dissipating into smoke, fading from sight. Several minutes later, in a dilapidated house in the outskirts of Akrian, Berger's figure suddenly emerged in a swirl of smoke. However, he wasn't the only person inside the building. Across the room, a hooded figure sat atop a wooden crate, waiting. Berger's lips curled into a smirk, and he said, "All right, boy. I hope you're ready for what comes next." The hooded figure slowly lifted his head, revealing a pair of striking ocean blue eyes. In the next moment, his eyes flickered with lightning. Edward's lips parted, and he solemnly said, "Let's do this." Arenal Hainam Empire. The Colosseum in Arenal was a massive stone structure, with tiered seats rising high above the central sand pit. The air was roaring with the cheers of the crowd, thousands of citizens of the Hainam Empire shouting and jeering as the matches unfolded below. Colored banners of the empire hung from the walls, fluttering in the dry wind. On the arena floor, the magi of the empire displayed their might as flaming spheres erupted, lightning arcs, and shards of ice tore through the air. Their opponents, captured warriors from the Sovereign Union, fought with utter desperation. Blood stained the sand, and the clash of steel, arcane spells, and the wretched screams of the wounded echoed across the stands. The audience cheered louder with every kill, hungry for spectacle. But beneath the chaos, far below the stone Colosseum, lay a hidden chamber. The air there was cold, heavy, and eerie, humming with unstable energy. At its center, a vast circular portal glowed faintly, with mysterious runes inscribed into the surrounding floor, thrumming like a beating heart. The portal's surface rippled constantly, as if it were alive, an ominous reminder that the bloody games taking place above were nothing more than a distraction from something far more dangerous slumbering below. Dozens of cultists lined the walls of the chamber, some taking notes, others repairing the stonework, while a few carried magical ores and alloys to help their fellow magi in reinforcing the portal chamber. At the center of it all, standing before the massive pulsing portal, were two figures. They were the elders of the inner circle, Marden Benton and Leland Hainam. The emperor of the Hainam Empire glanced at the portal with a fascinated look on his face. Through its dark, shimmering surface, he could almost glimpse the higher realm that lay on the other side of the portal. "Nine hells of inferno," he murmured. "I wonder what kind of realm it is. If the mana leaking through the portal is already this dense, how overwhelming must the true mana of that world be?" As a magus, he contained boundless curiosity for the higher arcane arts, and as someone at the mana core rank, he was naturally privy to the higher worlds beyond Tron. He dreamed of one day leaving this world and venturing into the greater universe to pursue the mysteries of arcana. Marden, who was crouched on the ground and reinforcing the mysterious runes around the portal, answered without looking up, "The nine hells are a plane of oppressive order and torment, each layer more hostile and dangerous than the last. From scorched battlefields and cities of iron, to rotting swamps, volcanic wastelands and frozen seas, crumbling mountains, ruined empires, glacial voids, and finally a realm where fire and ice intertwine, the hells embody every extreme of suffering. It is a plane of reality bound by rigid hierarchy and ruled by ancient archdevils. It is a place where ambition is both the highest currency and the surest path to eternal damnation." "Trust me, Leland, the Inferno isn't a place you'd want to visit." Leland nodded absent-mindedly, but suddenly, his brows wrinkled into a slight knot. He turned to Marden and asked with an inquisitive gaze, "How do you know so much about the nine hells?" Marden's hand froze for the briefest of moments before he resumed strengthening the runes on the ground. He replied in a calm voice, "Did you forget that I recently paid a visit to the Lord's personal vault? I happened to pick up some interesting books there." "Ah, yes." Leland nodded, smiling faintly, "Of course." He turned back to the portal, his gaze distant and unreadable. "Are there more planes of reality, other than the nine hells of Inferno?" "I suppose there are," said Marden vaguely. "At least that's what the book claims. I don't know where the Lord acquired those books from, but they do have quite fascinating information in them." Leland's interest was piqued. He waved his hand, conjuring an invisible barrier around them that prevented any sound from getting out. He then asked in an eager voice, "Go on then, tell me what you found." Marden couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle. Whenever the topic of arcane mysteries was brought up, his friend Leland became a little child who had found a new toy, a stark contrast to the other elders, whose cold indifference seemed untouched by anything in this world. "You already know planets in the outer universe are categorized into different tiers according to the density of mana in each planet. The same is true for planets in the greater universe," Marden began, his attention still on the runes on the ground. "However, beyond even the highest tier planets in the greater universe lie the planes of reality, realms with mana more abundant and dense than anywhere else in existence. The nine hells of Inferno is one of them. The texts also speak of a plane ruled by only magical beasts. Then there is a plane that serves as the domain of the ancient giants. There are many such planes, all overflowing with mana. My point is, as we are now, should we set foot into a plane of reality like the nine hells, we'd find ourselves at the bottom of the hierarchy. For us, it would mean certain death. See, Leland stroked his chin, deep in thought. That is why the magi of the outer universe advance in stages. They rise to the peak of the arcane ranks within their own worlds, then move on to the greater universe. They repeat the same process if they're capable enough and head to the planes of reality. Yes, something like that, Marden murmured, his gaze carefully scrutinizing every little detail on the runes inscribed on the ground. He suddenly recalled something and casually added, "Oh, I almost forgot. The ranking system we use here in the outer universe is different from the one in the greater universe. The arcane titles are the same, but the numbering differs." Leland frowned. How so? Marden then went on to explain that in the greater universe, ranks 1 through 3 mana foundation to mana vortex are considered as rank 0, while rank 4 mana core is regarded as the true starting point at rank 1. Leland remained silent for a long time, his eyes flickering with conflicting emotions. At long last he nodded with a heavy sigh. Yes, I suppose that makes sense. He suddenly thought of something, a solemn look on his face. He turned to Marden and asked in a low voice, "Do you think the Lord got all this knowledge from the devils?" Marden paused what he was doing, his eyes gleaming with a peculiar light. Then he muttered under his breath, his voice barely a whisper, "What if he brought all this knowledge with him?" Leland couldn't help but frown intensely. He deeply looked at Marden and asked, "Are you implying the Lord isn't from Tron?" Marden resumed working on the runes again, his lips curling into an imperceptible smirk. Food for thought. Imperial Citadel, the colossal fortress palace of House Hainam, both a symbol of power and a marvel of architecture, loomed over the capital city of Arenal. Upon the grand balcony of the Emperor's private chamber, two figures stood in silence, gazing out at the vast city sprawled beneath them. The weather was gloomy, and the sky hung heavy with dark clouds, promising the arrival of rain. A cool breeze brushed against Marden's figure as he poured himself a glass of wine. Beside him, Leland rested his hands on the marble railing, his expression dark and contemplative. Marden took a sip of wine from his goblet, then turned to Leland with a faint smile on his lips. "No need to brood, my friend," he said calmly. "No matter the Lord's origins, our loyalty to him remains steadfast. That goes without saying, but—" Leland nodded. He then turned to the man and added with narrowed eyes, "But why would you suddenly question the Lord's origins? That is unlike you." "I'm not questioning anything," Marden replied, his gaze shifting to the sprawling city before him. "Just curious, that's all." "You better not speak such words in front of the other elders," Leland reprimanded lightly. Marden simply chuckled. "Do you take me for a fool? Of course I won't. Unlike you, they are unpleasantly rigid and conservative." He took another sip from the goblet, then continued, "Don't mistake me, brother. Questioning the Lord's origins doesn't make me disloyal. I might even claim to be the most loyal of anyone in the inner circle. My actions during the Battle of Ravenfell speak louder than words, don't you think?" Leland remained silent, seemingly unable to retort. Marden's eyes flashed with a peculiar light. "We are magi. Curiosity runs in our blood. Don't tell me you've never once wondered about the Lord's origins." The Emperor of Hainam heaved a long and heavy sigh. He turned to look at his friend, then shook his head ever so slightly. "You've changed," he said as he grabbed the jug of wine placed on the railing. After taking a large mouthful of liquor, he placed the jug back on the railing. "At last," he said, "I have thought about the Lord's origins before. He's a lick, which means he must have lived for thousands of years." He paused for a moment, chuckling to himself. "In my mind, I always imagined the Lord as the last remnant of the Fapor civilization." "I thought so too," Marden nodded. He took another sip from the goblet, then added, "Once upon a time, that is." Leland turned to him and asked in a solemn voice, "So now you think he's not from Tron? Tell me, Marden, how did you even arrive at that conclusion?" Marden remained silent for a long time, then finally said, "It's just a hunch. We know that Fapor collapsed about 5,000 years ago, and with it, much of its magical knowledge was lost. Countless smaller kingdoms and warlords rose across Tron, but none ever matched Fapor's brilliance. Our cult, however, was founded about 3,000 years ago, around the same time as the Brotherhood. For such a powerful organization to emerge so long after Fapor's fall, it makes me wonder if the Lord was truly a native to Tron. Perhaps he came from elsewhere, carrying advanced magical knowledge with him. Our cult's emergence and sophistication just don't align with the timeline we know." And that raises another question. Was the founder of the Twilight Brotherhood also not a native? Leland slipped into deep thought, his face gradually shadowed by a frown. Seeing him in such a contemplative state, Marden continued, his voice strangely bewitching, "And the Twilight Brotherhood. Why did they appear at the same time as our cult? Coincidence? The number of our spies we have in the Brotherhood's upper echelon paints quite a story, don't you think? If the Lord did come to Tron from somewhere else, then how did he arrive? Was it by design or simply by accident? He's already disclosed to us about the teleportation gate on Luna that supposedly leads to the greater universe. If we already have the means to leave this world, then why are we dealing with the devils?" Seeing that Leland was now lost deep in thought, Marden couldn't help but reveal a faint smirk which he quickly hid. He took a sip from the goblet, then patted the man's shoulder. "Don't think too much about it," he said with a light chuckle. "Perhaps these are just the ramblings of a madman who has lost everything. In the end, when the day of reckoning comes, the world will belong to the Lord, and we shall be the ultimate victors." Leland turned to look at Marden and smiled faintly. He replied with a slight nod, "Yes, you're right." Yet the lost look in his eyes told Marden a different story. "Anyway," Marden began, changing subjects, "my work here is done. I'll be visiting the rest of the portals and reinforcing the runes over there. I suppose you won't be coming with me." "No, Leland suddenly found himself at a loss for words. "Ah yes," Marden nodded. "You have to prepare for war with the rest of those emotionless brutes. I understand. I would love to have your company while I travel the world, but I suppose you can't leave your post." He took another sip from the goblet, his gaze lingering on the darkening horizon. "It will take me several years to visit every portal and finish my work there. I hope that when we meet again, it will be in a place less burdened by blood and duty." Leland glanced at him, a faint but genuine smile on his face. He stretched his arms and offered a hug. "May fortune be with you, brother." "And you, brother," Marden replied, returning the embrace. He placed his empty goblet on the railing, then turned to leave. Leland suddenly called out to him, "Where are you heading now?" "I suppose I'll go to Indus first, and then Yenlu," Marden answered after a brief pause, thinking it over. "Well then," Leland's expression turned solemn. "Take extra care when you visit Ulir. You're a wanted man there. Best believe every manhwarecaps will be hunting for you." Marden simply smiled in return. He turned around and walked away, leaving behind his parting words, "Not every Magus." Somewhere in Mabai, in a forest clearing atop a hill, a dozen tree trunks were driven into the ground, forming a rough circle. Atop each trunk rested a chunk of stone, set up for target practice, and at the center of it all stood a madman clad in a dark cloak. His body was a ghastly map of deep scars, acid burns, and flame marks crisscrossing every inch. His scalp was completely charred, leaving him bald and grotesque, and where his eyes should have been were dark, hollow sockets that seemed to swallow light itself. All of a sudden, Adam clutched his stomach and burst into a fit of manic laughter. Oh goodness arcana, ha 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 ha." He laughed so deeply that his stomach started to hurt. After a certain point, even his jaws started to hurt. Meanwhile, hidden behind a tree just outside the clearing, the mimic glanced at the madman, wondering why he was laughing all of a sudden. "Jeej," it grumbled, probably cursing to itself, then hid behind the tree again, afraid one of the short blades might come hurling his way. After what seemed like forever, Adam finally stopped laughing. He let out a long, drawn-out sigh. "Oh, that was funny, very funny, stupid, so stupid, utterly stupid." In the next moment, his expression shifted abruptly, changing from a carefree look to a demonic visage. He drew the blades of fulgrim from his back, gripping them tightly. Then, with a fluid motion, he loosened his hold, allowing the blades to hang from the chains attached to their pommels. And then, he erupted into a whirlwind of steel and madness. The chains whipped through the air with terrifying speed, each end of the chain bearing a razor-sharp blade that sliced, smashed, and shattered everything in its path. Stones toppled from their base, splintered into jagged fragments, and the tree trunks groaned and cracked under Adam's tyrannical force, some shattering entirely. The chaotic dance of chains and blades turned the clearing into a storm of metal, sparks, and raw destruction. Adam's every movement was unpredictable and violent, yet it was also beautiful and mesmerizing. In the blink of an eye, the whirlwind of chains vanished, and the blades of fulgrim returned to his hands. Adam exhaled a deep breath, then proceeded to observe his surroundings through the sphere of resonance. Deep furrows were formed on the ground, tracing the chaotic trajectory of the blades and chains. Of the dozen tree trunks that were embedded in the clearing, more than half had been destroyed, while the remaining ones still stood, though their stone targets had been completely obliterated. Adam tilted his head and murmured, "Not bad, I suppose." "Jeej, jeej," the mimic complained in frustration. The tree it was hiding behind had been obliterated as well. Adam's lips twitched. "Ah, sorry." In fact, more than one tree beyond the clearing had been decimated by the blades of fulgrim because Adam was unable to control them properly. The following moment, his lips curled up and he heartily laughed. "Still, it's not a bad attempt, eh? Ha ha ha." But midway through his laughter, the strangely familiar voice echoed inside his mind. "You're pathetic." Adam's laughter came to an abrupt halt. A startled look flashed across his scarred face, quickly giving way to a dark and angry expression. He looked around frantically and roared in fury, "Pathetic, bastard. Who the hell do you think you are? Do you have any idea how hard this is? Who the hell are you to judge me?" The familiar voice replied coldly, "If those practice dummies were innocent lives in need of saving, tell me how many of them would still be alive." Adam froze, unable to answer for a long time. At last he spat through gritted teeth, "But they're not." The voice snickered, taking the easy way out as usual. "Bastard, who the hell are you?" Adam roared, his voice laced with indignation. "Taking the easy way out? Do you even know what I've been through?" "Cry me a river," the voice scoffed. "That's enough." Adam's voice turned cold, and he started to radiate a terrifying, bloodthirsty aura. His grip around the blades of fulgrim tightened as he scanned his surroundings. Come out and face me, he spat through gritted teeth, his voice oozing with anger. All you do is keep messing with my head. Come out and face me like a man, you coward. Suddenly, he realized something and couldn't help but subconsciously tremble. He realized that this familiar voice had been clinging to him like a ghost ever since he awoke on the coral island. Don't tell me, he murmured. Are you the reason I'm going mad? The strangely familiar voice slipped into silence, seemingly taken aback by those words. But then, it burst into laughter. H-A-H-H-H-A. The laughter thundered like the voice of judgment inside Adam's ears, and he couldn't help but begin to feel fear creep inside his heart. His hollow sockets darted around frantically, and he screamed, "Come out, face me." Finally, the voice stopped laughing. Then it coldly said, "You don't recognize me, do you?" Adam gritted his teeth, scanning his background with dread. But all he could sense was the mimic in himself. There was no one else around. Who are you?" he asked in a trembling voice. "You claim I can't judge you," said the voice. "You say I don't know you, that I can't fathom what you've been through. You even blame me for your descent into madness. Don't you see the irony in that? Shut up." The blade slipped out of Adam's grip and he fell to his knees. With trembling hands, he clutched his head. His lips curled into a wide, unnatural grin, and he laughed. He laughed and laughed and laughed. Though there was fear in his heart, he laughed. Though there was confusion clouding his mind, he laughed. Shut. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Shut up, shut up, shut up, he screamed in agony, torn between laughter and horror. The voice whispered, "Even after all this time, you still don't recognize my voice, do you? Shut up, shut up, shut up." Adam collapsed to the ground, curling into a fetal position, his body shuddering in fear. "No," said the voice, "you know exactly who I am. You've always known, you just chose to ignore it. Shut up." Adam kept repeating the same phrase over and over again, his hands tightly covering his ears. The familiar voice spoke again, his tone heavy with finality, carrying the weight of the undeniable truth, "I am you." Adam had a dream. There was nothing but infinite darkness, stretching endlessly in all directions. In that lightless void, Adam found himself falling. Did I step into the spirit world again? He thought in amusement. But no, this wasn't the spirit world. It was just darkness. A darkness of his own making, perhaps. As he continued to fall, his gaze was drawn to his own hands. I can see, he wondered, confused. He looked at his hands and found them to be completely fine. There were no scars, no burn marks, no acid marks, no nothing. They were like they used to be before the Battle of Ravenfell. What's happening? He lowered his head to observe the rest of his body and found that they too seemed completely normal. Adam simply couldn't understand what was going on. Yet strangely enough, he didn't find himself panicking. Am I dead? No, that shouldn't be possible. I'm quite hard to kill, he thought to himself with slight smugness. Then what the hell is this? Have I finally gone insane? In that moment, unbeknownst to him, the world around him changed, although there was still darkness around him. But now in that darkness, faint silhouettes started to appear. They were long and serpentine, writhing gently in the darkness. But Adam did not notice that change. His mind was somewhere else entirely. Insane. He thought of that one single word that could be used to define him in this past year. And as he thought of that, memories of that forgotten temple in the spirit world resurfaced in his mind. That damned mask. Everything went downhill after I acquired that bloody relic. But where is the sound of laughter? I don't hear them at all. Strange. So very strange, he thought. As he thought of the madness plaguing his mind, he finally recalled that strangely familiar voice that would talk to him from time to time. That voice clung to him ever since he woke up on Coral Island. Adam also recalled the last thing that the voice said to him before everything turned dark. "I am you." His lips curled into a faint smile, a bitter smile, a smile full of sadness. Towards the end of the Battle of Ravenfell, in a desperate attempt to strike Martin Benton, Adam had ended up using a soul attack. His soul was already quite weak and fragile from overusing the Eternal Soul Lotus. As a result, that soul attack ended up harming not only Martin, but also himself. Because of that, his soul had fractured into several pieces, turning him mad in the process. Additionally, with the whispers of the laughing god constantly assaulting his mind, he was driven even more towards the brink of madness. He had even gone so far as to blame that voice in his head as the reason for succumbing to madness. But the truth couldn't be far from it. That strangely familiar voice was a fractured part of Adam's soul. It was the sane part of him, the only thing preventing him from turning completely mad. In the end, Adam had become his own greatest enemy, yet he was also his only salvation. He curled into a fetal position, hugging his knees. "I'm so sick and tired of everything," he murmured. "I embarked on the path of Arcana to lead a good life, to have a roof over my head, to sleep with a full belly at night, and maybe, just maybe, find someone caring to live the rest of my life with. When did things turn so bad? Why do I always have to suffer? Why do things always have to be this hard? I'm so lonely. I'm tired. So tired. I wish I could just give up." The strangely familiar voice whispered, "But you can't, can you?" Adam remained silent, but suddenly he sensed something. A presence. He slowly raised his head and looked at the person who had appeared before him. It was a handsome young man with raven black hair. He was tall and his broad shoulders gave the impression of standing before a mountain. The youth wore white silk robes that made him look immaculate and out of this world. His skin was fair, and his facial features sharp and flawless, as if carved by a master sculptor. But it was his eyes that drew all his attention. They were like twin pools of darkness that carried a hint of mischief. The moment Adam laid eyes on this young man, he couldn't help but utter a curse, dragon shit. He intently looked at this young man with a frown, then grumbled, "When was I ever that pretty?" "Look at you," said the white-robed Adam, sneering in disdain. "You're so pathetic." Adam cast him a hateful glance, then returned to brooding in a fetal position. "Stop bothering me," he said. The white-robed Adam glanced at him, then murmured, "You reap what you sow. You are simply facing the consequences of your own actions. So what right do you have to complain about your current situation? Need I remind you that you brought all of this on yourself?" "Shut up already," Adam spat through gritted teeth. "You think I don't know that already? I just had to do it." "Then live with the consequences, you miserable little wretch." The white-robed Adam harumphed in displeasure. He paused for a moment, then continued in a heavy voice, "You've been crying like a little baby ever since getting stuck in the stomach of that transcendent entity. Did you forget what mother used to say? Big boys don't cry." Adam's lips quivered, and he tried his best to prevent his tears from falling. If he had any doubts about the owner of this strangely familiar voice being someone else, then they were all cleared up. "Besides," the white-robed Adam began, "the things that are happening to you, well, they're not entirely your fault either." "What?" Adam raised his head and looked at the white-robed, raven-haired youth. "What are you trying to say? Stop being contradictory, damn it. You say I'm facing the consequences of my own actions, then you say the things happening to me aren't my fault. What the hell are you trying to say? You really are pathetic, you know." The white-robed Adam sneered. His following words caused Adam to be completely shaken. "The series of unfortunate events that you've experienced ever since you stepped on the path of Arcana, the reason why you draw so much misfortune, is because of the eternal soul lotus." Those words rang like thunder inside Adam's ears. His eyes widened in shock, and he couldn't stop his body from trembling. A long time later, he finally managed to muster a few words. "What the hell did you just say?" "You heard me," the white-robed Adam said with a deadpan expression. The next moment, his eyebrows wrinkled into a frown, and he couldn't help but ask, "Don't tell me. You didn't know about this." Adam was so shocked that he didn't know what to even say. He just remained silent, staring at his fractured self with a dumbfounded look on his face. "Goodness Arcana, you really don't know, do you?" The white-robed Adam was equally dumbfounded. "As should I be knowing about this?" Adam asked, his voice barely a whisper. The white-robed Adam's eye twitched. The next moment, he couldn't help but sneer in utter disdain. "You really are pathetic. Yes, you've already made that clear." Adam snapped. "Now tell me how you know about this." "No, wait, why do you even know this in the first place? After wielding this divine artifact for more than 20 years, after consuming the memories and experiences of those experts, you still can't connect the dots?" The white-robed Adam asked in disbelief. Adam frowned, going into deep thought. He then shook his head. "I can't think straight. Are you going to tell me or not? You really do have a penchant for taking things for granted, don't you?" The white-robed Adam scoffed. "Just tell me already." Adam roared. His fractured self really was starting to annoy him. The white-robed Adam intently looked at Adam. A long time later, he heaved a helpless sigh, then began, "You already know the White Lotus has deep ties to the spiritual aspect of magic." Adam nodded with a solemn expression. The white-robed Adam continued, "The school of divination, which aspect of magic does it belong to?" "The spiritual aspect," Adam answered matter-of-factly. The white-robed Adam gestured with his hands. "And you still don't get it." Adam slipped into silence. Seeing his reaction, the white-robed Adam had the intense urge to facepalm. He then asked, "Do you recall that blue-haired magus from the greater universe? The woman whose memories you devoured right after the Blackshore incident?" "Yeah, what about it?" Adam frowned. "Do you remember that she possessed a very valuable artifact from the school of divination? It prevented others from scrying any information about her." The white-robed Adam stated with a solemn tone. "Yes," Adam nodded. "Of course, I remember. It feels like it was a lifetime ago. But yes, I remember her memories of complaining how that artifact subtly altered her fate just because she came into possession of it." Towards the end, realization dawned upon Adam, and he couldn't help but be filled with utter disbelief. "Now do you get it?" the white-robed Adam sneered. "Even after possessing the lotus for so many years, it's pathetic how you never realized this. As I said before, you have a penchant for taking things for granted." Wait, Adam interrupted him. "Just shut up for a moment. Just let me think, all right? Heh, your insane little brain is capable of forming thoughts," the white-robed Adam mocked, but Adam ignored him. The more he thought about it, the more everything seemed to make sense. All the misfortune surrounding him, and also all the fortune, suddenly started to make perfect sense. A long time later, the white-robed Adam finally spoke up. "If even that lousy artifact wielded by that blue-haired woman could alter her fate, then tell me, what makes you think that the eternal soul lotus, arguably the greatest artifact related to the spiritual aspect of magic, cannot alter yours?" Adam remained silent for a long time. In the end, he heaved a helpless sigh. He looked at his fractured self and said, "It's still just a theory, though." "Is it, though?" the white-robed Adam pressed. He paused for a moment, then continued. When Magus Stockholm got his hands on the White Lotus, he was immediately beset by thousands of enemies. That was his misfortune, but that was also his test. After you got your hands on the Lotus in that pond in the Southern Federation, you and the rest of those kids were attacked by a pack of wolves. That was your misfortune, but that was also a test. The laws of this universe are fair. Julian Stockholm was a mighty and powerful magus, so his test was just as formidable. You, on the other hand, were but a mortal with no mana, yet your test was no less harsh. The White Lotus bends the flow of fate around you. It is the reason why you come across so many fortuitous encounters in your life, yet it is also the reason why calamity relentlessly follows you everywhere. Take the Battle of Ravenfell, for example. You, a mere mana vortex magus, not only encountered a being at the mana seed rank, but were also devoured by a transcendent entity, a being 3 entire arcane ranks above you. And your arrival in Mabai, you faced off against hundreds of magical beasts led by dozens of mana vortex-level beasts. Not just that, you also encountered an indestructible golem with strength equivalent to a mana core magus. And when you survived that ordeal, you got your hands on 3 grade 4 artifacts. Can you say the same for literally anyone else if they were in your shoes? Answer me, can you? Magi would spend their entire lives without facing so many dangers or opportunities, but for you, it's a regular occurrence. Do you get it now? Do you still think it's just a theory? Finally, Adam couldn't take it anymore and roared in annoyance. So what the fuck do you want me to do about it? Throw the Lotus away, just so I can live a normal life. The white-robed Adam looked Adam in the eyes and flatly muttered, "I want you to stop crying about it." Adam was startled. He immediately looked away and muttered under his breath, "I never cried about it." "Who do you think you're talking to?" The white-robed Adam sneered. "Think you can really lie to me? I am you, or did you forget about that already?" Adam clicked his tongue in frustration and instead chose to observe this unfamiliar world around him. Anyway, what is this place? If it is what I think it is, then goodness arcana, I've never felt so lucid inside one before. The white-robed Adam's figure gradually dissipated, and he left behind his parting words, "This is a dream, a fortuitous encounter, perhaps, or just another calamity in the endless chain of misfortunes that await you." Adam continued to fall through the endless expanse of darkness. After the conversation with his fractured self, he had a lot on his mind. There was a lot he wanted to think about, specifically regarding the White Lotus and its effects on his fate. There were so many questions, yet no answers. If the Eternal Soul Lotus truly altered the flow of fate around Adam, that could explain many things he had endured and gained in his life. It would account for both the relentless misfortunes he had encountered, as well as the rare lucky blessings that had followed. Just in this past year, during the Battle of Ravenfell, he had fallen through the spirit world and landed on a floating snowy island. There he was unfortunate enough to face not only a mana core level cultist, but also a spirit world creature of similar strength. Soon after, he confronted the Formless Fog, an entity at the mana seed rank. After overcoming those life-endangering trials, he was finally blessed with fortune when he acquired the divine relic left behind by the Laughing God. And even after Ravenfell, when Balthazar's black flames and the fatal fall should have claimed his life, fate smiled on him again when Tebu found him, and against all odds, he managed to survive. Although Tebu's intervention could be attributed to the will of the world, that too might have only come about because the White Lotus altered Adam's fate. There were many such instances that Adam could think of where he stood on the brink of death, yet against all odds he always found a way to survive, seizing whatever chances or means that lay at hand. And time and again, when the dust settled, fortune would smile upon him, leaving him not only alive but triumphant. Perhaps every misfortune Adam had endured was a test set by the White Lotus, and each time he survived, the Lotus rewarded him in return. Of course, he muttered under his breath as he continued to fall through the darkness. Why didn't I think of this before? From his very first trial, where he was attacked by the wolf pack on his way to Clover Academy, to his most recent ordeal against the indestructible steel golem, his life had been nothing but a relentless series of gruesome tests. And each time he survived, he emerged stronger. Except this time, I'm crazier than ever, he scoffed. In the darkness, faint silhouettes emerged all around him. They appeared long and serpentine, swaying gently. Adam finally noticed them, and he couldn't help but frown. What the hell are those? Snakes. They appeared to be snake-like, but he wasn't sure if they were really snakes. Although he wouldn't be surprised if serpents appeared in his dreams, considering the relationship he shared with those mysterious creatures. But what kind of dream is this? He murmured as he looked around. I've never been so lucid in a dream before. In fact, after becoming a magus, he rarely had dreams. Dreams were a rare phenomenon for magi, but when they came, they were seldom meaningless. Often they showed glimpses of the unseen currents of fate, fragments of truth carried from beyond time. Some dreams showed glimpses of what was to come, concealed in symbols and riddles. while other dreams warned of calamities waiting just beyond the horizon. Magi who were most susceptible to such dreams were those who majored in the school of divination. For them, dreams often blurred with foresight, showing fragments of events yet to unfold. All diviners agreed that when a magus had vivid dreams, it was never meant to be taken lightly. Adam had majored in the school of summoning and had only dabbled lightly in the magic from the school of divination. Still, considering the White Lotus's deep ties to the spiritual aspect of magic, he had no doubt that this dream was serious. When Adam realized this, his expression turned utterly grim, and he started to pay more attention to his surroundings. This better be some good news. I've suffered way too. But in that moment, the darkness around him stirred, and in the next instant, several things happened, and they all happened all at once. The faint serpentine silhouettes in the dark backdrop suddenly came to life. They weren't snakes or anything related to them. In reality, they were thick tendrils that seemed to stretch on till infinity. Then, one by one, countless eyes opened along the surface of the dark tendrils, white sclera, black iris, and bottomless pupils. Countless eyelids blinked in eerie unison before fixing on Adam, their cold, detached stares following him as he fell. Adam's blood turned cold, and a fear unlike anything he'd ever felt before gripped him. Those eyes, those tendrils, those things. Whatever they were, they did not belong to this world. They were not meant to exist in this world. The countless eyes blinked in unison once more. Then slowly, these lids began to twist and distort. It was as though reality itself was squirming. Symbols and meanings beyond comprehension pressed into Adam's mind, too vast for him to comprehend. Before long, the eyes warped further, reshaping into glowing, arched gateways. There were countless gateways stretched across the dark tendrils that sprawled into infinity. By chance, Adam's gaze locked on one gateway, and within it, he saw layers upon layers of gateways, spiraling endlessly into themselves. His mind buckled under the sheer intensity, plunging into sensory overload. In the next moment, the infinite arched gateways began to vanish, as though reality itself was concealing them. The countless dark tendrils fused together, forming a single colossal tendril of unfathomable size. In front of it, Adam was tinier than the tiniest speck of dust. Then the massive tendril transformed, its color turning from dark to gray. Then came the sound of waves crashing, and before Adam realized it, the tendril had become a river. But this was no ordinary river. It was strange and shrouded in mysteries. Its source was where Adam stood, and its current flowed backward, into the past. Before his gaze could follow the currents of the river, the world around him changed and his eyes snapped open. Adam woke up, gasping for air. His body was drenched in sweat and his heart was pounding wildly. What was that? He blurted out. The next moment, the whispers of the faceless mask flooded his mind. The laughing god whispered, and Adam listened. He covered his ears, grimacing in agony. It was eerily quiet in the dream where the maddening whispers didn't affect him. But all of a sudden, they flooded his mind, overwhelming him. Before he even had a chance to extend his sphere of resonance to scan his surroundings, someone called out to him, and it wasn't the strangely familiar voice of his fractured self. An unfamiliar voice echoed in his ears, causing him to tremble in horror. "You're awake." A shallow fire pit glowed in the middle of the cave, casting faint light against the stone walls. Shadows danced every time a gust of wind blew by the flames. The air was cool and damp, carrying the earthy scent of wet stone and the faint smell of smoke. The fire gave off just enough light to see the uneven floor, the cave mouth, and the three figures inside. At the far end of the cave, on a makeshift bed made from dried leaves, Adam slowly sat up, his body trembling from fear as he faced the direction of the cave mouth. Beside him, the mimic bounced with joy at seeing him gain consciousness, but Adam completely ignored the little creature. His attention was fixed on the figure sitting at the cave's entrance, back turned to him, gazing at the twin moons hanging in the starlit sky outside. He couldn't stop his body from trembling at all. He recognized this cave, of course. It was his temporary residence, which he'd found on a hillside not long ago. But this person sitting before him, he did not recognize this person at all. For a long time, he just remained quiet, desperately trying to think about his current situation. Though the whispers of the laughing god made it direly difficult for him to form coherent thoughts, he still managed to focus on the matter at hand. And when he did, his lips curled into a wild, unsettling grin. Am I still dreaming? The figure finally turned around and glanced at him with her inquisitive emerald eyes. Adam was finally able to take in this person's appearance. It was a young elf with short blonde hair and pointed ears. She wore a green cloak over her dark leather armor. A bow and a quiver were strapped to her back, and twin daggers hung at her waist. Elf looked young, but considering how slow her kind aged, it was impossible to guess her true age. But one thing was certain. From the mana fluctuations radiating from her, Adam knew that she was a mana vortex magus. Receiving no response, Adam buried his charred face in his trembling hands and began muttering incoherent words. What is happening to me? What was that dream earlier? I don't remember a thing. And what is this dream now? Ha, 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 I can't. You speak a Karos, said the elf with a slight tilt of her head. Are you human? Adam froze. He turned towards the elf and gazed at her with his wide, hollow eyes. You, what did you just say? The elf frowned. She lowered her head and mumbled to herself. Does he not understand my language? No, more importantly, is he really not a human? Her hand slowly reached out for her dagger and her eyes narrowed, a cold light flashing in them. But Adam's following words caused her movements to freeze. Old Lunari. He blurted out, You're speaking Old Lunari. Who are you? The elf's eyes gleamed with a peculiar light. She turned towards Adam and asked in an eager voice, You understand my language? But the next moment her brows creased into a frown. But what are you, a human, an elf? Of course I'm human. Adam blurted out again. What makes you think I'm not a human? The elf's eyes squinted as she cast the youth a dubious glance. You look nothing like a human, she murmured. She finally turned around and faced Adam as she sat cross-legged. She intently scrutinized Adam's appearance, then added, When I found you, I thought I'd come across a monster. If it wasn't for that strange box there, I would have already killed you. What the? A monster? Are you blind? Adam was dumbfounded. The elf's eye twitched. She pursed her lips and said, No, but you are. Adam was at a loss for words. He clutched at his head as he grimaced in pain, trying hard to drown the mad ravings of the faceless mask. He then turned to the mimic and murmured, You saved me. How gee? The mimic was confused as ever. It deeply looked at Adam, then at the person Adam was talking to, his confusion increasing severalfold. It remained silent for a moment, then strutted to the corner of the cave and sat down facing the wall. Jeej. Adam was dumbfounded. He shook his head, then turned to the elf. He gulped involuntarily and asked, You, how did you find me? And how did you find this place? The elf deeply looked at the youth, then answered in an even voice. I heard laughter and screaming. I was quite surprised because not many outsiders visit this island. When I followed the sound, I found you lying down in the middle of a clearing, surrounded by shattered stones and broken trees. She paused, then gestured towards the mimic. I found that little guy by your side, trying to wake you. To be honest, I was about to kill you. I thought you were some kind of beast. But that strange box pleaded on your behalf. It led me here to this cave. I carried you inside and laid you down, and here we are. Adam was truly surprised by the series of events. Not only had this elf not killed him, but she had even gone so far as to drag his unconscious body back to his cave. But more importantly, you, Adam began, doubt evident in his voice. You live here, on this island, I mean. The elf tilted her head, a strange expression on her face. Yes, what? No, how is that even possible? Adam began muttering incoherent words again. Ha, 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 there shouldn't be any people on this forsaken place, only animals, so then how? My family has been living here for generations, said the elf. We have always preferred the woods and beasts over civilization. Adam frowned. There's more of you. Sorrow flashed across the elf's emerald eyes as she gently shook her head. I'm the last of my lineage. My parents died when I was young. Adam slipped into silence. He lowered his head and whispered, Orphan, huh? Me too. He looked at the elf and offered a faint smile. My name is Adam Constantine. And you are? The elf deeply looked at Adam. The pale glow of the twin moons outlined her figure. Her lips parted, and she said in a gentle voice, I am called Marin, Marin of Mabai. Adam's lips curled into a wide grin, and he said, The elf quickly turned away and looked at the night sky outside. Her following words cut into Adam's heart like a blade. Please, don't smile like that. You look hideous. The blades of Fulgrim whipped through the air with terrifying speed, slicing, smashing, and obliterating everything in their path. Stones that served as practice dummies toppled from the base of the tree, trunks embedded in the forest clearing. Sometimes the trunks groaned under Adam's relentless attacks, while others shattered entirely. Sitting on the branch of a tree outside the clearing, Marin watched Adam's dance of chains and blades as he transformed the forest clearing into a storm of metal. His movement was unpredictable, yet eerily beautiful. What fascinated her the most, however, was that despite losing his eyesight, Adam was able to accurately pinpoint the targets and deal with them. It was a beautiful dance of madness and mayhem. In the blink of an eye, the storm of chains dissipated, and the blades of Fulgrim returned to Adam's hands. He inhaled deeply as he extended his sphere of resonance. He noticed that out of the dozen targets, he had only managed to hit 8 of them. Though the rest were destroyed, so were the tree trunks beneath them. This caused a frown to appear on his ghastly face, and he couldn't help but mutter, not good enough. What the white-robed Adam had said to him the other day still stuck with him, and he wouldn't be satisfied until he was able to take out all dozen targets with unnerving precision. Suddenly, Marin's melodious voice drifted into his ears, Aren't you blind? Adam turned to the source of the voice and scoffed, Are you making fun of me? Marin shook her head, taking a bite of the apple in her hand. I'm serious. How can you hit your targets when you can't even see? Adam remained silent for a few moments, then answered, There are other ways to see. Marin looked at him like he was some madman. It was besides the point that he was truly a madman. She sighed helplessly, shaking her head. She took another bite of the apple, then asked, By the way, where did you get those blades, and the cloak and the boots? I won't lie, I was very tempted to take them off your corpse. After I killed you, of course. Adam was flabbergasted. How can you say those things so casually? Are you crazy? No, the elf shook her head. But you are. Adam was even more taken aback. Could this elf truly be crazier than him? That couldn't be possible. Right, with a suspicious look on his face, he asked, then why didn't you kill me? Surely these artifacts are more valuable than the life of a complete stranger. Marin turned her head and glanced at the blue sky. Her gaze settled on a distant cloud, the only cloud in her sight. A long time later, she answered, her voice soft and tinged with a bit of loneliness. Sometimes fellowship can be more valuable than treasures. Hearing her response, Adam slipped into silence. A faint smile found its way to his charred lips, and he whispered, yeah. Marin couldn't help but smile as well. She turned to Adam, but the next moment her smile froze. Adam, please don't smile. It's ugly and scary. You little… Adam gritted his teeth but gave up in the end. Fine, whatever. It's not like I can help it. He dropped the blades, then lay down on the ground. Still, he couldn't stop smiling. He had been feeling the dreadful weight of loneliness for the past year. It was true that the whispers of the laughing god were driving him to the edge of madness, but so was loneliness. That was why he was so immensely happy to find someone else on this island. I found these artifacts in Ivory City, by the way, he said at last. Marin frowned. Ivory City. There's no place like that on this land. Did you make up that word? Adam snorted. All words are made up, fool. Marin's frown deepened further and she whispered, crazy bastard. I can hear you, Adam yelled. His lips curled into an unnatural grin and he couldn't help but break into a fit of mad laughter. And so he laughed and laughed and laughed. Hearing his deranged laughter, Marin felt her skin crawl and she found herself involuntarily hugging herself. Her eyes flashed with hints of dread even. Adam's laughter came to an abrupt halt and he said, it's the city that was ruled by the Elven Artificer. Elven Artificer, Marin murmured, her brows knitting into a frown, but then her eyes gradually widened in shock. Do you mean Magus Luro, that? Artificer, Luro, Adam arched a brow. I don't know his name, but that city is close to the edge of this continent. To be more precise, it's towards the northern edge. All the ruined structures seem to be made of marble, hence the name Ivory City. Yes, that is Magus Luro. Marin's eyes widened in shock. He was a renowned artificer from 5,000 years ago. But more importantly, those ruins are swarming with magical beasts, and it said a powerful golem guards Luro's workshop itself. How in the world did you get past all of that? Adam's lips curled into a wide grin and he leapt to his feet in a graceful arc. Oh, that steel golem with strength equivalent to a monocore magus, he asked, radiating comical smugness. Yeah, I just compelled all the beasts in the city to fight the golem for me, and while they were tearing each other apart, I slipped into the armory and stole these artifacts. It was glorious, really. You should have seen it. Compelled the beasts, Marin frowned. What are you, an enchanter? Adam placed his hand on his chest and gave a slight bow. I'm just a humble herbalist. So is the golem dead? Marin asked, her tone dubious. Of course not, Adam scoffed. Do you think a monocore-level entity is so easy to kill? The next moment he puffed out his chest and added with a smirk, although I have helped kill a monocore magus before, and also directly killed a monoseed magus, I might add. In fact, I've even survived an encounter with a transcendent entity. Marin suddenly interrupted him, her voice filled with disbelief. How do you know about those arcane titles? Didn't you say you were a human from Ulier? Or perhaps, did you find an inheritance left behind by those who journeyed to the greater universe? Adam froze. He turned towards the elf and asked in a low voice, how do you know about the greater universe? Marin answered like it was the most obvious thing in the world. We are in Mabai. There are ruins filled with lost knowledge about the greater universe here. What's more surprising is, how do you know about them? Ruins, filled with lost knowledge. Adam's breathing turned heavy. Can you take me there? Marin was taken aback by the youth's sudden reaction. But soon her lips curled into a smirk. Ah, who knows, maybe? Quit playing with me, woman. Adam stomped towards the tree. Will you take me there or not? Marin chuckled slyly. Oh, I wonder. Meanwhile, the mimic was utterly dumbfounded as it stood at the edge of the clearing, listening in on the conversation. It had never been more confused than it was at the moment. Jeej. The radiant sun rose in the east, dyeing the sleepy skies in brilliant shades of lilac. Rays of sunshine filtered through the dense canopy of the jungles of Mabai, casting dotted shadows on the forest floor. Two figures, a human and an elf, vaulted from one branch to another as they made their way deeper into the heart of the island continent. Adam covered his upper body in the stealth cloak, masking his presence to a great degree. Stealth boots he wore further magnified the concealment effect, masking his movements. Other than that, he wore a simple tunic and trousers, which he had salvaged from Ivory City. The blades of Fulgrim were strapped to his back, ready to be used at any given moment, whereas the Staff of Calamity slumbered peacefully inside his fractured spirit sea. Marin, on the other hand, wore tight-fitted dark leather armor beneath her green cloak, which helped her camouflage her presence inside the dense jungle. A bow and quiver of arrows rested across her back, while a pair of curved daggers hung at her waist. It had been 4 months since the two had found one another. Needless to say, after confirming that Adam was indeed a human and not some monster, Marin was happy to be in his company. Not many adventurers visited the continent, after all, and she hadn't met a lot of them either, but no one was happier than Adam. He felt that being with Marin helped alleviate his madness to a degree. Having someone to talk to helped him drown out the ravings of the faceless mask. Loneliness, when left to fester, became more than just heartache. It corroded the mind and body alike. Without the grounded company of others, a person's perception twisted and reality grew thin. It was as lethal as any blade, first killing the spirit, then the flesh. Talking to the mimic wasn't the same. The little guy only knew one word. Talking to the white-robed Adam wasn't the same either. That would just be him talking to himself. Talking to Marin, however. He turned to his elven companion and asked with a happy grin, "So you don't have a proper home or anything? Like a permanent base?" Marin turned to Adam and almost lost her footing on the branch, nearly falling to the ground. She couldn't help but blurt out, "Don't smile like that." But Adam's grin deepened even further. "I told you I'm incapable of not smiling." Marin rolled her eyes. She gracefully landed on a thick branch of the following tree. She crouched and scanned her surroundings first. Only after confirming that it was safe did she turn to the madman and reply, "The entire continent is teeming with fantastical beasts. It's not reasonable or possible to set up a permanent base on this land. These beasts, many of them migrate to different parts of the land each year. Sooner or later, any stronghold is bound to be uncovered, so I was taught to live like the wind, always on the move. If I can't claim one place as home, then the whole island will be my home. That's why I'm always traveling these lands, never once staying in one place for too long." Adam firmly planted his feet on a thick branch, then leaned against the trunk of the tree. Drowning the whispers of the laughing god with nothing but sheer focus, he managed to hear the elf's response. He nodded in understanding. "I suppose that makes sense," he said. "So have you covered much of this continent?" Marin shrugged, something like that. With that said, she resumed her journey. Adam's lips curled into a smile as he watched her leave. Then he quickly followed after her. Meanwhile, the mimic, who had transformed itself into a rucksack strapped to the youth's back, watched everything unfold with utter confusion. "Jeej," Adam couldn't help but chuckle. "What's the matter with you, Jeej? You seem awfully lost since Marin arrived. What, you don't like her?" "Jeej, Jeej," the mimic spoke animatedly. But of course Adam couldn't understand a thing it said. He did, however, sense the little guy's confusion. "What's there to be confused about?" asked Adam, his lips curling into a wide grin. "We're heading to an ancient ruin right now where I can hopefully learn some things about this place. If I'm lucky, I can even learn a few things about Mirandor." "Jeej," the mimic gave up trying to explain. Adam pursed his lips. "All right, whatever." He then quickly caught up to Marin. Traversing the jungle along with her made him feel quite elated. "At least I'm not alone anymore." He grinned. Marin cast a side glance at him and couldn't help but shake her head a little. "You're thinking out loud again." "Am I?" Adam laughed. "Well, what can I do about it? At this point, it's become a habit." "You're not quite okay up there, are you?" asked the elf, gesturing towards his head. Adam smiled brilliantly. "I'm as fine as a madman can be." Marin's lips twitched and she felt a chill crawl down her spine. "Crazy bastard." Adam only laughed in response. A few moments later, he asked, "By the way, are we close to that place you mentioned?" The elf remained silent for a few moments, her eyes squinting. She scanned their surroundings one more time without halting her pace. At last, she said, "We should be there in about a few minutes." "Great," Adam beamed. "This is the ancient ruins that contain information relating to the greater universe, right?" Marin put on a thoughtful expression. "I'm not certain. It's been many years since I've visited this place, but this should give you some crucial information at the very least. If we don't find anything worthwhile, there's still the main city of Fapor at the heart of this island." "I see," Adam nodded. He suddenly sensed something, or rather someone, following them. He turned his head ever so slightly without alerting the elf. Expanding his sphere of resonance, his senses fixed on a figure silently vaulting across the branches right on their tail. The moment he realized who it was, his expression darkened, and he couldn't help but intensely frown. It was a tall, handsome young man with raven black hair, broad shoulders, and fair skin. His sharp and flawless features were outlined by pristine white robes, and his dark eyes carried a hint of mischief. It was none other than Adam's fractured self. Adam and Marin silently landed on a thick branch. Before them, down the slope of verdant trees, the ruins of an ancient city sprawled across the jungle floor. The view was stunning. Only if Adam still had his eyesight, he could see the colorful scenery before him. Regardless, through the colorless world of the sphere of resonance, he could still faintly make out what lay ahead. The jungle parted just enough for them to glimpse the lost city below, its stone structures half swallowed by time and nature. Vines could be seen crawling up broken archways, while in many places colossal trees emerged from shattered plazas. Faded spires and broken statues erupted above the dense green canopy. It was still early in the morning, so patches of mist could be seen clinging to the ruins, curling between crumbled buildings and dilapidated streets. From this height, the ruins looked both majestic and mournful. It was a reminder of a once proud civilization claimed by the inevitable ravages of time. Marin took a few moments to take in the view, her lips curling into a faint smile. She couldn't help but say, "Beautiful, isn't it?" It was only after the words left her mouth did she realize the blunder. Her smile froze, and she slowly looked towards Adam. Sorry, I didn't mean to, she awkwardly began, but she was interrupted by Adam's laughter. It's all right, I told you, didn't I? He said with a grin. There are other ways to see. Marin tilted her head, her emerald eyes flashing with curiosity. What do you see exactly? Are you using a spell? No, Adam's smile turned brilliant at the fact that he was unable to cast spells. It's a sensory technique I developed in my youth. It helps me observe the world around me through my mind's eye. Though I can't see any colors, he concluded. A technique you developed when you were young. Marin raised an eyebrow, clearly impressed. You must have been some kind of genius back at home. Yeah, I was, Adam softly said, his lips curling upward. They used to call me the greatest genius on the continent. Marin simply observed Adam's side profile. Though there was a bright smile on his charred, hideous face, for some reason, she couldn't help but feel pity towards the young man. In these past months that they'd spent together, traveling the jungles of Mabai and fighting magical beasts, she had, on many occasions, tried to learn about his past. But Adam would always laugh at those questions, then steer the topic away, so Marin didn't try to probe further. She figured that there must be some deep trauma in Adam's past that made him not want to talk about it. She even believed that this trauma was probably related to his current appearance. Just as she was lost in her own thoughts, Adam suddenly spoke up, his voice barely a whisper. I used to be a king, but now, I'm just a ghost. Silence descended between the two, with Adam lowering his head and smiling like a fool and Marin glancing at him with slight emotions in her eyes. And right at that moment, the strangely familiar voice whispered, "Ah, so pitiful." Adam's smile froze. He turned his head slightly and spotted a figure standing on a nearby branch of a tree, arms crossed and leaning against the trunk, watching him with a sneer. The white-robed Adam couldn't help but mock. You're a fool, you know. A complete fool. Adam gritted his teeth in annoyance, then looked away, choosing not to indulge with his fractured self. It was evident to him that due to his soul fracturing into several pieces, his mind had greatly deteriorated. First, he could only hear the voice. Then he could faintly see a shadowy figure just at the corner of his vision. And now, almost 1.5 years since the Battle of Ravenfell, he was even beginning to vividly see the figure. The white-robe Adam, the fractured part of his self, now openly appeared before him from time to time, reprimanding him for every little thing. You're getting too comfortable, Adam, said the white-robed Adam, clicking his tongue and shaking his head in disappointment. I warned you, didn't I? Stop wasting your time with her. Focus on your own path, but you just don't listen to me. Adam gritted his teeth, his hands clenching involuntarily. He thought to himself in rage, shut the hell up. What do you know about pain? What do you know about loneliness? You know nothing, so just shut the fuck up. The white-robed Adam snickered. Fool. Suddenly, Marin called out to him with an awkward look on her face. Adam. Who are you talking to? Adam's expression froze. He slowly turned to the elf and asked in surprise, did I think out loud? Again, Marin's lips twitched. Yes, she paused for a moment, then added, sorry, I'll refrain from asking questions about your past anymore. No, it's not your fault. Adam blurted out. It's just what? The white-robed Adam taunted with great delight. It's just that you hear voices in your broken mind. It's just that you see things. What is it? Adam clutched at his head and gritted his teeth. Just. Shut up already. Oh, Marin felt slightly confused, not knowing what she said now that made Adam act this way. Okay, sorry, I'll just. Not you, Adam said to her, alarmed. I wasn't talking to you. The white-robed Adam's hysterical laughter echoed through the woods. Meanwhile, Marin frowned. Then who were you talking to? Adam gritted his teeth, frustration building in his heart. No one, all right, I was just talking to myself. Forget about it. Marin intently looked at Adam, her thoughts a mystery. In the end, she simply sighed. All right, okay, just calm down, okay. Adam inhaled deeply, then nodded. Yeah, I'm sorry. Marin smiled faintly. It's all right. Whatever you're going through, I'm sure you'll figure out a way to get it under control. Yeah, I guess so. Adam turned to her and smiled. The white-robed Adam witnessed this interaction and couldn't help but shake his head. Ah, you really are pathetic. Meanwhile, the mimic strapped to Adam's back had never been more bewildered. Gee. Adam and Marin pushed through the last curtain of thick vines and finally stepped onto ancient stone. The ruins stretched wide before them. There were broad roads broken by roots that erupted from underground, toppled pillars lying where they had fallen thousands of years ago, and walls inscribed with faded carvings. Sunlight filtered through the dense canopy above, faintly illuminating fragments of mosaics and broken statues. Birds nested in the high arches of what had once been great halls. It was quiet but not entirely lifeless. Adam could still hear the sound of birds chirping and the faint noise produced by small animals. This whole city felt like a place that had once been full of wonders, waiting to be uncovered again. Adam expanded his sphere of resonance to the maximum output. A few moments later, a frown appeared on his charred face. He turned towards the elf and murmured, "How come there are no powerful beasts here?" He had fully expected at least one Monocore-level beast, given that this ancient ruined city was far bigger than Ivory City, but much to his surprise, there were hardly any Mana Vortex-level beasts. or perhaps it was simply because he stood at the city's edge, unable to sense the beasts that might be lurking deeper within the heart of the city. Marin crouched and pressed her palm against the ground. She closed her eyes and silently listened to her surroundings. Or perhaps she was casting a scouting spell. A long time later, she answered, most likely because of the lack of any fresh water supply near the city. Adam frowned deeply, trying his best to drown the whispers of the laughing god. In the end, he nodded. Yeah, that makes sense. Still, it's better to confirm with your eyes. Marin covered her mouth and giggled. A few moments later, she glanced at Adam's shadowy face under the hood of his cloak, then nodded. All right then, she said. I'll go and scout the city first. Adam couldn't help but instantly protest. Let's go together. It might be dangerous. But Marin interrupted him with a confident smirk. I've lived on this island my whole life, Adam. Needless to say, I'm more than confident in my scouting and hiding skills, so rest assured. Adam hesitated briefly, and in the end he realized that if he were to go with the elf, he might become more of a hindrance than a help, so he reluctantly nodded. All right, I'll be nearby then. Marin flashed a dainty smile. See you in a minute. With that said, she disappeared behind the trees, leaving Adam by himself. No, to be more precise, he wasn't alone. There was Jeej, and there was another. Looks like it's just you and me, old sport. The white-robed Adam rested his elbow on Adam's shoulder. He then turned to the rucksack strapped to his back and added with a cheeky smile, and there's this stupid box, too. Adam turned to his fractured self and growled, disappear already. He then shrugged his shoulder free and stomped away, heading deeper into the ruins. Meanwhile, the white-robed Adam simply chuckled in response and followed after him. You know, you cannot ignore me. I'm your conscience after all, said the fractured self as he calmly walked beside Adam, hands clasped behind his back. Adam stopped in his footsteps and glared at his white-robed counterpart through his dark, hollow eyes. Why the hell do you have to appear when I'm with her? And even if you do appear, why can't you just keep your mouth shut? What if she thinks I'm crazy? The white-robe Adam's expression turned grave. Did you forget why you came to this island? And what does it matter what she thinks about you? You shouldn't listen to her. You shouldn't bother about her at all. Focus on your own goals. Adam remained silent for a few moments, his head lowered. Then he murmured, is it too much to ask for some company? You have mine in this stupid boxes, said the white-robed Adam with a straight face. What else do you even need? Adam gritted his teeth and replied, talking to you is like talking to a mirror. Do you think I'm crazy? And this stupid box, it only knows how to repeat one word. I'll really go crazy at this rate. HMPH, the white-robed Adam harumphed and walked away. You're already crazy. Talking to that elf won't fix it. If anything, that'll only make it worse. And she's hardly useful to our grand plans. In fact, she's holding you down. You just don't know it yet. Just shut up already. Adam couldn't help but sneer as he walked past his fractured self, waving his hand dismissively. I could argue that you're the one holding me down and not Marin. At least her company is pleasant. The white-robed Adam heaved a long, helpless sigh. You'll realize your folly eventually. He paused, catching up to Adam, then added, just don't forget what we came here to do. Find the portal, alter it, and leave. Understood. Adam remained silent. Don't forget your purpose. The white-robed Adam pressed, his voice turning colder. All right, all right. Adam waved his hand in surrender. Just get lost already. Stop bothering me for a minute, will ya? The mimic strapped to his back watched everything unfold in utter bewilderment. To it, Adam seemed to have held a full conversation with someone who wasn't even there. Jeej. It couldn't help but wonder, was it going crazy too? Shut up, Jeej. Adam tightened the rucksack's strap. Come on. I think I saw a broken mural somewhere over there. Jeej. It's not like the mimic could refuse. If it had known Adam would turn out to be such a madman, it would have stayed a normal-looking chest in that attic and never revealed its true form. The white-robed Adam stayed behind, watching Adam's departing figure. A dark expression appeared on his face. When he looked in the direction Marin had disappeared, his expression darkened further. At last, he simply disappeared in a puff of smoke. Meanwhile, Adam was fully aware of the changes in his fractured self's expressions. The more he noticed them, the more he couldn't shake off the forbidding feeling gripping his heart. In the end, he shook his head and got rid of such dark thoughts. Yeah, I'm probably just overthinking. With a conflicted look on his face and a lot on his broken mind, Adam made his way through the giant stone rubble that once used to be part of the city walls. Considering he didn't know what this ancient city was called, and how most, if not all, of it had been either reclaimed by nature or ravaged by time, the youth decided to call it the Forgotten City. He slowly made his way through the ruins of the city, scanning almost every nook and cranny and ensuring there weren't any dangers. Although he did cross paths with a few magical beasts at the Mana Foundation and the Mana Liquefaction rank, they all fled once he released a bit of his aura. Adam's fingers traced the broken city wall as he slowly moved deeper into the city. As the sun gradually rose, it cast its radiant rays over the city. Walking alongside the shattered wall, half of his figure was bathed in sunlight, while the other half was shrouded in darkness or perhaps madness. Lost in thought, his mind involuntarily drifted to the life of a magus in the greater universe. His lips curled into a bitter smile, and he murmured, mana foundation, mana liquefaction, and mana vortex. These 3 stages make up the apprentice rank. You're only considered a true magus once you've formed a mana core. You keep repeating those words to yourself, the strangely familiar voice whispered. Do you find it so demotivating? Adam snorted. Of course, it's demotivating. You spend decades to reach the height of arcane power in this world, only to realize you're at the bottom of the ladder in a greater world. Then do you wish to live in this well for the rest of your life, playing at being king? The white-robed Adam's lips curled into a taunting smirk. Adam remained silent for a long time. Finally, he shook his head. That is not my dream. The smirk on the white-robed Adam's face deepened, and he whispered, you do know that the mana density and the natural laws differ in the higher realms, don't you? That means your spells will lose much of their potency once you set foot in those worlds. Adam's footsteps halted. He raised his head and felt the gentle rays of the sun caressing his charred face. The warm light lit up the darkness in his hollow sockets, and for just a brief moment, the faint darkness in them gleamed with yearning. So what? He replied, his voice barely a whisper. What's the point of reaching the peak of this world if you don't strive for the peak of the next world? I do not chase the illusion of arcane mastery, but the true peak of magic, one that has never been reached by any magus in existence. That is my dream, and if it means starting from the bottom again, I shall do so without hesitation. Even if I must mop floors and tend horse stables again, I'll endure it. Tron, Mirandor, or even the plane of realities, it doesn't make a difference. Adam paused for a moment, then continued, his voice filled with conviction. I will begin anew as many times as it takes. In the end, I will stand at the peak of magic. I believe that with all my heart. Standing behind him, the white-robed Adam intently listened to every word he said. In the end, he displayed a genuine smile. There is hope for you yet, old sport, he said as he walked up to Adam and patted his shoulder. Now let's focus on our goal. Don't get sidetracked by that elf. I'm warning you. Adam's expression darkened. He turned